Chapter 91. In an authentic northeastern restaurant, Mu Xing folded his arms in front of his chest and calmly looked at the madman in front of him, who was eating voraciously. In just half an hour, he had eaten 3 plates of sweet and sour pork, 10 big buns, and a big pot of stewed goose. Now he was grabbing the sauce bones and chewing them fiercely. Several waiters nearby were stunned by his horrible appetite. "Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you," Mu Xing reminded. "Big brother, you are so kind to treat me to a meal." The northeastern lady boss at the counter had a strange expression on her face. Mu Xing explained, "He is my friend, he has some mental problems, split personality, don't be too surprised." Mu Xing just turned around and saw that a plate of marinated bones had been eaten clean by him. "Are you full?" Burp. The madman in front of him patted his stomach and said happily, "I am full. Wait a minute, I go to pay the bill." "Handsome guy, you are such a big eater." The lady boss couldn't help but comment. Mu Xing smiled awkwardly and took out a US dollar from his pocket and handed it over. However, when he turned around, he found that the madman was gone. "Where is he?" "He went out," the waiter next to him said. Mu Xing hurried out. "Hey, handsome guy, change?" "No need to change." Mu Xing rushed out of the store, but did not see the madman. The street was empty. "See you again, thank you for the meal." A familiar voice came from behind. Mu Xing turned around and saw the madman leaning against the wall, but with a calm face. "Have you recovered?" He could tell that this was the voice of the madman's main personality. The madman in front of him looked a little distressed. "It's troublesome, there's another child personality." Brother madman, are you okay?" "No big problem, by the way, where is this place?" "Toronto." The madman slapped his head. "Fortunately, we decided on a direction and time before. If we went east, wouldn't we have fallen into the Pacific Ocean?" Mu Xing understood what he meant. "You didn't walk all the way from Mexico to Toronto?" The other party did not answer, but was trying to recall something. At the same time, various personalities kept popping up, talking to themselves. And he could actually talk to these personalities and understand what happened. After a moment, he raised his head. "You go first. I will help you drive away the 2 flies behind you." Mu Xing was stunned. He thought the 2 people had already left, but he didn't expect them to be so persistent and still follow him. Mu Xing clasped his hands. "Thank you very much. The northeastern cuisine here is good, but it's still a little worse than the domestic level." The madman smacked his lips, as if savoring the taste. "I treat you to dinner next time I return home." Mu Xing did not stay any longer and quickly withdrew. Getting rid of the 2 seniors was the most important thing. The madman stared at Mu Xing until he was far away, then turned back and said, "You too, if you don't want to die, get out of here. I'm protecting the guy." The cowboy and the Cheongsam girl showed up and looked at the madman with fear. They realized that this was the madman's main personality. The tattoo on the madman's body glowed red, and the murderous intent burst out, scaring the 2 people back like frightened birds. "Madman, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding, please rest assured, we will never provoke him again." The 2 frightened seniors begged for mercy under the murderous intent, feeling that their throats were being strangled and they were about to suffocate at any time. How could they care about Mu Xing? Saving their lives was the most important thing. This was a madman in the main personality. They might have escaped with their secondary personality, but that was God's blessing. Facing the main personality, there was only one way to die. Until the 2 left, the murderous intent in the madman instantly shrank. Looking back in the direction where Mu Xing left, I don't know what he was thinking. Mu Xing returned to the hotel, packed up everything and headed straight to the airport. He didn't even buy a plane ticket, and used the spirit of the divine seal to interfere with him to board the plane back home. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. If the madman hadn't suddenly appeared just now, it would have been troublesome. For the sake of caution, he even let the divine seal control the system of the plane, scan back and forth several times, and confirm that the entire plane was full of ordinary people, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back on the trip to Toronto, it was really thrilling. I originally planned to stay here for a few more days to relax, but now I can only be forced to return home early. After 14 hours of flight, until the plane landed safely at the Magic City Airport, Mu Xing's hanging heart was completely relieved. Embarrassed all the way. He swore that he would definitely get back the place he lost today in the future. In the next few days, Mu Xing no longer had the mood to travel around and relax. A sense of urgency surged in his heart. He must get familiar with his new abilities as soon as possible. In the previous battle against 3 senior node hunters, Although he initially gained some advantages by using abnormal stasis module and bullet time, the result was weak in the follow-up. The shortest cooling time of the abnormal stasis module at low gear is 60 seconds. Although the cooling time has been shortened to 30 seconds as his physical fitness has improved, it still cannot be used as a regular combat method. The cooling time of bullet time is longer, and the cooling time of 3 minutes means that after using it once, you cannot enter bullet time again within 3 minutes. Therefore, he now has to focus on developing his two new abilities, mental power and the golden archer talent. Because the G-Virus's fusion transformation speed was suppressed, and mental power was chosen as the main evolution direction, he could not become a strong melee ability user like Yi-Fei. Therefore, the development of mental power has become a top priority. There are 3 best ways to use mental power now. First, mental scanning. Auxiliary ability, you can use mental power to scan the surrounding environment, give early warning, find enemies, and even track them. Now the maximum range of his mental power scanning is about 300 meters, and the actual effective distance is about 150 meters. Second, telekinesis control. Telekinesis control can be used for assistance or attack. The powerful mental power forms a substantial invisible force, and the mental power is used as an extension of the body. You can directly use mental power to launch an attack, or you can use mental power to control the target. Of course, telekinesis control can also be used to control objects, but it is obviously much more difficult to control objects than simply using mental power to attack. Mu Xing has just awakened his mental power, and he has not yet mastered the ability to control objects with mental power. Third, mental attack. Mental attack is the purest mental power to attack the opponent's mind and soul. It is invisible and intangible, with strong penetrating power, making it hard to defend against. In the movie, Alice's mental power is more inclined to mental attack, rather than telekinesis control, focusing on the human brain spirit. A momentary overload of mental shock can make people lose consciousness for a short time, slow down thinking, and even directly annihilate the enemy's consciousness. This ability requires more precise control of mental power, and requires the self-will to be integrated into the mental power to destroy the target's spirit. The disadvantage is that if the mental attack encounters backlash, it will cause considerable damage to one's own spirit. Therefore, mental attack must be cautious. It is like a sharp double-edged sword. Chapter 92. What Mu Xing needs to do next is to try to familiarize himself with the use of mental power. Strengthen the training of 3 ways to use mental power. The mental detection distance is too short, and it needs to be continuously expanded, and the accuracy of mental detection needs to be improved. Telekinetic control is a process of practice makes perfect. From telekinetic attack to controlling objects, it takes a lot of time to practice, and it is impossible to achieve it in one fell swoop. Mental attack is actually the easiest ability to improve. There is no other reason. There is a master of mental control, like Shen by his side. Using the Divine Seal as an opponent for attack and defense training can quickly improve one's mental attack ability. In addition to mental power, the next is the Golden Shooter talent. Before mastering more effective means of attack, firearms are still his very important way of attack. The M4 in his hand has helped him kill enemies and break through many times. Although this gun has weak attack power, it is easy to operate, faithful and reliable, and can be competent in various scenarios. With the bonus of the Golden Shooter talent, not only can his shooting accuracy be greatly improved, but also a critical attack bonus can be obtained. Once a critical hit is made, the damage will be doubled, and even ordinary bullets will have destructive power that cannot be underestimated. Next, Mu Xing's goal is to find a good gun, preferably a weapon with great power, and suitable for both long and short distances. During this period, continuously improving the shooting ability of firearms, and thoroughly integrating the Golden Shooter talent are the top priorities next. After Mu Xing rented a house, there was a large barren mountain, which was just right for him to train his shooting ability. His goal was to shoot 10,000 bullets in the next few days. The bullets were bought by Yi-Fei on the black market in Toronto. He packed them in the original beehive and brought them back. Ordinary bullets cannot be brought into the survival world, so they are just right for shooting practice. In addition to shooting practice, the rest of the time is used to train mental power. Mu Xing discovered that every time he exhausted his mental power, it could promote the continuous mutation of the G-Virus in his body, produce more powerful mental power, and make his mental power stronger and stronger. The remaining few days passed in the blink of an eye, and he gained a lot. On the 7th day, he finished dealing with trivial matters. He was fully prepared for this survival. As the countdown began, the familiar voice of the survival system sounded in his mind. Survivor Mu Xing, The survival world has been confirmed. 30 seconds to transfer. In the last 30 seconds, Mu Xing once again carefully checked all the equipment and props on his body until they were confirmed to be correct. As the countdown ended, a transparent beam of light fell and enveloped him. The invisible vortex began to rotate, and he felt that the whole world was twisting. The groggy feeling of falling overwhelmed him, and he fainted. Tick, tick. Mu Xing slowly opened his eyes amid the crisp sound of dripping water. The unfamiliar ceiling was in his sight. The slightly yellowed wall and the 3-layer iron window told him that a new world of survival had arrived. He quickly looked around the room. It looked like a ward in a foreign hospital, but the facilities were old and quite old. The floor and windowsill were clean, and it was obvious that someone cleaned them every day. An empty bottle of glucose hung on the bedside, an angel statue was posted on the wall, and except for an iron water cup on the cabinet, the whole ward seemed very empty. Mu Xing lowered his head. His casual clothes had long since turned into a blue and white striped hospital gown with the name of the hospital printed on it. Just on Mental Hospital. Mu Xing quickly searched for relevant memories in his mind. It was a little familiar, but not much. Divine Seal? Mu Xing called out to Divine Seal softly. It was not until a long time later that the intermittent voice of Divine Seal came to his mind. Master, the rules of this world are very oppressive. I may need a long time to adapt. As soon as the words fell, Survivor Mu Xing, please survive in this world for 48 hours. If you succeed, you can return to the real world and receive a reward of 200 million. The familiar prompt sound of the survival system sounded, no surprise. However, this time the reward was doubled. Could it be because of his good performance in the first 2 survival worlds? Getting down from the bed, Mu Xing carefully checked every corner of the room. He found that the door was locked, and the windows were covered with wire mesh, welded steel bars, outer steel frames, and 3 layers of protection. It seemed that the people living in the ward were not patients, but some kind of monstrous beast. He did not rush to unlock the door and go out, but waited patiently. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, words began to appear on the wall. Survivors, welcome to the survival world. Escape. This world is a real survival world of the box garden type, and the survivors' attributes have world bonuses. Magic, witchcraft, spells, and other magical equipment, skill effects are reduced by 80%, firearms, explosives, and other technological equipment, skill effects are reduced by 70%, physical strength is increased by 10%, life recovery speed is increased by 50%, running speed is increased by 30%, and mental resistance is increased by 30%. In this world, death retracing will not receive death penalties. If you die twice in a row within 3 minutes, you will die permanently. Killing special mutants has a chance to obtain special equipment, and successfully passing the level has a chance to obtain singularities. Mu Xing stared at the words on the wall. Significantly weaken the use of various weapons and props to improve personal physical fitness? Isn't this telling the survivors to be prepared for close combat? Such a restriction almost ruined Mu Xing's shooting talent. In this way, gun attacks can only be used as harassing props. Fortunately, there is no restriction on mental power. My mental power is neither magical nor technological. Although there is no penalty for death replay, there is also a more stringent restriction. He cannot die twice in a row within 3 minutes, otherwise he will face permanent death. He just doesn't know whether this effect can be offset by his own blood moon origin. In any case, he thinks it's better not to gamble on this possibility. It's better to be safe than sorry. Mu Xing's mental power permeated out and expanded rapidly. He thought that this world had no restrictions on mental power, but the reality was that his mental detection range was also severely compressed. After a few days of training, his mental detection range was fully increased to nearly 500 meters, but now, 50 meters is not enough. But soon Mu Xing found a clue. It was not the special rules of this world that suppressed his mental detection range, but this mental hospital. He found that the inner layer of the walls of the entire mental hospital was embedded with some material that could prevent mental power from penetrating. This facility was obviously not arranged for him personally. On the contrary, when his mental power expanded outward toward the window, it easily broke through 500 meters. There was nothing outside, nothing at all, and this place seemed to be suspended in the void. No wonder it is called a sandbox survival world, so that's why. In other words, this mental hospital is the only physical thing in the world. Mu Xing quickly retracted his mental power, because he found that the void outside was devouring his mental power. This discovery made Mu Xing give up the idea of leaving this mental hospital and staying outside for 2 days. Dong dong dong. Just then, someone knocked heavily on the iron door of the ward. With a creak, the iron door window opened and a dinner plate was stuffed in. The moment Mu Xing took the dinner plate, his eyebrows instantly twisted into a ball. On the dinner plate was a bloody severed hand and a cup of extremely thick plasma. Chapter 93. Creaky. The old cart was pushed farther and farther away by the delivery man, making a sound of teeth grinding, bang bang bang. Knocks were heard on other wards, one after another. Mu Xing's mental power penetrated into the keyhole, and his telekinesis controlled the lock cylinder, turning it gently. With a click, the heavy iron door of the ward was opened. However, Mu Xing did not rush out, but put his ear close to the door to listen to the movement outside. The walls of the entire hospital were embedded with materials that prevented the spread of mental power, obviously guarding against something. Without knowing the truth, Mu Xing thought it was better not to use his mental power to scan aggressively. The creaking cart soon reached the end and began to return. The moment the cart reached his door, Mu Xing instantly opened the door. The bloody cart had already distributed the plates. He looked into the eyes of the man pushing the cart. The man was as thin as a stick, bald, and had wrinkled skin, as if he had suffered a severe burn. There was also a string of numbers on his neck. 1052. Woo! The cart pusher suddenly bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth, and whimpered like a hyena. Mu Xing used his telekinesis to grab the guy and dragged him into the ward before he could make any move. With a clang, the ward was closed by telekinesis. The guy was ferocious and pounced on Mu Xing. His strength was greater than expected, and the telekinesis used to slow down his body was stirred. A rough iron blade was shaken out from the dirty hospital gown. The iron blade stabbed at Mu Xing fiercely, and the mental power surged, just like stabbing a piece of extremely soft transparent rubber, and also produced a great resistance. This resistance became greater and greater as the blade moved forward. Mu Xing pushed with his right hand, and the mental shock blasted him 3 meters away. The mental power condensed into a virtual hand, grabbed his neck, and pushed him against the wall. Mu Xing was not in a hurry to kill him. This guy didn't look like an ordinary person at all. His strength, speed, and physical flexibility were far beyond that of an adult man, even beyond the ordinary zombies in the biochemical crisis. Not only that, his skin is tough, and his muscles are shriveled but strong. Having his neck pinched by Mu Xing's invisible telekinetic hand, this guy struggled violently, with only crazy killing intent in his eyes. Crack, crack. The invisible telekinetic force tore his limb joints apart. The intense pain made this guy's madness fade away, and fear appeared in his eyes. Mu Xing stepped on him and said, "Tell me your name, number 1052. The moment he heard this number, the crazy guy huddled into a ball, and fear dominated his body. "Kuel, my name is Kuel." He tried to utter vague words from his dry throat. "What is this place?" "Just Han. Mental hospital, we are all patients, we all need treatment, we all need to obey." "What were you doing just now?" "Distributing food to patients for Mr. Frank." "Food?" Mu Xing dragged the plate in front of him. "You call this food?" This guy named Kuel seemed to have regained his sanity. When he saw the bloody hands and blood plasma on the plate, he was immediately scared and screamed, "Don't hit me, I don't know anything, I don't know anything." Mu Xing grabbed the guy by the collar. "Who is Frank?" "Chef. Frank is a chef, he can cook a lot of delicious food." Suddenly, Kuel's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he rushed towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing hit him in the face with an elbow, like hitting a piece of tough wood. The mental shock pushed him against the wall, and under the control of telekinesis, the rough iron blade on the ground trembled violently. With a whoosh, the iron blade pierced through the man's chest. Mu Xing clearly felt that the blade felt wrong when it entered the flesh, just like piercing into old bacon that had been pickled and dried for decades, very tough. However, the iron blade still penetrated his chest and nailed him to the wall. This blow killed him instantly. Not a zombie, not a corpse. This guy is a human, a mutant. His body is tough, but his mind is extremely unstable. Like a schizophrenic patient. Just then, an angry roar came from outside. "Kuel, where have you been? Why don't you come back to clean up the dishes?" The voice was so loud that it traveled far away, and the glass windows of the ward were shaking slightly. It seems that this mental hospital is not ordinary. Mu Xing learned his lesson when he entered the survival world this time. He set all the props to the original hive. The original hive starter did not leave his fingers because of the transmission. With a thought, he contacted the original hive. "Do you want to place the original hive in this world?" "Yes." Placement failed. This world has no 1,000-meter strata. Mu Xing frowned. It was indeed a box garden world. "Can it be placed in the void?" "Do you want to place the original hive in the void?" Confirmed. A moment later the original hive has been placed. Mu Xing's mind moved, and he returned directly to the original hive. The octagonal hive is a fully enclosed structure that will not be eroded by the void. He released the divine seal, and let it adapt to the laws of this world in the original hive. Countless runes flowed. It was trying to adapt. It seemed that it would take several hours. After Mu Xing took all the equipment, he came to the hunter's second generation seed. He opened the isolation equipment, and took out the squirming seed. As a back row, he urgently needed a front row that could resist damage. Just now, Kuehl had made him see the bottom-level combat power of this world. I don't know if this world has been strengthened by the survival system, but the monsters are very strong anyway. With another thought, he returned to the ward. Eat him! Mu Xing threw the seed directly on Kuehl's body. The wriggling seeds quickly penetrated into Kuehl's body, devouring it from the inside out, and forming a cocoon. After a while, a 1-meter-high flesh cocoon grew rapidly. Blood was beating and gestating rapidly. With a sizzling sound, a bloody cutter cut through the cocoon wall, and emerged from the flesh cocoon. Compared with the first generation, the initial form of the second generation hunter is stronger. This person with bone spurs all over his body is not easy to deal with. At this time, Mu Xing heard a violent knock on the door. With a bang, the next ward was violently knocked open. Then, there were screams of terror, and a crazy laugh in the room. There was the sound of a chainsaw cutting meat, and the screams were even louder. Mu Xing frowned, knowing that he couldn't stay here for long. Hunter, take the lead. At the command, the hunter, who was only 1.5 meters tall, rushed out of the ward first, followed by Mu Xing. When he looked up, he saw a tall, thin man with a bare upper body and pale skin. He was holding a cutting machine and frantically cutting the patient dragged out from the next room. The patient was wearing a doctor's white coat and had one arm and one leg cut off by the cutting machine. He was still struggling in pain and begging for mercy. Frank, spare me, don't kill me. Shut up, damn pig. Oh my God, this piece is a good piece of meat, suitable for making braised meat. Oh, this piece can be fried into steaks. The cutting machine in his hand fell, and the rapidly rotating saw blade cut into the chest of the patient, and the meat splashed out. And all of this was seen by Mu Xing. The other party suddenly turned around, and Mu Xing noticed that there was a ferocious eagle tattooed on his blood-spattered chest. Chapter 94. When their eyes met, the guy named Frank's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. The sawtooth disc on the cutting machine in his hand was spinning. Gurgle. The head with eyes open was thrown out by him, rolled more than 10 meters, and finally stopped at Mu Xing's feet. He tried to smell something in the air, and then his face changed several times. You ate my Kuehl, unforgivable. The guy made a strange whistle. In this case, I will make you the most delicious meal of the day. After saying that, he grabbed the cutter in his hand and rushed towards Mu Xing. Hunter, go! Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the hunter, who had been motionless beside him, attacked quickly. After swallowing the T-virus, the speed of the second-generation hunter increased dramatically, and it rushed in front of Frank in a blink of an eye. The bone blade stabbed the opponent's chest quickly. This Frank seemed to be just an ordinary person, but his reaction speed was fast. He waved the cutter in his hand to block the attacking bone blade. A heavy kick directly kicked the hunter. The hunter failed to hit him, and quickly returned to defend, with sharp bone spurs curled up. Frank kicked the skinny hunter 2 or 3 meters away, but the sharp bone spurs also pierced his soul. The pain and blood made this guy more excited, and he grabbed the corpse next to him and threw it towards Mu Xing. At the same time, he rushed over with big strides. Mu Xing's eyes condensed, and the corpse was blocked 3 meters away by telekinesis. The next second, the headless corpse was cut open by the cutting machine, and the madly rotating saw blade continued to attack Mu Xing. Mu Xing did not retreat or dodge, and pushed forward with his right hand. While the wave of telekinesis knocked Frank away, the mental shock mixed with strong murderous intent hit his brain. With a bang, Frank hit the wall at the corner of the passage hard, bleeding from all 7 holes, and screamed in pain with one hand covering his forehead. Mu Xing frowned. In his estimation, this man named Frank was just an ordinary person, and his self-consciousness would definitely be shattered by this mental shock. But he only howled for a few seconds before he recovered and laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. Mu Xing realized that this guy's resistance to mental attacks was ridiculously high. It seemed that he experienced painful mental torture every day, which allowed him to withstand Mu Xing's mental shock. This guy is definitely a mutant, and not an ordinary mutant, because there are no traces of burning on his body. Not only that, he also has physical fitness, and physical will far beyond that of ordinary people. It's just that this guy's mind is extremely unstable and crazy. Mu Xing pointed, and the hunter quickly approached. Frank, who was knocked unconscious, subconsciously raised the cutter in his hand, but the hunter was faster, swinging the bone blade and instantly cutting off his arm. Puff! Blood splattered, and the broken arm holding the cutter flew several meters away. Before the arm holding the cutter fell to the ground, the invisible telekinesis caught it, and the cutter spun around and landed on Frank's neck. The saw blade spun rapidly, and Frank made a hoarse sound, his face full of fear and unwillingness. The hunter seized the opportunity and pierced his jaw from bottom to top, and the sharp bone blade pierced through his skull. Clang! The saw fell to the ground and stopped rotating. In order to prevent this guy from having any possible means of resurrection, Mu Xing waited for about a minute before confirming that he was completely dead. Step by step, the hunter was looking at Mu Xing eagerly, and his meaning was very clear. Wait a minute. The silver watch on Mu Xing's wrist lit up with a scanning light, scanning the body with a broken hand from head to toe. Human, 99%. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. 99% human? You should know that the DNA similarity between humans and chimpanzees is also 99%. In other words, the guy in front of him cannot be considered a pure human. But when he carefully examined the guy's body, from inside to outside, he did not find any strange organs. However, Mu Xing noticed the blood flowing on the ground. Not long after, the blood began to dry up, and small black particles emerged. What is this? Some special synthetic substance. At this moment, the voice of the divine seal sounded in his mind. Mu Xing was surprised. Have you adapted to the rules of this world? No, master, yet, but a small part of the functions have been restored. So what is this synthetic substance? Artificially injected? No, it should be a special substance produced by the body's immune system when this person's body reacts to a certain energy field. Is it this substance that transformed this guy's body and caused it to mutate? Mu Xing continued to ask. This is just a guess. We need to conduct more detailed research. Oh right, research. Mu Xing thought of the gene researcher talent he had just obtained. Could he complete the research on this guy on his own without relying on the divine seal? He did it right away. Mu Xing took his body directly into the original beehive and began to scan and analyze it with various instruments. The research equipment made by the divine seal simulating the beehive technology came in handy. With the bonus of Mu Xing's genetic researcher talent, this process was greatly shortened. With the partial recovery of the divine seal, the conclusion was quickly reached. Master, this person should be an experimental subject. He has been subjected to a lot of mental stimulation and torture, which destroyed his original spirit and self-personality and made him extremely bloodthirsty. In other words, he was tortured into a mental illness. The divine seal continued. The results of the analysis are similar to the previous speculation. His body was once exposed to a special energy field, which caused a certain degree of mutation in his body genes. However, judging from the degree of mutation, the experiment failed and was forced to be terminated because his degree of mutation was incomplete. Mu Xing was very satisfied with these conclusions, which helped him understand the current situation. Leave some body tissues for further research and bring Frank's body out of the original hive. At this time, the hunter was still waiting eagerly. Mu Xing threw Frank's body to it, and then turned to scan the doctor's body. Human, 100%. Obviously, the doctor whom Frank called patient was a normal human being. He searched the doctor's body for a while and found a work ID, a pen, and a key. Corey Rick, doctor on duty in D3 observation area, 33 years old. Mu Xing took off the pen cap. The tip of the pen was worn out. It must have been used for many years. Finally, there was a key with the duty room number on it. Mu Xing felt that it was necessary to go to the duty room to take a look. When he stood up, the hunter had already stood up and devoured Frank. His body grew to 1.8 meters, and his growth rate was very fast. Eat that too. Mu Xing pointed at the doctor's body whose head was cut off by Frank. The hunter was overjoyed and rushed over to devour it. Just then, the cutting machine on the ground caught Mu Xing's attention. The old and aging equipment was actually flashing a faint white light. When he picked it up and looked at it, a message was automatically displayed. Bone saw cutting machine, can be used, can be taken out of this world. Mu Xing's face was happy, the equipment dropped. Chapter 95. This handheld cutter is similar to an ordinary cutter. After manual modification, it rotates faster, the saw blade is wilder, and more lethal. He tried to cut the iron door. The saw blade was sharp, and the cutting speed was not slow. Compared with the Monarch blade, Mu Xing felt that this bone saw blade was more lethal. The only disadvantage was probably that the attack distance was short. Mu Xing felt that he was fighting against the cutter. The first weapon obtained on the Ishimura was also a cutter, but it was a plasma cutter from the 23rd century. This 20th century style equipment was a bit crude. With a swish, Mu Xing opened the observation hole on the door of the ward next to him. He saw a patient curled up in the corner, his pupils unfocused and shivering. The food that had just been fed had been gnawed to the bone. Mu Xing cut the door lock with a cutting machine, and the hunter rushed into the ward first. "Hello? Are you okay?" Mu Xing tried to greet him. The man looked up in confusion, began to giggle, and suddenly burst into tears. "I plead guilty. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." He lay on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, dong dong dong. Even when his head was broken and the ground was bleeding, he did not stop. Mu Xing frowned. What was going on in this mental hospital? Suddenly, the guy jumped up and pounced on the hunter closest to him. The hunter nailed him to the ground with a bone blade the next second. Mu Xing felt that these patients had completely lost their minds and could go crazy at any time. Then, he cut open several more ward doors, and inside were some seriously mentally ill patients. These people are schizophrenic, but they all have one thing in common, which is fear. They all seem to have experienced some terrible things, which led to serious mental illness. Clean up all the rooms here. Mu Xing gave the hunters hunting orders. He was not sure whether there were enough raw materials in the mental hospital, so he did not take out the seeds of the corpse mother. First, cultivate the hunters. Mu Xing walked through the corridor and headed towards the duty room of the observation area. Because there was no reference, Mu Xing didn't know which floor he was on or where he was. He just tried to keep his movements as quiet as possible. Fortunately, there was almost no danger in this area except Frank. The only people left were the mentally ill patients locked in the ward. Finally, he saw a sign saying duty room at the end of the corridor. The door of the duty room was a bulletproof door made of heavy alloy. Mu Xing felt that they were not protecting against thieves, but monsters. He opened the door with a key. The duty room was not big. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a security guard who had died of excessive bleeding. The equipment he carried was not bad at all, including bulletproof vests, helmets, shotguns, walkie-talkies, and non-lethal blast bombs. How could this be a security guard? Mu Xing felt the degree of rigor mortis on the body, and found that he had been dead for about 20 hours. Mu Xing first plundered all the equipment on this guy, and there was a letter in his pocket. Dear Jane, I will soon complete the second quarter of security work for Muckhoff Company, and accompany you to the Craw Beach you have always wanted to go on vacation. Don't worry, I'm fine. We meet in 10 days. Love you, Werther. This is a letter that has not been sent. Although I'm not sure what year and month it is, it's impossible that it's still in the era of sending letters. The letter mentioned a name that made Mu Xing very concerned, Mukafu. Is this the name of a company, a security company, or is it the investor of this mental hospital? Mu Xing began to search the room quickly. He had a hunch that according to the nature of the survival world, more than 10 minutes had passed since he killed Frank, and new dangers would soon come. After searching for a while, Mu Xing found the duty list in a drawer. There were two names of doctors on duty. Coleman and Traeger. Coleman was the doctor who was just killed by Frank, and his death was tragic. However, he was not on duty many times on the duty list, only 1 or 2 days a week, and the rest were all taken care of by a doctor named Traeger. In addition to this duty list, there was also a simple duty record. On June 12th, everything was normal. On June 13th, a patient died. On June 14th, 2 patients died. On June 15th, a new patient was added to Ward 3. The duty log densely records the changes in the wards over the past few months. Death or increase. The frequency of changes is very high, and all wards will rotate almost every week. And these duty logs recording the ward situation are like a formulaic death note. Mu Xing finally found the record of his own ward. The ward records that the patient who lived in his ward 3 days ago died, and he was a new patient sent to the ward yesterday. At the same time, he noticed a very important piece of information. Locker. Everything he brought into the hospital was placed in locker number 63 in the storage room. Mu Xing was sure that he didn't lose any equipment or props. That should be some kind of clue prop provided by the survival system. There was a map of this floor hanging on the wall of the duty room. At the end of the floor was the storage room. When he came out of the duty room, a strong smell of blood hit him in the face. The blood-red hunter had grown to 2 meters tall and stood at the door like a doorman. Have you found any other enemies? The hunter was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Follow me. Mu Xing led the hunter to the storage room quickly. Get his props first. Go through the long corridor and quickly reach the storage room. But at this moment, an accident happened. The patients in the wards on both sides of the corridor woke up and slammed the doors of the wards. Then, a strange word came from the loudspeaker in the corridor. Eyes, spiders, lambs. ZZ. The locks of all the wards snapped, and the electronic locks were remotely opened, and the doors of the wards on both sides opened neatly. 2 seconds later, pale faces appeared in the wards, and there was no madness or fear in their cold eyes, only coldness, the coldness of preparing to hunt. With a click, a box was ejected from the hidden wall of each ward. Those patients seemed to have been mentally prepared, and took out a pistol and a sharp dagger from the box. Hunter, stop them! Mu Xing had a bad feeling and quickly retreated. Then he saw that the mentally ill patients, who could only scream in fear, all turned into skilled and cold killers. The hunter rushed over, and these patients dodged the collision at incredible speed and angle. The hunter's bone blade swept across. A patient jumped high, avoided the sweep, and supported his right hand on the hunter's shoulder. Before he landed, the dagger in his hand stabbed swiftly and hit the hunter's back of the head. The back of the head was pierced, and the hunter's body was instantly unbalanced. The other patients cooperated in the attack. The accurate shooting skills hit the hunter's eyes and other vital parts accurately. The dagger broke through its joints. The hunter roared and swung the bone blade wildly, killing 2 patients. But the other patients were not afraid, but continued to launch coordinated attacks. Every move and attack of these people was as accurate as a robot. Calm, without any panic. They were a group of emotionless killers. Suddenly, Mu Xing felt a danger coming from behind, and the mind power impacted and bounced the attacker away. Then, 2 killers attacked from the left and right. Chapter 96. Mu Xing dodged the 2's attacks with a backflip. After failing to hit them, the 2 men attacked again with daggers in their hands. Can you imagine the feeling of being chased by a group of cold-blooded killers like Alice? Now Mu Xing has experienced it. But fortunately, he is no longer the same person as before. Master, these patients are hypnotized, and mental attacks may have miraculous effects. The Divine Seal issued a warning immediately, and it was obvious that it had noticed the problem. Hypnosis? Mu Xing had no time to think. His mental power surged like a raging wave. It hit the brains of the 2 men swiftly and fiercely. The 2 men's cold pupils shrank sharply, and they covered their heads and screamed. Mu Xing swung the cutter in his hand swiftly, cutting across their necks. Plop, plop. 2 headless bodies fell to the ground, and their heads rolled 5 or 6 meters away. After dealing with the 2 patients, Mu Xing hurried to support the hunter. At this time, the hunter was besieged by more than a dozen patients. Although the hunter only recovered about half, its combat effectiveness was comparable to 80% of the first generation. But I didn't expect that such a powerful hunter would be entangled by these mental patients. Mu Xing no longer hides his weakness, and instantly consumes half of his mental power to condense into a mental bomb. This is a group attack skill he developed during the mental duel training with Shanine. The mental bomb will produce a very strong mental impact in a short period of time, with a maximum range of about 50 meters. The invisible and colorless mental bomb was released, like a whirlpool, rushing into the crowd and exploding. In an instant, the visible mental shockwave spread out, and more than a dozen patients covered their heads and screamed at the same time. The hunter has no brain, so it is not affected by the mental bomb. A pair of bone blades turned into the sickle of the god of death and harvested crazily. Roar! When the hunter stopped, he roared to the sky and bathed in blood. Bloody limbs and arms were scattered all over the ground. Mu Xing turned around, locked the last patient with his telekinesis, and pressed him against the wall. The red divine seal appeared in his palm. There were silk threads like flowing light piercing into his brain, trying to read his memory. At the same time, Mu Xing shared all the memories read by the divine seal. Chaos, blood, and fragmentation. This is what Mu Xing saw. Who could imagine that a human brain does not have a complete memory of more than half a minute? All memories were cut into pieces. No wonder he went crazy. Mu Xing tried to imitate the 3 words that just sounded in the loudspeaker to stimulate his brain, and immediately noticed the abnormality of the patient's memory. Some deeply buried fragmented memories were automatically connected together. These memories that belonged to the killing skill automatically awakened, and there was only one voice left in the brain. Kill the target. Crack. The only image in front of him also shattered like a mirror. Mu Xing's eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the man was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and countless capillaries on his forehead burst directly. Shanine, why did you kill him? Master, I didn't kill him. He had a mental breakdown and died suddenly. Die suddenly? What do you mean? Die directly because of the passion. It can be understood this way. According to the information I extracted from DNA, part of the power of these mentally ill people comes from their mutated bodies, and more of their power comes from their spirits. Someone has shut down their body's protective mechanism through hypnosis, allowing the alienated brain to produce strong mental waves to control the body to overload. Master, you should understand what the consequences of the body continuing to overload are. Mu Xing nodded. If the body can't hold on, the muscles will dissolve, and the nerves will burn out. If the brain can't hold on, the brain will collapse first. Is this the real reason why they suddenly gained super combat power? The divine seal did not answer, and the red runes on the double helix divine seal fell silent again. It was already the limit to be able to appear and read the memory just now. Hunter, clean up the battlefield. After giving the order, Mu Xing turned and walked to the door of the storage room. The telekinesis drilled into the keyhole. Although there was no key, no matter how sophisticated the lock was, it could not resist the cracking of invisible mental power. As the gears turned, the metal door was opened. Mu Xing's mental power quickly scanned the entire storage room. I don't understand what the people who designed this hospital were thinking. A storage room with a security level comparable to a bank safe. There are no weapons, no money, only iron boxes after iron boxes storing patient sundries. Mu Xing followed his memory and opened his cabinet and took out an iron box from it. There were not many things in the box. A set of clothes, a pair of glasses, a DV camera, a mobile phone, a Bluetooth headset, that's all. Mu Xing first took out his mobile phone and pressed the power button. While waiting for the phone to turn on, Mu Xing took the opportunity to turn on the DV camera. To his disappointment, the camera was empty, with no information. The same was true for other things, all of which were just ordinary items. Mu Xing took off the blood-stained hospital gown, put on the shirt and jacket, put on glasses, and looked like a detective in a detective novel. Ding-ling-ling. Just after turning on the phone, a strange call came in. Looking at the virtual number without a name, Mu Xing hesitated for a moment and pressed the answer button. Hello? The other side was silent for a moment, as if confirming Mu Xing's voice and identity. Mu Xing. Is that you? You are still alive, right? Who are you? Mu Xing was a little confused. Who are you? Do I know you well? Mu, you won't forget me too, will you? Damn muck the company, I'm Simon, thank God, you're still alive. Simon? Mu Xing didn't remember knowing someone named Simon. Sorry, I don't remember you. Mu Xing frowned. Okay, luckily we had anticipated this situation, didn't we? Okay Mu, now I'm going to wake up your memory, are you ready? What do you mean by wake up my memory? Mu Xing was just wondering when he heard two strange words coming from the receiver. Angel, world tree. In an instant, Mu Xing felt himself being pulled into a world of memory. Countless flying memory fragments swirled in his mind. They quickly reassembled in fragments. Mu Xing saw a memory scene that surprised even himself. He saw himself, the madman, and the new survivor he didn't know. But all three were in a coma. Then, the three were taken away separately. Then, Mu Xing saw bloody scenes of fighting, and he was dragged into a dark room for some kind of hypnosis. Then he was released into a bloody trial to kill. In the last trial, he saw a madman, who rushed towards him violently. He was crushed into slag like a rag bag. Finally, the picture stopped abruptly. And he had no impression of all these memory scenes. Two special words activated the hidden area in his brain, which awakened this memory. Mu Xing frowned. He didn't quite believe the authenticity of this memory. He suspected that it was a false memory implanted in their minds by the survival system. Chapter 97. Calling out to the divine seal from the bottom of his heart, Mu Xing hoped to get confirmation from the divine seal. However, the divine seal at this moment was as silent as death, and no response was given no matter how he called out. He subconsciously checked the blood moon origin in his body, and now only 90% of the 120% blood moon origin remained. If memory can deceive people, then how to explain the loss of 30% blood moon origin? He must have encountered a very critical situation to force himself to use 30% of the blood moon origin continuously. But from the time he came to this world to waking up in the mental hospital, this period of memory was completely blank. What on earth erased his memory? He took a deep breath and exited from the world of consciousness. Sorry, my memory is still very confused and I can't remember many things. It's okay, Mu, it will recover. I told you at the beginning that sneaking into Mukfu Company is a dangerous thing, but you did it without hesitation. It's great that I can still contact you now. The voice on the other side was surprised and relaxed, and this person seemed to be very familiar with him. So can you tell me who you are? It's not that I don't believe you, Mu Xing asked. Of course, I will tell you everything you want to know, but according to your phone location, I think you should leave the building as soon as possible. As he was speaking, a strange noise came from the end of the passage. Mu Xing stretched his mental power as far as possible toward the end of the passage. In his perception, he saw a large number of emaciated mutants rushing towards this side. These mutants were exactly the same as Color, whom he had killed before. Ordinary mental patients become so powerful after being hypnotized, and those mutants, who are emaciated and seem to have suffered severe burns, must be even stronger. The wind is strong, retreat. Now it is more important to find a safe place to figure out the situation, rather than fighting with those mutants in vain. Who knows how many mutants there are in the whole building? He has seen the duty records of this floor, and the frequent changes of patients in the wards are jaw-dropping. In just a few months, hundreds of people have been replaced in dozens of wards on this floor, not to mention other floors. The hunter heard Mu Xing's call, but he didn't have time to clean up the bodies completely. He followed Mu Xing and evacuated with an arm in his mouth. Mu Xing put on the Bluetooth headset and kept communicating with Simon. Simon, can you see my location? Yes. What can I help you with? A large number of mutants appeared in the passage on my left. A large number of mutants? Is the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital also out of control? What do you mean? Let's talk about this later. I will give you instructions now. Escape from the Isolation Observation Ward area first. Okay. Mu Xing silently memorized the name of the Isolation Observation Ward area. Turn left at the fork in the road 30 meters ahead. Mu Xing took the lead, and the hunter followed closely behind. After running 30 meters, they quickly turned left. When the two wandering mental patients in front saw them, they immediately screamed strangely. Mu Xing's eyes condensed, and his mind power roared out, controlling the two mental patients. The hunter rushed over, and the bone blade swirled, cutting the two mental patients in half. The hunter put one on each bone blade like a candied hawes, and stuffed it into the big mouth on his chest while running. The flesh and blood were wriggling, and they were quickly devoured. The second fork in the road ahead, turn right. Simon's voice came again. Understood. Mu Xing could even hear the running sounds of those crazy mutants behind him. So he had to increase his speed by 3 points, and he must not be caught up. But when he ran to the second fork, he found that the fork had been blocked by a concrete wall. Hey Simon, this road is blocked. Oh no, this is a map from 2009, and the mental hospital has been renovated after reopening. What should we do? Mu Xing wanted to curse. Wait, let me see. Oh, go back and turn right from the fork. Mu Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. He knew it was too late. He pointed his right hand at the concrete wall. Hunter, knock it open. The hunter roared, took a few steps back to accumulate strength, and rushed towards the concrete wall. With a loud bang, the cement wall that was originally sealed was directly knocked out by the hunter, and a dent full of cracks was created. Keep going. The hunter growled and rushed forward again. This time, the blood-red figure broke through the cement wall and directly knocked out a big hole. Mu Xing quickly got into the big hole, but he did not escape. Instead, he used his telekinesis to control the broken bricks to block the hole again. It returned to the appearance of a brick wall. Just after it was blocked, a burst of hurried footsteps came from behind the wall. Carefully observing through the small gap, Mu Xing saw a doctor wearing a white coat and holding a pair of large scissors. He led a group of patients to continue chasing Mu Xing along the corridor. Mu Xing thought of the photo of the doctor on duty that he had seen in the duty room. Traeger, a colleague of Coleman, a doctor at the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. But how could a doctor like him become a mutant? Judging from the burn marks under his skin, this guy is more mutated than ordinary mutants. Mu Xing didn't breathe a sigh of relief until these mutants went away. According to a rough estimate, there were at least hundreds of people chasing him just now. Fortunately, he didn't choose to fight hard, otherwise it would be time-consuming and laborious. He waited for 2 minutes until the footsteps behind the wall completely disappeared, and then he contacted Simon again. I have escaped those lunatics. Where should I go next? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. He didn't expect Mu Xing to escape the pursuit in this way. There is a staircase in front. Go upstairs to the 4th floor. Aren't you going downstairs? Simon said, since an accident has occurred in the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, each building is probably automatically closed by the security system. If you want to leave the observation ward area, you have to go through the 4th floor passage. Understood. Mu Xing rushed to the 4th floor with the hunter while asking Simon questions. So, can you tell me your real identity now? The other party did not answer directly, but asked back. Do you know your real identity? Mu Xing was speechless for a moment. Is this guy testing? Or is he deliberately making things difficult? Mu, I know your memory is confused, but please believe what I say. After all, we founded the leak website together, and vowed to expose the shocking conspiracy and crimes of Mukfu Company to the world. You chose to sneak into Mukfu Company without hesitation. Wasn't it just to obtain evidence of Mukfu Company's crimes? Wait, you said us? Who else? Of course there is Mr. Bailey, he is a respected senior. But Mr. Bailey is still missing and his life or death is unknown. It is a blessing to be able to contact you again. Bailey? Mu Xing didn't know whether Simon was talking about the madman or the newcomer in his memory. No, the newcomer was a woman, and Simon was clearly talking about Mr. Bailey. So the madman is called Bailey? Are you talking about a madman? Mu Xing asked back. Simon's tone was strange. Mr. Bailey hates people calling him a madman the most. Chapter 98. Go all the way to the 4th floor, follow the stairs straight up to the rooftop. There is a platform leading to other buildings. Mu Xing finally saw the whole picture of the Jushan Mental Hospital. It was like a mysterious place suspended in the void. Outside the high walls of the Jushan Mental Hospital is a dark world. This mental hospital has a very religious and majestic gate. Next to it is the hospital's administrative building. Entering from the gate is not a ward, but an exquisite church that comes into view. There is a smaller ward building on the left side of the church, and a large courtyard on the right. Across the courtyard is the 4-story observation ward building where he is. If you walk along the church, you can see a huge prison-like building. To the left of the prison building, there is a fog that makes it difficult to see clearly. There is a square courtyard on the right. On the hill at the end of the hospital, a white lighthouse can be vaguely seen. The bright light of the lighthouse penetrates the darkness and illuminates a large area of the giant mountain psychiatric hospital. Mu Xing silently memorized the layout of the entire hospital in his heart. This mental hospital covers a huge area, and its construction specifications are not like a hospital, but more like a military base. Simon! Oh yes, Simon, what should I do now? According to the plan we set in advance, you need to enter the administrative building to get the experimental records of Mukfu Company. You use a DV to record everything, and I will organize and upload these materials for exposure. Administrative building? I understand. But now these patients are crazy. What happened in the hospital? As he was talking, the hunter behind him suddenly became alert. The hunter bent his body slightly, and made an attacking gesture with his arms. Obviously, danger is approaching. I checked the recent information about the area around the giant mountain psychiatric hospital. The psychiatric hospital has been closed for 3 consecutive days. No vehicles are allowed to enter or leave. There must have been an accident. What is this place for? Is it really just a mental hospital? Mu Xing asked. Also, you haven't told me your identity, Mr. Simon. The other party took a deep breath. Your memory loss is too severe. Those bastards must have conducted cruel experiments and hypnosis on you. I'm sorry to get you into this trouble. Please remember what I say next. No problem. As soon as the voice fell, the rooftop exit door was knocked open by a huge force. A group of cold-faced mutants rushed out, holding a variety of cold weapons in their hands. Trouble is coming. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand. Hunter, kill. The hunter was a man standing alone against 10,000 men, and he charged into the enemy camp alone. As expected of mutants, these guys are stronger than the ordinary patients in the ward after the hypnosis effect is activated. Especially their speed and flexibility are comparable to the lurkers in Ishimura. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the invisible mental power fell, and the telekinesis controlled one of them. The hunter's bone blade pierced through his chest, twisted it hard, and directly crushed his internal organs. Mu Xing continued to control the second person in the same way. Simon's voice also came to his ears. In 1945, Germany was about to be defeated, ending the 6-year European War. In order to reverse the decline on the battlefield, the Führer was obsessed with various special research on super soldiers. One of the researchers named Wernick was devoted to the research of the mind control project, and was favored by the Führer. The experiment can use various hypnosis, mental torture, mental manipulation, and other means to create an absolutely loyal killer with superb assassination skills. These assassins can be used to assassinate important enemy generals, and senior officials of various countries to reverse the situation on the battlefield. When Wernick conducted in-depth research on these experimental subjects, he discovered the powerful potential contained in the human spirit. Furthermore, he developed a special body generation engine. This special device can not only amplify the human spirit, but also separate the human spirit from the body. Most importantly, the body generation engine can stimulate the mutation of the experimental body cells to produce a special nanomatter. This nanomatter is invisible and intangible, and can diffuse and aggregate at will, penetrating most tangible substances. If it is processed, it can create a nanorobot with huge energy. Not only that, this nanorobot can be controlled by human amplified mental power. Do you understand what this means? Of course, it means that a ghost that can be controlled by humans is born. Mushing said. Ghost? I like this word very much. Simon said. However, this thing is more lethal than a ghost, because it can switch between reality and illusion at any time, and it can gain powerful power when it gathers. And this ghost was given the name of an original demon, Valred. So the ghost plan is also called the Valred plan. The Führer has always wanted to use this ghost on the battlefield to change the direction of the entire war. However, the speed of the Allied attack exceeded his imagination, and the conditions were limited at the time. The ghost had not been completely completed, and the huge German Empire collapsed. And this is not over yet, right? Mushing asked back. He grabbed with his right hand, and the steel pipes scattered on the rooftop were controlled by telekinesis, instantly piercing through the two mutants and nailing them to the wall. The Tacit hunters swung their bone blades and cut off their heads. Yes, this matter is not only not over, but it is just the beginning, Simon said. Then, Simon told the information he had collected. In 1945, the Allied forces won, and the victors of various countries were also prepared to divide up Germany's various scientific and technological achievements and scientific and technological talents in advance. The United States formulated the paperclip plan to attract scientists who were originally loyal to Germany to join the United States and contribute to American science. After Germany was defeated, a large number of German scientists were secretly sent to the United States because of the paperclip plan, and they were provided with excellent research conditions. Among them, Dr. Wernick's mind control plan was selected by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, and he was recruited to conduct research on mind control. Various plans centered on mind control were also launched. The purpose of these programs is to train absolutely loyal and dangerous assassination agents. These programs were very successful, and once became the sharpest blade of the CIA's external mission. They selected experimental subjects from local civilians and created absolutely loyal killer agents in a short period of time through hypnosis, mind control, and special training. These loyal agents will carry out assassinations of local political targets and use various assassination methods to subvert the regime. Moreover, Wernick has never forgotten his body generator and his ghost plan. Through these years of experiments, while using the mind control plan to create a large number of killer agents, he also accumulated a lot of experimental data. Based on these data, Dr. Wernick decided to restart the ghost plan of that year. Chapter 99. In 1967, Dr. Wernick established the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital in Alamos, New Mexico. It was claimed to be an ordinary mental hospital. In fact, it was a secret laboratory with complete equipment and abundant research funds. Here, Dr. Wernick resumed his research on the ghost project. However, the experimental process did not go smoothly. An experimental accident killed 3 important scientists and a large number of researchers. The top management was furious and ordered to stop the project and terminate all research. Dr. Wernick was severely punished for this incident, and his career was completely ruined. In order to cover up the truth, the CIA destroyed most of the experimental data, leaving only a small amount of files. 40 years have passed. Mukoff Company found Dr. Wernick through the files left by the FBI, and was willing to spend a lot of money to fund Dr. Wernick to restart the Val Reed project. Although Dr. Wernick was old at this time, he still agreed to cooperate despite his unwillingness. So, in 2009, the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital was reopened in the name of charity. Mukoff Corporation remodeled the psychiatric hospital and began to strongly support Dr. Wernick's plan. At this point, Mushing almost figured out the origin of the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital and the secrets behind it. Those mental patients were Dr. Wernick's experimental subjects for the Ghost Project. In addition to these civilian experimental subjects, Dr. Wernick would also select agents with excellent conditions from Mukoff Corporation's mental manipulation plan as experimental subjects. These experimental subjects will be matched and transformed by the body generator. They want to use them to create a ghost monster named Valred. The mind control plan also guarantees the absolute loyalty of the experimental subjects. It must be said that this Mukfu is indeed an ambitious company, and very bold. Time goes back to 2013, which is the time point where Mu Xing is. He was given the identity of Simon's partner by the survival system and sent to this world. Simon was originally an employee of Mukfu Company. He had a sense of justice. He was wanted by the company because he secretly leaked the company's secrets, because he could not stand what Mukfu Company did. Later, he created a leakage website to expose the various ugly behaviors of Mukfu Company. This time, in order to expose the cruel behavior of Mukfu Company using the mental hospital as a cover to conduct human experiments, 3 survivors disguised themselves as mental patients and entered Mukfu Company to find evidence. Mu Xing realized, if he lost his memory, it must be related to the mind control program he experienced before coming to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. This program was originally created by the CIA to create assassination agents, but now it has been perfectly copied by Mukov Corporation. It is conceivable that Mukov Corporation is definitely hiding a shocking conspiracy. Thoughts go back to the present. The hunter stopped. There are already more than a dozen mutant corpses lying on the rooftop. Mu Xing rubbed his slightly sore head. His mental power was about to be exhausted, and he needed to find a place to repair and recover. But, at this moment, a crazy laugh sounded. At the rooftop exit, a crazy doctor in a white coat jumped out. Holding a pair of large scissors, his expression was crazy. It was the doctor on duty, Traeger. Under the red and wrinkled skin, he had experienced severe burns. He was obviously also a member of the Valred Ghost Project, and had undergone the transformation of the body generator. Even if the experiment failed, the body generator would cause mutations in genes and cells, giving him extraordinary power. The price is that the experiment will cause him to become mentally ill and extremely crazy. Mu Xing subconsciously wanted to use telekinesis to control it, but he felt a sharp pain in his brain, and the rippling telekinesis dissipated in his palm. If he continued to forcibly consume his mental power, it would cause great damage to his spirit. Mu Xing's mind moved, and he took out his M4A1 from the primitive hive. The tireless hunter was still the first to lead the charge. It only needed to devour 2 mutant corpses to replenish its physical strength. The hunter, who had recovered to a size of 2.2 meters, took the lead in launching a fierce attack. The bone blade swept across. Traeger was extremely flexible, rushed forward, slid to his knees, and avoided the sweep. At the same time, he counterattacked the hunter with the sharp scissors in his hand. Ha ha ha, ugly monster, let me do a kidney removal operation on you. I don't know what material these scissors are made of. They are extremely sharp. Directly cut a big hole in the hunter's waist. Traeger inserted his crazy hand into the wound, intending to take out the hunter's kidney. However, the next second, his crazy expression became dull and full of doubt. Mu Xing almost laughed out loud. After the transformation of the divine seal, the hunter was no longer a human being, and the body structure had also changed greatly. Hunters, they don't have kidneys at all. Mu Xing took the opportunity to activate the golden shooter talent, and fired the M4 in his hand. Even if the power of the gun was weakened by 70% in this world, if it hit a critical hit, it might be able to break the defense. But the result disappointed him. The bullets hit Traeger, but were all bounced off by the burned body like ribs. Isn't this too harsh, rubber bullet? Mu Xing was speechless. It was useless to hit a critical hit now. M4 was retracted directly, and the cutter was taken out. Buzz! The saw blade of the cutter was spinning rapidly. Now I, a long-range shooter, had to fight in close combat. Luckily, with the 90% original attribute bonus provided by the baptism of 3 golden singularities, and the strengthening effect provided by the G-Virus, Mu Xing was confident that his close combat ability was also good. The stasis module started at low gear. Accelerating rapidly, the cutter in his hand chopped at the crazy doctor. Traeger was just forced back by the hunter, who turned back to fight back, and was forced to crash into Mu Xing's cutter. The saw blade rotated, and the meat flew, leaving a long bloody mark on Traeger's chest. The 2 sides crossed each other, and Mu Xing subconsciously covered his neck. A bloody hole opened in his neck, spurting out bright red blood. In the short close-range fight just now, he scratched Traeger, and was stabbed in the neck. Mu Xing blocked the wound with his fingers, and the G-Virus in his body was activated, quickly repairing the bloody hole in his neck. This wound is not fatal. Looking back, Traeger was holding a sharp scalpel in his left hand. He pushed his glasses, as if he had regained his sanity at this moment. Interesting patients, both of you have very strange physiques. The next second, his expression became extremely exaggerated, and the big scissors in his hands were cutting the air. He wiped the blood from the wound on his chest on his face. I haven't seen such an excellent experimental subject for a long time. Dr. Wernick will be very happy to catch you. He made a strange shriek, and dense footsteps sounded at the stairs. More mutant mental patients came. If you can't beat them, just call for help, right? Retreat. Mu Xing didn't want to get entangled with this crazy doctor. It would be even more troublesome to be entangled by more than 100 mutant patients behind him. He turned around and ran with the hunter. Don't try to run, catch them. Traeger waved the sickle in his hand, and commanded the patients to rush forward. Chapter 100. There is a simple overpass connecting the observation ward area to the south. But now the iron overpass has long been rotten, and Mu Xing is not sure whether it can bear the weight of him and the hunter. But now he has no choice but to give it a try. Creaky. He heard the sound of the rusty overpass being overwhelmed. Many parts of the overpass have begun to sink and twist, and the rusty steel structure may collapse at any time. Speed up, jump. Mu Xing asked the hunter to run in front, and he followed behind, because he was a little worried that the overpass could not bear the weight of two people at the same time. The hunter howled, ran quickly, and then jumped to the building platform in front with all his strength. Mu Xing followed closely behind. Want to run? Traeger laughed strangely, and cut the rusty iron chain of the overpass with the big scissors in his hand. The entire overpass lost balance instantly, and just as the hunter jumped up with all his strength, the strong pressure directly caused the entire overpass to twist and turn. It's bad. Mu Xing shouted that it was not good, and he sped up, trying to jump over when the overpass completely overturned. The overpass behind him sank first, and he jumped up with all his strength when he ran to the highest point. However, at that moment, he saw the white lighthouse on the hillside ahead suddenly light up with a dazzling white light. Buzz! His whole body was completely unbalanced, and fell into darkness. I don't know how long it took. Where is this? When Mu Xing woke up again, he found himself lying on a surgical trolley. His hands and feet were tied to the surgical trolley with transparent cable ties. Two guys wearing masks were pushing him through the corridor with flickering lights. The strong smell of medicine told him that this was a hospital. My head hurts. Mu Xing covered his aching head and was pushed into the ward in confusion. Then, memories began to flood into his mind. My name is Mu Xing, a survivor, and this is the third survival world I've experienced. Escape. Swish. He felt like he was pushed into a ward decorated with fancy decorations. Red heart balloons, sweethearts, various ribbons. It looks like a wedding room? Where the hell is this escape system for me? What the hell is this game? He struggled subconsciously, and the two guys wearing masks fled quickly, as if they had seen something terrible. Mu Xing shouted, tore off the cable tie, and grabbed one of them. He lifted his mask and frowned. This guy, his face was plastic surgery into an exaggerated cone face, like the female fairy in Calabash Brothers. Big eyes, long eyelashes, high nose bridge, a man, was plastic surgery into a weird woman. He covered his face with his hands, and at the same time, he took out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed Mu Xing. Mu Xing subconsciously used his mental power, and a sharp pain hit his brain. What's going on? Why is my mental power exhausted? What happened? The momentary delay caused the guy's dagger to pierce Mu Xing's shoulder blade directly. This guy was very strong, and the dagger pierced through the shoulder blade and nailed Mu Xing to the wall. Mu Xing casually took out a strange-shaped cutting machine from his waist. What is this? Bone-sawing machine? Equipment? Is the survival system so generous? Did you also give equipment to the survivors? Ignoring all that, Mu Xing started the cutter and instantly cut across the guy's neck. The guy's neck was cut open, but he didn't die. Instead, he ran out of the ward while holding his neck. Mu Xing grabbed the handle of the dagger and pulled it out of his shoulder blade. He wanted to chase him, but heard a bang, and the alloy door of the ward was closed and locked. The cutter in Mu Xing's hand spun wildly, cutting the door lock. Before the lock was cut off, the observation port of the ward door was suddenly opened. Mu Xing saw a guy about 1.9 meters tall standing outside the door staring at her. He was wearing a gray shirt and a suit jacket, with a bow tie on his collar, and his hair and face were very neat. But this guy stared at her, with a pair of peach blossom eyes, and his eyes were full of desire. Mu Xing screamed in his heart, "Hack it!" This guy made her feel creepy. Don't struggle, dear. It will be your turn soon, my lovely little oriental beauty. I will make you my most beautiful bride tonight. The man spoke, his tone moist. Mu Xing's expression was dull. Huh? The bride? Although he looked fair and clean, he was also a real man, What did he have to do with the bride? Is this guy a gay? Wait, he said it was done? Mu Xing had a bad feeling. He thought of the guy who had just been made into a cone face. He quickly accelerated the cutting machine to saw the lock. With a swish, the cutting machine stopped. The power went to 0. Bang bang bang. Mu Xing hammered the door hard. Don't worry, dear, it will be your turn soon. The pervert left with a smile, leaving Mu Xing disheveled in the wind. Unreliable survival system. What kind of start did you give me? He pulled the door hard. It was made of heavy alloy. Even if his strength was doubled, it was impossible to break the door. By the way, let's go back to the original hive first. Mu Xing thought, and returned to the original hive. The little lowly in a maid outfit was welcoming. Welcome back, master. Divine seal? Divine seal? He shouted loudly. But the double helix seal on the Red Queen's mainframe was dim. What's going on? Is it still adapting to the laws of the world? Mu Xing looked around and soon found a clue. Why did the hunter seed disappear? A strong mental pain came over him, and some blurred images flashed in his mind. No, I seem to have forgotten something. He calmed down and fumbled around his body. There was a mobile phone in his pocket, a Bluetooth headset, and a small DV camera hanging around his waist. Turning on the camera, there was only a video of a strange storage room. It looked like he was testing the camera function. Which storage room has a weird design? Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Mu Xing recognized that it was his own voice. He glanced at the time of the DV video and took out his phone to compare. This was a video he shot an hour ago. Mu Xing covered his head. He was sure that he had forgotten something. He tried to recall his memory after waking up and worked backwards, but his mind was left with a blank. He checked the call records on his phone. An unknown number had called in and had called many times. Red Queen, when did I come in? Red Queen blinked. The master came in once 15 hours ago, and then came in once 2 hours ago. Mu Xing realized that things were serious. This was not time travel, but amnesia. The memory of the dozen hours in between disappeared. With a thought, he left the hive and returned to the ward. He went to the window with 3 layers of protection at the back to find the signal. Just call the number. Mu, what happened? Mu Xing frowned. This person, does he know me? Who are you? Mu Xing asked. The man on the other side was silent for a moment. Mu, you lost your memory again. Again? What do you mean? Are you still in the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital? I don't know. Now I'm locked up by a lunatic, and he wants to make me his bride. Mu, don't worry. I will awaken part of your memory. Please be prepared. Awake? Mu Xing was confused. Hearing 2 words, Saint, Blood Moon. Suddenly, a strong sense of dizziness came over me. Chapter 101. Welcome to Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital. We will provide one-on-one caring treatment services to all patients. We have a long history, a good reputation, and have won many international awards for outstanding psychiatric hospitals. Choosing Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital is not only responsible for your family, but also for yourself. We will cure mental illness as soon as possible and give you a healthy life. The hospital staff is doing their best to promote the hospital and try every means to impress the potential customer named Simon. At this time, the door of the mental examination room next to it opened, and 3 people walked out one after another. 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was tall, and the white shirt could not cover his strong muscles. The blood-red tattoo extended to his neck, but he looked anxious and uneasy, and his mood was extremely unstable. The young man next to him cried and laughed, immersed in his own world. The last girl looked no more than 20 years old, with a melancholy expression, dull eyes, and sighing all the way. In short, it can be seen with a clear eye that these 3 people have mental problems. Mr. Simon, here are the results of our hospital's examination and the treatment plan. You can take a look first. Simon nodded to the doctor opposite. Please allow me some time. Of course. As several staff members left, the few people who were in an extremely unstable mental state suddenly woke up. Mu, Bailey, and Feifei, this operation is very dangerous. I hope you can consider it carefully. Mu Xing glanced at the woman next to him, and then at the madman sitting opposite. He never thought that he would become a teammate with a madman. The survival system sent them to a place called Lushan Network Company. His identity was the partner of Simon in front of him. Simon, the owner of Monget Network Company, was also one of the founders of the famous website Leak Website. In this world, the Leak Website focuses on exposing the conspiracy plans and evil scandals of various celebrities, organizations, and companies. Since its establishment decades ago, it has accumulated a lot of military exploits. There are many followers, and many people regard him as a hero. Therefore, it is natural that he is hated. The mysterious webmaster of the leaking website has always been the headline of the bounty offered by major killer platforms on the dark web. And the identity they were assigned this time is the partner of this mysterious webmaster, Simon. They are a group of partners who gathered together with the goal of punishing evil. Now they have set their sights on Mr. Simon's old employer, Muck Company. Muck Company is not well known worldwide, and is not even ranked among the world's top 500 companies. However, this is a huge invisible underground kingdom with its tentacles extending to many fields such as medicine, insurance, military industry, energy, etc. It even has many industrial connections with the federal government. The bloody accumulation process of such an invisible behemoth in order to develop is naturally outrageous. Simon's initial goal was to make the evidence of Muckhoff's years of evil deeds public. In recent years, the disappearance of a large number of mentally ill people and the exposure of bizarre mentally ill assassination cases have made Simon pay attention to the mysterious Muckhoff Company again. In order to uncover the truth and collect evidence, Mu Xing and the other two, as righteous partners who sacrificed themselves for others, planned to disguise themselves as mental patients and sneak into the Bluebird Mental Hospital of Mukfu Holdings. The three looked at each other. Although the new girl next to them was still a little worried, Mu Xing and the madman were already mentally prepared. Mr. Simon, we have made all preparations for this mission, and retreating now will probably attract the attention of Mukfu Company. The madman said. Yes, Mr. Simon, we will definitely complete the mission successfully. Mu Xing added. Simon nodded. In that case, I will be your external aide outside to provide support. In addition, you must remember the special training I gave you before coming here, which is crucial to your safety. The so-called special training refers to trigger word hypnosis method. Humans are very sensitive to the syllables of certain words, and these words composed of special sounds will stimulate the brain. Using this special mechanism, the brain can be brainwashed and hypnotized. After hypnosis, the subject can be made to obey the command completely. No matter how unreasonable the command is, the hypnotized subject will do it without hesitation. Similarly, this method can also be used for anti-brainwashing, using trigger word hypnosis to preserve one's personality and memory. Even if one is brainwashed, hypnotized, and forgets one's identity, one can use trigger word hypnosis to remember one's identity and memory. As a former employee of Muckhoff Company, Simon is very clear about the various means and capabilities of Muckhoff Company. In order to be on the safe side, Mu Xing and his friends were specially trained in the trigger word hypnosis method. This was equivalent to backing up their identities and memories. In case of any accident, they could still find themselves again through this method. After making his own explanation, Simon handled the procedures for the three people to stay in the Bluebird Mental Hospital. Rather than saying they were staying, it was better to say that the three people were sold to the Mukfu Company. Simon also had another identity in front of the head of the mental hospital, a trafficker of mental patients. Sending them to the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital is equivalent to selling the three mental patients to the psychiatric hospital and charging a high fee. And the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital is obviously very satisfied with the new goods of the mental patient trafficker. The transaction procedure was determined in less than half an hour. Crazy. No, Brother Bailey, how did you come to the newcomer survival world? Aren't you a veteran? While waiting, Mu Xing finally couldn't help asking the doubts in his heart. I have my purpose, don't worry. I will not interfere with your progress in this survival world. Complete the process tasks issued by the survivor system, and you can successfully pass the level. Obviously, the madman in front of him was unwilling to tell Mu Xing about himself. As for the new female named Fei Fei next to him, Mu Xing ignored her directly. They were destined to separate after entering the mental hospital, so this mission basically depended on their own abilities. As expected before coming to the mental hospital, they were restricted in their freedom, and handcuffed and shackled as soon as they entered the mental hospital. The three were separated and taken into different passages. When Mu Xing walked into the passage, a white light flashed above his head. Huh? In the fancy ward, Mu Xing opened his eyes with sweat all over his forehead. Subconsciously, he glanced at the time. It had only been less than 5 seconds since he had just fallen into the world of memory. So, he really had lost more than 10 hours of memory, and more than once. But this kind of amnesia was not forcibly erasing the memory, but was hypnotized by the mysterious white light, and forgot this memory. Hey, Mr. Simon, I have remembered part of my memory before we entered the Bluebird Mental Hospital. That's great. It means our initial preparation was effective. Simon's surprised voice came from the other side. But why can't I remember the following memories? Simon, can I continue to use the trigger word hypnosis method? I want to awaken more memories. Don't worry, Mu, this takes a process, and the stimulation of the trigger word to the brain also needs a period of time to cool down. Simon comforted. Chapter 102. In the dark ward. Mu Xing sat cross-legged in a corner, calmly adjusting his emotions. Perhaps it was because he had been in the hospital for a long time and dealt with mental patients. Mu Xing felt that there were some problems with his mind. So he needed to adjust in time. At the same time, he calmly analyzed the current situation. In addition to him, there were two other survivors who entered this world, a madman with explosive combat power, and a novice who seemed to have only experienced one survival world. Although he didn't understand why the survival system would put him and the madman into the same survival world, there must be some special reason. What happened after entering the Bluebird Mental Hospital? His mind was blank, and he had no memory. He had no idea how he was transferred to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. Red Queen faithfully recorded her actions, and entered the original hive twice, and took away the hunter seeds and various equipment the second time. Why didn't she take these things when she entered the original hive for the first time? What was she worried about at that time? And the state of the God Seal was not very good. It was impossible that she had entered this world for more than 10 hours, and had not yet adapted to the rules of the world. There are two reasons why the seal is closed. The first is that the seal is consumed too much and falls into a deep sleep. The second is that the seal is hiding something and deliberately hiding from me. The first possibility is not very likely. Even if the seal is consumed too much, I can use the Blood Moon essence to replenish it. However, the seal just refused my supply. The second reason is even more unlikely. The seal is under my control, and obeys my orders unconditionally. The only possibility that the seal will turn a blind eye to me is that I gave it a special order before I lost my memory. It was the self before he lost his memory who sealed the seal. If this is the case, it is not difficult to understand why the seal would enter a dormant state and would not wake up. But what happened before that made him decide to seal the seal? Unable to figure it out, Mu Xing could only give up and take it one step at a time. He checked his whole body. There were no obvious scars on his body, mainly because he had merged with the G virus and had a strong recovery ability. There were some scratches on his clothes and pants, which seemed to be caused by falling from a high altitude. The building he was in was not a high-rise building, and it was obvious that he had fallen somewhere else. He must have fallen from a high altitude and lost consciousness, and was picked up by the pervert and brought back to the ward. As strands of mental power seeped out, he noticed that the walls of these buildings were mixed with some kind of partition material that could prevent mental power from penetrating. This material greatly reduced the distance of mental detection, and looking out the back window, there was a hazy void. A white lighthouse could be vaguely seen on the small hill in the south. Mu Xing was not in a hurry to leave the ward. Based on the clues provided by Simon, he learned his mission, which was to go to the administrative building and obtain evidence of Mukfu's crimes. In order to find out the truth about his amnesia and complete the process task, he urgently needed to find a breakthrough point. And the perverted groom was the breakthrough point he chose. With a thought, a diluted G-virus serum appeared in his hand. Directly injected intravenously. Through blood circulation, the diluted G-virus is supplemented to help him quickly recover his exhausted mental strength. At the same time, Mu Xing sent the cutter back to the original hive to charge, and began to release the breath of the Blood Moon origin to call the hunter. Since he brought the hunter seed out, and now the seed is not on him, it means that the hunter has been cultivated during the last amnesia. Soon, he sensed a vague and familiar breath approaching at a high speed. Dong dong dong. He ran through the corridor with heavy steps, and suddenly stopped. A blood-colored monster with a height of 2 meters and 3 meters appeared at the door of the ward. Who else but the hunter? Seeing the sturdy hunter, Mu Xing felt a sense of security. The hunter was about to swing the bone blade to rescue Mu Xing, but was stopped by Mu Xing. He wanted to go out, and he could just use his mental power to unlock the door. Now his goal is to catch the pervert who brought him here and find a way to pry useful information out of him. Mu Xing asked the hunter to hide in the opposite ward and ambush, and when the pervert came back, he would attack and take him down in one fell swoop. After waiting for about 10 minutes, strange footsteps sounded. In Mu Xing's mental perception, the pervert was pushing the surgical cart over. The hunter in the opposite ward was ready to move. Don't move, wait for my order. Mu Xing gave the hunter a death order, lest it suddenly jump out and ruin his good deeds. Then, Mu Xing heard a hissing sound. The guy was injecting anesthetic gas into the ward. Mu Xing lay down on the bed without hesitation, pretending to be anesthetized by the anesthetic gas. At the same time, The mental power formed a barrier to block the anesthetic gas from invading. With a click, the door opened and a tall and strong pervert walked into the ward. Wearing a gas mask, he admired Mu Xing on the bed with burning eyes. This look made Mu Xing feel a chill. "My dear little beauty, you are mine. I will make you my most beautiful bride tonight." He rubbed his hands and stretched out one hand to Mu Xing. Right now Mu Xing suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed his wrist with one hand. Mu Xing suddenly attacked and pulled his wrist hard, causing his whole body to fall forward. At the same time, he jumped up from the bed, and while suppressing his arm from being dislocated, he turned around and hit him hard on the back with an elbow. However, Mu Xing underestimated the guy's strength. The elbow didn't knock him down. The man roared, and with violent force, he straightened his dislocated wrist and broke free from Mu Xing's restraint. At the same time, he punched at Mu Xing's heavy kick. With a bang, Mu Xing spun in the opposite direction and was knocked out by the strange force of the punch. He controlled his telekinesis to stop himself from tumbling in midair and landed safely. He grabbed with his right hand, and the heavy telekinesis pressed down. The pervert seemed to be pulled down by countless gravity threads, suppressing his movements to turn around and fight back. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the gas mask on his face was smashed by telekinesis. Without the gas mask, this guy's mouth and nose were directly exposed to the environment full of anesthetic gas. He didn't have Mu Xing's mental barrier to isolate these anesthetic gases, so he quickly covered his mouth and nose with one hand. After seeing the power of this pervert, Mu Xing quickly retreated and did not fight hard. He blew a whistle fiercely. The whistle startled a commotion, and the blood-red figure knocked open the door of the ward and rolled over the pervert like a tank. Facing the violent hunter, he grabbed a thick and sturdy bone blade of the hunter with one hand. He tried to fight with force. However, the gap between his strength and the hunter was not at the same level at all. The most important thing was that as soon as he exerted force, he was forced to inhale a large amount of anesthetic gas. The hunter's body structure is different from that of humans, and it can ignore the influence of anesthetic gas and directly knock it against the wall. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time as he was hit hard, the anesthetic gas began to rapidly erode his body. Chapter 103. Come back. Mu Xing gave an order, calling back the hunter, who was about to stab with the bone blade. The hunter obeyed the order and quickly retreated, standing in front of Mu Xing like a loyal bodyguard. The pervert was swaying, his face full of reluctance. One hand stretched out to Mu Xing, and then his head fell to the ground. Check it out. Mu Xing asked the hunter to check if this guy was pretending to be unconscious, but the hunter rushed over and kicked him 3 or 4 meters away. Stop, don't kick him to death. Mu Xing was speechless. The hunter was good in every way, but he didn't know how to control his strength. Mu Xing hooked his fingers, held the pervert with his mental power, pulled him out of the ward, and threw him on the operating cart outside the door. Mu Xing pushed the cart, and the hunter led the way. The corridor was dim, and the lights flickered. The wards on both sides were as quiet as dead water. Mu Xing looked at the wards on both sides, and it turned out that his ward was not an exception. Every ward was decorated like a new house by this pervert. The shrunken figure on the bed in the ward could not tell whether he was dead or alive. Mu Xing quickened his pace and pushed the pervert all the way to the operating room. This place disgusted Mu Xing even more. It was more like a slaughterhouse than an operating room. The walls were covered with various limbs. The most disgusting thing was that this guy collected a lot of cut cows, all soaked in transparent jars filled with formalin. Those surgical tools that looked like torture instruments were neatly arranged in a row. In addition to the blood-stained operating table, there was also an iron cross used for binding. Mu Xing walked quickly to the operating room desk, frowning as he looked at the photos of the bride hanging on the bulletin board. These photos should be the unlucky people he persecuted, doctors, patients, and even security personnel. Tie him up. Mu Xing asked the hunter to tie the pervert to the iron cross with a strong iron chain, and then began to look for useful information. Finally, he found information about this guy in the cabinet next to him. Name, Eddie Gruskin. Gender, male. Age, 46. Case number, 196. Groom symptoms. He has a history of abuse since childhood, especially being abused by his father and uncle for many years, which led to serious mental problems. Specific symptoms: hating women and pursuing women, psychopath, and having great expectations and pursuits for love. History of treatment experiments. He has been through 3 mental hospitals, resulting in the casualties of dozens of doctors and mental patients. He entered the Bluebird Mental Hospital in 2010, and then began the mental trial. He completed all the trials in just 3 months, and was qualified to join the X plan. In February 2011, he was selected by Dr. Wernick and transferred to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. In June 2012, he underwent the first transformation of the body generator. The experiment was very successful, but the experiment also caused his extreme mental depression and aggravated schizophrenia. In September 2012, the second body generator transformation was carried out. The experiment was successful and the schizophrenia was suppressed, but the degree of his psychopathy was aggravated. In January 2013, the third body generator transformation was carried out. The experiment failed. Dr. Wernick was very angry and ordered to build a special isolation and release area for him. In April 2013, the fourth body generator transformation was prepared, but it was delayed due to the progress of the experiment on the first subject. On July 2, 2013, according to Dr. Wernick's instructions, the fourth body generator transformation will be carried out on him. The record stops here. In a recent conversation, Simon told me about the information about the body generator. This is a special energy field generator that can amplify and separate the human spirit and body. It can even transform the human body, spiritualize the body, and decompose it into tiny nanomatter. It can be seen that this guy named Eddie is a good psychopath experimental subject. He has undergone 3 transformations of the body generator, and it seems that his transformation effect is not bad. It is not clear whether the 4th transformation has been completed. Judging from the time, it should have happened 2 days ago. And 2 days ago was the time when this Giant Mountain Mental Hospital was completely out of control. Mu Xing is not sure whether he can pry out useful information from this guy, but he has to give it a try. Since this guy is mentally ill, he will start with mental stimulation. It is a pity that the God Seal is now in a dormant state, otherwise he can use the mental erosion of the God Seal to extract information. Now is the time to test the results of his mental training for so long. Mu Xing decided to wake up the groom Eddie first. The slight mental stimulation made the man tied to the iron cross suddenly wake up. He shook his body and struggled violently. The strange power made the chains that bound him rattle, and the solid iron cross almost bent and deformed under this force. Until Mu Xing walked in front of him. The groom Eddie immediately showed an obsessed expression. "Oh dear, it turned out to be you. Why did you tie me up? Let me go, dear." Mu Xing suppressed the urge to manipulate the hunter and poke his big mouth. "Shut up, Eddie, I know what you've been through. Listen, tell me everything you know about the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. Maybe I can set you free." "Oh dear, don't be angry. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. My mother often said to me, 'Child, get married, you will be happy.' I'm looking everywhere, just to find a perfect angel in my mind, a girl like the girl who married my father. She is like my father's only jewel, a pure girl, a girl who only loves you. Dear, I believe that you are the one I am looking for. Marry me, you are the perfect girl." Mu Xing's face darkened, and he pointed with his right hand. "Beat him." The hunter roared, rushed forward, and beat the guy violently. Although the hunter held back, he still beat him up. But that was all. It had to be said that Mu Xing had underestimated this guy's physical strength. After being beaten by the hunter, he was like nothing happened. It can be seen that the mysterious body generator has a huge effect on the body. "Okay, can you shut up now?" Mu Xing stared at Eddie expressionlessly. Although he still looked at him with fanaticism, he had a little more fear. Mu Xing suddenly took a step forward and began to penetrate his mind. The mental power invaded Eddie's brain and tried to attack his vulnerable side. For example, it brought up the horrible childhood he didn't want to remember. In Eddie's eyes, Mu Xing suddenly became his father, with a stubble on his face, a red nose, and was drunk all day. He walked towards Eddie step by step. "Eddie, I heard you got into trouble again at school. See how I will deal with you today." As he said that, the terrible father began to untie his belt. "No. I know I was wrong, father. I won't dare to do it again. Eddie, you bad boy, I must teach you a lesson today and let you remember it. Tell me, Eddie, what did you do in the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital? Tell me the truth." Chapter 104. "No, I don't know, Dad. They are a group of bad people. They tortured me and humiliated me every day, which made me feel very painful. I wanted to escape, but they caught me and beat me up. But the doctor is a good man. He designed a wedding room for me and sent me many brides. Dad, I will definitely find a good girl who belongs to me, right?" Mu Xing looked at this guy's nonsense with a cold face. He decided to increase the intensity of the stimulation. From his alcoholic father, he suddenly became the bad-tempered uncle who was addicted to gambling in the casino. The tall and strong uncle was more terrifying than his father, and was also the shadow that Eddie could not get rid of in his childhood. Eddie, you are doing bad things again, right? You dared to run to the giant mountain mental hospital without my knowledge, thinking that you can get rid of me here? You stupid fool, just like your cowardly and incompetent father, and your fickle mother. The strong uncle grabbed the young Eddie's neck and lifted him up high. Under the light, Eddie's young heart felt as cold as hell. No, uncle, please let me go. Shut up, you idiot. Let me see how you've grown, boy. Your body is well developed. Let uncle take a good look. The hateful face kept approaching, and Eddie covered his head and curled up in fear. At this moment, a floating black mist began to appear on Eddie's body. He suddenly began to talk to himself. Eddie, you've grown up, you're strong, and you have the power to protect yourself. Go kill uncle, kill dad, kill everyone you hate and fear. Hee hee. A strange laugh sounded. Mu Xing frowned and suddenly retracted his mental power. Just a moment ago, he sensed a strong mental power entering Eddie's brain. At the same time, Eddie's body began to change, and black mist particles like fine dust rose behind him. Part of his skin was dissolving, and the dissolved part turned into erratic black mist particles. Yes, I'm grown up. I have the strength to protect myself. I'm going to kill them, Eddie roared. His muscles solidified, veins bulged all over his body. The iron chain and iron cross that bound his body were tight, making a creaking sound that made people's teeth ache. This guy is going to run away. At the same time, Mu Xing was also a little excited. He finally saw something different. The mental power that came from an unknown place obviously did not belong to Eddie himself. Its appearance awakened Eddie's consciousness, and pulled his consciousness out of his mental hypnosis. Black mist rippled and condensed around him. Mu Xing realized that this should be the result of the transformation of the mysterious body generator. Eddie had undergone 3 transformations, and his body had become different from that of ordinary people. Although he had not taken the last step, there were already signs of physical changes. Hunter, kill him! Mu Xing no longer hesitated and ordered the hunter to prepare to completely kill Eddie, the pervert. The hunter wielded a sharp bone blade and stabbed Eddie's chest quickly. However, when the bone blade was only 30 centimeters away from Eddie's chest, the black mist condensed into an invisible black hand to block the piercing bone blade. He knew the power of the hunter very well, but at this moment, it was blocked by the black hand. Eddie roared like a beast, and he looked at Mu Xing with red eyes. My dear, you actually tortured my heart so much, you make me very sad. Crack. The thick chain could not withstand Eddie's struggle and broke one. Mu Xing was shocked and pointed at the hunter with his right hand without hesitation. A strand of red silk thread connected to the back of the hunter's head. Blood Moon Control. This was the only talent he activated after awakening his spiritual power. Blood Moon Successor. He could use blood threads to control various corpses created by the Divine Seal. Blood Moon Control could also consume the Blood Moon Essence to strengthen corpses, allowing them to enter a special evolutionary state for a short period of time, and their combat power would increase dramatically. Bang bang bang. The solid chains continued to break. The groom Eddie stood up with a roar, completely breaking free from the chains. Holding the broken chain in his hand, he lashed at Mu Xing. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed, and he activated the stasis module without hesitation. High gear. The chain that was swinging out with afterimages was already so fast that it might not be possible to dodge it at low gear or medium gear. So he went straight to high gear. His body trembled rapidly at a high frequency, and he retreated several meters in an instant. With a snap, the chain whipped in the air, making a harsh sonic boom. Don't run, dear, be my bride, or I send you to the doctor. Mu Xing dodged and asked, Who is the doctor to you? The doctor is the doctor, he is a good man, just like my mother. He muttered meaningless nonsense. Eddie, is he helping you behind the scenes? Mu Xing continued to ask questions. The one who helped me is Billy. Billy is a good man. Billy? Mu Xing heard another unfamiliar name. Who is Billy? Tell me. Honey, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that Billy doesn't want me to tell you. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. There was indeed a mysterious consciousness behind the groom Eddie helping him. The mental power just now, and the black hand that helped him block the hunter's sudden attack. Eddie, I have no ill towards you. Can you put down the chain in your hand? Eddie stared blankly at the chain in his hand, as if he was hesitating. The next second, Eddie's face became ferocious. Billy said you are a bad guy. Do you want to be my bride? As long as you are my bride, you are not a bad guy. Mu Xing was also angry. I hacked your grandma's leg. He couldn't bear it anymore. so he decided to kill this guy and test the power of the mysterious will behind him called Billy. Mu Xing took out his M4 and fired at Eddie, but found that all the bullets were bounced off by the black mist on his chest. What's going on? What is that black mist? Mysterious nanomaterial. And why is my gun so weak? It stands to reason that with the power of his M4, plus the golden shooter talent, he could even blow off the hunter's head. He fired 2 shots at the wall, but they didn't even penetrate the wall of the operating room. They only penetrated 2 or 3 centimeters. Obviously, it wasn't that the guy was too strong, but the power of his weapon was weakened. Mu Xing put away the rifle and took out the bone saw. The saw blade spun. At the same time, the hunter eroded by blood also completed its evolution. The hunter's red body appeared densely packed with lines, which extended from the head to the feet, and bright blood light shone. Not only that, a blood moon appeared behind the hunter. "Dear, you are indeed a bad guy." Eddie's tone suddenly changed from a child's voice to a ferocious adult. "It's okay, I will make you be my bride obediently." Black mist surged on Eddie's body, and his speed increased several times, rushing towards Mu Xing. Facing the threat, Mu Xing did not dodge or avoid. His heartbeat accelerated, his mind was fully focused, and he activated bullet time. Suddenly, everything around him slowed down. Chapter 105. He saw Eddie's increasingly ferocious face, the black mist particles floating on his body, and the ripples caused by the chain in his hand whipping the air. The red thread wrapped around Mu Xing, allowing him to escape the influence of the slow bullet time. At the same time, because of the bloodline, the entangled red thread flowed along his right hand towards the hunter. The hunter, who moved at a snail's pace, also escaped the restriction of slow time. He took the initiative to meet the chain, spun his body, and at the moment of swinging the bone blade, a red electric light lit up on the bone blade. The lightning jumped quickly, causing the bone blade to generate fierce heat. In the slow world, the red bone blade radiating high temperature slashed at the attacking chain. The broken end of the chain was melted by the instantaneous high temperature, and the extremely fragile chain was cut off in an instant. The body continued to spin, and when the right blade cut the chain, the left blade had already attacked, and the red lightning jumped, like igniting and exploding gunpowder. Puff! Eddie's right hand holding the chain flew high. Bullet time stopped, and everything around returned to normal. Eddie, whose arm was cut off, didn't even react before he saw his right hand wearing a black leather glove flying in front of him. There was no trace of blood on the cut end, only the charred black after the intense, high-temperature burning, which was completely carbonized. It was not until then that the intense pain was received by the brain. "Ah!" Eddie screamed and covered his right arm. Mu Xing would not give him a chance to fight back. While the high-speed acceleration had not stopped, the whole person rushed forward instantly and grabbed the hunter's still rotating bone blade with one hand. With the power brought by the flying bone blade, the speed increased by another 3 points. The cutter in his hand chopped towards Eddie's neck. At this moment, the black hand condensed by black mist appeared again. He grabbed the high-speed rotating saw teeth with his bare hands. It was like cutting on the sand hand condensed by black iron sand, and the saw blade did not feel any resistance. Instead, the side of the cutter in his hand received an outward thrust. The cutter in Mu Xing's hand deviated directly from Eddie's neck to his shoulder. The saw teeth spun, almost cutting off half of Eddie's shoulder. Eddie finally reacted and punched Mu Xing. The black mist lingered on the fist, and the muscles trembled, integrating the strength of his whole body. At this moment, Mu Xing's acceleration just ended, and the bullet time was also cooling down. At the critical moment, the mental power condensed into a barrier, layered on the chest. With a bang, Mu Xing felt the terrible violence of being crushed to death by the hunter when he first encountered the hunter. The 3-layer mental shield was broken in an instant. Even if 80% of the power was reduced, the remaining 20% still broke his ribs and hit his chest. The whole person flew out and smashed a row of wooden frames. Boom, boom, boom. The heart beat faster. Mu Xing felt that he was going to die. His heart was hit so hard that it was almost broken. Countless cracks appeared in his internal organs. Big mouthfuls of blood gushed out of his mouth. Looking up with difficulty, he saw that Eddie, who had lost his arm, was slowly standing up. His broken right arm had actually grown again. But the right arm that grew out was not a flesh and blood body, but a black mist hand that kept changing, sometimes condensing, and sometimes spreading. The hunter stood in front of Eddie, his bloodlines lit up. Red lightning jumped on his double bone blades, and lightning also surged on his legs. With the blessing of the blood moon energy, the hunter stimulated the energy in the corpse variant gene. The energy used for passive resurrection was now stimulated and turned into the power of active attack. The lethality was more than doubled. Kill! Mu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood foam and commanded the hunter to charge. The hunter rushed forward, wielding the high-temperature bone blade with flashing lightning, and kept slashing at Eddie, who was covered with black mist. The flesh and blood may not be able to stop the hunter's violent high-temperature bone blade, but the invisible and intangible black hand can. It can even change its shape and condense into a sharp black blade. This black mist is not afraid of high temperatures, and when facing physical impact, it can also dissipate the impact force by quickly disintegrating. At this time, with the help of the mysterious will and black mist, Eddie's combat power soared. Although he lacked strength, Eddie was flexible enough. For a while, he actually held back the violent hunter. At the same time, dozens of brides outside the operating room. Come here. These are the brides who were transformed by the groom Eddie. They are uglier than the other, but they are wearing colorful dresses, which looks very eye-catching. These guys are obviously coming from Mu Xing, and they were attracted to the operating room by the call of some voice. The moment these brides saw Mu Xing, they screamed. He wants to take Eddie away, sisters, kill him. Looking at these crazy brides, how can Mu Xing just sit there and wait for death? Now is not the time to give up. He slapped his heart with one hand, shattering it directly. As the saying goes, there is no construction without destruction. Question: under what circumstances does the G virus mutate most violently? Of course, when the host is threatened with life, it will mutate and proliferate crazily. In Resident Evil, Dr. William used a method similar to suicide to put himself in a desperate situation and completely stimulate the mutation power of the G virus. Ah! Mu Xing screamed. The characteristics of the G virus were being rapidly activated. It sensed the danger encountered by the host, and began to accelerate mutation and proliferation. This time, Mu Xing no longer suppressed the mutation of the G virus, and allowed the G virus to drive the mutation of his limbs. His body was growing taller, and his muscles were expanding. His skin was changing and becoming firmer. 2 huge bulges appeared on his shoulders. The flesh and bones in the bulges were wriggling. Poof! 2 thin arms grew out of his shoulders. Soon, these 2 thin arms expanded rapidly, and turned into 2 terrifying claws. A huge eye grew on one of the arms. The bones on his face changed, forming an exoskeleton like a mask, and the sharp teeth on his chest protruded, turning into a bloody mouth with fangs protruding outward. Ah! Mu Xing roared. A frenzy of killing intent surged in his mind. He wanted to destroy, he wanted to kill, he wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Endless power seemed to surge in his body. Compared to his mutated body, the more terrifying mutation was his mind. However, Mu Xing did not follow the desire to slaughter wantonly, but used his terrifying mental power to set a safety gear for his body. 1 minute. He set a safety gear for 1 minute. Although this power was fascinating, he knew better that if he did not suppress the mutation within a certain period of time, he would become a monster forever, and sooner or later his sanity would be devoured. After setting up a 1-minute safety line, Mu Xing suddenly turned around, and saw the brides rushing towards him. Die! Mu Xing had 4 arms at this time, and one of his hands grabbed the bride who was running in front. The terrifying mental power exploded, directly blowing off the guy's head, and then the mental power squeezed from all directions, directly crushing him into meat paste. Buzz! The mental shockwave swept out, and 7 or 8 brides were thrown out. Mu Xing squatted slightly, and his right leg kicked the wall fiercely, and countless cracks were shaken out of the hard wall. And he rushed out like a cannonball. The 2 big hands on his shoulders ejected sharp claws, rushing into the group of brides like a tornado. In an instant, countless broken limbs and arms flew across. Chapter 106. No! Groom Eddie saw Mu Xing slaughtering those brides quickly, and roared angrily. I will kill you! His eyes were red, and the violent killing intent surged in his body. His body was trembling, and the black mist behind him was even stronger. Mu Xing had fallen into disorderly killing. It was not so much that he was fighting, but rather that his instinct was fighting. While the G-Virus gave him great power, it also suppressed his reason. Luckily, Mu Xing awakened his mental power, and had the Blood Moon origin to protect him. During this 1-minute outbreak, he did not intend to suppress the killing desire in his body, but to separate the chaotic body from the calm mind. Carefully feel the terrible destructive power brought by the G-Virus variant. The alloy operating table could not stop the hard claws, and the walls and the ground were torn apart like fragile tofu dregs, not to mention those brides. They were all crushed into pieces of meat in the claw attack. In just a few tens of seconds, all the brides were killed. Eddie was furious, and he wanted to avenge those brides he loved. At this moment, the will attached to Eddie stopped supporting him, and even tried to pull back Eddie, who was about to go completely crazy. It can be seen that the will behind him did not want Eddie to die. However, at this moment, a strange female voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker in the operating room. Eddie number 196, codename Groom, you seem to have forgotten your identity. Hearing the voice, Eddie suddenly became nervous. He looked around and even forgot to attack Mu Xing. Don't worry, I helped you find your true self. The female voice sounded again. Mu Xing also had a bad feeling when he heard the voice, and he rushed to the loudspeaker in the corner. His claws swept across, directly crushing the ceiling and the loudspeaker. However, there was another loudspeaker in the left corner. He slowly uttered 3 words. Spider eyes, lamb. In an instant, Eddie was like a robot with the battery removed, and he froze in place. His pupils shrank sharply, and his eyes were occupied by the terrible whites, leaving only a small dot in the middle. The brewing crazy killing intent also disappeared instantly, and he turned into a cold warrior. Mu Xing felt that this scene was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Some vague memories began to ripple in his mind. In these vague memories, he saw the yellowed wall, the dim corridor, and the suddenly cold psychopath killer. Mu Xing realized that this was the scene he experienced when he lost his memory last time. Without hesitation, he quickly gave the hunter a charge order. As the hunter rushed forward, Mu Xing followed closely. Black mist lingered around Eddie, covering his entire body, as if he was wearing a suit of black mist armor. The hunter's lightning-fast bone blade quickly heated up when it was swung. Eddie's black mist right hand actively condensed into a black blade and collided with the bone blade. At the moment of blocking the attack, he supported himself with his left leg, leaned back at an incredible angle, and kicked the hunter's jaw with his right foot through the gap. This kick was tricky and violent, and it actually kicked the tall hunter backward. Eddie pulled away instantly, and the black blade in his hand pierced directly through the hunter's chest. Mu Xing saw all this. After hearing those 3 special words, Eddie seemed to have changed into a different person. Trigger word hypnosis. Mu Xing realized that it was these special trigger words that hypnotized Eddie and made him enter a cold killer state. In this state, Eddie was like an absolutely calm robot, not affected by any emotions, and would not make any mistakes. In this state, the fighting power is naturally strong. Fortunately, he and the hunter are 2 people. When Eddie pierced the hunter's chest, the hunter did not stop. A normal person would be killed by this blow, but the hunter is a corpse, without physical weaknesses. So after being pierced through the chest, the hunter not only did not retreat, but took a step forward, allowing the black blade to penetrate deeper. With his arms open, he grabbed Eddie in close. The cold-blooded Eddie retreated quickly, trying to escape at a faster speed. However, how could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? After the G-virus was released, it strengthened not only the body, but also the spirit. The giant eye on the shoulder stared. The strong mental power burst out with powerful control, suppressing the retreating Eddie. The delay of just a moment gave the hunter an opportunity to catch up, and he held Eddie tightly with both arms. Back. Mu Xing opened the 2 huge claws on his shoulders and rushed forward. One claw directly penetrated the hunter's back, then penetrated through the hunter's chest, and then penetrated Eddie's chest. The first claw severely injured Eddie, destroying his ability to resist. The second claw swung violently, cutting off the hunter and Eddie's heads together. Puff. A shock face flew 5 or 6 meters away and rolled into the broken limbs of the brides. The groom, Eddie, was completely killed. Only then did the hunter loosen his arms, and was about to grope for the severed head on the ground. At this time, Mu Xing held the hunter's head and pressed it against his neck again. The flesh and blood squirmed, quickly gluing together and growing. The big hole in the chest that Mu Xing had dug was also recovering quickly. The black mist on Eddie's headless body dissipated and quickly separated from his body. The body was also pulled into the hunter's big mouth and quickly swallowed to replenish consumption. After successfully killing Eddie, Mu Xing's alienated body also began to change. The ferocious arms on his shoulders were like withered flowers, and the nutrients were absorbed by the body again. Other mutated parts were also quickly returning to their original form. In just 5 seconds, Mu Xing regained his human form. Having lost the endless power after the mutation, a strong sense of emptiness surged into his heart. While he took out clothes from the primitive hive and put them on, he looked at the black fog that was preparing to evacuate along the ventilation duct. "Billy, I think we can talk. The woman behind the voice just now should not be in the same group with you, right?" Hearing the sound, the The black fog condensed into a blurry human head in the air. He looked at Mu Xing deeply, said nothing more, and quickly disappeared into the ventilation duct. It seems that you still don't trust me. Mu Xing shook his head, not feeling disappointed. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sounded. Mu Xing covered his head, as if someone was drilling his forehead with a drill, and then stirring his brain vigorously. While his head was splitting, countless memory images flashed in front of his eyes. He remembered the most recent memory he had lost. From waking up in the observation ward to falling from the 4th floor, to avoid the pursuit of Dr. Traeger and the group of crazy patients. I remembered everything. However, my memory of the period from entering the survival world to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital is still blank. Various keywords popped up in Mu Xing's mind. Bluebird Mental Hospital, Mind Control Plan, Trial, Trigger Word Hypnosis, Madman with Special Purposes, Val Reed, the woman behind the loudspeaker just now. All of these should be connected by an invisible thread. It took him a while to come to his senses. However, the information he had obtained was not enough to get the truth. He had to continue to go deeper into the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. He tried to call Simon. This time, the call failed, and the user could not be connected. There were two possibilities. Simon was busy, and could not be contacted. Second, someone blocked the signal of the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. Chapter 107. After devouring. Groom. Eddie, the hunter, grew another 20 centimeters. Looking at the hunter, who was already 2.5 meters tall, Mu Xing felt that he was too tall and too strong. Although he had plenty of strength, he sacrificed speed and flexibility. Mu Xing began to consider letting the God Seal adjust the hunter and reduce its size after the survival world ended. Also, the two bone blade arms were too incompatible, and one arm should be free to evolve a palm again to gain the ability to grasp, so that it can adapt to a variety of tasks. Facing Mu Xing's expectations, the silly hunter scratched his head with a bone blade and followed Mu Xing faithfully. Mu Xing decided to go to the administrative building as planned. Just came out of the operating room. Mu Xing saw several mentally ill patients squatting in the corner and shivering. Mu Xing sighed, these guys are just pitiful people. Because of the selfishness of Mukfa Company, they have become neither human nor ghost. After undergoing the transformation of the body generator, the qualification to maintain self-reason is also deprived. Mu Xing led the hunter through the corridor. Wherever he passed, the patients in the wards turned their backs in fear. Walking out of the quadrangular courtyard, Mu Xing caught a glimpse of the lighthouse on the back hill. It was the white light released by that thing that made him lose his memory. He felt that it was not just white light, but there might be something else. He was an evolved form injected with the G virus, and ordinary white light could never make him lose his memory. At this moment, Mu Xing's eyebrows became hot, and his sixth sense surged into his heart. He quickly retreated to the ward behind him. Using telekinesis, he used the hospital bed to block the window facing the lighthouse. Buzz! Instantly, the dazzling white light illuminated everything. Mu Xing felt his brain buzzing and heard some kind of ultra-low frequency ripple sound. This sound made people drowsy. This time he was prepared, so it was naturally impossible to be tricked so easily. He used mental power to wrap his brain, layer by layer, to offset the influence of the mysterious low-frequency sound waves as much as possible. The whole process lasted for about 10 seconds. The white light that illuminated the night like day slowly dimmed, and the strange low-frequency sound waves gradually disappeared. Mu Xing panted and removed the mental barrier. It was incredible that the sound could penetrate the mental power. He successfully escaped this disaster. According to experience, the white light will not appear again in a short time. His previous memory has been restored. He ran towards the gate according to the map of the mental hospital he had memorized before. The surroundings were unusually dark, but with mental perception, he would not get lost in the dark. Passing through the courtyard where some mental patients wandered, Mu Xing came to the door of the hospital church. This is a typical Catholic church. The door was closed, and it seemed very quiet. However, in Mu Xing's spiritual perception, the interior of the church in front of him, which was the only way to the administrative building, was not quiet at all. He did not quite understand the idea of opening a church in a mental hospital. Are they expecting a group of mental patients to find the faith in their hearts? Or is it a place of repentance for those Mukfa Company employees, whose hands were stained with blood? Mu Xing pushed open the door of the church violently, and a bloody and restless atmosphere rushed towards him. The whole church was in chaos, and those crazy people were venting their madness. They impaled the bodies of the doctors and nurses on sharp caltrops and railings. The door was suddenly opened, and Mu Xing's appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the mentally ill people. They stared at Mu Xing with crazy or dull eyes. Both sides hesitated for only a moment, and those crazy mentally ill people swarmed towards Mu Xing. Without Mu Xing saying anything, the hunters had already started killing. The violent figure rushed into the church, completely dyeing the sin-stained church bloody. Those mental patients went from madness at the beginning to panic later. They were madmen, but they also retained the instinct of fear of death. After dozens of mental patients were killed, the remaining mental patients fled in all directions, trying to escape from the church. However, Mu Xing waved his right hand, and all the doors were closed. The hunter rushed up and killed them completely, leaving no one alive. After the experience of being chased by hundreds of hypnotized cold-blooded mental killers last time, Mu Xing had to be prepared in case these guys were also hypnotized into cold killers. A few minutes later, the entire church was left with only steaming debris on the ground, and no one was left alive. Mu Xing sat on the steps and looked towards the cross. "Come out, don't hide." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was still no movement wherever his eyes went. Mu Xing waved his hand, and the hunter rushed forward, piercing the cabinet under the cross with the bone blade in his hand. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" A panicked and frightened voice sounded. In the broken wooden cabinet, a bald priest in a cassock was curled up in a corner, terrified. "Come out, and tell me who you are." The other party was obviously stunned. "You are not from the company." "Of course." Hearing this, the bald priest quickly climbed out of the cabinet, looking very embarrassed. There was dried blood on his face and forehead, and it was unknown whether it was his own or from other patients. The priest was seen brushing off the dust and tidying up his robes. Then he knelt on the ground inexplicably. Not towards the cross in the church, but towards the gate. He put his hands together and closed his eyes. "Thank the Supreme God for blessing me to live in this hell until now. I always remember your oracle. The channel of God has been opened. No one can stop God from coming." Mu Xing frowned, listening to this guy's crazy chatter. Could it be that this priest is also crazy? It's normal to think about it. After all, dealing with a group of crazy people all day long, sooner or later he will go crazy. But Mu Xing is not interested in praying with him here, and he is not praying to the Catholic God. Mu Xing waved his hand, and the hunter's bone blade lifted up his robe and held it high. Only then did the bald priest wake up in fear. Seeing the hideous alien hunter, a stream of warm urine flowed down his trouser legs. Mu Xing frowned. "This guy. What's your name?" "Martin. I'm the priest of this church." "Martin, what happened here?" Martin shook his head hard. "I don't know." "Huh?" Mu Xing let the hunter scare him, and the big mouth in his chest opened, wanting to swallow him in one bite. "Wait, it's a great being that is about to descend upon this sinful world. He has given the oracle, and I will personally welcome the coming of my Lord." Mu Xing looked expressionlessly at Father Martin's fanatical expression. Although he was not very familiar with the plot of escape, he knew that it was impossible for this box-like survival world to have gods and ghosts that transcend human cognition. Boom! Just then, the door was blasted open by a huge force, and two sturdy twin mutants rushed into the church. They shouted in unison, "Let go of Father Martin." Mu Xing turned around. Interesting, 2 more high-level mutants? Chapter 108. The two twins in front of me look 80% similar, with only a slight difference in weight. They are tall, holding machetes, naked, and very eye-catching. Not only them, but other mentally ill people soon arrived, and hundreds of people surrounded the church door. These people saw Father Martin being picked up in the air by the hunters, and they were all glaring, and they would rush forward at the command. Mu Xing glanced at Father Martin, and didn't expect that an unknown old priest would have such great prestige. Moreover, these mentally ill people in front of him have more rationality than patients in other areas, and they can restrain their crazy nature. He waved his hand, and asked the hunter to put Father Martin down. He put one hand on Father Martin's shoulder. "Who are they?" "Don't be impulsive, Will." Martin stopped his twin brother, who was about to rush over with one hand. He had seen the fighting power of Mu Xing and the monster next to him, and didn't want to cause a conflict between the two sides. "Don't worry, Will, I'm fine. Those pagans suddenly went crazy. They saved me from those pagans," Father Martin explained. Hearing this, the ferocious twins on the opposite side calmed down, and the machetes in their hands dropped slightly. Mu Xing was alert to these two unstable factors, and at the same time used his mental power to quickly explore the entire church. With a previous experience, he immediately destroyed all the loudspeakers hidden in the church. These mentally ill patients still look calm now, but once they receive special trigger words, they will passively trigger the hypnotic effect and turn them into cold killing machines. "Let them leave," Maybe we can talk, Father Martin? Of course. The arrival of the twin brothers also made the priest less afraid than before. Will you two brothers stay, and the others go to the prayer room? Martin's words were like an order, and all the mentally ill people stopped obediently, quickly dispersed, and went to the building next to it. That was the prayer area of the church. As the two brothers closed the church door, Martin looked back at Mu Xing. You are outsiders who came in from outside the hospital, right? Yes, we disguised ourselves as mentally ill people, and sneak into the giant mountain mental hospital to find someone. Looking for someone? Martin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh yes, there are too many poor guys here who were forced to come here. Some people were trafficked, some were kidnapped. In short, this is no longer a pure mental hospital, but a hell cage. Mu Xing observed Martin, and his mental power carefully sensed the mental changes of Father Martin. Now that the divine seal is dormant, everything depends on himself. Mu Xing punched the table next to him with a fist, showing a painful expression. Unfortunately, not only did I not find anyone, my friend also became like this because of the secret experiment in the hospital. The hunter next to him howled in unison. When Martin looked at the hunter, his eyes changed and became sympathetic. Great God, those guys in the company are really crazy. They turn people into monsters. Mu Xing pressed Martin's arm. Father Martin, please tell me, what happened here? Martin sighed. At this moment, the two mentally ill brothers actually brought 2 glasses of water and handed them to Mu Xing and Martin. I don't need it, thank you. Mu Xing waved his hand. Martin drank the glass of water in one gulp, as if he had been resurrected and had regained his breath. He fell into memories. 5 years ago, I was still a pastor at the Moyak Church. One day, a group of men in black suits came to me. They claimed to be employees of the Mukfu company, and said they were willing to fund the construction of a church for me and appoint me as a priest of the church. They came in the name of charity, believing that only I could save those mentally ill patients who had lost their way. Based on my wish to save the world, I thought this was a revelation from the Lord, so I followed them to the Jushan Mental Hospital. Everything was normal at first. The Jushan Hospital admitted many patients who could not afford to go to a regular mental hospital for free, and announced that all treatment costs were free, and also provided various caring treatments. In the past 5 years, as more and more patients have come here, I have also been fortunate to help many lost people and let them be saved by the Lord. But soon I noticed something was wrong. Some people started to disappear, right? Mu Xing asked back. Martin glanced at Mu Xing and nodded heavily. Yes, at first I thought it was just my illusion, until Madola, who came to the church to pray every day, disappeared and never came back. I went to the hospital director, but they told me that Madola had completed the treatment, had been discharged, and was taken away by her family. But I know that Madola has just been in the hospital for less than a year, and her condition is still very serious. Only when she prays every day can she find inner peace. How could he be successfully treated in this situation? Would he be discharged in such a hurry? I was unwilling to give up, so I secretly investigated, and finally one day, I discovered the real secret of this mental hospital. He picked up the glass of water that was supposed to be given to Mu Xing, and drank it in one gulp. It turns out that this is not an ordinary mental hospital at all. There is a secret research base in the basement of this hospital. They use patients for various research, and use them for various terrible experiments. My infiltration attracted the attention of the guards. I thought I was dead, but at that moment, something happened that changed my fate and faith. Father Martin was half kneeling on the ground, with his hands raised and a pious face. That was the first time I saw the great Son of God. He was so pure and flawless, so perfect. The Son of God saved me, and at that moment, I felt the revelation from God. God's revelation? God said that the passage has been opened, and he will descend to this filthy and sinful land to cleanse all sins. And I am fortunate to be God's spokesperson. I will prepare for God's coming and complete my mission. Father Martin's face was full of enthusiasm at this time. Mu Xing felt that he didn't seem to be pretending, but was really crazy. But he had just touched Martin's body. He didn't undergo the transformation of the body generator, but simply had a mental problem. No wonder a priest would be trusted by so many mental patients. What happened next? Mu Xing asked. 2 days ago, God's prophecy came true. The Son of God has completed the ritual, and the channel for God's descent has been opened. Soon, the great God will descend upon the earth. Martin shouted enthusiastically. Beside him, the 2 twins also knelt on the ground with a fanatical look on their faces, shouting that God will descend. Mu Xing resisted the urge to eliminate all these fanatical believers. He asked seriously, "Does your God have a name?" Valred? He shouted enthusiastically. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and it was indeed so. Chapter 109. If you want to get the evidence of Mukoff's crime, you can go to the basement of the administrative building. Father Martin, who was fanatical, suddenly calmed down and spoke. Mu Xing looked at him with a puzzled look. Don't look at me like that. I can see that you are not an ordinary person. You should be an investigator who sneaked into the hospital to collect evidence, right? Mu Xing frowned. It's not safe here. I suggest you leave here as soon as possible. However, Father Martin shook his head. Mukoff has done so many bad things, it deserves to be exposed and punished, right? I can help you with this matter. He waved his hand, and the younger twin brother handed him a key. Father? Father Martin had closed his eyes devoutly. You have your mission, and I have mine. I will lead the believers to welcome the coming of God. Let the flames illuminate the darkness, and burn this filthy world. I am willing to turn into firewood to guide the path of God's coming. I will. Mu Xing led the hunters out of the church step by step. The voice of Father Martin behind him became louder and louder, and finally turned into a loud shout. Those mentally ill believers surrounded Martin and prayed loudly together. Their piety was in sharp contrast to the church that was stained with blood and broken limbs. Leaving the church, Mu Xing finally saw the magnificent gate of the Jushan Mental Hospital. It had a strong religious style, tall and magnificent. Now the gate was closed and completely sealed. Next to the gate was the administrative building of the hospital, which seemed low-key. Duh. As soon as I arrived at the door, I heard the sound of gunfire. Mu Xing quickly quickened his pace and rushed into the administrative building. This place had already become a living hell. Doctors and nurses were slaughtered, and the ground was full of corpses. In addition to these people, mental patients and security personnel of Mukfu Company also suffered heavy casualties. Mu Xing squatted down and lifted his bulletproof vest. There was no damage to his bottom underwear, but his ribs were all shattered and his heart was crushed into rotten meat by some force. This was not the effect of external weapons hitting, but destruction from the inside out. It was like there was a shock wave from a bomb in his chest, shattering his internal organs, including his ribs. Not only this security guard, but also the security guard next to him had a mess inside his brain. These security guards died in extremely tragic ways. Mu Xing was about to continue chasing after the sound of gunfire, but the hunter behind him was drooling at the corpses on the ground. Mu Xing waved his hand and asked the hunter to clean up the corpses. In less than a minute, they were all devoured. The hunter did not grow taller this time, but just looked stronger. The two bone blades also changed, and the left bone blade forked and turned into claws. He was stunned. He had just mentioned it before, and he felt something in his heart. He didn't expect the hunter to start evolving according to his wishes. He suddenly realized that his Blood Moon successor, Talon, had other special abilities besides controlling corpses. Not only that, Mu Xing noticed that his gene researcher, Talon, had actually been running for a while, and consumed about 0.02 of the Blood Moon origin. Could it be that the gene researcher's talent could be used in this way? He realized that there seemed to be some kind of fusion between the two special golden talents. In order to verify this idea, he planned to do an experiment. Mu Xing put one hand on the hunter. Next time you evolve, focus on enhancing defense. The hunter raised his giant claws and scratched his head in confusion. It was obvious that he didn't quite understand what Mu Xing meant. Forget it if you don't understand. Mu Xing waved his hand and continued to move forward. Ding ding ding. Just then, Simon's phone rang. Hello, Simon? Great, I finally got in touch. Mu, let me make it short. I just received a message from Mr. Bailey yesterday. He asked me to tell you to be careful of Valreed. Crazy? No, Mr. Bailey said that? Yes, and Mukfu has already taken action. They have started to block the hospital signal and sent out cleanup personnel. You must be careful. Mu Xing was not surprised. Sure enough, Mukfu planned to destroy all evidence, and blocking the signal was only the first step. I understand. Do you have anything to say? Mu Xing asked. Mr. Bailey also asked me to tell you in his message that you should not trust your memory too much and trust your intuition more. Intuition? Where is Mr. Bailey now? The other party seemed not to hear and continued, by the way, Mu, you must. Swish. Simon on the other side had not finished speaking when the communication was interrupted again, and this time, the signal on the mobile phone showed no signal at all. Mu Xing pondered what Simon had said. What did the madman mean? Memory is unreliable. You want me to trust my intuition? Also, Simon's last sentence. What happened to the Underground Research Institute? Mu Xing felt a headache. He hated these Riddlers the most. Duh. Just then, gunshots rang out again. This time, Mu Xing directly identified the source of the sound and rushed over quickly. As soon as he arrived, he saw a fat mutant with a sturdy body. With a ferocious expression, the fat man ignored the security submachine gun and cruelly pulled out his head. The blood further fueled his ferocity. Mu Xing quickly obtained the data of the fat man through a mental scan. He was 2 meters tall and weighed nearly 400 kilograms. Judging from his physical strength, he was at least a mutant who had undergone multiple body-forming device transformations. Mu Xing was about to chase him, but the fat man walked into the side road. With a bang, the heavy isolation door fell. Mu Xing chased him and pointed with his right hand, "Break it open." The hunter rushed over and hit the isolation door directly. After hitting it 3 times in a row, the heavy isolation door was completely broken, but the mutant fat man had already disappeared. Mu Xing squatted down to check the body of the unfortunate guy, and he frowned. Although this guy had multiple fractures all over his body, and several broken ribs in his chest, he suffered a heavy blow. However, his death was different from the strange deaths of the security guards outside. The fat man walked away with his head in his hand, and blood was all over the ground. Chase! Mu Xing chased him relentlessly, but completely lost the fat man's whereabouts at the next fork. Is he deliberately hiding from me? Mu Xing guessed. When he looked up, he saw the sign on the door frame, Hospital Patient Records Room. Mu Xing stopped chasing, unlocked the door with telekinesis, and easily entered the archive room. Compared with the ward, although the walls of the administrative building also have materials that can block mental penetration, the doors and windows are all made of ordinary materials. The 2 bodies in the room had been dead for a long time. One had his neck twisted, and the other had his left eye pierced by a ballpoint pen, directly piercing into the brain. Mu Xing moved the bodies away and turned on the computer on the table. Because the death was sudden, the computer was not turned off, but was in hibernation. Mu Xing quickly browsed the hospital patient information, and indeed found some useful information. Chapter 110. Mukfa Company divides mental patients into 4 stages. New patients need to be observed for 1 to 3 months to confirm their physical condition. Those who are suitable will enter the next stage. Experimenters will initially undergo mental hypnosis, physical torture, and other stimulation methods. Those who pass the selection can become experimental subjects of the Valred project. For physical transformation, the body generator will be used for preliminary adaptability testing to observe the matching degree between the body generator and the body generator. 1 to 4 matching experiments will be conducted before and after. Valred, who successfully passed the transformation of the body generator and reached a compatibility of more than 95%, is a preliminary success and has the potential to become Valred. The above are the 4 stages of the complete experimental process of Mukfa Company. Among them, the number of new patients is the largest, increasing day by day, from the initial several people per day, gradually increasing to dozens of people per day, and at the peak, the number of new patients entering the hospital every day exceeded 30. At first, all the patients were mentally ill. Later, as the experiment progressed, the number required became larger and larger, and Mukfa Company began to target normal people, tramps, felons, and even buying more experimental subjects from human traffickers. The changes in the personnel list can also show the rules of each experimental stage. Through the observation of the first stage, the old, weak, sick, and disabled are eliminated, leaving those with healthy bodies and relatively stable mental health to start the second stage. The loss rate in the second stage has increased significantly, and all experimenters will be subjected to inhuman physical and mental torture. After experiencing these tortures, even normal people will become crazy. Basically, only 1 in 10 people survive the torture. So, Joseon Mental Hospital began to request external assistance and mobilize qualified experimental subjects from other mental hospitals to come to Joseon Mental Hospital. In the list that Mu Xing checked, there were 3 or 4 mental hospitals involved in this matter. Among them, Mu Xing found Bluebird Mental Hospital. It was the mental hospital that the 3 survivors entered when they first came to this world. Mu Xing quickly searched for personnel information, but found that all the files related to Bluebird Mental Hospital were top secret. The list was encrypted multiple times. This was not a problem for Mu Xing, as he had a hacker computer and a Red Queen clone. He took out the hacker computer directly from the original hive and started to crack the encryption. With the operation of the Red Queen clone, the decryption was completed in less than a minute, and a list was displayed on the screen. Mu Xing scanned the list and quickly found his name. The time on this list was July 2nd, and he was sent to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital along with 32nd stage perfect experimental subjects. However, Mu Xing did not find the names of Bailey and the newcomer Feifei on this list. Strange, weren't they sent to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital? Were they left in Bluebird? Or were they sent to other hospitals? Mu Xing frowned and quickly searched other encrypted files. Finally, he found a pending list. This list was also sent from the Bluebird Mental Hospital, with the date of July 3rd pending. He found the name of the madman on this list, Bailey. That's not right. Mu Xing rubbed his head. He clearly arrived at the mental hospital today, and the time should be July 4th. Why does the system show that he came to the mental hospital on July 2? If he came to Jiahan Hospital on July 2nd, it would have been more than 48 hours by now. In theory, he should have completed his survival and returned to the real world. Wait. Mu Xing carefully recalled his memory when he woke up from the ward. He did see the survival system prompt on the wall. He was sure that it was not an illusion, nor was it his own imagination. But why did he wake up 2 days after he came here and get the survival system prompt? Also, the madman should have been sent to the Giant Mountain Hospital yesterday. Could it be that the riot here delayed the delivery? Mu Xing felt that his mind was a little confused. Of course. There is another possibility, that is, there is something wrong with these lists. Mu Xing hurriedly used the hacker computer to continue to break through the firewall of the security system, and completely gain control of this file computer. The information he got made him even more confused. There is no problem with the list, and it was indeed sent from the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital to the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital the day before yesterday and yesterday. Helplessly, Mu Xing only used a DV to record all the information and save the evidence. Since he couldn't find the answer here, he decided to go deeper into the administrative building. Maybe he could find more clues. Ding ding. Mu Xing was about to get up, when suddenly, an email popped out from the corner of the computer. He hesitated for a moment, but still clicked on the email. Mu Xing, if you see this email, it proves that you have also successfully come to the Jiahan Mental Hospital. Go to the basement of the administrative building, where I left something for you. Also, I'm sorry for involving you in my plan. If you can get out alive, I'm willing to make compensation. Signed, Bailey. A short email almost scared Mu Xing. It turned out to be an email sent by a madman. Checking the timestamp, it was sent at a scheduled time, and the time was yesterday. This guy woke up before me? Or came to Jiahan Hospital before me? Besides, how did he know that I would come to the archives? It's not surprising when you think about it. His mission is to come to the administrative building to collect evidence of Mukfu's crimes. It's not surprising that he would enter the archives. Mu Xing's mind moved, and he checked the bodies of the 2 archive staff again. Only then did he realize that the actions of killing them were sharp and decisive. He simulated the murder method, broke into the archive room, twisted one person's neck with one hand, and grabbed the ballpoint pen in the pen holder on the table with the other hand, and stabbed it into the eyes of another person. The whole process did not take more than 3 seconds. Moreover, the time of death was yesterday, and the interval between deaths was about 24 hours. Those crazy mental patients outside could not have such a method, and the murderer was most likely a madman. Mu Xing tried to use mental scanning to find possible fingerprints on the body, as well as possible body tissue debris left in the room, such as dandruff. The result was that there was nothing clean. Let's go! Going out. Mu Xing patted the hunter, who was on guard. It seemed a little alert. What's wrong? The hunter raised his paw and pointed to the stairs below. Do you mean something went down? The hunter nodded quickly. Mu Xing was startled and quickly chased after it. That was the passage to the basement. Chasing all the way, the corpses on the ground seemed to tell that a fierce battle had taken place here. Suddenly, Mu Xing saw a black shadow flashing and passing by the fork in the road ahead. He directly activated the low gear of the stagnation module, instantly accelerated 10 times, and chased after it. As soon as he reached the fork in the road, he saw the black shadow disappear in the ventilation duct above. Mu Xing tried to lock the black shadow with his mental power, and chased it all the way. The hunter behind him also followed closely. Suddenly, gunshots were heard in front, and dense bullets attacked Mu Xing. He subconsciously dodged to the side to avoid the bullet. Then he thought, firearms in this world have been weakened by 70%, so why should I be afraid? He directly condensed his telekinesis into a shield to resist the bullet, but this time the bullet was not trivial. It was as if the charged bullet hit the mental shield, causing the shield to tremble violently. Chapter 111. The mental shield lasted only a few seconds before it was shattered. A bullet hit his chest, but failed to penetrate his skin and muscles that had been strengthened by the G virus. It turned out that this type of bullet only targets mental power, not physical targets. Mu Xing quickly hid behind the bunker. Mental scan, locked 5 targets. These people were fully armed, with the logo of Muck Company on their chests and shoulders. They were obviously armed security guards of Muck Company. The hunters were targeted with concentrated fire, which was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. He was about to rush up and tear apart the security guards, but heard continuous screams. Mu Xing saw a group of black shadows attacking the security guards quickly. It was very fast, ignoring the terrain restrictions, rushing out of the ventilation duct, instantly wrapping up one person, and slamming into the ceiling. Then, it swept through the others like a hurricane, sweeping the armed men all over the place. Da-da-da. The gunshots rang out, and the bullets jumping with blue electric light attacked the group of black shadows, which could cause considerable damage to the black shadows. However, this also completely angered the black shadow, which spread violently, and then enveloped the armed men. Screams rang out one after another. Mu Xing no longer hesitated and took decisive action. The mental shot blasted towards one of the black shadows. The black shadow was indeed a manifestation of spiritual substance. He also saw some slight black particles wrapped around the outer layer, which were similar to the black particles on the groom eddy. When the mental shock defeated the black shadow, the black particles seemed to lose control and fell to the ground. However, the other black shadows had already finished the killing, and flew over to quickly sweep away the black particles on the ground. It didn't seem to have any intention of fighting with Mu Xing, and quickly disappeared into the ventilation duct. Is that thing Valrid? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. However, this black shadow was a little fragile, and could not condense into a solid body. It was obviously different from the powerful Valrid mentioned by Simon. Maybe it was just a part of its body, or a semi-finished product. 4 of the 5 security guards were killed, leaving only the last one who was saved by Mu Xing. After removing the guy's mask, he was found to be spitting blood and had serious internal injuries. Hey, tell me, what happened here? Mu Xing slapped his face. Super emergency, requesting support from the company's senior agents. Valred is out of control, must. The security guard in front of him stared, his head tilted, and he was completely dead. Mu Xing put one hand on his chest, and with spiritual perception, he found that his internal organs had already been shattered into pieces. Mu Xing threw the body away, and grabbed the communicator on his ear. Retreat, retreat quickly, the monster is coming, it's out of control. Da-da-da. Gunshots rang out. We're dead. Don't panic, hold on, support will be here soon. A chaotic voice came from the communicator. Mu Xing continued to speed up, and went down the stairs. The road was full of security personnel killed by the Black Shadow, and each of them died tragically. Finally, when Mu Xing rushed to the basement, the door had already been violently knocked open. The door was marked with no entry for non-authorized members. The gunshots came from here. The dense gunshots meant that the battle inside was fierce. Mu Xing sneaked in carefully, and took a look at the situation first. He asked the hunters to be on standby outside, and he climbed up the ventilation duct. He moved towards the direction of the battle, and the pipe climbing skills he had practiced in the Ishimura were successfully used again. When they arrived at the destination, it looked like a huge underground warehouse. At this time, the remaining armed personnel formed a circle, and continued to attack the black shadows flying in the air. The bullets they fired were special, and caused great damage to the spirit body. Mu Xing had just experimented with the mental shield. This kind of bullet should have been developed by Mukfu Company, and was specifically used to deal with the spirit body. When the fire attack was concentrated, some black fog could indeed be killed. However, these black fogs were like clones. If the main body was not destroyed, their existence would be endless. Sooner or later, these people would run out of ammunition. And these armed men gathered together to guard a large metal box. The silver metal box has a square bottom and a round tip, and the surface is engraved with angels and demons in a very religious style. Rather than a box, it looks more like a coffin. Obviously, these armed men of Mukfu Company are targeting this box, and they want to take it out of the mental hospital. The Black Shadow is obviously here to stop them from taking the box away. What is it? Mu Xing tried to use mental scanning to explore the contents of the box, but found that the material of the box was made of a material that was difficult for mental power to penetrate, so he couldn't see to the things in the box. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, Mu Xing sensed that something was approaching at a very fast speed. It was not a hunter, but the fat mutant he had met before entering the administrative building. Mu Xing had seen his information in the computer in the archive room. Chris Walker, a late third-stage experimental subject, had the same experimental progress as the groom Eddie, and both had undergone 3 transformations of the body generator. Before entering the mental hospital, he was a professional American soldier who participated in the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. The war left him with many psychological traumas, and he suffered from battlefield stress trauma. After being cured through treatment, he became a security guard at the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital as a retired soldier. Because he participated in the experiments of Muckoff Company and had long-term contact with mental patients, his mental problems were reinduced. Later, he was selected by Dr. Wernick and became one of the experimental subjects of the Valred project. He is one of the few experimental individuals that Dr. Wernick values very much. Unlike other experimental subjects, he retains more thinking ability and has an independent personality. It's just that his character is more brutal, and his style of doing things is entirely based on his personal preferences. Now that the hospital is out of control, his nature is released even more. The 2-meter-tall fat man was shirtless and rushed towards the armed personnel like a wild lion. There are mutants. Focus fire to suppress them. The commander immediately discovered the fat man rushing over and focused fire on him. Those bullets hit him like tickling, and they couldn't even penetrate his skin. Boom! An RPG rocket flew over and hit the fat man Chris Walker directly. When the flames burned out and the smoke dissipated, the fat man with slightly blackened skin was already close at hand. Almost unscathed, he grabbed an armed man, grabbed his arms, and tore him in half, bloody. Retreat, retreat quickly. The commander could no longer care about anything else and evacuated at high speed. How could the fat man let them have their way? The RPG explosion had completely angered him, and he would not give up until he killed all these people. At this moment, a gunshot hit the fat man, and the bullet exploded, repelling the fat man who was charging bravely. At the same time, an agile figure jumped up from behind, turned his body, and kicked the fat man's forehead heavily with his back foot. The 2-meter-tall, 400-pound fat man was kicked and staggered, falling flat on his face. The agile figure was relentless, and stepped on the ground like a mountain in the air. The fat man who resisted the RPG chose to dodge at this time. The hard floor tiles were cracked by the pair of iron shoes. Chapter 112. When the agile figure landed, Mu Xing could see her appearance clearly. She was about 30 years old, wearing a black leather jacket and tall. She wore sunglasses, and had blue hair tied into a ponytail. Before the fat man stood up, she kicked him in the face. The fat man growled, grabbed the woman's heavy kick, and roared at her. The woman was not panicked when her right foot was grabbed. She took advantage of the situation, turned her body, and kicked the fat man's cheek with her left foot. The 400-gene fat man screamed, and was kicked 3 or 4 meters away, smashing the wooden box behind him. The box was covered with white particles. The woman landed safely, and brushed off the dust on her trouser legs. The commander was delighted, and went to meet her. Miss Pauline. Mr. Blair, please address me by my title during work. The woman named Pauline reminded him. Okay, Ms. Agent. The man smiled and took off his mask. The woman did not continue to attack, but looked at the second floor of the warehouse. Come out, I know you are here, Dr. Wernick. Creak, creak. As the sound fell, an electric wheelchair drove out from the blue door on the second floor. It's you, Dr. Wernick. How dare you attack the company's security armed members? Do you want to betray the company? Blair pointed at the old man on the second floor, who was almost in a semi-paralyzed state, and shouted. In the ventilation duct, Mu Xing stared at the frail old man. Is this Dr. Wernick, the founder of the Valred project? It seems that the relationship between them is not harmonious. Mu Xing stopped the plan of letting the hunter rush in to disrupt the situation, and waited to see the situation. Wernick raised his head slightly, like an old man who just woke up under the shade of a tree in the afternoon. Ignoring the commander, he looked at the female agent next to him. Pauline Glick, long time no see. Long time no see, Dr. Wernick. The two seemed to know each other, and they were very familiar with each other. Has the company made a decision? Dr. Wernick suddenly asked. Pauline nodded. Yes, it is the company's decision. This is the document issued by the company. As she spoke, she raised a document in her hand. Due to your contribution to the Valred project, the company will not pursue the consequences of the loss of control of your laboratory in the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, but we must take it away. Pauline pointed to the large silver box behind her. Hearing this, Wernick suddenly became emotional, his body trembling, and standing upright, his hands tightly grasping the handrails. No, I have worked diligently for the company for so many years, conducting research day and night, and now you want to cooperate with the company to steal my results. Blair sneered. Dr. Wernick, you are wrong. The project was funded by the company, and the mental hospital and laboratory were also renovated by the company. Even you are just an employee of the company. If it weren't for the company, you, Wernick, would be just a disabled old man who encountered obstacles everywhere and was discriminated against, buried in the dust of history with those Nazis. Blair? Pauline turned around suddenly, and her sharp eyes shut the man behind her. Blair was quite dissatisfied and muttered, I'm just telling the truth. Ha ha ha. Dr. Wernick, at the door of the second floor, suddenly laughed. In fact, I have known the morality of Muckhoff Company for a long time. I thought we could have a good discussion. I didn't expect you to want to take away my research results for many years. He stared at the people below and said word by word, You don't have my permission? Chris, show them some color. Dr. Wernick's words were like a start button. With a loud bang, the crazy fat man Chris overturned the wooden boxes around him and stood up aggressively. His body was heaving, and he was furious. At the same time, the black mist on the ceiling took the opportunity to attack. Before they fell, the female agent named Pauline inserted a cylinder into the ground. The metal cylinder unfolded. Buzz! The ripples like sound waves rippled, and the surging black mist above his head immediately dissipated as if hit hard. When the fat man saw the black mist being defeated, he showed an anxious look on his face and rushed towards the female agent. But before he could get close, a blue arrow came swiftly. The fat man's tough skin, which even RPG could not do anything to, was pierced by this arrow, and the blue liquid in the transparent arrow shaft was quickly injected into the fat man's body. The fat man pulled out the arrow with all his strength, and let out a strange roar. Just after taking 2 steps, his right foot went limp, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. He half knelt on the ground in time to support himself, so that he would not lose control and fall. He panted violently, and his eyelids could not stop drooping. The blue liquid made it difficult for a mutant like the fat man to hold on. Kill him for me! Blair seized the opportunity, and took advantage of his illness to kill him. More than a dozen guns fired at the same time. At the same time, a man of equally tall stature jumped out from behind. Like Pauline, he was wearing a black leather jacket, and holding an exaggerated black compound bow in his right hand. There was the Muckhoff Company logo on his back. Agent Paul, you are here too? Great! Blair was overjoyed. Pauline, Paul, you should join forces to kill this monster and protect us to escort the box out. The appearance of the 2 black leather jacket agents turned the situation around. Mushing also looked at the 2 agents in surprise. They were not like ordinary people, and should have undergone special transformation and training. Judging from their physical condition, they are different from those mutants transformed by the body generator. They should have used other special transformation technologies. After all, the Valrid project is just one of the secret plans of the huge underground kingdom of Muckhoff. Pauline glanced at the man next to her. Paul, you go catch the doctor, I will deal with this mutant. The 2 looked at each other and nodded, and took action instantly. The man was agile and shot an arrow at Dr. Wernick at the door of the second floor. However, a ball of black fog blocked the doctor's way. The black fog condensed into a vague human figure, grabbing the swift arrow with one hand, and it could not move forward. The arrow was quickly eroded by the grip of the black fog, and only the broken arrowhead was left when it fell to the ground. Doctor, you should understand that there is no good end to going against the company, Paul said. Dr. Wernick looked indifferent. I am old, and I don't care what the company wants to do to me, but the company wants to take away my years of achievements, and I won't agree. He pointed with his right hand, and the figure condensed in the black mist received the command and rushed towards Paul. Paul shot another arrow, but before he got close, he heard Paul shout, Explode! With a bang. Strong blue electric light spread, and half of the black shadow's body was shattered by the electric light. Paul shot another arrow. This time the black shadow directly split into 2 halves. One half took the initiative to meet Paul's arrow, and the other half rushed towards the metal box on the ground. Stop it! Blair exclaimed, raising his gun and shooting, in an attempt to stop the black shadow from approaching. At this moment, the black particles that were shattered and fell to the ground suddenly closed under the attraction of some force. The black figure instantly overturned the armed personnel around the box. The box flew into the air under the entanglement of the black mist. Chapter 113. At this moment, both parties were attracted by the box flying to the ceiling. At the same time, Mushing, who was hiding in the ventilation duct, also locked his sights on the box. While the 2 parties were fighting, he used telekinesis to pull the box toward the door. Don't let them take the box away. Blair thought it was the black fog controlled by the doctor, who wanted to take the box away, and he shouted anxiously. The two agents acted without hesitation, jumped high, and grabbed the box in midair. "Don't even think about taking it away," the fat man roared, his eyes completely red. He took a run up, jumped 3 meters high, and punched the box fiercely. Boom! Mu Xing didn't expect the fat man to be so irritable, and flipped the table over without saying a word. The heavy box was smashed and hit the wall. Crack! Crack! The box looked strong, but it was made of fragile rigid material. It cracked directly after the violent impact. "It's gone!" Dr. Wernick's face suddenly changed at the door of the second floor. With a bang, the entire box exploded, and countless red mist particles surged out. The red mist was like blood, spreading rapidly, and then quickly gathering. Then, something in the red mist seemed to be awakened, and began to condense into an illusory entity. The fat man roared and rushed towards the box, but before he got close, he was wrapped by the illusory red entity, as if he was trapped in a knife trap, and was instantly minced into mincemeat. This scene scared the two parties fighting for the box, and also scared Mu Xing. The red whirlwind suddenly ran wild, and the entire underground warehouse screamed. The armed personnel of Muckhoff Company, Blair, even the black fog on the ceiling, and the two agents were instantly strangled by the red fog. This scene frightened Mu Xing so much that he broke through the ventilation duct and ran away. He even turned on the acceleration function of the abnormal stagnation module. But the red fog had a huge range. Before he ran to the stairs, the red fog had already gathered into a vague red shadow at the stairs. Mu Xing did not hesitate to consume half of his mental power to condense a mental bomb. "Explode for me!" The violent mental power flew out, exploded before the red mist was fully formed, and shattered the red mist. His face lit up, and he quickly accelerated to the stairs and fled to the staircase. However, before he rushed out of the staircase, the suddenly gathered red mist instantly enveloped him. The mental shield that was propped up was instantly torn apart, and the whirlwind turned into a blade, completely shattering Mu Xing into particles. Huh? He opened his eyes again. Mu Xing looked around and found himself standing at the door of the administrative building. Did he experience a death replay? This was the first time he had experienced a death replay since he entered this survival world. The terrifying red fog killed him instantly, and he was invincible. Could it be that the box contained the real Valrid? Mu Xing guessed. Is Valrid so strong? He had experienced 3 golden baptisms, and was strengthened by the G-virus, but he could not survive for more than 3 seconds under the attack of the red fog. Maybe he should not have opened the box from the beginning. The things in the box were too scary. Mu Xing took out his phone and checked the time. The interval between replays and saves is about the same as in the Resident Evil world, about half an hour. However, this replay is different from the Resident Evil world. It is not like a resurrection, but more like a time replay. In order to verify this possibility, he did not rush into the administrative building, but took the initiative to call Simon. No signal? Mu Xing swung his phone, and even climbed up the high wall of the hospital next to him, but the phone still showed no signal. Looking outside the hospital, there was nothing but nothingness, as if the hospital was suspended in the void. He sat on the wall and waited for about 3 minutes, and the signal suddenly appeared. The next second after the phone received the signal, Simon's phone called in. Obviously. The other side kept calling him. Hello, Simon? Great, I finally got in touch. Mu, let me make it short. I just received Mr. Bailey's message yesterday. Simon's surprised voice came from the other side. I know he told me to be careful of Valrid, right? No. That's right. Where is Mr. Bailey now? Has he contacted you? Mu Xing asked quickly. No, since you entered the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital, we have completely lost contact, but I have received a message from Mr. Bailey. Okay, I'm not asking this. I want to know if we entered the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital on July 2nd? It was July 1st. Are you sure? I'm sure. Is it July 4th now? Yes. Did Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital send out a group of mental patients on July 2nd? Yes. Then did they send out another group of mental patients on July 3rd? Hello? Hello? Mu Xing looked at the screen of his mobile phone, and the signal was interrupted again. Damn, why can't the time be longer? However, he has confirmed that in the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital this box garden. In the survival world, death replay is not a simple resurrection, but a real-time replay. The mechanism is more like the time cycle in Ishimura. Not only that, he successfully obtained some useful information during this call. He got the exact time from Simon, and they entered the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital on July 1st. In other words, he spent at least one day in the hospital before being sent to the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital on July 2nd. So the question is, why did he wake up in the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital on July 4? He looked at the void outside. This was the box world, and there was a void between each box. In game terms, after leaving the door, the game was loaded. There was no need to rush, and he directly arrived at another map. Where did the 2 days he disappeared in between go? Mu Xing felt his head start to hurt again. No, I have to go to the basement. Didn't the madman say he left something for me in the basement? Mu Xing looked at the time again, and confirmed that 3 minutes had passed since the death replay before he started to act. After entering the administrative building this time, he did not chase the fat man, nor did he go to the archives room. He rushed to the underground warehouse as soon as possible, where a fierce battle was breaking out. At this time, more than 20 fully armed elite security guards were fighting against the black fog. They fought and retreated, carrying the big box with angels and demons carved on it. Mu Xing did not dare to provoke the box this time, and went directly to the ventilation duct, intending to bypass them. The door to the basement was at the end of the warehouse. The door had been opened, and a dark passage extended underground. Many security guards were dead at the door. Could they have come up from the basement? Mu Xing had a bad feeling. After reaching the back door, he took advantage of the chaos in the warehouse to open the pipe ventilation net with telekinesis and crawled out of the pipe. He dodged and rushed directly into the tunnel and opened the door with a key given by the priest. Beep beep. Just then, the whole underground warehouse sounded a shrill alarm. What happened? Mu Xing looked back and saw that the huge iron box had exploded inexplicably. With a bang, the red mist rolled. Fuck. Mu Xing cursed inwardly and rushed into the basement. He concentrated his telekinesis and slammed the door of the basement open. Mu Xing was stunned. The entire basement was empty, nothing in it. Damn it, you lunatic, you bastard, you left me that big box, didn't you? As soon as he turned around, the red mist had blocked his retreat and instantly submerged him. Chapter 114. No, no, no. Opening his eyes again, he returned to the save point in front of the administrative building. After another death replay, Mu Xing always felt that something was wrong. How could the box explode by itself when no one touched it? What happened to the alarm that just sounded? Could it be that his intrusion triggered some kind of emergency system and detonated the bomb on the box? But who would put a bomb in that box? Blair? Or Dr. Wernick? This is impossible. They are the contenders for the box. How could they put a bomb in it and blow up their own things? Or do you plan to die with the enemy in an emergency? But why didn't the box explode when you first saw it? You know, Blair carried the box out of the basement. Signal blocking? Mu Xing thought of this. Blair and the armed security guards had signal blockers on them, so they didn't trigger the alarm in the basement. And just now, when I broke in, I was detected by the basement alarm device, so it exploded. That's not right. The things in the box are Dr. Wernick's life's work. Mu Xing doesn't believe that he would put a bomb on his own hard work. After all, if something is stolen, it can be taken back, rather than dying with the person. Then, the bomb may have been set by a third party. Mu Xing thought of something and took out the key given to him by the priest. He had not observed it carefully before, but now he found that the metal handle of the key had been tampered with. With a strong squeeze, the fragile handle was crushed, revealing a miniature signal transmitter flashing red light inside. It was indeed him. He rushed to the church, and as soon as he returned to the church and kicked open the door, he saw countless figures screaming in the flames. On the middle cross, a figure had already been burned to charcoal. I wonder if it was Father Martin. Mu Xing looked grim, and was a step late. Beep beep. Just then, the phone rang. It was Simon. Mu Xing quickly answered the phone. Simon, it's me. Great, finally. Before he finished, Mu Xing asked directly, was Mr. Bailey sent away from the Bluebird Mental Hospital on July 3rd? I'm not sure, but 2 groups of people were indeed sent away on July 2nd and July 3rd. Besides the message to me, did Mr. Bailey leave you any message? Simon was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Wait a minute, I checked the message. After a while, Simon said, yes, he asked me to pick someone up. Who? Fei Fei, he said. Before he finished speaking, the call was disconnected again. Mu Xing was so angry that he almost threw the phone. There must be a signal jammer in this mental hospital, but he didn't have time to find it. After leaving the church and returning to the administrative building, he crushed the signal transmitter in the key. He probably understood why the priest did this. He was a believer of Valrid, so it was normal for him to want to release the things in the box. But why didn't he just break the box to release it? The only explanation was that after the remote-controlled bomb was installed, it didn't explode in time, and the signal was blocked. He found Mu Xing and gave him this key, which was to use his own hands to detonate the bomb. Mu Xing was a little unhappy. Father Martin looked kind, but he didn't expect him to be so crazy. Not only did he use himself to detonate the bomb, he also set himself on fire. Is this the god's descent ritual he mentioned? Is the red mist the god he worships, who will eventually come? Mu Xing knocked his head. He shouldn't have believed anyone in this mental hospital. These mental patients had gone crazy a long time ago. Back to the underground warehouse. This time he threw away the key to avoid the two sides of the fierce battle. Destroyed the alarm device with mental scanning in advance. Then used telekinesis to unlock and successfully entered the basement. Although the entire basement was empty, there were many safes on the walls. These safes made of solid alloy were densely packed on 3 walls. Mu Xing tried to use mental scanning to get the contents of each safe, but found that these safes were also made of materials that isolated the spirit. His mental power could not penetrate at all. And there were nearly 200 cabinets here, and he couldn't unlock them one by one, right? Suddenly, his eyebrows became hot. This was a sign of danger. What's going on? He rushed out of the basement and saw a dizzy scene. The big box opened by itself at some point, and the red mist spread out quickly. Damn Lei Lomo. Mu Xing couldn't help but curse. He had avoided the damage caused by the battle, and stopped the bomb from exploding. How could the box open by itself? This was clearly aimed at him. He was too lazy to run away. He hoped to find something left by the madman before his death replay. Mu Xing closed the door of the basement with a bang, and then began to unlock it quickly with telekinesis. No, not yet. Mu Xing opened 10 cabinets in a row, all of which were filled with instruments and materials. Just when he opened the 11th cabinet, the heavy basement door was knocked away. Mu Xing saw a red figure. Mu Xing's expression froze. Isn't this a madman? Hey, madman you. Before he could finish, the madman in the red mist rushed over and killed him instantly. Mu Xing opened his eyes. His expression was solemn. He never thought that the red mist was actually a madman. How could he be a madman? He became Val Red? Mu Xing knew that the ultimate goal of the body generator was to separate the human body from the spirit. On the one hand, it strengthened and amplified the spirit, and on the other hand, it used the body generator to extract nanomaterials from the body of the experimenter, transform and program them, and create invisible and intangible nanorobots that can be aggregated and dispersed at will. Ghost. This ghost is Val Red. However, Val Red is not mature at this time, and it needs a driver to control it. The best driver is naturally his own consciousness and spirit. By matching the spirit separated by the body generator, he can successfully merge with the ghost and control it. In this way, a being composed of free spirit and free body is the real Val Red. Just now in the basement, he saw the madman in the red fog, which means that the madman also entered the body generator and eventually became Val Red. And the box opened by itself. Even if there was no collision and no bomb, the box opened by itself. This means that the box may have the ability to detect, and the object of the detection is most likely him, Mu Xing. As long as he approaches the box will open, and then release the madman who has become Val Red, and eventually kill everyone, including himself. The madman wants to kill me. He led me to the basement just to kill me. Mu Xing couldn't help thinking so. But this is not logical, because the madman he saw in the basement only has a form, but no will. This feeling is just like what the madman did when he was a guardian in the Toronto sewers, like a robot. There must be something fishy going on. He had to figure it all out, otherwise he wouldn't be able to survive under the madman's pursuit. Enter the administrative building again. Mu Xing recalled what he had just seen when he entered the basement. There were nearly 200 safes. He firmly believed that the madman sent him an email not just to send him to his death. Because the madman was also a survivor, didn't he know that the survivors would have death replay? Even if he could kill himself once with this method, after the death replay, this method would be completely ineffective. He knew it, but he still did it. Although the madman was crazy, Mu Xing didn't think he would make such a stupid calculation. It also meant that there was something waiting for him in the basement safe that the madman had placed. Chapter 115. This time, Mu Xing did not rush to the basement, but returned to the Personnel Information Archive room. First, he used a hacker computer to crack the computer permissions, waited for a while, and received the email that the madman sent on time again. Mu Xing already knew the content inside, and there was nothing to study. His focus was on the recipient of the email. This email was sent from another computer, using the internet, not the extranet. It was obvious that the madman had sent emails on other computers in Jason Hospital. Red Queen, search for the source of the message. On the watch, the shadow of Red Queen appeared, with countless 01s flashing in her eyes. Soon, Mu Xing got the answer. The email was sent from the control center. He hurried to the control center. Here, the situation was equally tragic, and all the staff members died suddenly. This place controls the water, electricity, security facilities, etc. of the entire Jason Psychiatric Hospital, and there is a monitoring room next to it. Mu Xing locked the computer that sent the email, unlocked it with a hacker's computer, and cracked its permissions. As soon as I turned on the computer, the recording started playing. Mu Xing, if you hear this recording, it means my plan has failed. I have persisted for so long, maybe it's time to end it. I have begun to lose my sanity completely. I put some props in cabinet number 102 in the basement. If you meet me again, use those props to kill me completely. Mu Xing was wondering, and suddenly, the voice in the recording changed. This time it was an exaggerated tenor. No, I won't die. My plan is perfect. As long as I walk the path of the past again, I may be able to complete the experimental requirements. Then, the voice changed again. Are you crazy? If you fail, you will kill them. The voice changed for the third time. This time it was a childish voice. Wow! Who will save me? I don't want to die. Then, the voice became manic. Ha ha ha, die, everyone must die, I will die too, ha ha ha. Beep beep beep. At this point, the recording stopped abruptly. Mu Xing's expression was particularly twisted. Is this madman completely crazy? So many personality conflicts. Mu Xing came to the monitoring room next door. Want to check the surveillance from July 3rd to today. The result is the same as he thought. The surveillance is blank. No content is left. Was it deleted by the madman? Or deleted by the people of Mukfa Company? Mu Xing doesn't know. In the recording, the initial voice is obviously the main personality of the madman. He left the recording and sent an email in his last moment of consciousness. It doesn't matter which personality finally occupied his consciousness. What matters is the words of the madman. Kill him. Maybe I guessed wrong from the beginning. The madman's purpose is not to kill me, but to let me kill him. So the box will open automatically. The madman wants to use this method to force me to kill him. Otherwise, he will lose consciousness and rush out of the box to kill everyone. It turns out that the message that the madman asked Simon to convey to me said that he should be careful of Val Red, which meant to be careful of him. Did he calculate all this in advance? If the plan fails, will he use himself to kill him? Mu Xing was hesitating. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fierce gunfire coming from outside the window. He leaned over to the window, and Blair actually brought the box out under the cover of two senior agents. Fatty Chris Walker and the Black Fog followed him out. This time Mu Xing did not go to the basement, nor did he get close to the box. So the box was not detonated, nor was it damaged, and it was not even opened by itself. However, just as the box approached the door, it was directly blown up from the inside to the outside by a powerful force. The red mist suddenly rose into the sky, forming a rotating red column. The great God will eventually come, and the passage to God will finally be opened. Mu Xing looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Father Martin carrying a heavy cross, and struggling to climb to the top of the church. Then he shouted the name of Val Red. Next to him, on the left and right, two twins also carry crosses, extremely pious. Welcome the great God to come, I am willing to turn into firewood and guide the passage to my God's coming. Martin poured gasoline all over his body, without hesitation, and burned himself in the candlelight. Then, other believers also set themselves on fire without hesitation, shouting to welcome the coming of God. At this moment, the red blood column soaring into the sky and the human-shaped torch on the top of the church complemented each other, looking like a god descending to the earth. Mu Xing grinned. He knew very well that this was not a god descending at all. The madman was completely crazy. The red mist that covered the sky and the sun turned into a sky curtain, swooping down directly and swallowing everything. Everything the red mist touched was corroded, like billions of locusts devouring all tangible matter. Madman, is this your choice? Why do you do this? Mu Xing closed his eyes slightly, quietly waiting for death to come. Under this level of indiscriminate attack, it was meaningless for him to run anywhere. However, this time he couldn't die in vain. Mu Xing jumped into the boundless nothingness outside the hospital without hesitation. He felt his body falling at a very fast speed. His consciousness was fading quickly, but before he completely lost consciousness, he saw the vague shadow of another mental hospital floating in the boundless nothingness. That was the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital. The two sides were separated by nothingness, and were wrapped in an invisible cube space, without interfering with each other. Is this the so-called box garden? Mu Xing was shocked. He opened his eyes again. Mu Xing retraced his death again. Everything he saw in the last reincarnation was still echoing in his mind. The red fog that swallowed everything, the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital wrapped in the void. At the same time, through the last reincarnation, he also understood the truth of the box. The box contained the madman who became Val Red, although he didn't know why he said the plan failed. But before the plan failed, he left Mu Xing with one last choice. Pick up the props he stored in the basement and kill him. Going back again. Mu Xing was a little unwilling. Although the madman was not a good person, he was definitely not a bad person. He survived the 2 harvest nodes because of the madman. In Toronto, he helped him drive away the 2 dangerous seniors. Although Mu Xing believed that if a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, but he also understood the principle of a drop of water. He couldn't just kill the madman like this. He rubbed his head, feeling something was wrong. Judging from the madman's preparation, he seemed to be very familiar with him, so he entrusted him with this. But apart from having a meal with his secondary personality, and talking a few words, he had no other intersection. Could it be that something else happened during this period in the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital? Mu Xing knocked his head, and his memory from entering the Bluebird Hospital to coming to the Giant Mountain Hospital was still blank. Perhaps it was time to find out the truth of all this. This time, he didn't go anywhere. He waited quietly, waiting for Simon's call. Ding ding ding. The phone rang on time. After Mu Xing answered the phone, he said directly, "Simon, can the trigger word hypnosis method be used now?" Simon on the other side was silent for a moment. "Do you want to?" "Yes, wake me up." Chapter 116. I have to remind you that awakening sealed memories multiple times in a short period of time may lead to unknown consequences and cause conflicts between memory and consciousness. Why? Is it because of the experiment in Bluebird Hospital? Yes. It doesn't matter, I'm mentally prepared. Simon took a deep breath. Have you decided? In that case, it's as you wish. Chaos, Blood Moon. When the hypnosis trigger word sounded, Mu Xing felt something explode in his brain. The surging waves pulled him directly into the world of memory. In the car heading to the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital. You should know the law of newcomers in survival, right? You have heard a little bit about it. The first 3 worlds of survival for newcomers are very important. The higher the score you get, the more beneficial it will be for future development. The madman looked at Mu Xing and smiled. Your scores in the first 2 worlds were both above 95 points, right? Mu Xing wanted to cover it up, but suddenly remembered that the madman was the guardian of his 2 newcomer nodes, right? This matter could not be hidden from the madman in front of him. Yes, 96 once, 97 once. Do you want to get 100 points? The madman suddenly said. Full score? How is that possible? There will be some deductions anyway, right? The madman nodded. Of course, after becoming a formal survivor, it is indeed impossible to get 100 points. The highest is 99, but as a newcomer, it is possible to get 100 points. How to get it? Mu Xing suddenly became excited. Although he didn't know what 100 points meant, the difficulty was so high, the survival system should have some special rewards. He looked at the madman in front of him, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and realized that any information needed to be exchanged for an equal value. I understand. What do you want? Cooperation. Cooperation? This time I used the Guardian qualification to exchange for an opportunity to enter the newcomer survival world from the survival system in order to completely solve a problem. Mu Xing was stunned. No wonder he would enter the same survival world with a madman, a senior. I didn't expect that he would give up the Guardian qualification in exchange for an opportunity. What trouble? The madman pointed to his head, the other me. The madman looked at the straight road outside the window, and the endless nothingness on both sides of the road. My last newcomer survival world is escape. I am a newcomer who walked out of here. This is the end of my newcomer identity, and the beginning of my complete madness in people's mouths. In order to gain power, I was willing to become a test subject of the Valred project. Although the experiment failed in the end, it also gave me the power to challenge the future, but the root of the disaster was also planted from that time. In future survival missions, my personality began to split and my spirit began to tear apart, until later, in most cases, there was another me controlling this body. I have thought of many ways to suppress, erase, and even forcibly tear the new personality out of my consciousness. However, they are always more and more. This time is my last chance, otherwise I will completely lose myself and be assimilated and annihilated by the other self in my body. Mu Xing looked at the madman. So you want me to help you? Yes, I want to walk this road again, starting from here and ending from here. If I succeed, I will strip off the other personalities and repair my schizophrenia. If I fail, I will be completely swallowed up by the chaotic consciousness. He suddenly came closer and grabbed Mu Xing's arm. As a deal, I will let you get a perfect score. You seem to think too highly of me, don't you? Mu Xing touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. The madman shook his head. You have this potential, because you are the first newcomer I have seen who got a singularity in the Yucatan Peninsula. Also, you retraced your time in the battle with the crows in the real world, right? Mu Xing's nerves tensed subconsciously. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to attack you, why would I wait until now? The reason I can sense it is because I once obtained a special tool that can perform death retracing in the real world. That time I used it to save someone, although I failed to save him in the end. Although this kind of tool is rare, it's not that no one has it. After hearing this, Mu Xing couldn't help but be more cautious. There might be other people who can retrace their death in the real world. But others use props, while he consumed the essence of the blood moon, and he definitely had more times. So do you agree to this cooperation? The madman looked at him expectantly. Of course, I would love to cooperate with such a famous senior. Mu Xing stretched out his right hand. The madman also smiled and stretched out his hand to him. Mu Xing opened his eyes again. Although the memories awakened this time were still those before entering the Bluebird Mental Hospital, it also gave Mu Xing some answers. That's why the madman asked me to kill him. Obviously, the madman's plan failed, his main personality was completely devoured, and now it was no longer himself who occupied his consciousness. Mu Xing slowly lowered his phone with some entanglement. Did he really have to kill the madman? But if he did so, not only would he fail to cooperate, but his 100-point score would definitely be ruined. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the double helix divine seal appeared in his hand. How can I unlock the seal I set myself? He questioned. However, the divine seal was as quiet as a stone, and did not respond to him. You can't ask me to find my past self to unlock the seal, right? Mu Xing couldn't help but say. Wait, my past self. Mu Xing looked up suddenly. Oh, I still have 90% of the blood moon origin, I haven't lost yet. Buzz? At this moment, Mu Xing felt his brain go blank, broken memories flickering, his consciousness was hazy, and he couldn't stand steadily. He fell to the ground, and it took him a while to recover. Are there any side effects from using the trigger word hypnosis method many times? Mu Xing realized that he could no longer recall his memories so frequently, otherwise his consciousness would collapse before he found the truth. And the collapse of consciousness has nothing to do with the strength of mental power. Even a madman, who is as strong as he is tortured to death by schizophrenia and finally has to gamble everything to fight for a possible future. When Mu Xing stood up, his expression had become firm. Since all the experiences now cannot piece together a path to move forward, he could only look back to the past and change the future. But he didn't have many chances, and the existing blood moon source might not be able to support him to reach the time he wanted to go. So he had to plan ahead. Before that, he had to go to the basement and get the things that the madman left for him. The battle in the warehouse was still going on. Claire was arguing with Dr. Wernick. Mu Xing took the opportunity to enter the basement and found cabinet number 102. The moment he opened the cabinet, Mu Xing felt a little dizzy. TSK, brother madman, you are the real boss. Mu Xing looked at the various shining high-level props in the cabinet, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Fuck enchanted big sword. Fuck space static bomb. Fuck high-energy laser gun. Chapter 117. Finally, Mu Xing took out two special items from the cabinet. Time corrector. Use it to correct time and go back to 1 hour ago. Usage times. 1/3. Obviously, this is the special backtracking item obtained by the madman, but it does not go back to the save point, but to the fixed past hour. It has been used twice, and now there is only one chance to use it. It looks like a pocket watch, golden, and it is still ticking when it is opened. But there is a red pointer in the middle that is always 1 hour slower than the real time. Mu Xing picked up another item. Mental annihilation bomb. After the explosion, it will cause mental annihilation to all life within a radius of 100 meters, and the damage to the soul and spirit body will be increased by 10 times. Mu Xing looked at the bomb in his hand that looked like a black tower. This thing should be the special item that the madman left for him to kill himself. This thing is specifically used to kill the soul and spirit body that have left the body. Even if the madman has become Valrider, he will definitely die if he is hit by the explosion of this bomb. It can be timed and remotely controlled to ensure his own safety. Mu Xing was holding the bomb in his hand, but was a little hesitant. Now that he had the weapon in his hand, he could pass the test safely as long as he killed the madman. He might not get 100 points, but he was confident that 95 should be no problem. Moreover, in his vague memory of the Bluebird Mental Hospital, he saw the madman attack him. You have to know, that was when the madman was not completely crazy. What if he went back to help him, but got an ungrateful person in return? Mu Xing closed his eyes, and weighed the pros and cons. Memory had made Mu Xing confused. Should I blow up the madman, or go back in time? After 10 seconds of silence, he took a deep breath and made his own decision. At this moment, the red mist began to spread and seeped in from the crack of the door. The madman began to bang on the door. With a bang, the door was violently knocked open. The red mist swept in. Mu Xing pressed the button without hesitation. He saw the dazzling white light bursting out from the black tower, and he felt as if his spirit and soul were facing the sun and were burned to ashes in an instant. At the same time, he saw the madman wrapped in red mist completely annihilated in the scorching sun, screaming and turning into ashes. At the moment when Mu Xing's consciousness completely dissipated, the red thread surged on his body. Once again, he returned to the familiar rolling ocean. Coming here, he felt at ease as if he had returned home. He saw the twinkling stars on the ocean. But this time, the stars were divided into two parts. One part was on the left ocean, and the other part was on the right ocean. What's going on? Mu Xing subconsciously clicked the star point on the right that was closest to him. Just on Psychiatric Hospital Administration Building node. Clicking upwards, they were the church node, the groom's operating room node, the observation ward area node. And when he clicked the star point on the left, Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital Test Area node. Sure enough, as he guessed, although his memory did not remember these nodes, this ocean faithfully remembered everything. Not only that, when he clicked this node, he got a hint. Do you want to consume 10% of the blood moon essence to go back? Mu Xing was shocked. You know, the experience of the Bluebird Mental Hospital happened 2 days ago. How come the consumption is still 10%? Could it be that? Mu Xing remembered the scene he saw when he jumped into the void to commit suicide. 2 different hospitals were suspended in the void. Box world, is that so? It turns out that the time of each box world is calculated independently, or parallel? Mu Xing suddenly became excited. Although he didn't know what the setting was, he couldn't help but be happy as long as he could spend as little blood moon essence as possible to go back. There are 5 nodes in the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital. Mu Xing clicked the farthest one. Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital Trial Node 1. This is the earliest node, and the first save point before he lost his memory. Click again. Do you want to consume 50% of the blood moon essence to go back? Mu Xing closed his eyes slightly. Don't trust your memory, trust your intuition. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, bloody waves began to surge, and the huge ocean formed a huge whirlpool. Mu Xing looked down, and the whole person seemed to be in the vortex of time. The entire ocean was moving around him. The sky was spinning, and everything was moving in the opposite direction. Mu Xing tried to stay awake and look down. He saw a huge eye in the distance, which was probably as big as a moon. He saw an extremely terrifying mouth opening, as if to swallow him completely. The whole person was wrapped in the red vortex, unable to move. And the terrifying huge mouth, like the abyss, was about to rush over to eat him. Hurry up! Mu Xing yelled. The entire vortex ocean rotated 3 times faster. At the moment when the terrifying big mouth intersected with him, his body turned into an illusory shadow, transcending this time. Before Mu Xing had time to be happy, he saw terrifying giant eyes, as big as stars appear around him, forming a circle and staring at him. Extreme fear came over him, and his spirit could no longer support him, and he fainted completely. Huh? Mu Xing suddenly sat up from the cold metal ground, pinching his neck. His consciousness was dazed. There were voices around him. Someone was calling his name. The voice was like an echo in the sea, and everything around him was distorted. The harsh noise made him cover his head. Ah! I don't know how long it took. Mu Xing opened his eyes again. He saw a calm and familiar face. Welcome back, Mu Xing. When Mu Xing saw the familiar face of the madman, he almost cried. Fuck you, I almost died. Don't use time to go back in time in some places. Mu Xing was stunned. Wait, you know I went back in time? The madman patted his shoulder. We are all survivors. You should go back in time. Leave first. This is not the place to talk. Mu Xing looked up and found that he was in a strange metal house. Next to him, there were two bodies with horrible deaths. Mu Xing tried to calm his mind. He could not understand the horror he had just experienced when traveling through time and space. Those scary eyes, scary big mouth. He was in a trance for a moment. If he was eaten, he might never come back. So what were those things? However, these memories soon faded in his mind, and the fear was also disappearing rapidly. It was just like a real nightmare. At this moment, he could only follow the madman and quickly walk through this maze-like room. Ha ha ha, don't try to run. Sizzle. He heard strange screams in the distance, and the sound of a chainsaw spinning. The madman seemed to be very familiar with this place, but he also acted a little nervous. Finally, he came to a green door and knocked on it. Who? A female voice came from inside. It's me, the madman whispered. The door suddenly opened, and a vigilant head popped out. Chapter 118. Come in. Seeing the two people, the woman inside the door quickly opened the door and welcomed them in. What's going on? Mu Xing looked at the two nervous people, especially the madman. With his strength, any trial wouldn't be easy for him to pass. Feel your body well, the madman said. Mu Xing subconsciously clenched his fist, then jumped, and then frowned. What's going on? Become an ordinary person. Mu Xing tried to use his mental power, but the originally smooth mental power was now like being locked in a small cage and unable to move. The madman said, I'm sorry to drag you into this. Originally, you newcomers didn't have to go through these trials, and could go directly to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. This is a box-type survival world. Unlike the normal survival world, the rules of the world in each box are different. Mu Xing looked at him. What are the rules of the Bluebird Hospital? All enhanced attributes are compressed by 99%. Mu Xing's expression froze. What's the difference between this and ordinary people? The woman next to him looked at the madman with some fear. Brother Bailey, what should we do now? Don't worry, I caused the trouble. Now you have two choices. The first is to complete the trial. Of course, this is difficult. Second, give up the trial. I will let Simon outside to pick you up and send you out of the Bluebird Hospital. Then you can continue to the real survival point, or directly exit this world. The woman raised her right hand tremblingly. Brother Bailey, can I give up the trial? I have died twice. This place is too scary. I can only leave it to fate. Mu Xing knew her, a newcomer who had only experienced the survival world once. Fei Bailey glanced at her. Are you sure? The woman nodded heavily, obviously having no fighting spirit. Then stay here and don't go out. Run to the exit in an hour. I will notify Simon to pick you up. Mu Xing beside him narrowed his eyes. No wonder he heard Simon was going to pick someone up. However, time was chaotic. The speed of time in the two-box garden world seemed to be different. After comforting Fei, the madman turned around and looked at Mu Xing. I know you have a lot to ask, but we have to get rid of the guy outside and complete the first wave of trials first. Mu Xing didn't say any extra nonsense, just nodded. After returning from the past, the madman seemed to be mentally prepared. However, before confirming the mental state of the madman in front of him and his attitude towards himself, he did not intend to act rashly. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps sounded. The echo of heavy footsteps on the iron floor was getting closer and closer outside the door. The madman threw an iron pipe over, which was caught by Mu Xing. The enemy of the first trial is a mental patient with a chainsaw. After being transformed by the body generator, his physical fitness is far superior to that of us who are suppressed. The weakness is speed. His eyesight is very poor, but his hearing is sensitive. If you want to kill him, you have to be careful of the chainsaw in his hand. We don't have a good weapon, so we have to go straight to the vital point. I will attract the firepower later, and you will be responsible for attacking when the opportunity arises. However, before the madman finished speaking, Mu Xing's hand appeared the monarch blade and the bone saw cutter that he dropped when he killed the chef Frank. Your space equipment is not sealed. The madman was shocked. In fact, Mu Xing did not expect that he would bring the equipment from the future back to the past. And the original hive was not suppressed at all. Wasn't I able to do it before? Mu Xing asked. The madman shook his head. Mu Xing was silent. He realized that he who came back from the future actually broke through the rules and suppression of the box world of Bluebird Mental Hospital. He was also increasingly curious about what that red ocean was. Then he thought of those scary big eyeballs again. As the saying goes, high risk brings high rewards. The price he paid for almost being eaten was a chance to start over again. But strangely, all the equipment that he had taken from the basement cabinet and placed in the original hive disappeared. Obviously, these things that did not belong to him were filtered out during the time travel. Mu Xing handed the Monarch blade to the madman, and then handed over the M4A1 rifle. Does this count as returning the property to its original owner? The madman was also confused, and it was obvious that he had never thought of this possibility. So, are you ready to transition from difficult mode to simple mode? He had a smug smile on his face. Then Mu Xing's scroll of summoning the living dead appeared in his hand, and he directly summoned 10 living dead. After the madman gave him this scroll, Mu Ming never used it. One reason was that he had never used it before, and the other was that he had always kept it as an emergency prop. Resident Evil has no shortage of materials to cultivate hunters, and now it comes to survival. World, just in time for emergency. The living dead are similar to zombies, but they are just corpses resurrected by black magic and do not carry the T-virus. Then, Mu Xing took out the hunter seeds from the original hive. Eat them. The seeds pounced on a zombie and quickly devoured it, followed by the second and the third. In less than 20 seconds, all the zombies were devoured, turning into a giant cocoon of nearly 1.8 meters. At this time, the sound of the electric saw in the corridor outside was clearly audible. Before the other party could knock on the door, the madman had already taken the initiative to attack. Duh. The M4 fired wildly, directly turning the solid iron door into a sieve, and the trial boss holding the chainsaw retreated step by step. At first glance, he was a mental patient who had only undergone a body generator transformation once. He was wrapped in iron wire and wore a simple scrap iron armor. He held a rumbling and rotating chainsaw. In order to resist the bullets, the boss could only hold the chainsaw horizontally in front of him to block the bullets. The Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital mainly weakens the survivor's strength, but does not weaken the props at all. A meteorite armor-piercing bullet flew out and directly penetrated the chainsaw boss's shoulder blade. Ha, it's so fucking cool. The madman held the gun and fired wildly, and the horror survival trial turned into a shooting game. However, the next second, the bullets were exhausted and the M4 in his hand misfired. Are there any bullets? The madman quickly retreated. Before Mu Xing could speak, the trial boss had already rushed over with a chainsaw. An electric saw directly cut the door that had been beaten into a sieve into two halves, and Feifei in the room screamed in fear. At this moment, the flesh cocoon that gave birth to the hunter was violently cut open by the bone blade. A blood-red monster covered with bone spurs rushed out rapidly. After eating 10 living dead, the hunter was nearly 2 meters tall at the beginning, like a human tank, extremely violent. Before the chainsaw boss raised the chainsaw in his hand, he was blown away by the hunter's bone blade. Iron Mountain, the trial boss, who was extremely ferocious in the eyes of ordinary people, was directly knocked away dozens of meters. It drew a parabola and hit the metal wall in the distance. Before its body hit the ground, the hunter was already in front of it. Once again, the Iron Mountain leaned against it and crushed it into meat paste. The chainsaw on the ground stopped spinning. The madman holding the gun and Feifei behind him were already dumbfounded. Mu Xing clapped his hands calmly. It's done. Let's go to the next trial. Mu Xing picked up the chainsaw on the ground and weighed it. Can you use a chainsaw? Mu Xing looked at Feifei behind him. The other party nodded blankly, and saw Mu Xing put the heavy chainsaw into her hand. Chapter 119. The preliminary trial is divided into 5 stages, or 3 to be exact. First, the audition. The test takers need to survive the audition designed by Mukfu Company to pass the preliminary assessment. Don't you need to defeat the boss? Mu Xing asked as he headed to the exit of the trial. No, the audition is just a preliminary test to confirm that the test subject has potential worth cultivating. Whether it is avoiding the boss's pursuit or solving puzzles, they can complete the level, the madman said. What about the second stage? The second stage is also called the transformation stage. Transformation? The second stage is a test to reshape the subject's cognition and personality, which is divided into annihilation, obedience, and rebirth. Annihilation means to annihilate all positive emotions such as kindness, morality, conscience, etc. in the heart through trial experiments, and at the same time shatter one's past. Obedience means to brainwash the subject through the trial, instill obedience and loyalty, and make the subject a controllable object. Rebirth means rebuilding a new personality through trials, saying goodbye to the past, and becoming a brand new self. As long as you pass this second stage of trials, a person's psychology, cognition, and emotions will undergo tremendous changes. You may even become a different person. Mu Xing looked at the madman. So you were? The madman looked at Mu Xing, Did my future self tell you that? It's just some messages, so I want to get more accurate answers from you. The madman nodded. Yes, when I entered the survival world, I devoted myself to this trial experiment in order to pursue power and successfully join the Valrid project. I thought that these things would not affect me with my rational thinking, but the evil roots planted at that time have now appeared. And some of the things I experienced in the trial have made me avoid it until now, so I don't plan to escape this time. I want to face the fear in my heart. Perhaps only in this way can I completely eliminate those personalities in my mind. But Mu Xing hesitated to speak. The madman suddenly fell silent. I failed, right? So you still plan to go back to the way you did before? Of course, it's useless to just escape. People have to learn to face it. Mu Xing didn't say anything. He only had one idea in his mind. If he wanted to change the future, he had to find a way to change the present. It was not advisable to stop the madman from entering the trial, so he had to find a way during the trial. At this moment, they had already arrived at the exit of the trial. Fei Fei still held the chainsaw and looked around nervously. The madman looked at her and said, "Go out from here and take the left passage to leave the trial area. Don't worry, Simon is waiting outside. You will be fine." Mu Xing didn't expect that a rough guy like the madman also had a soft side. However, Mu Xing stopped the madman's behavior. He looked at the woman Fei Fei. "You can escape from here, but have you ever thought about your future? You can skip classes in the survival world this time, but what about next time? What about the next time? One day, you will die because of your past humility and cowardice." The woman subconsciously stopped. You still have a choice now, but you will not have a choice in the future. You decide for yourself what is more important. As soon as the voice fell, the exit in front opened, and the heavy alloy door slowly rose. Heaven is on the left, hell is on the right, and Mu Xing is waiting for her choice. The woman hesitated for a moment at the fork in the road, and finally made up her mind to walk towards the left passage. The madman turned his head to look at Mu Xing, and the pessimism in his eyes was self-evident. However, Mu Xing was still optimistic. "Don't worry." Just as Fei Fei walked dozens of meters towards the left passage, she suddenly stopped, turned around resolutely, and walked into the right passage. Mu Xing put one hand on the madman's shoulder. "What you said just now was not only for her, but also for yourself, right? But you instinctively resisted your original choice and your current decision. Madman, you are really a contradictory guy." The madman frowned. "I do want to help her, but is it right for you to encourage her like this? If she becomes what I am now, she will only suffer more in the future." Mu Xing said, "You see, this is why you will fail in reinventing yourself, because you came with the determination to end everything from the beginning. Have you ever given yourself a glimmer of hope?" Faced with Mu Xing's questioning, the madman turned around with mixed emotions. "You are right. Everyone calls me a madman, and I am always worried that I will be swallowed up by those secondary personalities that keep appearing. But I have never told anyone that I am actually the most cowardly one. Whenever I encounter trouble, I will awaken a secondary personality to solve the problem for me, and then I can continue to escape with peace of mind. In fact, they are the real lunatics, the real Bailey, and my main personality is just a cowardly coward." Mu Xing patted his shoulder. "But aren't they also you? Aren't your subconscious, your unwillingness, and your resistance all reflected in those secondary personalities?" "Hey!" He sighed deeply, took out a folded envelope from his pocket, and handed it to Mu Xing. "What is this? It will tell you how to get a perfect score. Everything is inside. At the same time, I think our cooperation can end here." However, Mu Xing did not take the envelope, but pushed it back. "Stop talking nonsense. I wait for you at the exit of the second stage of the trial, and wait for you to tell me your plan in person. But believe in yourself, don't give up on yourself. You are a senior, a big boss respected by everyone." Just as the door was about to fall, Mu Xing pushed him to the right passage. Then, with a loud bang, the heavy door fell, blocking Mu Xing's passage to the next stage of the trial. He came here to change the future, no matter what method he used. This was not only for the madman, but also for himself. Beep beep beep. In the first trial field, a rapid alarm sounded, and the red warning light came on. He heard a lot of hurried footsteps approaching. The hunter slowly stood up beside him. "First, solve these troubles." As he said this, a red double helix divine seal appeared on his palm. Divine seal, restart. The dim divine seal gradually lit up, and the red runes kept flashing. "Welcome back, Master. It seems that your plan has been half successful. Do you want to unlock all the memories that the Master has sealed?" Unlock. Red streams flowed along the divine seal to Mu Xing's whole body. At the same time, a large number of fully armed personnel were slowly approaching. Before entering the memory fusion, Mu Xing gave the last order to the hunter. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Roar! The hunter roared excitedly, and the dark red figure rushed out. Chapter 120. In the memory world, Mu Xing sat in front of the illusory sand table map. The sand table was divided into two parts, Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital and Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. And on the sand table, the Divine Seal was suspended and slowly rotated. Divine Seal, review my experience before I went back. Understood. As soon as the voice fell, the map sand table of the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital in front lit up and then enlarged. According to the cooperation agreement that the Master originally reached with the madman, the Master helped the madman pass the trial. The madman will fulfill his promise and help the Master get a perfect score. What's the result? The result is as follows. Everything went well in the first stage of the trial. Due to attribute suppression, the Master and the madman each went back once and completed the challenge. In the second stage of the trial, the Master went back twice to complete the challenge, and the madman is unknown. Mu Xing knocked his head and observed this memory from a third-person perspective. The second stage of the trial was a single-player trial, so they each entered different trial fields separately. Did something go wrong in the second stage of the trial? Mu Xing suddenly asked, because he noticed that some of the memory images were unusually blurry. Master, due to the attribute suppression and the influence of the white light, the trial did have a certain impact on your personality and mind. Especially in the third stage, the Bluebird Hospital has strengthened the mental hypnosis and control of all experimenters. They used a special white light mixed with low-frequency sound waves to stimulate people's spirit and brain, and implant new information into the deep memory and subconsciousness of the brain. Let the experimenter acquire a new personality and accept his new identity. Mu Xing looked at the hypnotic effect that kept flashing in the memory picture. Not to mention his previous self, even his current self could not completely resist it. He realized that he had undergone the same mental experiment as the madman and was transformed into another person without knowing it. The key is that this transformed personality is usually not obvious. Through hypnosis, he didn't even know the existence of this hidden personality. At this moment, the fourth-stage map on the sand table controlled by the Divine Seal lit up, and the memory picture belonging to Mu Xing began to play. After entering the fourth stage, a large number of trial participants were thrown into a huge fighting scene. All trial participants fought each other in it, and it was extremely brutal. Mu Xing squinted his eyes to observe his memory. At first, he was normal and calm. But when the trigger word sounded in the loudspeaker, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Another personality hidden in his body was activated. He was cold and ruthless, and had no guilt for killing. Coupled with the strong fighting consciousness trained in the two survival worlds, he became a terrible killing machine. This memory scene is full of death and blood. Finally, he met the two strong men Madman. Unlike him, Madman's main personality was almost destroyed due to secondary mental stimulation, and the chaotic secondary personality began to dominate the body. The result was that he went completely crazy. In the battle, Mu Xing and Madman fought each other, and finally he was killed by Madman. Mu Xing asked the God Seal to pause the memory scene. There is no need to think about what happened next, it must be a death replay. How did I regain my sanity? Mu Xing asked. In the Blood Moon retrospective space, Shanine said. After the words fell, Mu Xing only saw a bright blood color in the memory picture. The picture seemed to be frozen. Shanine told Mu Xing that this was the supersensory state at the moment of death. Only in this state can one enter the Blood Moon retrospective space beyond the boundaries of time and space. What decision did I make? After discovering the harm of the mind control experiment, you decisively used the Blood Moon origin to retrospect. This time, you gave me an order. Seal the memory? Not seal the memory, but strip the memory. The memory screen continued to play. Mu Xing saw himself experiencing the first flashback. When he conducted the second and third stage experiments again, he chose to let the Divine Seal strip away this brainwashed memory. So when he entered the fourth stage, he still maintained complete self-awareness, and was not affected by the mental control trial. At the end of the fourth stage, only he and the madman were left. Mu Xing's plan was to use the Divine Seal's mental control ability to awaken the madman, but he failed. After the madman was awakened by the trigger word hypnosis method, the main personality was completely devoured. The result was naturally a defeat in the battle with the madman. So he went back a second time. This time, he directly consumed 20% of the Blood Moon essence to go back to the save point of the first stage of the trial. Since his memory sealing method can avoid brainwashing, Can this method be used on the madman? So, he had a serious discussion and exchange with the madman. Finally, the madman agreed to his plan and agreed to use the memory seal method to avoid the brainwashing of the second and third stages. In this way, they could enter the fourth stage without damage. Obviously, the plan was very successful. In the fight of the fourth stage, they successfully maintained their sanity and became the most qualified experimental subjects of the Bluebird Mental Hospital. Seeing this, Mu Xing frowned, but why did the madman fail in the end? Is it because of the later Valred experiment? Mu Xing thought of the madman who merged with the red Valred in the basement. At that time, he had lost all consciousness and completely turned into a madman. Alyssa's projection appeared. Master, although your method is effective, sealing memory is only a temporary solution. Mu Xing certainly knew that the madman came to walk that road again, with the purpose of eliminating other split personalities through the mental control trial. Sealing memory only sealed the impact of this trial, and his own split personality problem was not eliminated. No wonder he went completely crazy in the Valred experiment. The memory screen continued to play. After the two successfully passed the Bluebird Mental Hospital trial, he also got the full score strategy provided by the madman as he wished. The night before going to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. This world is a survival world in a box, and each box has different rules and restrictions. Not only that, the time flow rate of the two box worlds is also different. According to my experience, if you want to get high scores in the survival world, you must make the most of the development of the main storyline. Main storyline? The madman nodded. This is an important scoring factor that many survivors tend to overlook. Every survival world, no matter how big or small, has its own unique main storyline. The character relationships, background stories, and event developments that extend from the main storyline all determine the survival system's score for the survivors. The more main lines you participate in, the greater the possibility of getting a high score. Of course, there are two other ways to get a high score. One is to clear a world with extremely high difficulty. The other is to completely go against the main line and completely destroy the main line. Both of these methods can get high scores. However, these two methods are extremely accidental and uncertain, and are unrepeatable experiences. And the most reliable and safest method is mainline roleplaying. Chapter 121. Mainline roleplay? What does that mean? Mu Xing suddenly became interested. Mainline roleplay means completing the survival world from the perspective and code of conduct of the protagonist. The more realistic the roleplay, the higher the system score. As long as you can get more than 97 points, plus 1 to 3 points for the newcomer score, you will have a chance to get a full score. Mu Xing frowned. Although we have death replay and can start over, it's not that easy to get more than 97 points, right? The madman nodded. If it were any other world, it would not be that simple, but this is the world view of Escape 1. According to the normal process, you and Feifei will be directly teleported to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital to survive. And because of me, you were teleported to the Bluebird Mental Hospital, a box garden world similar to the prequel of the plot of Escape 1. This gives us a chance to plan well. What do you mean? Escape 1 is not a normal single protagonist world view, but a dual-time dual protagonist setting with time dislocation. The stories of the protagonist 1 and the protagonist 2 take place almost at the same time, but there is a time difference of about 1 day between the two. Normally, we can pass the game by playing the protagonist 1 or the protagonist 2. If you perform well, the score of the main line plus the newcomer bonus can easily get more than 90 points, and 95 is not impossible. But if you can play the protagonist 1 and the protagonist 2 at the same time, the plot scores can be superimposed on each other. Although it will not reach 100 points directly, it can greatly improve the overall score of the survival system for the survivors. It is not impossible to break through 97 points and reach 98 or 99. Hearing this, Mu Xing frowned. But how can we play two people at the same time, and in different time periods? You can't split one person into two people, right? The madman pointed at Mu Xing. Of course, it is impossible to split one person into two people, but you and I will cooperate to form a temporary team. In the team, the scores of the two people can also be added up. And because the time of the two box worlds is calculated independently, we can use this feature to arrive at the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital one after another. You or me? Mu Xing asked. Of course you, but only your name will go first. I will let Simon hack into the system of Muckhoff Company and put your name in first, and you will still stay in the Bluebird Mental Hospital. Why? Any explanation? It's a substitution. If you are sent there today, you will definitely be strictly guarded and subjected to the Valred experiment. It will not be so easy to escape, so you have to wait. and I will enter the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital tomorrow as the actor of the first protagonist. Because I have been exposed to the body generator, it doesn't matter if I conduct an experiment, and I can also pave the way for your actions in Giant Mountain in advance. Wait until the day after tomorrow. You will be included in the list of newcomers and enter with the patients transported to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. You will be able to meet the time when the plot starts and become the actor of the second protagonist. Mu Xing thought about the feasibility. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? When you sneak in, I suggest you seal your memory first to pass the memory test of Muckhoff Company, and then let Simon awaken your memory later. The madman stood up and said, if everything goes well, you just need to pass the level step by step to get the highest score. In the world of consciousness, the memory picture stopped abruptly, and Mu Xing pressed the pause button. After listening to the madman's plan, he finally understood all the unreasonable experiences he had in the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. Why did I lose my memory? Why did I wake up 2 days later? Why did the madman enter the Giant Mountain Hospital earlier than me? Why Simon would awaken my memory? All of this turned out to be a plan they had determined in advance. At this time, the God Seal added, Master, in order to prevent me from making absurd decisions due to mental hypnosis, you sealed me with the highest authority. Unless the past master unlocks it, I will remain dormant. Mu Xing nodded. I understand. So the moment the white light hypnosis turns on, it's time for you to go into hibernation, right? That's right. Mu Xing stared at the illusory sand table in front of him. There was nothing wrong with the main plot plan, but it still went wrong. The problem was not with himself, but with the uncontrollable madman. After all, he still didn't solve the problem of his split personality, and finally exploded completely. And the madman seemed to realize that he was about to lose control, so he left clues for him everywhere in the Giant Mountain Hospital. Even after completely losing control, the madman left behind the props to kill himself. Mu Xing rubbed his hot cheeks. If he wanted to really break through, he had to start with the madman. He had to find a way to completely eradicate his schizophrenia. It was meaningless to go back to the Bluebird Hospital many times before, because the rules of the survival world suppressed him, and he had no means to break through. Now, he has returned from the Giant Mountain Hospital and unlocked the original hive. The rules of the Bluebird Hospital can no longer restrict him. It is a good opportunity to break through. Shanine, tell me the results of your mental investigation of the madman. After the words fell, 5 different colored personalities appeared in front of him. Any suggestions? Master, if you want to solve the madman's split personality problem, you must solve these 5 main secondary personalities. Let the madman actively accept these secondary personalities, and integrate these secondary personalities, so that he can truly return to normal. Mu Xing stared at these secondary personalities in front of him, and he probably had a clear idea in his mind. Pressing one hand on the Shanine, get out. Opening his eyes again. The first area of the trial has turned into a bloody Shura field. The hunter, who has grown to 2.5 meters, is devouring the last corpse. The various weapons and props left behind by the security guards after they were killed are scattered all over the ground. Mu Xing was surprised to find that the hunter has evolved again. This time, not only has the left hand completely evolved into a flexible claw, but also a thicker and tougher skin has grown on the body. Is this considered a successful experiment? Mu Xing was surprised and happy to see the changes in the hunter, which means that he can control the hunter's various evolutions and growth in the future. Moreover, this implanted command will not disappear due to time reversal, which is really incredible. As if sensing that Mu Xing had woken up, the hunter devoured the last corpse and walked to Mu Xing with heavy steps. Standing quietly, waiting for Mu Xing's order. Shanine, the hacker computer is in your hands. First control the control system and communication system of the entire Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital, and then wait for my order. Understood, Master. Shanine appeared in front of him and flew away with the hacker computer. After a while, Mu Xing received the good news that the Divine Seal had taken control of the overall situation. Mu Xing clicked the silver metal watch on his wrist. Mark the location of the madman for me. The watch directly projected a transparent virtual image, and a red dot began to flash. Mu Xing pointed at the heavy alloy door of the second area in front of him. Hunter, open the door. Chapter 122. I thought the hunter would use brute force to directly break open the door. But I didn't expect it to quietly walk to the side, and as the red indicator light turned green, it stretched out its claws and pressed the door opening button. Hiss. Mu Xing felt that his IQ was crushed. Of course, he knew that this was not the hunter's subjective consciousness, but the control of the Divine Seal. With a rumbling sound, the heavy isolation door rose. The entire second stage trial area was huge, and was isolated and divided into small trial areas. The experimenters will adjust the direction of the experiment according to the status of each experimental subject, and stimulate the maximum potential of each experimental subject in a targeted manner. There is a beast hidden in everyone's heart. In normal social life, they will hide this beast well. But here, Mukfu Company will find ways to help you release the beast in your heart. If you are kind, the trial will challenge your kindness. In the trial of saving people, you will die and be eliminated if you save people. If you don't save people, you can survive. After making the first choice, you will feel at ease, because a gentleman does not save others, and you cannot risk your life for saving others. The second time, choose one of the two. Press the red button, you will die, and he will live. Press the green button, he will die, but you will live. You choose to press the green button, and you tell yourself that you have no choice, everything is forced. The third time, in front of the rotating flywheel, actively push the person in the cage in front of you into the flywheel, actively kill him, and you can jam the flywheel, and let yourself live. You think that there is only this option in the first 2 times, so you choose to push the man into the flywheel and kill him. Looking back, you find that there is a way out behind you, and taking a step back will open up a new world. You don't realize that a certain kind of thinking inertia has become a part of you. The 4th time, the 2 of you face off, and the one who survives is qualified to walk out of the cage. Facing the knife suddenly handed in from outside, you picked up the knife without hesitation, took the initiative, and killed your opponent without any psychological burden. You think, killing is just a matter of survival. The 5th time, the 6th time. Until finally, the so-called kindness has become nothingness in your mind, and the beast in your heart is completely released. Mu Xing has gone through the entire trial experiment. The experimenter sets up various trials based on your weaknesses. Either die or become another person. At this time, the madman is experiencing this complex and terrible trial experiment. He is different from ordinary people. The madman has 5 main secondary personalities: cowardice, greed, madness, childishness, indifference. All 5 beasts in his subconscious will be released, tearing his consciousness apart and splitting into one concrete personality after another. Even in the future survival world, various experiences continue to magnify these tiers, leading to the emergence of more secondary personalities. The more secondary personalities there are, the lower the sense of existence of the main personality. In the end, the main personality is submerged, and he himself is swallowed up by the chaotic will. Now the madman is going through the trial again, in order to face himself and accept himself. The previous trials were obviously failed, and Mu Xing realized that without the help of the outside world, the madman could not get out of it by his own will. Years of schizophrenia have completely changed him, and it is extremely difficult to return to his original intention. So, this requires Mu Xing to help him overcome these difficulties. When he arrived at the madman's trial area, the madman was curled up in the corner, looking at everything around him in fear. Mu Xing knew that this was his cowardly secondary personality. At this time, an executioner holding a machete and wearing a bloody apron was walking towards him step by step. Heavy footsteps, strong smell of blood, dazzling red light. All of them stimulated the madman's spirit. The way to eliminate fear is to face it. Everyone has cowardice. There are always things in this world that make a person afraid. And often, people will choose to escape from those things that make them afraid. Therefore, many people think that cowardice is a disease and a weakness. But few people realize that fear and cowardice are one of the innate characteristics of human beings. This is a physiological reflex condition to protect oneself. Only by recognizing the cowardice in your heart and facing it, can you truly understand what fear and cowardice are. If you let the executioner approach now, the madman's choice is to activate another secondary personality. It may be indifference or madness. And he did not really face his cowardly nature. So, Mu Xing moved, while contacting the divine seal. Are you ready for mental erosion? Don't worry, master, the madman's attributes are suppressed now, and his spirit is very fragile. Mental erosion is easy to do. Mu Xing nodded, and then appeared before the madman's fear reached its peak. The hunter attacked, piercing directly through the executioner's chest, and tore him in half with his claws. At the same time, let the divine seal suppress the madman's other personalities to prevent them from jumping out at this time. Facing the terrifying hunter getting closer and closer, the madman was already controlled by fear, his body trembling, and he almost had incontinence. Then, everything around him was sinking, and the madman was dragged into the hell of fear tailored for him by the divine seal. He was afraid, he ran away, and he faced wave after wave of mental erosion in that boundless world of fear. Constantly magnifying the fear in his heart, he realized that fear was useless, and running away was also useless. Only by truly recognizing one's cowardice and facing the fear in one's heart can one truly understand the meaning of the existence of this secondary personality. When repeated again and again, when the cowardly madman no longer feared, he became calm. At this time, Mu Xing finally appeared, and the surroundings were illuminated like the warm sun, and the darkness began to melt. "Let's go, I take you away from here." The madman looked up, and when he saw Mu Xing, his main personality finally returned. "Thank you for saving me," he said. Mu Xing shook his head. "It is you who defeated cowardice. If you don't believe me, you can look at your feet." The madman looked down and saw countless of his own terrified corpses. They piled up into a mountain and eventually sent him to the place closest to the sun. The madman smiled as if he had realized something. "I understand. It's not over yet. There are other secondary personalities to deal with. See you in the next personality." The surroundings were in a trance, and the madman lost consciousness again. When he woke up, he found himself in a treasure house full of various treasures, and the piles of gold and silver were dazzling. Countless shining singularities were like stars in the sky. The greedy personality came online. "Mine, all mine." Mu Xing observed the madman occupied by the greedy secondary personality. He was very familiar with this madman. When they first met in the Yucatan Peninsula, the madman who was fooled by the crow to become a node hunter was not the greedy personality madman in front of him. "Divine Seal, do you have any suggestions?" "Master, greed is one of the essences of human beings. It is an obsession with what one has never attained. Greedy people don't actually know what they really want. They just passively want to obtain, want to take everything for themselves. So if you want to eliminate greed, there is a relative trait called satisfaction." Chapter 123. Satisfaction? You mean to create a world for him that can fully stimulate his greed, and then satisfy him as much as possible? Shanine said, "Everything has a threshold. When it reaches this threshold, no matter how delicious the food is, no matter how much gold and silver money is, it is not enough to shake his mood, and greed will naturally disappear." Mu Xing sighed. "But if a person has no greed and no pursuit, wouldn't he become a saint without desires? Is this still a madman?" Shanine was also stunned. "Sorry, I didn't think it through." Mu Xing said, "I think we have to find a balance, just like you said before, satisfaction. We have to let the madman know that blind greed is useless, and we have to learn to be satisfied, determine what we really want, and understand our real goals." Shanine thought for a moment. "This is simple. Let him get it first, then let him lose it. Or you can only make a choice, only one of the two, and understand what you really want." Mu Xing snapped his fingers. It turned out that Shanine understood his thoughts best. "Yes, that's it. There are too many temptations in this world. You and I are both ordinary people, but we must grasp the degree, understand what is desirable and obtainable, and learn to restrain ourselves, so that we can understand ourselves, understand the truth, and know when to advance and retreat." He waved his hand. "Let's start." In the spiritual world that Shanine built for the madman, the greedy personality began to experience ups and downs, from the satisfaction that he constantly gained at the beginning to the sense of loss that he constantly lost. The mood is like a roller coaster, soaring to the sky and then falling into hell. This goes on dozens of times, hundreds of times. Gradually wear down the greed of the madman. At the same time, let the madman confirm his goal and understand what he really wants. Create ups and downs in the process of pursuit. Let him understand the hard-won truth. Finally, awaken the madman's main personality. At this time, the main personality's resistance to the secondary personality is not so strong. It is a good opportunity to eliminate grudges and completely integrate. "I didn't expect you to be able to do this." The madman couldn't help but sigh. "We have only successfully dealt with two personalities, and it's not time to say we have one yet." Mu Xing shook his head. He knew the real tricky part was coming. "Next is my crazy personality. He is not that easy to deal with," the madman reminded. After the first secondary personality was dealt with, he knew that it was Mu Xing who was helping him. He was naturally grateful, but also a little worried. Mu Xing pressed on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I have my own way to deal with your crazy personality, but it may make you suffer a little." "Ah?" The madman didn't understand what he meant. Just then, the gate to other test areas opened. "Go in, just like before. Don't resist your secondary personality, feel their existence, and face them truly." Hearing this, the madman nodded seriously, and then stepped into the gate resolutely. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw the bloody killing scene that made his blood pressure soar. A surge of anger surged in his heart, his eyes turned blood red, and the crazy secondary personality went online directly. This time, the madman's main personality did not stop the appearance of the crazy personality, but chose to actively welcome it. He knew that Mu Xing was right. The secondary personality was not his tool, but he was also himself. He had to learn to face his true self. He roared and fell into complete madness. Mu Xing looked at the already crazy madman and did not attack directly, but waited. "Master, how do you plan to deal with the madman's crazy personality?" Shen asked curiously. "What is the old saying? The bullies are afraid of the ruthless are afraid of the desperate. So what are the desperate afraid of?" "The crazy?" Shen said uncertainly. "What about the crazy? The crazier?" Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly, he waved his hand, and the hunter like a human tank walked to his side, with heavy steps. He pointed at the madman in the surveillance video. "Do you see him? Beat him up later, beat him until he is desperate." The silly hunter tilted his head, not understanding what Mu Xing meant. Mu Xing covered his head. "It seems that the hunter's intelligence needs to be improved. Next time you evolve, remember to grow more brains." Mu Xing couldn't help but say. The hunter scratched his head with his big claws, and he understood what he said. "Forget it, I give the seal to you. I have only one request. If he's crazy, we be crazier than him." "Understood, master." A thin thread extended from the seal, and connected directly to the hunter, to complete the control. At this time, in the entire trial laboratory, dozens of clones had been killed by the madman, and at this time, they were still tearing the corpses apart crazily. "Go!" At Mu Xing's command, the hunter broke through the door and rushed in. "Roar!" The hunter's roar attracted the madman's attention. "Kill, kill, kill you!" He rushed over. The next second, he was slapped to the ground by the hunter. Mu Xing knew that the show had begun. He hoped that it would end by then, and the madman would not blame him for being too cruel. Of course, fighting madness with madness is just a strategy. The key is to let the madman learn to control this madness. Letting the hunter beat him continuously is only the first step, which is physical treatment, and the real treatment lies in the spiritual world sanatorium prepared by Mu Xing for him. Not only must the madman accept madness, but he must also understand the price of madness, and how to learn to restrain madness. Madness is a tool that can be used as an aid to improve combat effectiveness, but it must not be swallowed by it. Mu Xing can imagine that in the past survival world, the madman must have relied on the madness of the secondary personality countless times. Over time, it has become the secondary personality he relies on the most, and the strongest secondary personality. Otherwise, he would not have been named a madman among the survivors. Mu Xing's goal is to crush his dependents. About half an hour later, Mu Xing looked at the madman in the surveillance again. His madness was almost wiped out in the face of the irresistible hunter. Mu Xing knew that the madness had not disappeared, but was just temporarily succumbing to the powerful force. When facing the weak, the madness would still occupy his body. "The time has come, prepare to pull him into the sanatorium," Mu Xing said to the God Seal next to him. "Leave it to me, master." The God Seal's mental erosion ability was activated. Once again, the madman was dragged into the spiritual world created by the God Seal. This time, Mu Xing called the spiritual world a sanatorium. He has two magic weapons, release and restraint. Release is to release the crazy nature of the madman as much as possible, so that his crazy secondary personality can get the greatest satisfaction. And restraint is to let him go crazy but not get it, and experience the serious consequences of madness. The ultimate goal is to let him accept madness, and learn to control this madness. This is difficult and troublesome. It is impossible to reason with a madman, just like playing the lute to a cow. Mu Xing's method is time. Through repeated cycles, his madness is worn away little by little. Anyway, the thing that the spiritual world lacks the least is time. Even if 10,000 years have passed in the spiritual world, it is only a moment of thinking outside. As the saying goes, water drips through a stone, and a stubborn stone can also be ground into gravel. Chapter 124. This recuperation cycle lasted nearly 300 times before the idea of restraining madness was gradually engraved into the madman's consciousness. When the main personality came out, the madman could look him in the eye quietly. The madman looked at the secondary personality in front of him. "I'm sorry, I used to rely too much on you. I always thought that calling you out would solve everything, so I also tasted the consequences of many regrets. So I hate you and rely on you more. I didn't dare to look you in the face before, but now I understand that you are also the devil in my heart. Is it my hidden side?" The secondary personality shook his head and put one hand on his shoulder. "I am your armor, but also your most vulnerable side. I hope you can stick to your heart and protect yourself in the future." The madman nodded, with red eyes, watching the mad secondary personality turn into light and disappear in his body. After a long time, he looked back at Mu Xing. "Sorry, I made you laugh." Mu Xing shook his head. "Everyone has a beast in their heart. At least you are better than many people in one aspect. At least you dare to release this beast completely, while many people dare not even release the idea of the beast, and eventually die in silence." The madman smiled, with a hint of relief on his face. "Next is the childish personality, my latest personality. I think you have seen him. The kid who asked me for food?" The madman touched his nose awkwardly. Just then, the new trial door opened. "Go in, I have already adjusted the trial room for you." The madman nodded and stepped into the room. As the door fell with a rumble, the divine seal appeared next to Mu Xing. "Master, I don't understand why the madman gave birth to the childish personality." Mu Xing said, "You are not human, so you don't have the growth experience of humans from childhood to adulthood. In our lives, we are not born like this. Childhood, adolescence, youth, each stage is different. Experiences in any stage will have an impact on future life. We want to find out why the madman has a childish personality. I think the only way is to analyze his past." As he was talking, the trial had begun on the surveillance screen. Under the control of the divine seal, the new trial room has been set up, and the madman's childish personality has been online. This childish personality is about 10 years old, which is an important time for a person to establish his worldview and life outlook. Prepare for mental erosion, release the madman's memories as much as possible, record these memories, and then build a new spiritual world. Mu Xing said. Understood. Mu Xing felt that it was definitely not a coincidence that the madman would generate a childish personality. It is an experience, a past experience. In this huge trial experiment, there is a trial that is more suitable for the madman. Gooseberry Mom, a crazy and perverted trial boss, had a tragic childhood, which made her extremely vicious when she grew up. Because of the experiment, she was disfigured, and her distorted face made her mind even more distorted. If you want to explore the inner memory of the madman, such a boss, who is particularly cruel to children, can better explore the essence. At this time, the madman's personality has been occupied by childishness, an innocent and friendly personality that maintains goodwill to everything around him. There are usually two possibilities for this split personality. The first is that the painful childhood made him imagine a happy and kind self. The second is to escape. Because of the long-term mental oppression and confusion of will, the last soft spot in his heart is embodied into the ultimate personality. No matter which one it is, it requires the madman to release his true nature to know. In the picture, the madman's childish personality gets along well with Gooseberry's mother at the beginning. What a loving picture of a loving mother and a filial son. Soon, the scene turned dark, and Boss Gooseberry Mom suddenly turned into a terrible demon. Torture, hunting, and soon the two sides turned into a chase. The madman was frightened and cried loudly, running around everywhere, and the divine seal was also using mental erosion to continuously read and copy the madman's memory. What's the situation? Master, the madman had a wonderful childhood and a happy youth, but what? But all this came to an abrupt end when he was 16 years old. Mu Xing checked these memories, and found the year was like a watershed in the life of the madman. His father's company went bankrupt, his mother died of a serious illness, and the happy family became fragmented. That year, the creditors came to the door, and his father was convicted of manslaughter and went to prison. From then on, the madman abandoned his studies, wandered the streets, and became a bad boy. Fortunately, he met a noble man in his life who took him back to the right path. When he thought everything would start over, misfortune happened again, and he experienced an accident with his benefactor and career failure. He wanted to die, but was rescued by a survivor passing by. Because of that experience, he was selected by the survival system and entered the survival world to become a survivor. The memory seal after entering the survival world cannot be read, because it is protected by the survival system. However, Mu Xing can probably guess some of his experiences. He struggled hard to survive, and paid a huge price to gain power. After experiencing all kinds of joys and sorrows, separations and deaths, he was finally forced to become a complete madman. I roughly understand what this childish personality represents. Mu Xing muttered to himself. So master, does the spiritual world that was customized before need to be modified? Mu Xing nodded. His original idea was to use various mental illusions to let the madman tear this childish personality apart with his own hands. But now he has changed his mind. That personality should be the only trace of beauty left in the madman's heart. This is not an escape, nor a remembrance of the past, but the last redemption he left for himself. Mu Xing waved his hand and asked the hunter to move. At this time, Gooseberry Mom was chasing the madman with a crazy electric drill, pressing him on the broken bridge, ready to drill his head. At this critical moment, the hunter appeared and swept away the boss, who seemed extremely powerful to ordinary people. The claws waved and tore it into pieces. The panicked madman was pulled into the spiritual world before he could react. Here, there is no crazy battlefield, no bloody killing. There was only a quiet two-story building, the sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was not dry. The wind blew the locust tree at the door, and the mother sat at the door knitting a sweater. The madman turned around and saw a child with a school bag on his back, holding a certificate in his hand, running towards his mother. He opened his mouth and stretched out his right hand. He realized that everything here was fake. He was about to turn around and leave when Mu Xing's voice rang out. "Why don't you go back and take a look?" The madman's voice was a little trembling. "Can you?" Mu Xing nodded, smiling. The madman threw away the bloody steel pipe in his hand, turned around and ran towards the small building. The moment he caught up with the child, the two merged into one. "Mom, I'm back. I got first place in the exam today, and the teacher gave me a certificate. Bailey is awesome, my son is the best." Mu Xing looked at the warm scene in front of him and turned around silently. "Master?" The divine seal appeared beside him. "I'm fine, leave me alone." Chapter 125. After successfully chewing off 4 bones, the madman looked much better. "Mu Xing, are you okay?" The madman noticed that Mu Xing seemed a little depressed. Mu Xing smiled. "What can happen to me? I want to congratulate you first. You have the last secondary personality." "Tell me about the last secondary personality first." The madman nodded and recalled a little. The personality of cold indifference is actually just a little cold in behavior, and it is no different from a normal person at ordinary times. So sometimes when I want to take the opportunity to be lazy, I will let Lingma come out to replace me for a while. To be honest, he is the secondary personality that I am least opposed to. After all, who would not like a calm helper who is calm and never makes mistakes? Mu Xing listened to the madman's story, and silently memorized the characteristics of the Lingma personality in his heart. "By the way, Manan, I read some of your memories before, do you mind?" The madman was stunned, then shook his head. "It's just a small matter, and there are no secrets in my past, you can take a look at it casually." Mu Xing raised his head and handed over a piece of paper. "So, can you tell me about your teammate now?" "Of course, no problem, but to be more precise, she is not actually my teammate, she can only be said to be a friend." "Why?" "After all, a dangerous guy like me is not suitable to be a teammate. What if I go crazy and hurt someone one day, or even—" The madman hesitated to speak. Mu Xing pointed at the paper. "If you have anything to say to her, you can write it on this paper, because it may be used to deal with the last secondary personality next." "Okay." The madman agreed quite readily, and started writing furiously, while lying on the table beside him. Mu Xing was not in a hurry, and just waited quietly. He lit a cigarette, but did not smoke it, and just let the smoke linger quietly. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the madman folded the paper. "Don't look at it." Mu Xing punched him in the chest. "Isn't she your lover? Go away, don't talk nonsense, she and I are just friends, do you understand?" The madman was rarely relaxed, completely different from his serious image in the past. Then, his expression was a little gloomy. When he passed Mu Xing, the door in front opened. "Mo, help me tell him a message." "What message?" "Just tell him I'm sorry for not being able to protect her." Mu Xing nodded. "Don't worry, I definitely tell him." When the madman left, the door closed. Mu Xing clapped his hands. "Divine Seal, get ready to work." The Divine Seal emerged. "Master, how do you plan to deal with this personality?" Mu Xing said, "An absolutely sober and calm personality, the previous methods are no longer useful." Then, "Do you know what is the best way to deal with this kind of personality?" "What?" "Break the rules." The red rune on the God Seal flashed, indicating that it didn't quite understand. There is no completely cold and heartless personality in this world. Even if there is, it is just a hot heart wrapped in a hard shell. What we have to do is to break the shell, and release the warmth hidden deep in the coldness. "Use love?" the God Seal said. "What the hell? Isn't that what they say in anime movies and TV series?" The protagonist shouted the power of love. Mu Xing was full of black lines. Watch less stupid animation and TV in the future. Mu Xing felt that the thinking of the God Seal was becoming more flexible, and self-awareness was gradually improving. Mu Xing was not worried about the God Seal giving rise to these emotions and feelings, but worried that it would evolve into a cold will that only knew how to create blood moons. What do you mean, master? Maybe the madman will suffer again. The folded letter appeared in his hand, and Mu Xing didn't need to read it. He probably knew what was written in it. Let's start, and build a new spiritual world according to my concept. Understood, master. For the last trial, Mu Xing specially selected a copy for the indifferent personality to annihilate the emotions of the experimenter. Do the opposite. The indifferent personality does not have messy emotions, so it will naturally not be affected by this trial, and it may even cause the indifferent personality to be affected in the opposite way. He can actually think of the reason why the madman generated this secondary personality. When all those who come into contact with him have a bad ending, he will deliberately stay away from everyone. In order to achieve this goal, the indifferent personality appears. The role of this personality is not only to keep people around him away, but also a kind of self-anesthetization to escape loss. The madman has always been very free and easy, and the departure of relatives and friends is like the wind, and he can let it go easily. In fact, he cares more than anyone else, but can only bury the pain of powerlessness deep in his heart. This is Mu Xing's breakthrough point. If you want to break the cold personality and break the shell, you need to work hard inside and outside. The trial script is very simple. The goal is to make the madman annihilate his dependence on friends, relatives, and lovers, and force out an independent personality. Use the trial to tell the madman's cold personality that I am here to crush your only remaining trace of nostalgia. As the saying goes, things will turn around when they reach their extremes. Under strong pressure, there will be a counterattack. And this time, Mu Xing plans to join the game himself. The first step is to give him a few teammates to establish a bond, and then kill him in front of him. Mu Xing looked at the screen on the monitor. The indifferent madman just watched his teammates die because of him. Then, he moved on to the next stage. Different teammates, same experience, but this time it was betrayal. He experienced the betrayal of his teammates, and had to fight back. The third stage completely destroyed the trust between people. Not only did he need to be wary of the enemy, but he also had to be wary of his teammates. The 3 stages were easily passed by the indifferent personality, because these trials were so inferior and boring in the eyes of the absolutely calm personality. Pa pa pa. Applause broke out. What a wonderful performance. The madman looked up and saw a familiar face. He opened his mouth and watched the not-so-pretty but heroic woman walk up to him step by step. Bailey, long time no see. You? Are you surprised? Because someone told me you wanted to see me, so I showed up. The indifferent madman shook his head. Although you look like me, I know you're fake. The woman opposite was stunned. Don't joke, crazy man, are you having another mad attack? You don't even recognize me? The madman still shook his head with an indifferent expression. First, she never calls me Bailey. Second, she rarely talks and hardly smiles. And third, you are uglier than her. The woman in front of him had a dull look on her face. After a moment, the illusion shattered like a mirror, revealing Mu Xing in disguise. Sorry, this is my first time playing a woman. I don't have much experience. I hope you don't mind. Mu Xing said with embarrassment. The indifferent madman waved his hand, not caring at all. The dead are gone. Even if she is just a shadow of the past, it can't affect me. Also, the first 3 trials are really boring. Mu Xing laughed and became even more embarrassed. It's my fault that the script is so poorly designed, but I didn't come here to talk to you about this. I get straight to the point. I hope you will take the initiative to merge the main consciousness. Okay. He nodded seriously. Chapter 126. So you agree? Mu Xing showed a pleasant surprise. Actually, I don't care whether I exist or not. Since you have helped him eliminate the 4 secondary personalities, I am relieved. At least, I won't be driven crazy by the constantly split personality in the future. After saying that, the madman's cold expression began to disappear, and a long-lost expression appeared on his face. Congratulations, madman, you succeeded. The madman also sighed. If it weren't for you, I might never get out of these shadows in my life. But how did you get the cold personality to agree to disappear? It's very simple. Just tell him directly. He is so calm, he knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Besides, he is a part of your personality. Hearing this, the madman was thoughtful. At this moment, the passage leading to the final trial opened. However, there was no one in the passage leading to the final trial. Where are the people? The madman looked around. Don't worry, the entire Bluebird Hospital has been controlled by me for a long time. Since your secondary personality has been cleared, there is no need to stay here. Start your plan quickly. What's the plan? Don't tell me you want to cheat. Of course, you're helping me get full marks in the trial. Oh, that's fine. It's only natural for us to help each other. Just then, the voice of the divine seal sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Master, shall we start the plan to eliminate the fifth personality? Mu Xing did not hesitate. Let's start. Don't stop the mental influence for a moment. This cold personality is more difficult to deal with than I thought. That's right. In fact, the cold personality has never left, nor has it merged with the master personality. Now the indifferent secondary personality is still controlling the madman's body, but this is not only the will of the secondary personality, but also the will of the main personality. Mu Xing can feel that perhaps in the eyes of the madman's main personality, this indifferent secondary personality is more suitable to be the main personality than himself. So, this is when the real trouble begins. Not only do we have to find a way to eliminate the indifferent secondary personality, but we also have to find a way to change the main personality's thoughts. When the two walked out of the trial area, they looked up and saw Feifei waving at them. Brother Bailey. Feifei was excited that she could pass the test. How do you feel? Very good, except that my head is a little dizzy. Nothing else is wrong. The madman frowned. Mu Xing beside him whispered, Don't worry, I have modified her personality tests, and she just beat 2 ordinary mental patients. Hearing this, the madman was relieved. After all, he did not notice the impact of the test on him after passing it, so that his personality continued to split, and he became a madman. Feifei, what are your plans next? If you want to leave, I can ask Simon to take you out. The madman asked. Feifei shook her head. I think Brother Mu is right. The first 3 survival worlds are very important for us newcomers. We must seize the opportunity, and improve ourselves as much as possible. After all, once the flowers in the greenhouse leave the greenhouse, they may die suddenly because they can't stand the wind and rain. So I hope to act with you. Mu Xing looked at the madman. What do you think? Crazy thought for a while and nodded. But I hope you will follow my orders in all actions, understand? Don't worry, Brother Bailey, I will be very obedient. Mu Xing smiled and said, Feifei, you are so lucky to meet a senior like Crazy Brother who can lead you. Just be happy. Crazy shook his head. Mu Xing, don't give people this mentality of getting something for nothing. Will she not live without me in the future? Ha ha ha. Mu Xing laughed. Suddenly, Mu Xing received a team invitation. Survivor Bailey invites you to join the survival strategy team. Do you agree? Survival strategy team? Crazy explained. The survival strategy team contract is the reward I got when I was a guardian. After forming a team, you cannot attack each other, all profits are shared equally, and you cannot quit temporarily. You can form a team of up to 5 people, and it will last for the entire survival world. It sounds much better than a temporary team contract. That's nothing. Those formal team contracts are more powerful. Some can add attributes, some have public storage space, and some can even locate teammates. But these official team contracts are hard to come by. If you want to form an official survival team, a real team contract is essential. Mu Xing nodded, so that's it. Then he signed his name on the survival strategy contract without hesitation. Feifei also signed her name quickly, and the 3 of them formed a relatively stable temporary team. At least in this world, there is no need to worry about teammates betraying each other. You didn't take out this contract last time. Mu Xing couldn't help but say, Maybe I didn't think you were trustworthy before. The madman said, as a matter of course. What about now? I've seen everything you did to help me deal with those secondary personalities. Now you are of course a trustworthy temporary teammate. Mu Xing smiled and shook his head. You guy. At the same time, he silently called the divine seal in his heart. Let's start. Understood. Just then, Feifei suddenly pointed to the lighthouse on the hillside in the distance and said, Look, that lighthouse is so strange. Strange? The madman turned his head subconsciously, and saw that the lighthouse suddenly burst into a dazzling white light. Oh no, get out of the way, it's a hypnotic white light. However, the sudden white light didn't give them time to react, and instantly illuminated everything. Buzz? Everyone's brain was blank. I don't know how long it took. When the madman opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a hospital ward, with an unfamiliar ceiling in front of him. What's wrong with me? He turned his head suddenly. Mu Xing? Feifei? Dang dang dang. A loud knock on the door sounded. It's time for dinner. A window was opened in the heavy iron door, and a tray was stuffed in. Seeing the food in the tray, the madman frowned. He kicked the iron door without hesitation. But he found that his body strength was still sealed, but fortunately the space props had been unlocked, and he could use props and weapons. He casually pulled out a rotating cutting machine and directly sawed open the sturdy door lock. As soon as he opened the door, an ugly mental patient came forward. He waved a dinner knife and stabbed at him. The madman calmly dodged, and the fighting skills he had practiced for many years had already become instincts. Even if his physical strength was sealed, his rich fighting experience made it easy to deal with these small characters. The moment he dodged the attack, he grabbed the wrist of the mental patient, and with the help of the force of his forward thrust, he turned his arm and stabbed his eyeball with a knife. He kicked his knee and slapped his neck with his right hand, and the mental patient lost his balance instantly. Puff! After falling to the ground, the knife pierced through the back of his head. "Kuhl, where have you been? Why don't you come and clean up the plates?" An irritable voice sounded, and hurried footsteps came towards this side. "Frank?" The madman recognized the man at a glance. After all, it was not the first time he came to this giant mountain mental hospital. Chapter 127. We meet again, Biley. Frank walked towards him with a grim smile. The madman subconsciously took a step back, his expression remained calm, and he stared at Frank's condition. "You are not Frank." Suddenly, Frank's severely burned face showed a cruel smile, which kept changing, and black particles emerged from his face. "Of course I am not Frank. I wonder if you still remember me, the coward back then." The face condensed by the black fog changed from time to time, and finally turned into a familiar yet strange face. "You are not dead." The madman narrowed his eyes, and silently took out a weapon from the space prop. A beam of red laser shot out without hesitation, piercing Frank's chest and burning a fist-sized hole. However, Frank, who suffered a fatal blow, did not fall down, and wisps of black fog lingered in his chest. TSK, Bailey, you are still as fragile as before. Do you think that letting a cold and ruthless secondary personality take over you can change your fragile nature? The face condensed by the black fog suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and the two faces were 90% similar at this time. It was just that the black fog face had a little more mania and less calmness. A magic sword appeared in the madman's hand, and the blade suddenly lit up with dazzling light, slashing towards the black fog face. The black fog face was split in half, and the black fog particles destroyed by the light of the big sword fell down. "Oh, it's getting stronger." The black fog face returned to Frank. The madman took a step forward expressionlessly, and a faint light lit up on his shoes, and he instantly accelerated 10 times. The big sword in his hand pierced Frank, pushed him out dozens of meters, and finally nailed him to the corner wall. "Die!" he roared, and the light on the big sword burst out, completely burning the body to ashes. However, the black fog had already taken the opportunity to break away, and appeared outside the window. "Bailey, so what if you have become stronger? You have abandoned countless people along the way, and even abandoned a part of yourself without hesitation. Since you are back here today, let's have some fun, and let you know what regret is." As soon as the voice fell, the madman heard screams from afar. He looked out the window, and saw Feifei tied to the cross on the top of the church. He rushed to the 4th floor, and looked at Feifei across from him. "Brother Bailey, save me." Next to him, Father Martin raised his hands, with a fanatical look on his face. "My God will come eventually. If she dares to stop me, burn this pagan to death." "Stop it!" The madman raised his hand, and shot the defenseless Father Martin. However, black mist rose from Martin's body, revealing a hideous face. The black mist wrapped around Feifei, and the twisted fingers pinched Feifei's cheeks, looking at the madman provocatively. "Look, does she look like that person? You could have saved her, but your cowardly personality came out, and you ran away. When you came back, it was too late." "Shut up," the expressionless madman growled. At the same time, he quickly observed everything around him, and calculated all the environments and props that could be used. TSK, are you thinking about how to save her? In that case, how about we play a game? 10 seconds, you only have 10 seconds, as long as you can defeat me within 10 seconds, I will let her go otherwise. You know. Zizi. Before the black fog finished speaking, the laser penetrated his body. The madman fired accurately, and the laser penetrated the black fog wrapped around Feifei. At the same time, he threw out the hook, and hooked the fence on the top of the church. "Oh, you are really getting stronger. You have 9 seconds, no 8 seconds. The black fog figure appeared above Father Martin's head. The madman had already slid over quickly along the hook. At this time, the two twins under Martin attacked the madman furiously. He quickly flipped his body on the zipline, and rolled to avoid the attack. 7, 6. The figure in the black mist counted down calmly. The madman fired his laser gun quickly, injuring the two twins. A space-solidifying bomb appeared in his hand. The ambushed psychopaths rushed over. The bomb exploded, and the surrounding space seemed to be solidified, controlling all the psychopaths. The big sword cleared the way, and cut all the cultists in half. 5-4. The countdown continued. The injured twins behind him fought back quickly, swinging their machetes. The madman dodged calmly, avoiding all attacks, and quickly counterattacked. The big sword cut off their knives, and the laser gun swept directly across the head. He continued to rush forward, approaching the cross tied to Feifei. 3-2. The countdown was about to end. A string of flames began to rise under Feifei's feet. The black shadow suddenly appeared next to Feifei, with a sharp blade in his hand facing the madman. Save Feifei, or save yourself? It only took a moment to weigh the pros and cons. The madman slashed directly at the black mist figure. Puff! The black mist body was cut in half. At the same time, Feifei next to him was also engulfed by the flames. Screams rang out, but it was too late to rescue. The flames were so fierce that they could burn people to death in a few seconds. Ha ha ha. The black mist figure appeared again, flying in the air. Look, look, this is you, always able to make the most beneficial choice for yourself. It's true, just a temporary teammate. If you die, you die. You understand that only by killing me can you successfully pass the level, right? Shut up. At this moment, the madman's calm mind began to become chaotic, and the other personalities that had been digested and integrated before began to show signs of splitting again. Why didn't you save her? Why can't you have the best of both worlds? You selfish guy. Kill, kill, kill. You don't deserve happiness. Ah, get out, get out. The chaotic voices in his brain swept out, making him unable to calm down, and he covered his head and roared in pain. Bailey, you disappoint me so much. I thought you would make some progress after coming back here, but you just turned into a robot who only knows how to weigh the pros and cons. It's ridiculous. If that's the case, then go to hell. Boom! The whole church began to collapse. Looking down, the whole church had been burned out, and the magma was rolling like hell. Just then, a strong arm grabbed his wrist. Hey, don't give up on yourself. The madman looked up and saw Mu Xing's familiar face. It's not time to give up now. He tried his best to pull the falling madman up. But at this moment, the black mist figure suddenly appeared behind Mu Xing. Looking at the madman with a grim smile, he raised the sharp knife in his hand high. So what is your choice this time? Save him, or save yourself? The madman quickly analyzed the pros and cons with an expressionless face. Puff! The other party didn't give him time to choose, and the sharp blade pierced Mu Xing's chest directly. Mu Xing's eyes were full of unwillingness and confusion. But he still gritted his teeth and threw him to the opposite side of the church. Live! With a bang, the church collapsed completely, and the brick and stone fragments fell into the sea of fire with Mu Xing. No! Chapter 128. Ah, I'm going to kill you! The madman roared, and his cold secondary personality finally broke through, losing his usual calmness. Ha ha, Bailey, you are so funny, you want to kill me. It's equivalent to killing yourself. Do you think you can kill yourself? The black fog twisted and laughed wildly on the rooftop of the 4th floor. The madman covered his heart. He had clearly wiped out all his emotions, so why did he still feel pain? Crack! The sound of a broken mirror rang out, and the invisible hard armor on the surface of his body began to crack. All the reluctance, remorse, disappointment, and regret that I once had all came to my mind. My split personality also reappeared. They turned into different phantoms and emerged from behind me. There was madness, greed, cowardice, and childishness. At this time, the black mist figure set the entire mental hospital on fire, sometimes going crazy, sometimes laughing wildly. Die, die, lunatic, this is your fate, your end, you can't escape, you can never escape. A huge fire ignited around, wanting to burn everything to ashes. The madman half knelt on the rooftop, with fire burning around him. He slowly stood up. You are right, I am cowardly, crazy, greedy, naive, and even indifferent. These are me, my nightmares that I have never been able to get rid of. But someone told me that only by facing them, understanding them, and accepting them can I reconcile with them and myself. He took a step forward, and the shadows behind him began to tremble violently. I am cowardly. I have escaped too many times, so many times that I can't count them. I always think that escaping can solve all problems. Now I understand that it is not shameful to escape, but it is shameful to not dare to face it after escaping. The voice fell. The shadow representing cowardice merged into his body. I am greedy. I once thought that the world owed me, so I wanted to grab all the good things in my hands, but I eventually forgot my original intention and what I really wanted. Now I understand that greed is not shameful. Knowing what you really want is the most important thing. The light flickered. The greedy shadow merged into his body. I was crazy. I killed everything, destroyed everything, and destroyed everything that dared to oppose me. Madness helped me eliminate too many things that I dared not face, but also made me lose too much. I now understand that madness is not an excuse. He is the beast in my heart. I released him with my own hands, and I felt at ease and became a victim. After the voice fell, the third shadow merged into the body. I was naive, always holding unrealistic fantasies, longing for the beauty that I clearly had a long time ago but did not know how to cherish, and then complaining that I had everything. I now understand that beauty is created and protected by oneself. Don't wait until you lose it to appreciate it. The fourth shadow merged into his body, and the surrounding flames began to retreat in fear. He continued to move forward. Take off the coat, revealing a set of indestructible armor. At this time, the armor was covered with cracks. I am indifferent. I think complicated thoughts will only affect my judgment. Compared with my original body with countless weaknesses, he is the most perfect main personality. But now I understand that perfection is also an incurable weakness, strong, but also extremely fragile. This shouldn't be the ending. The madman held the armor with one hand, penetrated the crack, and tore the cold armor with both hands. Crack, crack. The armor continued to break, turning into a cold shadow in front of him. Bailey, you are too persistent. You will only make mistakes like this. I will never allow it. The madman looked at the indifferent secondary personality in front of him, grinned at him, and then swung his fist. You are nothing, and I won't allow you to go back to my body. He punched the cold secondary personality into pieces. Finally, he stood in front of the black mist figure. So what is your choice? The black mist figure looked at him teasingly. The madman said nothing and jumped into the sea of fire in the church without hesitation. He searched in the flames, and finally found the half-burned cross, and Mu Xing, who was burned to charcoal. I take you home. He carried the charcoal, and the cross, and walked step by step out of the flames. At this time, a cold shadow appeared behind him. You are too impulsive. This will only kill yourself, and you will get nothing in the end. So what? Bailey, you are a lonely star. All the people who were with you are dead. All the good intentions that tried to approach you have turned into smoke and dust. You should know better than anyone that loneliness and indifference are your future. The madman ignored the ridicule of the cold personality and continued to move forward, until a red door appeared in front of him. We're almost there, he muttered to himself. Don't be stupid, Bailey. Can't you see clearly? Everything here is fake. It's a test set by Mu Xing for you. Even if you pass the test, so what? Do you think I will disappear? No, I will never disappear. You are destined to be a lonely star, and no one will ever reach out to you. Clang. Just then, the red door opened. Mu Xing appeared in front of the gate, and the bright light behind him made him only a shadow. Gradually, the light disappeared, revealing his face. He slowly raised his right hand. You are wrong. There are people in this world who are willing to lend a hand to him, such as me. The madman who was staggering raised his head, and a glimmer of light appeared on his face. But soon, the glimmer of light disappeared. The passage under his feet suddenly collapsed, revealing the endless abyss below. Mu Xing took a step forward, grabbed his sleeve, and pulled him down. Madman, reach out. Mu Xing looked at him seriously. This is the final test. Everything depends on the madman's own choice. But the madman looked confused. Maybe he is right. I am a lonely star. Too many people died because of me. Shut up. It's time. You are still pretending to be deep here. Come up quickly. You are what he said you are? Will you eat shit if I ask you to? You? The madman was stunned by the scolding. What do you mean? You are so hypocritical. You are a madman, not a woman. Shut up. Hold your hands tightly. The madman gritted his teeth and remained silent. Finally, he raised his head and stretched out his right hand to grab the hand of hope that Mu Xing handed over. Damn, you are so heavy. Did you grow up eating pig feed? Mu Xing pulled him up while complaining. Hurry up, my spiritual world is about to collapse. Here it comes. The madman finally woke up and followed Mu Xing to run towards the door. Suddenly, he stopped and looked back. The personality that represented indifference stopped. Let's go! The madman shouted. No, I hope you won't need me anymore, and I hope this is the last time we meet. As he said that, The transparent and indifferent personality fell into the abyss behind him without hesitation. At the moment of falling, a big hand grabbed the indifferent personality. What are you doing? You are me, and I am you. Accept, not abandon. I may not be perfect, but I will not abandon every different me. At this moment, the cold armor finally melted, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in the palm of the madman's hand. Chapter 129. The next second after the spiritual world collapsed. At the end of the trial area, the two opened their eyes almost at the same time. The madman took a deep breath and confirmed that he had returned to reality. Did it succeed? Mu Xing asked with concern. The madman nodded gently. That's great. It's worth my effort to design so many trial levels. Mu Xing was sincerely happy for the madman. Thank you. Such a great favor. I can't repay you. You can ask for anything. Mu Xing waved his hand. I don't have any request. I just want to invite you to form a team. You are so awesome. I really want to curry your favor. Haha, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Okay. But Mu Xing's expression froze. He looked back dully. He swore he hadn't heard it. Anyway, I'm alone. Many survival world missions require multiple people to cooperate. I might not be suitable to be a teammate before. After all, those complex personalities often pop up. Boss, are you serious? Mu Xing suddenly became excited. He had never thought of abducting the madman. He just wanted the madman to owe him a big favor, so that he could ask him for help if he had any trouble in the future. Who knew that the boss would agree to his casual remark? I explained in advance that many of my abilities are controlled by other personalities. Now that these personalities have been unified, my strength has declined. It will probably take some time to digest and absorb the memories and abilities of these personalities. As expected, the blackened one is 10 times stronger, and the whitened one is 3 times weaker. Mu Xing couldn't help but mutter. What? Crazy was puzzled. Nothing, just talking to myself. He hurried over. Boss, when can we form a team? Don't call me boss. Just call me Bailey or Crazy. I'm used to it anyway. Hee, no problem. Then when can we form a team? Mu Xing rubbed his hands expectantly. Don't worry. To form a team you first need a basic survival team contract. Madman said. Madman, don't you have it? Mu Xing was stunned. I'm a Lone Ranger. Why do I need that thing? Mu Xing slapped his head. The person has been found, but the contract is still not there. Then can we still get the survival team contract in this world? He asked. Impossible. This is a new survival world, and the team contract can only be obtained by completing special cooperative tasks. That's a pity. Mu Xing was a little disappointed. Don't worry, I still have 2 temporary contracts. We still have at least 2 worlds to get the team contract. The madman's words gave Mu Xing a reassurance. Well, madman, I want to give you a mental examination. Is it convenient? Sure. The madman did not refuse. He had just merged these secondary personalities, and his mind was not stable. Mu Xing silently communicated with the divine seal, scanned the madman's mental condition to see if there are any signs of splitting. I saw a red filament extending from Mu Xing's palm, and then turned into a net covering the madman's head. After a moment, Master, the madman's personality fusion is very smooth, and his mind is relatively stable, but he should not be stimulated in a short period of time, especially not to participate in the Valrid experiment. The thread retracted from Mu Xing's hand, and the madman opened his eyes and asked, How is it? The fusion is pretty good, but it is still unstable and cannot be stimulated. And there is a bad news. What? You can't participate in the Valrid experiment for the time being. The madman didn't speak, and was silent for a while, as if thinking about something. Mu Xing said, I know that you came to the escape world this time. You should come for Valrid, right? But your current situation is indeed not suitable for fusing with Valrid, otherwise the spirit that just fused will collapse directly. Even if it doesn't work this time, there will be opportunities in the future. Mu Xing tried to comfort him. Valrid? It doesn't matter, I'm not here for it. Huh? Mu Xing was a little confused. To control that thing, you need the assistance of the body generator, and the body can't move. Or you can only completely separate the spirit from the body and merge with Valrid. Although this form is very powerful, it can be aggregated, dispersed, and even attached to other creatures, but it also has great disadvantages. For example, I have a spirit annihilation bomb in my hand. One will destroy everything directly. And even if it has become like this, is it still a human? I am not interested in such abilities. Mu Xing shrank his head. Well, it turned out that he took Valrid too seriously. The madman didn't care at all. He remembered the scene when he used the mind annihilation bomb to die together with the red mist madman. Although the body is fragile, it can protect the mind and soul perfectly. Vord's nanoparticles seem powerful, but they have no protection against mental attacks. He originally thought that if the madman didn't want it, could he try to fuse Valred? Now I think it's better to forget it. But he has another plan. He quickly contacted Shanine. Shanine, do you want to have a physical body? Master, do you want me to control Valred? You always need to borrow the corpse to move, and your flexibility is limited. If you can control Valred, I will have another powerful helper. Shanine did not refuse. Yes, Master, but first you have to get a set of body generator, or the full set of technology of the body generator and Valred. I try. Mu Xing looked at the madman. Is there a way to take the body generator out? The madman seemed to understand what he meant. It's a bit difficult, unless it is turned into a prop. Turn it into a prop? How to do it? Of course, it's the main line. You come into contact with the body generator as the protagonist, and you have the opportunity to turn it into a prop. I see, I try. Mu Xing's idea is to turn it into a prop and take it out, so that not only the divine seal can be used in the future, but also others can use it. But if the divine seal is allowed to absorb and fuse, just like it devoured the Red Queen, only the divine seal can use this body generator in the future. Just then, the door to leave the trial field opened. Fei Fei had been waiting for them outside. But the woman didn't look very well, and was a little depressed. The madman walked over directly. Fei Fei, I give you two choices. First, stay in the Bluebird Psychiatric Hospital and wait until the time is up before being teleported out, or I choose the first one. Before the madman finished speaking, Fei Fei made her choice directly. Obviously, she was a smart woman. The madman nodded and handed over a submachine gun, which was obviously a special equipment. This is my compensation for you. Thank you, Brother Bailey. Fei Fei smiled and quickly picked up the two props and left through the side door. What are you doing, madman? Next, I will focus on helping you get a perfect score. Any unfavorable factors should be eliminated in advance. After all, we are now our own people. Hearing this, Mu Xing looked at the madman with some surprise. Is this what it feels like to have teammates? Chapter 130. According to the original plan, the two will enter the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital one day apart. They will play the role of the first and second protagonists respectively. The higher the degree of the main line, the higher the survival system score. Not only that, because you are familiar with the environment in advance, you can complete the plot faster. Waking up again in the observation hospital area, Mu Xing waved and released the mature hunter in the primitive hive. Kuehl, who was pushing a cart to distribute lunch outside, just arrived at the door and embedded into the opposite wall along with the iron door that was knocked away. Mu Xing took a deep breath and stretched his muscles. He had not gained nothing from the personality test on the madman before. After 5 tests, his mental control ability had at least improved by 1 level. He grabbed with his right hand, and the doors of the wards on both sides opened. The mental patients with blood on their faces rushed out crazily. The food plates on the cart flew up with telekinesis, like a rotating flywheel, harvesting them instantly. You get a special item, the mental patient suit, slightly increased defense, can stimulate the mind to enter a temporary crazy state, strength, speed increased by 20%, lasting 1 minute, cool down for 60 minutes. This item can be taken out of this world. Did the equipment drop? Mu Xing picked up the blue and white striped psychiatric suit with surprise. Although it was not a high-level equipment, it was better than the ordinary clothes on his body. After changing into the psychiatric suit, he planned to clean up all the way. It would be best if he could clean up the entire Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. The map of the Box Garden world is not big, so there is a chance to do this. Not only can you brush equipment, but you can also improve the strategy score. Kuehl, where have you been? Why don't you come and clean up the plates? Hearing. Old acquaintance. Mu Xing actually felt a little familiar with Frank's voice. Just then, a madman's voice came from the intercom hanging on his chest. Mu Xing, how is your situation? Just woke up, and was going to clean up all the way. How is your situation? I'm at Valred, and that thing was chasing me. This time, I didn't interfere too much with the plot. Billy has been transformed into the real Valred by Dr. Wernick, and the chaos in the mental hospital was also caused by him. Billy, I rush over right away. No, just keep going along the route. I'm fine. I try to delay you. Okay, I hurry up. Hang up the call, chef. Frank has appeared in front of him. Frank is staring at him with a bone saw. With a loud bang, the door next to him was knocked open, and the ferocious hunter rushed out of the room. Before Frank could react, he was crushed against the wall. The mature hunter had no pressure to deal with Frank, a small boss, who had only undergone 2 body generator transformations at most. With a collision, he grabbed Frank's head with his claws and pulled it out. Blood gushed out from the broken neck, spilling all over the ceiling. Unfortunately, Frank did not drop any equipment this time, and the bone saw on the ground was in a state that could not be taken out of this world. I go get the storage room props. You gather all the corpses together. After giving the order to the hunter, Mu Xing took out the corpse mother seed. If you want to completely clean up the entire Giant Mountain Mental Hospital, you have to rely on the corpse mother. On the way to the storage room, he killed all the mentally ill people along the way to serve as nutrients for the corpse mother. Killing them is very simple. You don't even need to do it yourself. Just let the divine seal slightly affect their spirit. Let the already chaotic spirit completely lose control and produce a strong suicidal tendency. As he walked along, all the patients in the ward behind him committed suicide. Divine seal, can you teach me this ability of mental erosion? Mu Xing asked. Yes, but the master's mental computing ability is not up to the requirements of mental erosion and mental control. If you want to erode the target's spirit, you must first read and analyze the target's consciousness and find the weak points in the other party's spirit to invade. After successfully invading, read the target's memory, fully understand the target's mental state, life experience, psychological weaknesses, and then quietly erode and change it. Stop! Mu Xing asked Shen to stop. This ability sounds troublesome. It is much more complicated than his 3 spiritual systems: telekinesis, perception, and object control. Carefulness and patience are indispensable. And peeping into other people's memories and lives every day, reading too much can easily cause confusion in your own memory, which is not worth the loss. Master, be careful, we are about to enter the surveillance area. Mu Xing recalled the last experience. As soon as he arrived at the storage room, a group of mentally ill people were awakened by the trigger word hypnosis method. One by one, they turned into cold killers, and their combat power increased dramatically. At that time, he didn't think much about it, and thought it was a set mechanism. Now he thinks that someone must be behind the scenes. Dr. Wernick, or an agent from Mukhoff Company. This time, Mu Xing didn't intend to give them a chance. The telekinesis control directly destroyed the surveillance device on this floor, and the attached loudspeaker was also destroyed. Back in the storage room, Mu Xing looked at the iron boxes filled with sundries on the wall in front of him. After experiencing the trials of the Bluebird Mental Hospital, he understood that these boxes contained not only sundries, but also the past of these mental patients. For the Valrid experiment, Mukhoff Company created new personalities for them, but locked all the symbols of their past identities here. When necessary, they can be taken out and used to stimulate the patients in the experiment. It must be said that Mukhoff's actions are more devilish than the devil, creating a living hell on earth. With a hook of his right hand, the cabinet containing the protagonist's props opened. A set of clothes, a pair of glasses, a DV camera, a mobile phone, a Bluetooth headset, that's all. Mu Xing changed his clothes, put on his glasses, picked up the DV, and called Simon again. Simon, I plan to destroy the entire Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. If you are interested, you can come and watch the fireworks. Before Simon could speak, he hung up the phone and crushed it with his foot. Mu Xing had to pull a mysterious outsider into the plot. I guess Simon's appearance is also a good plus. When Mu Xing came out of the storage room, the hunter was waiting for him at the door with a 4 or 5 meter long corpse mother. The worm-like corpse mother must grow to at least 10 meters before it can begin to breed new corpses. At this time, it greedily sniffed the air around it and couldn't wait for the mentally ill patients in the wards on both sides. Go! Mu Xing waved his hand and saw that the corpse mother suddenly split into a large number of tiny worms. These worms move quickly, have sharp teeth at the mouth, and are soft. They can change their body shape like amoeba and enter the ward through narrow gaps and tiny holes. Usually several or dozens of them move together to hunt the target. When these mother-split bodies are full, they will regroup and convert the nutrients they bring back into energy for growth. Soon, shrill screams were heard from the wards on both sides. Chapter 131. It took only 10 minutes. The entire corridor was already covered with large and small flesh cocoons, and various corpses were being bred in these cocoons. With a puff, a corpse cut open the thin membrane outside the flesh cocoon and crawled out tremblingly. Then, the thin body began to swell and evolve rapidly, becoming a mature body in less than 10 seconds. At this time, Dr. Traeger had already come with a group of mental patients. Mu Xing's behavior of destroying all the monitoring facilities on this floor had obviously alerted the person behind the scenes. Traeger was specially sent to deal with Mu Xing, the unstable factor. Compared with the last time, when he was forced to flee, these corpses eager to kill gave Mu Xing strong confidence. As the front door opened, Traeger, who was holding a large pair of scissors, and a group of mentally ill people were frightened by these terrible monsters in the passage. Kill! Mu Xing gave an order. The corpses that were originally standing quietly in the corridor instantly turned into a pack of wolves, and set off a bloody fight. Traeger was flexible and dodged the attack of a cutter with a large pair of scissors, and cut off the head of the cutter with one pair of scissors. However, 2 bone spurs pierced through his body the next second. Traeger was so frightened that he quickly retreated and awakened the killer personality in these psychopaths. What would be the result of hundreds of calm killers fighting against less than 50 zombies? Of course, it was 30 to 70, and they were slaughtered 7 times by zombies in 3 minutes. The zombies have no emotions, no pain, and no weaknesses. They can continue to attack even if their heads are cut off, and the 2 halves of their bodies can mutate into different zombies respectively if they are split in half. Although the cold-blooded psychopathic killers have superb combat power, they are just flesh and blood after all. After being killed, these corpses will also be quickly transformed into corpses by the divine seal. In just 3 minutes, all the mental patients in the entire corridor were killed. Their corpses are standing up again. Mu Xing controlled his telekinesis to grab Traeger, who was chopped into a human stick. Tell me, who sent you? The cruel doctor looked at Mu Xing with fear. Those corpses surrounded Mu Xing like stars and moons, and he was like the uncrowned king of these terrible monsters. Seeing Traeger gritting his teeth and not speaking, Mu Xing directly threw him into the mouth of the hideous corpse mother behind him. At this time, the corpse mother body had grown to more than 10 meters long, and the hospital corridor could hardly bear its expanding body. The corpse mother body devoured Traeger, and soon, a special cocoon was born. The flesh cocoon jumped, and soon broke out of the cocoon. A corpse that looked exactly like Traeger came out of the cocoon. It stood humbly in front of Mu Xing, lowering its head, as if worshipping. Take me to find the person behind you. Traeger's corpse body nodded and rushed to the front. Mu Xing waved his hand, and the other corpses followed closely. The disappointed voice of Shen came from his mind. Master, the ability of the special corpse transformed by the mother is still not perfect. Although it retains some memories of its life, it is too dull, can't speak, and has low intelligence. Mu Xing was stunned. What do you want to do? Create a new type of corpse. Shen explained. It was not necessary in the Schertzman before. After all, the opponents were ordinary humans with weak bodies. Even if they encountered an army, they could win by numbers through corpse transformation. Now that the master needs to travel through various worlds, ordinary corpses are no longer up to the task, so I want to create a special corpse, preferably one that can perfectly inherit the abilities of the corpse when it was alive. Plus the immortality of the corpse, I think such a special corpse should be very strong. Mu Xing roughly understood the meaning of the divine seal, just like a necromancer, resurrecting the dead, and even retaining some of their powers before death. However, the corpse is a biological system, not a magic system, so it would be more difficult to achieve this goal. Mu Xing thought for a moment. If you want to create this kind of corpse, I think you can start with the spirit and soul. I understand, Master. The voice of the divine seal dimmed as he spoke, and he couldn't wait to enter the original hive to start his new research. Congratulations on getting the item Traeger's big scissors, extremely sharp big scissors, outstanding attack power, but the disadvantage is that it is a bit heavy. This item can be taken out of this world. I got another item that can be taken out of this world. It's heavy to hold, about 10 pounds, and I don't know what metal material it is made of. This thing is better than nothing. I guess only Yifei likes this kind of weird equipment. Thinking of Yifei, I wonder how this kid's first official survival world is going. Is there anyone else to hug him? After leaving the observation ward, Mu Xing followed the corpse morph Traeger all the way to the courtyard. Traeger pointed to the huge prison building behind the church. Mu Xing didn't rush over, but contacted the madman. What's in the prison building? You want to enter the Underground Research Institute? Is there a research institute under the prison building? Yes, that place holds the most dangerous experimental subjects of the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital, and underground is the secret research institute of the Mukfu Company. Mu Xing thought for a moment. I plan to clear the entire hospital. Do you have any suggestions? Clear the entire hospital? I'm afraid there won't be enough time. With the speed of you and me, even if we kill them all, it will take several days. No, I have some secret cards, but don't worry, those zombies won't attack you. The madman on the other side was silent for a moment. You really have mastered the ability to create zombies. You got a high score in the last world because of that thing, right? Mu Xing did not intend to hide this ability from the madman. Yes, in the last world of Resident Evil, I almost cleared all the zombies in the entire hive. No wonder you can get 97 points. The madman muttered, feeling that Mu Xing was a pervert. So I think we should speed up the progress and pass the level as soon as possible. I think the score is also related to the time it takes to pass the level, Mu Xing said. The madman thought for a moment and said, in that case, let's go directly into the underground laboratory. Let's get rid of Valkyrie controlled by Billy first. No problem, I'd be there soon. By the way, can you find the location of the signal jammer? Leave it to me, the madman replied, and Mu Xing hung up the call and rushed directly to the prison building with a large group of zombies. Passing by the church, the frightened priest Martin was still hiding in the cabinet and trembling. This time Mu Xing was not interested in dealing with him, and only left some zombies to clean up the mentally ill patients in the church. Arriving in front of the prison building, iron windows and iron bars, strange cries, and violent roars were heard from the prison building from time to time. The mentally ill people wandering around did not dare to approach the prison building, which shows how terrible this cage is. Mu Xing waved his hand, the hunters opened the way, and the other zombies followed closely. Presumably, after clearing the church and the prison building, his zombie army will reach hundreds or even thousands. With this number, the company's agents can be exhausted to death. Chapter 132. There is an elevator on the roof of the 7th floor of the prison that goes directly to the Underground Research Institute. This design is to prevent the mentally ill in the hospital from breaking in without reason, and also to ensure the safety of researchers entering and leaving. Usually, senior personnel will take a helicopter directly when entering and leaving. So a huge helipad was built on the huge rooftop. At this time, a black-armed helicopter was quietly parked on the huge H-disc. Mu Xing quickly scanned the helicopter with his mental power, and the residual heat left by the engine told him that the helicopter had just arrived at the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital not long ago. There is no need to guess who is coming. They must be 2 senior agents from Mukfu headquarters. Mu Xing suddenly regretted that he crushed his phone to show off, otherwise he could ask Simon for information about the 2 senior agents. Now, in the entire Giant Mountain Hospital, the only threats are these 2 senior agents, except for the out-of-control Valrid. They are powerful, and have many tricks, so they are not that easy to deal with. Mu Xing's plan is to drown them with a large army of zombies, and try not to fight them hand to hand. Now that the madman has not recovered yet, there is no need for him to fight desperately. Red Queen, crack the elevator permissions. The silver watch projected a little girl in a maid outfit, and the hacker's computer had connected to the elevator's control system. In less than 3 seconds, with a beep, the locked elevator lit up green. Mu Xing wanted to take the hunter down with him, but the elevator was designed to be extremely narrow, and a normal person could only fit 4 people at most. The hunter's body size has grown horizontally in the last 2 evolutions, and it is difficult for it to fit in the entire elevator. Mu Xing could only take Traeger, a special corpse, down first, and then let the hunter go down by himself. The other zombies were waiting for his orders. The Giant Mountain Underground Research Institute was naturally not as good as the hive, and it was about 50 meters underground. The elevator opened, and the entire Underground Research Institute was unusually quiet. They seemed to have come from one world to another. Mukfu was worthy of being called the Underground Invisible Kingdom, and all kinds of high-tech research equipment were generously invested in the plan. The entire Underground Research Institute was cylindrical and divided into 2 floors. The upper floor was the office and living area for researchers, and the lower floor was the experimental area. From the map, there is a huge spherical laboratory in the center of the cylinder of the entire Underground Research Institute. That is where the body generator is located. There is also a small nuclear reactor underground in the institute, which is responsible for providing energy for the body generator. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, suddenly, a heavy protective door fell from the elevator behind him. It shrank with a rumble, trying to block his retreat. Mu Xing released his telekinesis without hesitation to stop the protective door from falling. Hold it. Mu Xing's telekinesis had just been awakened not long ago, and he could generate several tons of power in an instant. However, this extreme burst was not long-lasting, and at most 3 seconds would completely exhaust his mental power. Mu Xing's face suddenly changed, and he quickly contacted the hunter above. With a rumble, the hunter jumped directly from the elevator shaft about 80 meters deep. Rumble. Although the 80-meter height almost smashed the hunter into a pulp, the hunter was recovering rapidly after the lightning jump. Fortunately, the hunter's recovery ability was strong enough after multiple reinforcements, and he recovered successfully in just 2 seconds. It stretched out its hard bone blade and tried to block the protective door. At the same time, Mu Xing did not hesitate to command Trag to jump over and act as a human shield. The bone blade, Trag, and Mu Xing's mental power burst out instantly, finally giving the hunter time to jump out of the elevator protective door. With a bang, the half-meter-thick protective door closed completely. Trag was directly crushed into meat paste, and blood oozed out from the tiny gap. The hunter broke an arm, and was also crushed into meat paste by the protective door. Mu Xing's mental power was severely depleted, so he barely managed to keep the hunter, the strongest fighting force. The moment the protective door fell, he instantly realized that the manipulator behind him planned to use the Underground Research Institute to eliminate him after seeing his army of zombies. So he was separated from the army of zombies outside. What was waiting for him must be a threat from the Underground Research Institute. Now that the madman has not arrived at the Underground Research Institute, his fighting power is limited, so he can only sacrifice Traeger to save the hunter. Although one arm was cut off, this level of damage can be recovered in a few tens of seconds at most. As the lightning jumped at the fracture, a new bone blade arm grew rapidly. The hunter roared angrily and hit the protective door with all his strength. Boom! Although the noise was loud, the protective door was intact. Mu Xing also took out the cutting machine and tried to cut open the protective door. Sizzle! Sparks flew everywhere. After cutting for 30 seconds, he didn't even cut the fur of this special protective door, leaving only a shallow mark. What kind of material is it made of? So hard. He knew the strength of the hunter and the sharpness of the cutter, but he couldn't do anything to the protective door. Just then, a camera suddenly appeared above the passage. Mu Xing was alert. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Wernick. You can call me Dr. Wernick. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Did you do that? Mu Xing spoke directly. Wernick was born in Frankfurt, Germany in 1918. He grew up in a financial family, but was fascinated by psychology research. He graduated from Heidelberg University in 1943 and received a doctorate. World War II was in full swing, and the once powerful German army was defeated by the Soviet and Allied forces. After graduating this year, you resolutely chose to join the Nazi army and created the infamous mind control plan. In 1944, your Valred plan was officially implemented, but due to the technical limitations of the time, the plan progressed very slowly. In 1945, the German army was defeated. In order to protect yourself, you accepted the United States solicitation and became a member of the Paperclip Project. You came to the United States and continued your research. In 1968, with the support of the CIA, you established the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital and restarted the mind control program. During this period, you secretly restarted the Valred Project, which resulted in a large number of casualties due to an accident. Since then, your career has been in tatters until 2009, when Mukov Corporation found you. The Giant Mountain Mental Hospital was reopened in the name of charity. At this point, a short applause came from the loudspeaker. Very good, it seems that you are also well prepared, and you know so much about my information. The voice was old, but it was full of the spirit of not admitting defeat. Listen, I know you are someone sent by Simon. I don't care whether you believe it or not. The person who wants to attack you is not me, but someone from Mukov Company. If you want to survive, come to the 3rd district of the Institute to find me. Mu Xing frowned. Why should I believe you? You have no choice, or you can find a way to open the door behind you and climb out of the elevator shaft. Mu Xing was silent. He had learned about the plot in advance in the last reincarnation and knew that Dr. Wernick was not lying. Okay, wait, I find you. He walked past the camera and headed towards the Underground Research Institute. The Research Institute was in a mess, with many bodies scattered all over the laboratory. Suddenly, 2 doors opened, and 4 mutants with strange tubes inserted into their bodies walked out. These mutants had big heads and high bulges on their backs, and the tubes were connected from their backs to their heads. Chapter 133. What monster? Mu Xing stared at the 4 weirdos in front of him and became alert. H-78 Project Cyborgs. The company disliked the slow progress of the Valred project, and used the body generator to strengthen these mechanically modified cyborgs. They are very powerful. Be careful. Wernick's voice came. Mu Xing knew that Dr. Wernick was watching the situation here somewhere. He had gone back to the Bluebird Mental Hospital before, and helped the madman solve the problem of split personality. The madman who had come back again was not pulled into the Valred matching experiment, which led to a deviation in the plot. Although the Institute still had an accident due to the Valred experiment, The doctor did not seem to have time to transfer his experimental results in advance, but was trapped instead. The two agents and Blair, the vice president of Muckhoff, were searching for the whereabouts of Dr. Wernick in the institute at this time. Now sending these biochemical modified people that he had never seen before was obviously intended to clear the evidence of this underground institute and eliminate the threat that was not conducive to Muckhoff. The 4 biohumans were first mechanically modified, with alloy skeletons embedded in their bodies and artificial organs installed. Finally, the body was strengthened using a body-forming device to maximize combat effectiveness. Although these monsters are ugly, Mu Xing has already felt the oppression brought by these biomodified people. However, Mu Xing pointed with his right hand. "Hunter, come on!" The hunter roared, jumped more than 10 meters, clenched his claws, and slammed into these biomodified people. Mu Xing grabbed the silver revolver with his right hand and fired at the closest biochemical human. His goal was to break the tubes connecting the brains of these biochemical human beings to their chests. Such an obvious weakness was exposed and had to be used. However, when he broke the fragile connecting tube with one shot, the biochemical human's eyes suddenly turned red and a mechanical sound came from his body. The biochemical human's chest expanded, tearing the flesh, and even the artificial organs installed in the chest could be seen. The body suddenly rose taller, making it look like a robot with flesh and blood on the surface. What the hell? Mu Xing was shocked and quickly retreated. It turned out that thing was not a weakness at all, but a valve that restrained the beast's rage. Breaking these connecting pipes will directly put these biochemical transformations into a violent fighting state. Fortunately, the hunter was powerful and blocked the monster directly. The bone blade swept across and collided with the guy's iron claws, and dazzling sparks burst out. Mu Xing shouted, an AEG virus supplement appeared in his hand. He had consumed too much of his mental power just now, so he had to replenish it first. The supplement, which had been diluted and added with high-concentration nutrient solution, was directly injected into Mu Xing's arm. The blood vessels on his body protruded, stimulating the rapid proliferation of the G virus in his body, and his mental power was recovering rapidly. 2 biochemically modified people rushed over, one on the left and one on the right, intending to work together to kill Mu Xing. Mu Xing's eyes condensed, and a powerful mental power burst out, sending one of them flying heavily. With a grab of his right hand, the table not far away flew over and hit the second person under telekinesis. The reason why he didn't use means like flying a sword to kill the enemy was because continuous telekinesis to control objects consumed too much mental power. At least he couldn't afford it now. The killing power of using instant burst was stronger. After the burst, he could also take the opportunity to quickly recover mental power, making the battle more durable. After sending one flying and blocking another with a table, he pulled out the cutter on his waist. At the moment when the biochemical man smashed the table with a punch, the rapidly rotating saw in Mu Xing's hand had already chopped his chest. This is easy. The saw teeth collided violently with the alloy ribs. Seeing that the saw teeth could not cut in, he quickly cut downwards, trying to saw open its belly. Who knew that the belly skin was also unusually tough and soft? The mutant reacted and punched the connecting pipe behind the head. How could Mu Xing let it do what it wanted? Mental shock. The shocking mental shock made the biochemical man roll his eyes and lose balance. It works! Mu Xing finally found a way to restrain it. He took back the cutting machine in his hand, took out the big scissors, and before the guy woke up, with a click, he cut off the pipe and the head together. He didn't expect the scissors to be so sharp. The headless body of the cyborg grabbed randomly and fell backwards. Although the head was lost but not dead, it no longer posed a threat to him. At the same time, Mu Xing also saw the weakness of this thing. Although it has been mechanically strengthened and transformed by the body generator, some parts cannot be replaced by machines after all. For example, the brain, such as the spine. Mu Xing quickly gave the hunter an order, cut off their heads. As soon as the voice fell, the hunter slashed at the head of the alienated cyborg opposite. The opponent raised his iron claws, trying to block the slash. However, it underestimated the hunter's power, and the claws were swung away, and the hideous head flew high. Then it swept across swiftly, beheading the cyborg next to it. In the blink of an eye, 3 cyborgs were eliminated, and the last one was tearing off the connecting tube and began to mutate. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the mental shock whistled out, followed by the hunter, whose bone blade was shorter and had weak lightning jumps. High temperature burst out at the tip of the bone blade, generating instant high temperature to soften the hard alloy skeleton, and with a little force, it was pierced through and killed instantly. Mu Xing looked at the hunter in surprise. He didn't expect it to have learned the special ability of the Blood Moon state. Although the destructive power is limited, the future is promising. Dong dong dong. Just then, the door was violently knocked. Mu Xing and the hunter immediately became alert. He tightly grasped the big scissors in his hand, and the hunter's bone blade jumped with a faint electric light again. With a bang, the door was knocked open by brute force, but Mu Xing stopped the hunter, who was about to rush forward. Madman? Finally arrived, are you not injured? The madman looked over with a worried look on his face. He was shirtless at this time, and the red light from the red tattoo on his chest was slowly dissipating. And in the passage behind him, 5 or 6 completely alienated biohumans fell down. Awesome. Mu Xing gave him a thumbs up. He and the hunter cooperated to kill 4 of these creatures, but he didn't expect the madman to crush 6 of them alone. That's right, crush them to death. Looking at those biohumans who were smashed chest to back, you can see how violent the madman is. You have to know that this is the state of madman being weakened. Even so, the weakened madman still easily crushed these biohumans. So how strong is he in his prime? I'm fine, but Dr. Wernick is in trouble. We have to save him first. That old bald doctor? The madman slapped his head and said, he really can't die at the hands of the company's agents. If he has to die, he should die in our hands. As he said that, he quickly determined a direction. This way. Chapter 134. Although the Underground Research Institute is a circular structure, it has many twists and turns. If Mu Xing were to explore slowly by himself, it would take him a long time. Now he is a madman, an old driver to drive him. He almost didn't take any detours along the way, and went straight to the third area. Before he got close, he heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the laboratory in front. The third area is the only way to enter the central area. At this time, Blair was commanding the biochemical transformation people to attack the gate of the third area. Blocking them were the advanced experimental subjects transformed by the body generator. The groom Eddie, the fat man Chris Walker, the twins. Behind them, in the safe house made of thick bulletproof glass, Dr. Wernick sat quietly. Dr. Wernick, the company cannot hold you responsible for the accident at the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital, but we must recover the original body of Valred. Blair scolded coldly. Blair, you are also the person in charge of the Valred project. You should understand the importance of Valred in my heart. Now the company wants to cross the river and destroy the bridge and steal my achievements. I will never agree. Although Dr. Wernick is old, he never gives in to Blair. It's not up to you, Wernick. I'm officially informing you on behalf of the company that you've been fired. If you continue to insist on stopping me, don't blame me for being rude. Clang. The guns were raised in unison. Dr. Wernick raised his head slightly. If you want to take away my achievements, you have to step over my body first. Open fire. Kill them all. Blair lost his last patience. The biochemical man in front rushed forward, and the armed security personnel in the back concentrated their fire. Dr. Wernick also activated the potential killer personality of these mentally ill people, and they turned into cold killers one by one. In the back, Mu Xing, who was hiding and watching the battle, suddenly received a communication from Dr. Wernick. Let's make a deal. Help me repel Blair, and I can give you what you want, all the evidence and information about the crimes of Mukov Company. Mu Xing didn't say anything, but glanced at the madman behind him. The other party nodded slightly, and then said, let him add another clause, and transfer the control of the body generator to you. Mu Xing was puzzled. Can this thing be transferred? The madman explained. Although it is just a verbal agreement, it is the key to turning the body generator into a prop that can be taken out of this world. I understand. Mu Xing pressed the call button. We can do it, but in addition to the criminal evidence of Mukov Company, I have another condition. You say? You promise to transfer the control of the body generator to me. Dr. Wernick on the opposite side was also a little confused by this request. You can't take this thing away, why bother? To expose the truth of the company's crimes, you need evidence, and your body generator is the evidence. Dr. Wernick was silent for a moment, and then responded, I understand. I agree to give you the control of the body generator, but you'd better get the information in the main control room as soon as possible, otherwise it may be too late. Obviously, Dr. Wernick thought Mu Xing was going for the research data of the body generator. As soon as the words fell, screams came from the front. A ball of black fog rolled in the crowd, sometimes condensing into a gray-white solid figure, and sometimes dispersing into fog. Not to mention those armed security guards. Even biochemical modified people are not its enemies. This thing can penetrate tangible objects, through armor and steel, and damage fragile organs in the body. Physical attacks are almost ineffective against it. It's Valred. Mu Xing recognized the thing at a glance, but the Valred in front of him was much stronger than the black fog he encountered in the last reincarnation. The black fog before could only condense entities to a certain extent, such as a hand, a leg, and half a body. However, the Valred in front of him could condense a complete entity. The black fog lingered around him, ignoring the influence of gravity, and ordinary bullets had no effect on him. But at this moment, new reinforcements arrived. These armed security guards fired special electric bullets, which caused great damage to the spirit body. Even Valred had to retreat. The tall female agent Pauline Glick arrived in time. Mu Xing, go get the body generator, I go save Dr. Wernick, the madman said. Then you should be careful. It's best to wait until they are both injured before taking action. Mu Xing reminded. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. After merging the split personality, the madman can perfectly control his emotions, and will no longer be impulsive and crazy. Taking advantage of the chaos in front, Mu Xing sneaked in from the side ventilation duct. The most important thing about this underground experimental base is ventilation ducts, which are connected in all directions, and can always take you to any place you want to go. The mental power wrapped the whole body, reducing the sense of existence, and the divine seal released mental interference, further reducing the possibility of being discovered. Quickly crawled into the central laboratory. Turning his head, he saw a huge spherical structure machine. The surrounding control consoles had long been soaked in blood. All the staff responsible for the operation here died tragically, with twisted deaths, as if they were twisted into a dough twist. Can this thing really be taken away? Mu Xing looked at the 2-story high body generator, which was bigger than he imagined. Shanin said, Master, I suggest you get the technical information and experimental data of the body generator first. Even if you can't take the whole machine with you, you can rebuild one with these technologies in the future. Mu Xing nodded, he thought so too. After crawling along the ventilation duct to the vicinity of the control panel, he directly cut a hole with a cutting machine and jumped down. Mu Xing took out the hacker computer, and a silver high-capacity hard drive appeared in his hand. Red Queen, crack the system and prepare to copy the data. Understood, Master. Mu Xing took off his watch, and the projection of Red Queen appeared in front of the hacker's computer. Red Queen's eyes flashed with countless data, and began to connect to the main system of the Underground Research Institute. At the same time, Mu Xing made preparations for both situations. He threw the divine seal onto the body generator, ready to erode and copy its internal structure. If necessary, he could eat the body generator like he ate Red Queen. Finally, he took out his DV camera and started recording. After all, he was the actor of the second protagonist, and completing the task of collecting evidence of Mokfu's crimes was a necessary condition. However, at this moment, Mu Xing felt a heat between his eyebrows. His sixth sense told him that danger was coming. His telekinetic shield solidified instantly and rolled to the left. A black arrow came towards him. The arrow was so fast that he thought he could dodge it with his reaction, but he didn't expect that the arrow would draw an arc in the air and track him. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed, and the body of a researcher next to him flew over and hit the arrow. With a bang, the arrow blew the body into pieces of meat. This was not over yet, and the second fast arrow followed. Mu Xing no longer hesitated and took the initiative to attack. He knew who was the one who shot. Senior Agent of Mokfu Company, Paul Marion. Chapter 135. Myukov is an industry giant that dominates multiple fields and an invisible underground kingdom. It has many collaborations with the CIA and has trained a large number of excellent killing machines for the CIA. In order to ensure their own safety and to protect their own secrets, they established their own spy agency. They use the top technology of laboratories distributed around the world to transform the human body and create agents. These agents exist to protect the top executives of Myukov, and are responsible for solving particularly difficult problems for the company. The two senior agents who came to the Jusan Mental Hospital belong to the Risk Control Department of Mokfu Company. The loss of Jusan Mental Hospital is irreparable, and it is not a big trouble that can be suppressed by issuing two statements. The purpose of their arrival is to destroy all evidence that is unfavorable to Mokfu Company, clean up the scene, and recover useful experimental data. Seeing Mu Xing trying to steal the experimental data of the body generator, Paul Marion took decisive action. Mu Xing is not a soft persimmon that can be squeezed by others. After blocking the two arrows, he launched an active attack. Paul is a typical long-range attack expert, and his weapon is an exaggerated black compound bow. In this world, the power of fantasy props such as witchcraft and magic is reduced by 80%, and the power of technology props such as firearms and explosives is reduced by 70%. On the contrary, weapons such as bows and arrows that rely on the original elastic physics principle are not subject to any restrictions. Under the control of Paul's mental power, the special arrow shot can even turn and track within a certain range. Mu Xing knows that he does not have an advantage in long-range bombardment. After all, firearms have been abolished in this world. The best way to fight the enemy is close combat. The abnormal stasis module is activated at low gear, and the body accelerates instantly. Now his body strength can withstand at least 7 seconds of continuous acceleration at low gear. Black claw knife in left hand, bone saw cutter in right hand. Accelerate rapidly and appear in front of Paul in an instant. The flying saw blade slashes at Paul, who is close at hand. Paul didn't expect Mu Xing to be so fast. He didn't have time to dodge, and the black compound bow in his hand was directly swung as a scimitar. With a clang, sparks flew. Mu Xing kicked his right leg and brushed past Paul, and turned around with his left claw knife to stab his temple. Paul's body flexibility is not bad, even beyond Mu Xing's imagination. He turned his head sharply to avoid the attack. Mu Xing's claw knife changed from stabbing to slashing, attacking his neck. At this moment, Mu Xing clearly felt that the blade had a momentary delay, and then deflected away instantly. Telekinesis? Mu Xing didn't expect that this senior agent in front of him could also use telekinesis. Although it was far less than his total telekinesis, the exquisite control made him feel ashamed. Mu Xing's pupil shrank sharply, and his mental power surged, generating an instant squeezing force. At the same time, the claw knife stabbed into his neck fiercely, and with a strong hook, almost half of his neck was cut open. Blood gushed out, but Paul was not panicked. He made 3 moves in an instant, using mental power to stop the bleeding, spitting blood from his mouth to Mu Xing to block his vision, and pulling out the arrow from his waist with his left hand to stab Mu Xing's eyes. Mu Xing solidified his mental power barrier to block the dirty blood and the arrow. However, the blue electric light flashed on the arrowhead, and his mental power barrier melted instantly. This guy. Mu Xing had never met such a calm and decisive opponent. Even if he was seriously injured, he could remain calm and quickly complete a fierce counterattack. Looking at the arrows getting closer and closer, Mu Xing did not retreat or avoid. Take a deep breath. Exhale, exhale. In a short period of time, he looked for the inspiration that transcended his perception. Just when the arrow bursting with lightning was only 3 centimeters away from his eyes, everything slowed down. Bullet time. Start. He saw the arrow slowly advancing, the lightning on the arrow spreading in the air like a reptile, and Paul's face full of cold murderous intent. He concentrated all his mental power on the tail of the arrow, like a rocket engine spraying backwards, allowing himself to swing the arrow faster and with greater lethality. This was a way of fighting that Mu Xing had never thought of. The red silk thread wrapped around Mu Xing, causing his head to break through the boundaries of time and deflect to the left. I don't know if it was because of the active activation of bullet time, but this time the bullet time lasted for an exceptionally short time. Just avoiding the arrow piercing his eyes, the bullet time came to an abrupt end. The sharp arrow scratched his cheek, leaving a long bloody wound. Paul obviously didn't expect Mu Xing to dodge his counterattack. After injuring Mu Xing, he didn't continue to chase, but quickly retreated. He always realized that even if he injured Mu Xing, he couldn't kill him with one blow. Mu Xing was still immersed in his previous understanding, because he was surprised to find that although the bullet time just now lasted for a short time, the ability of bullet time did not enter the cooling state. In other words, he could continue to activate bullet time. Just as he was immersed in the study of bullet time, Paul had retreated 3 meters away, quickly bent his bow, and shot at Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked up, trying to find that feeling again. Once again, the bullet time was activated. Although it also lasted for a short moment, it allowed him to avoid the arrows. Looking at the bullet time ability again, it still hadn't entered the cooldown period. Can it be used all the time? Paul saw that Mu Xing dodged this attack, but he was not panicked. He retreated while shooting. Mu Xing continued to rush forward. Every time the arrow arrived, he activated the bullet time to avoid the arrow. It seemed that when the arrow arrived, his head became illusory and ignored the arrow attack. Only Paul knew that it was this strange guy in front of him who dodged his arrows again and again. What kind of monster are you? Paul was a little bit broken. Even if he used his mental power to guide the tracking, he could be easily dodged. And Mu Xing also successfully measured the limit of this short bullet time. It's not that his bullet time can be used infinitely, but that a whole bullet time is broken down into several shorter bullet times. It can be broken down into 5 small segments at most, And when the 5 small bullet times are used up, it also means that this bullet time has been consumed and enters the cooling state. Although the short bullet time to dodge the arrows was too late to do other things, what if it could be used for active attack? In the 5th segment, Mu Xing tried to take the initiative to attack, and threw the claw knife in his hand. The moment it was released, the bloodline was entangled, making the claw knife also under the influence of bullet time. At the same time, half of the mental power was concentrated on the claw knife as a propulsion force. This is the trick he just learned from Paul. Puff. The claw knife pierced Paul's leather jacket, and instantly penetrated his chest. Paul screamed, and his body rolled backwards due to the huge impact force. At this moment, Mu Xing roared, and the high gear of the stasis module was activated. Instantly accelerating, the cutter in his hand swung vigorously. Die! Paul's eyes widened in panic, and he tried to raise the compound bow in his hand to resist the slash. However, Mu Xing was faster, and the rapidly rotating saw blade passed by, cutting off his entire head. The moment the body fell to the ground, Mu Xing grabbed the compound bow that flew out of his hand. You get the special prop Flying Star compound bow, a compound bow with excellent shooting speed and shooting distance. Adding the special nanotechnology of Mukfu Company, the power is even better. This prop can be taken out of this world. Chapter 136. Mu Xing gently pulled the bowstring, and the pulley on the compound bow turned. Although he hadn't released it yet, he could already feel that the bow had accumulated enough power. His mind moved, and his mental power extended to the compound bow. The black compound bow lit up with a faint blue light. The bow made of special nanomaterials began to absorb his mental power quickly. When he gently released the bowstring, the absorbed mental power was not released, but stored in the bow body. Mu Xing was amazed. It was made of a material that could store spiritual power. He had noticed this when Paul used it before. This material was very similar to the black mist particles that made up Valrid, but it did not have the ability to gather and disperse. After turning over Paul's body, Mu Xing took away the quiver that he hung on his waist. There were about 20 arrows in it, and the arrowheads were different. There were ordinary arrows, armor-piercing arrows, and special arrowheads that could release electric light. This kind of arrowhead was specifically designed to break spiritual bodies and soul bodies. In line with the principle of not wasting, Mu Xing recovered all the arrows that Paul shot at him. A total of 30 arrows. Mu Xing tried to shoot an arrow, and found another surprise. The Golden Archer talent can also be perfectly adapted. It makes sense. The Golden Archer bonus is the shooting talent. Whether it is a bow, crossbow, or various firearms, it can get a bonus. Then, Mu Xing found a black ID card on Paul. Rather than a card, it is better to say that it is a chip, which stores the advanced permissions of Mukfu Company, allowing him to enter and exit all areas of Mukfu Company's research institutes without hindrance. When Mu Xing returned to the control console, the progress of Red Queen's copying data had reached about 98%. Master, I found Billy's location in the database. Billy? Mu Xing knew him. He had been the most proud experiment of the doctor since 1968. He easily passed all tests, and had a high degree of compatibility with the body generator. He was also the only driver who could completely integrate his spirit into Valred, and perform perfect control. He was also the initiator of the riot at the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital, and the terminator of the Valred plan. When the flame of hatred is completely ignited, no one will be able to stop his revenge. Just then, the voice of the madman sounded on the intercom. Mu Xing, the situation is out of control, Valred is completely out of control, and Mukfu Company has suffered heavy casualties. What's the situation on your side? I just killed a senior agent and collected experimental data, but the body generator probably can't be turned into a prop. It's bigger than I thought. Don't worry about it, retreat first, the madman shouted. Boom! There were bursts of explosions outside, like a 12-level gale in the Underground Research Institute. Explosions, burning sounds, and screams of armed security guards were mixed together. The black fog swirled, and the force even affected the central laboratory. Mu Xing quickly packed up the hard drive that had just completed data copying, grabbed the computer and watch, and ran out. Everyone must die, everyone must die. A young and furious voice came from the black fog. Sometimes it condensed into a form to attack in close combat, and sometimes it turned into a black wind and whistled past, killing the armed men who could still stand. Then it crashed into Dr. Wernick's safe house again and again, trying to break the bulletproof glass that could block mental penetration. Boom, boom, boom. The collisions became more violent each time, and countless tiny lines began to appear on the glass. The frightened Blair was dragged away by Agent Pauline. When Mu Xing arrived, Dr. Wernick was looking at the furious Valred outside through the glass. Not only was he not afraid, but he looked appreciative and satisfied. Look, what a perfect and great experimental result, Valred. The complete you is finally born. You are my most perfect child, and you are the real future of mankind. With a bang, the madman kicked open the back door of the safe house. Mu Xing also rushed in, using his mental power to strengthen the glass layer, hoping to hold on for a while longer. Although the black Valred in front of him was not as good as the red mist madman, it was still dangerous. Doctor, we are here to save you. The madman ran over and was about to push the doctor away, but who knew that the old man was like a demon, holding down the lock button of the electric wheelchair tightly, staring at the Valred, who kept hitting. Damn, I gave you face. The madman punched Wernick on the head and knocked him unconscious, then picked him up and carried him on his shoulders. Mu Xing, go quickly. Mu Xing retreated while maintaining the mental barrier. Wernick, don't try to run, stop right there. Valred roared, making a harsh sound wave. As soon as Mu Xing and his companions left through the back door, the heavy bulletproof glass was smashed. Then, it smashed the back door, and saw an arrow coming. With a bang, the arrow exploded with a large piece of blue light. Although it shattered part of the black fog, it had no effect on Valred's body. The body was corroded like an evil spirit. The surrounding black fog surged, forming a huge vortex, completely destroying the third area laboratory. At this time, Mu Xing and the madman had already rushed out of the third area and entered the fourth area with Wernick. But Valred behind him was chasing closely. Madman, where is your mind annihilation bomb? Take it out and blow it up. Mu Xing had seen the power of the mind annihilation bomb, and the red fog madman could kill it with one blow. No, if we blow it up here, although it can kill it, we will definitely not survive. The madman shook his head and gestured the explosion range. Mu Xing calmed down. This place was indeed not suitable for using the mind annihilation bomb. By the way, I found the location of Billy's body. Can I kill Valred by destroying his body? No. The madman refused directly. Why? According to the plot I know, Billy's body is not only not a weakness for Valred, but also a kind of restraint on Valred. Once Billy's body is killed, his will be completely integrated into Valred, completely free from the constraints of the body. At that time, Valred will be truly complete. Not only that, the madman added, in the original plot, Valred was not killed. If we kill Valred, we will lose points. Mu Xing was confused. There is such a setting. What should we do? We can't kill him, and we have no chance of winning a head-on confrontation. The madman thought for a while, and said, there is only one way. We need to extract Billy's consciousness from Valred again. As long as his consciousness returns to the body, we can easily control him. That's why we have to save Dr. Wernick, because only he can extract Billy's consciousness from Valred. Mu Xing gave a thumbs up. It turned out that the madman was well prepared. This way. Mu Xing turned to the left and shot an arrow backwards. The blue electric light burst and repelled Valred again. But that guy was like a maggot attached to his bones. He got into the ventilation duct and passed through the narrow gap. It was difficult to attack the main body. Just then, two familiar people came to the fork in the road ahead, Vice President Blair and Agent Pauline. Hey, you two over there, I'm the Vice President of Mukfa Company. I order you to stop the monster behind. At the same time, Blair raised the prop in his hand to them, releasing a dazzling white light. Mu Xing held up the telekinetic shield, covering himself and the madman, and directly ignored the hypnotic white light. They cursed SB in unison and punched at the same time. Chapter 137. Blair didn't expect that these two guys in psychiatric suits would ignore his hypnotic white light. Then one of them punched him in the face. The whole person was knocked several meters away and fell hard to the ground. He covered his swollen cheeks, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Ah, Pauline, kill them for me. The female agent immediately turned to the two and kicked Mu Xing with a flying kick. Mu Xing quickly retreated, and the madman took over and punched the female agent. At the same time, Mu Xing raised the bow in his hand and shot an arrow at the talkative Blair, piercing his shoulder blade and nailing him to the ground. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he wanted to use Blair to delay Valred's pursuit. The madman punched the female agent who kicked him and was about to chase her, but was stopped by Mu Xing. Retreat first. The female agent rolled in the air to relieve the force, and then kicked the wall with one foot, completely removing the madman's violent force. After landing, he wanted to chase people, but heard Blair's screams of pain. Pauline, save me! Although Pauline wanted to chase, she had to stop to save people. She pulled out the arrow from Blair's shoulder, frowning. It's Paul's arrow. Blair next to him immediately got excited. You bastard, you dare to shoot an arrow at me. By the way, where is Paul, the bastard? Why didn't he come back to protect me? Just then, Valred came with a black mist and rushed towards Blair and Pauline. Ah! In the distance, the hunter also rushed over from the left fork and joined him. Mu Xing was in a good mood when he heard the screams from behind him. Is that guy dead? The madman running in front said. Not necessarily. Does Blair have any more cards? After all, he is the vice president of Muckhoff Company, and Pauline beside him is also well prepared. It's not so easy for Valred to kill him. Mu Xing shook his head, a little regretful. That's such a pity. If I had known, I would have shot him to death with one arrow just now. The madman turned around with a strange expression. So you didn't hold back on purpose just now? I thought I could use him to attract Var's attention. After all, if I can't outrun a tiger, how can I outrun the person behind me? The madman shook his head when he heard this. It seems that you are really a newcomer. In the original plot, Blair almost lived to the end of the plot. If you kill him in advance, your score will drop. At least in the mainline role-playing scoring mechanism, if your arrow misses, we won't get the highest score. Mu Xing frowned. I haven't seen any plots related to escape before. Although I have been browsing various game movies in the real world for a few days, time is limited after all. It is impossible to understand all the plots of the survival world, right? And as you said, one wrong step means you lose everything. Isn't that too harsh? The madman suddenly became very serious. Mu Xing, you don't understand the survival world, let alone the survival system. It's still a new world, so you are allowed to make all kinds of mistakes, and the difficulty of survival is relatively small. When you become a formal survivor, let alone various tasks with extremely low tolerance rates, in some worlds, even one wrong step will lead to eternal damnation. The death replay given to us by the survival system is not a panacea, and you should never be superstitious about this ability. It was also the first time that Mu Xing saw the madman so serious. He knew that this was all the experience that the madman had gained bit by bit with his blood. Sorry, I was careless. I should have discussed any decision with you in advance. Mu Xing took the initiative to apologize. He had to admit his mistakes. He never thought it was some kind of shameful behavior. The madman nodded at him. There is still a long way to go. Even my experience may not be completely correct. We will be teammates in the future. I hope we can encourage each other to move forward together. Okay. Mu Xing showed a determined look. They drove all the way from the 4th district to the 8th district before they stopped. They deliberately made a detour on the way, and then sneaked into the 8th district. Mu Xing pointed to the front. The front is the temporary experimental area. Billy's formal experiment was originally to be carried out in the body generator. Who would have thought that due to the researchers' carelessness, an accident occurred? Billy's Valred went out of control directly, which led to the chaos in the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. Mu Xing checked today's experimental log in the central laboratory and found out the cause of the accident. The two looked at each other and approached quickly. Mu Xing used Paul's ID card to open the permission door. He broke into the laboratory directly, and then quickly closed all the entrances and exits of the laboratory. The doors and walls made of special materials here can effectively prevent mental infiltration. If Valred wants to come in, he can only destroy it violently. You guard here. Mu Xing ordered the hunter to guard the door, and then came to the special instrument. This is a glass ball-shaped life support experimental device, in which a young man of only 18 or 19 years old is tied upside down in the glass ball. In addition to the necessary oxygen tubes and gastric tubes for providing food, his body was filled with densely packed connecting tubes. It was obvious that this was the controller of Valred, Billy's body. Although his body was still alive at this time, his consciousness had long been transferred to Valred. They came here and wanted to kill Billy very easily. One punch would shatter the glass ball, and 2 punches would shatter Billy's head. But if they did this, it would really start the difficult mode. At this moment, Dr. Wernick slowly woke up. Where am I? You're awake, Dr. Wernick? Mu Xing looked at him with a smile. Who are you? The doctor is really forgetful. Didn't you make a deal with me not long ago? It's you? Wernick finally regained consciousness, and pointed at Mu Xing and explained. Okay, I've rescued you. Can you fulfill your promise now? Dr. Wernick looked around, and finally locked his sight on Billy in the glass ball life support experimental device. Hurry, kill him! Otherwise, Valred, who he controls, will kill us all. Don't get excited, Doctor. I forgot to tell you that the experiment has gone wrong. If Billy is killed, his consciousness will completely merge with Valrid. Then no one will be able to stop him from killing everyone here. Hearing this, the doctor's first reaction was that it was impossible. This is impossible. When the body dies, the consciousness cannot exist alone. Are you kidding? Mushing stared at him seriously. Do you think I'm kidding? Dr. Wernick frowned in thought, then he exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world. So that's it, ha ha ha. He sat on the ground and laughed. Mushing, he may not be willing to cooperate with us, I can torture him if necessary. The madman behind him whispered. Don't worry, I have other means. Mushing said. The madman seemed to remember something, nodded slightly, then stepped aside and turned on all the monitoring equipment again. The lights in the laboratory also lit up. Chapter 138. Mushing is not a person who likes to talk nonsense. He lets the divine seal simulate the trial field of the Bluebird Mental Hospital. Then, he pulls Dr. Wernick's consciousness into the spiritual world for a hypnotic trial. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Here, he brainwashes the doctor while waiting for Valred to arrive. Here, the madman starts to take out the props one by one. TSK, you are the real rich man. Mushing looks at the dazzling array of equipment on the ground and marvels. What's the difference? I am the kind of person who doesn't collect props. I collect these mainly to deal with the restrictions of various survival worlds. Some worlds restrict magic, some worlds restrict firearms. If you collect a lot, there will always be one or two that can be used. As he said, he took out the enchanted sword and tried to activate the runes on it, but the sword only lit up a little and then quickly dimmed. The madman shook his head in disappointment. In the magic world, this sword is very powerful, but here, the magic effect is weakened by 80%, and it is not as good as my fist. He fiddled with the laser gun again, and fired at the wall, only burning a tiny black dot. By the way, madman, I have a broken laser weapon here, do you know how to repair it? Mushing took out the silver laser weapon seized from Fei. Great stuff, a weapon from the world of the men in black? This is not a laser weapon, it should be a particle weapon. Madman carefully observed the sci-fi spear with the energy crystal at the muzzle shattered. Particle weapon? Compared to laser weapons, particle weapons are more powerful. They attack targets by generating high-energy particle beams, but the firing rate is slower. Mushing remembered the power of this gun in Fei's hands, and asked expectantly, can this thing be repaired? There are two ways to repair it. The first is to go to the world where it was produced, or to a future survival world with particle weapon technology to repair it. The second is to use the Universal Repair Kit prop, which can ignore technological barriers and repair this weapon. Universal Repair Kit? How do you get this thing? You can get it through missions, or in supply packs in sci-fi worlds. Of course, the most stable way to get it is to participate in the survival competition, get points, and redeem them in the survival store. Hearing about the survival competition again, Mushing was extremely curious about this competition. Crazy, have you ever participated in a survival competition? Of course, this competition is held once a year, and many survivors flock to it. It is extremely difficult, and the rewards are very rich. Many people rely on the competition to change their fate. As he spoke, he took out a strange triangular remote control trap from the props and installed it around Billy's body. I heard that you need an invitation letter to participate in the competition, right? Mushing asked. Well, you can get an invitation letter by completing a task, and it is a special invitation letter task, with a medium to high difficulty and a little tedious. I was invited to enter the competition last time, so I got a bargain. As he spoke, he pointed to the tattoos on his body. Do you see these battle patterns? They are my biggest gain in that competition. Mushing touched the tattoo on the madman's body. It had a grainy texture, like a cicada shell. It looks amazing. Can this thing improve combat effectiveness? Yes, when activated, it will increase strength, stamina, defense, and attack power. If fully activated and enters a frenzy state, it can ignore mental erosion and most negative effects. Mushing expressed his envy. Just then, a banging sound came from behind the heavy alloy door. The two immediately stopped chatting and became alert. The madman waved his right hand and took back all the props, leaving only a pair of boxing gloves. Mushing also hurriedly checked the progress of Dr. Wernick's brainwashing. Mushing, I go stop Valrid, you stay and let Dr. Wernick pull Billy's consciousness out of Valrid. Hey, don't be impulsive. Don't worry, I know my limits. As he spoke, the madman was already standing in front of the isolation door, and the tattoos on his body lit up with a faint red light. The loops on his hands were wrapped with electric current. Mushing quickly asked the divine seal to speed up the progress, and quickly hypnotized Dr. Wernick. When the progress reached 100%, he woke up Dr. Wernick immediately. When he opened his eyes, Dr. Wernick's eyes were red, and he was sweating all over. "What did you do to me?" "Nothing, just gave you a nightmare." Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly, and he whispered in his ear, "Valred, backtrack." The moment the trigger word sounded, Dr. Wernick's panicked expression suddenly became extremely serious. He kept muttering, "I want to correct the mistakes I made. I want to destroy Valred. I want to repent." Then, he staggered to the control panel and pulled out the pendant hanging around his neck. With a gentle pull, the pendant turned out to be a USB flash drive, which he inserted into the USB port. While muttering, he began to restart the glass ball-shaped experimental chamber. Suddenly, Billy in the glass chamber trembled, and his body was reactivated. At this moment, with a loud bang, the heavy door was knocked open by Valred's brute force. The black fog condensed into a gray-white humanoid entity, and the smooth muscle lines made it look like the most perfect human form. The madman punched without hesitation. Valred subconsciously spread the particles of that part of his body to avoid the attack. However, this was exactly what the madman wanted. The pair of gloves burst out with dazzling electric light, and with the gloves as the center, a half-meter-sized electric ball was released, instantly annihilating the scattered black mist particles. The strong electric current caused great damage to the mist particles. These programmed tiny nanorobots could not withstand such a fierce current and were burned. Valred was shocked by this scene and quickly gathered the black mist particles and aggregated them into a solid. In the physical state, Valred's resistance to electric current has greatly increased, and the lightning on the gloves can no longer be unbridled. The madman is not in a hurry. This is his real purpose, to hold Valred back. Mu Xing is also on the side to support. He injects mental power into the black composite bow, and when the bow is drawn, the mental power will be transferred to the arrow, making this arrow with mental attack. Paul's mental power is fragile, and he can only use this characteristic to achieve the effect of turning and tracking. Mu Xing completely regards it as his own mental shock transmitter, and hits wherever he points. The arrow flew out, and when it approached Valred, the attached mental shock exploded. The violent mental shock made Valred's entity tremble suddenly, and it was difficult to maintain the entity state at that moment. The madman seized the opportunity, swung his fist quickly, and the electric shock hit the entity and shattered it. Valred turned into black mist in midair, revealing only half of his face. Obviously, he did not expect that the cooperation of the two people would make him suffer. Soon, he changed his fighting style, and the black mist wrapped countless metal fragments, forming a metal tornado, rolling towards the two people in the laboratory. In an instant, the whole laboratory seemed to be blown by a 12-level gale. At the same time, a part of the black mist detoured from the side, targeting the body in the glass ball. Chapter 139. Seeing Success. Containing. Mu Xing and Madman Valred, controlled by Billy, appeared in front of the main body. The illusory particles condensed into a solid body, and one hand pressed on the glass cover. "Now!" Mu Xing suddenly shouted. Madman directly activated the trap he had installed in advance. With a crackling sound, the 4 trap nodes burst out dazzling electric light at the same time. The moment he sensed the crisis, Valred's entity instantly decomposed and prepared to spread into black mist. Mu Xing attacked without hesitation. His pupils shrank sharply, and he put his hands together. All his mental power was compressed into a telekinetic barrier, trapping Valred and Billy's body in the center. The telekinetic barrier continued to compress. The thick black fog particles inside were like crazy, colliding rapidly. "Hold on." Blood flowed from the corners of Mu Xing's eyes, and he compressed his mental power to the extreme, trapping Valred for a moment. It was this moment of delay that the trap set around Billy's body took shape, and the 4 points closed together to form a regular triangle cage. With a pop, Mu Xing's solidified telekinetic bubble was shattered, and he rolled out, and was quickly supported by the madman with quick eyes and hands. "Are you okay?" At this time, Mu Xing's 7 orifices were bleeding, and his vision was spinning. It took him 3 full seconds to recover. When he opened his eyes, Valred was already trapped in the trap. The crackling electric light barrier caused great damage to the black fog particles. Valred didn't dare to touch it, and could only curl up in the center. "How long can you hold on?" Mu Xing asked. 3 minutes at most, 1 minute at least. Mu Xing quickly asked Dr. Wernick to start the reversal program. "Ah!" Billy's body in the glass ball suddenly screamed unconsciously, his muscles trembled, and his nervous system was reactivated. In Valred, Billy's consciousness began to become extremely unstable. "Because the body will be Awakened. The Valrid experiment does not really completely cut off the connection between the body and consciousness. In Dr. Wernick's professional terminology, it is called a lucid dream. In the terminology of Taoist practitioners, it is called the in and out of the body. Now, what Dr. Wernick has to do is to awaken Billy's lucid dream and let the consciousness attached to Valriad's body return. When the program started, Mu Xing heard the report from the Divine Seal. Master, the body generator is activated. Hearing this, Mu Xing secretly said that as expected, the end point of the pipelines connected to Billy is the body generator. The huge machine is running, and Billy's body in the glass ball begins to pull back the consciousness that has left his body little by little. But obviously, Billy didn't seem to want to return to his fragile body. He began to hit the current barrier desperately. The barrier was visibly consumed at a very fast speed. Speed up the reversal speed? Mu Xing ordered Wernick. Yes. At this time, Dr. Wernick was a puppet who completely obeyed Mu Xing's orders. He directly adjusted the gear to the maximum. The tubes connected to Billy's body all lit up red. A strong heat was burning Billy's body. The energy of the body generator flowed under his skin, stimulating every inch of his muscles and nerves. Even some red cells were directly decomposed into particles, surrounding the glass ball. At the same time, in the barrier, a transparent shadow in Valred was pulled out. No, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Billy shouted, wanting to return to Valred's body, but he could not bear the pull of the main body, and pulled the invisible consciousness out. When the transparent consciousness was completely dragged out, it passed through the electric light barrier, through the glass ball, and sank into Billy's body. In the triangular electro-optical barrier, Valred suddenly collapsed into a ball. After losing control, the nanomaterials quickly collapsed and solidified into a black ball. With a clang, the electro-optical barrier was shattered and fell heavily to the ground. Mu Xing wiped the blood off his face, grabbed it with his right hand, and pulled the black ball over with his mental power. Although it was only the size of a basketball, it weighed a terrifying 500 kilograms. No wonder Valred's power was so terrifying, and the weight alone was embarrassing. Valrid particles are extracted from the human body. How many black fog particles can be extracted by completely transforming the whole person with the body transformation instrument? These 500 kilograms of Valrid particles can only imagine how many innocent mental patients Dr. Wernick has killed. The madman next to him took out the square box that he had prepared long ago and put it in it. Click. The box was locked. At this moment, Billy's unwilling transparent consciousness suddenly rushed out again and pounced on the box. However, this box was made of materials that shield the mind, and Billy's consciousness was fiercely bounced back to the body. Until then, Mu Xing sat down on the ground without any image, feeling that his body was hollowed out. Madman, this should be a full score, right? Madman put one hand on the box and shook his head. 98 at most. Why only 98? How do you get the other 2 points? First, let Billy complete his revenge, and second, defeat Billy in his final form. I know revenge. Let him kill Blair and Wernick. With our help, it's easy to kill Agent Pauline, but what does it mean to defeat Billy in his final form? Do you know the sequel to Escape 1? Didn't you tell me? The protagonist 1 shuts down Billy's life support device and kills Billy's body, but Billy and Valried merge into one. The protagonist 2 successfully escapes from the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital with the help of Billy, and finally reveals the crimes of the Muckhoff Company on Simon's leak website. Isn't this the standard ending of American games? He raised his head. Is there a sequel? The madman nodded. Of course there is a sequel. Such a big thing happened in the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital, and the company couldn't be indifferent. They sent a large number of agents to hunt down Valried, and finally used high-power microwave weapons to shatter Valried and destroy it. Was it so easy to be destroyed? Mu Xing felt that he had underestimated the military power of this world. Of course not. Although the main body of Valried was shattered by microwave weapons, it allowed Billy to evolve again. His consciousness has been completely integrated with every particle of Valrid, and the dispersed particle consciousness has been integrated into the body of the ant. Ants? What's the use of such small things? Even if there are more of them, they can't withstand modern weapons, right? Mu Xing said. The madman looked at Billy, who was gradually sobering up. What if there are countless Valrid ants? This? Mu Xing understood what the madman meant. So you mean to copy this process? The madman looked up. They are coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a spinning bullet came from a distance and hit the glass ball accurately. After piercing the glass ball, it continued to penetrate Billy's brain. Ha ha ha, finally solved this scourge. Now the board of directors has no reason to remove me from my position. I saw Blair, with a smug look on his face, carrying a gun and laughing as he walked into the laboratory. Dr. Wernick suddenly woke up. He saw Billy with a hole in his head, and the glass cabin stained with blood. "Blair, you idiot." Mu Xing and the madman quickly evacuated. At the same time, Mu Xing asked Shen-Yin to turn the power of the body generator to the maximum. Billy's body was misting in the broken glass ball, and the red mist quickly spread outward. Chapter 140. Using Paul's ID card, the laboratory's protective door was easily opened, allowing them to leave the institute smoothly. When Mu Xing and the madman escaped from the underground laboratory, the rolling red mist gushed out from the elevator shaft. Mu Xing frowned and looked at the red mist rising into the sky. In the direction of the church, Father Martin was shouting with a fanatical face. He was leading the few remaining believers to devoutly prepare to welcome the coming of God. They enthusiastically set themselves on fire, and the rising red mist and the flames reflected each other. This scene made Mu Xing very familiar. It's just that last time it was a madman, and this time it's Billy. But Billy is just an ordinary person after all. Even if he evolves into red mist, his strength is limited. He can't devour the entire box world like the madman did. "Hey, madman, nothing will happen, right?" Mu Xing was still a little worried. "Don't worry, this is the advantage of the box world. Billy can only hover within the scope of this box world. The living creatures he can really parasitize and control are limited to those mentally ill people." He looked at Mu Xing. "Even if there are thousands of mentally ill people, I'm afraid they are not your opponents. We just need to spend some time to deal with them." At this moment, 3 figures slowly emerged from the elevator shaft in the red mist. Blair, Dr. Wernick, and Agent Pauline. The 3 had completely lost themselves and were controlled by Billy's mind. Then, the red mist fell from the sky, sweeping across the entire giant mountain mental hospital, and roars were heard one after another around. However, the madman found that the number of mental patients controlled by Billy was far less than he expected, and there was not a single mental patient under control in the prison building under his feet. Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly. He had confirmed that Billy's red mist could not control the corpses. After the red mist penetrated into the corpses, it was found that these corpses had long lost the brain, nerves, and internal organs in the traditional sense of humans. They were led by a more powerful will. As soon as the consciousness penetrated, it was annihilated by the consciousness behind it. Mu Xing clapped his hands. Densely packed corpses crawled out of the prison building. It was like a huge army of corpses. Although Billy controlled all the creatures he could control, he still couldn't match the army of corpses in terms of numbers. The madman's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "This," Mu Xing pointed at the mentally ill patients who were gathered together by Billy, "kill them all." The corpses suddenly raised their heads, and the order of the Blood Moon successor made them fall into a frenzy of fighting. The hunter took the lead and rushed towards the 3 closest people. The army of corpses followed closely behind, like a real locust passing through, leaving no grass wherever they passed. Mu Xing had no intention of taking action, and took out 2 chairs from the primitive beehive. "I've been tired for a whole world, let's take a break." The madman couldn't stand or sit, he had never fought such an easy boss. In the end, he sat down on the chair and took the coconut juice handed over by Mu Xing. They didn't need to take action at all. These densely packed zombie army could destroy all the clones controlled by Billy. By the way, what special rewards can be obtained by getting full marks? Mu Xing asked leisurely. You can't escape a special gold singularity. If you get 100 points, you can take 1 more item out, which means you can take 4 items. That's it? Of course there's more. The most important reward is the Talent Awakening Key. Awakening Key? What's that? You should have 2 special gold talents, right? The madman looked at Mu Xing. Mu Xing rolled his eyes. You were there when I collected the singularity twice, so you should know more than me, right? The madman smiled awkwardly. Haha, I forgot. As we all know, talents are divided into 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and special gold. The higher the talent level, the rarer and more powerful it is. However, there is a kind of talent that is more powerful than the talents in these 4 levels, and that is the awakening talent. The talent level above the 4 levels? No, the awakening talent is a talent that is evolved through awakening on the basis of the original talent. Even the most ordinary bronze talent can gain incredible abilities after awakening, far exceeding the gold talent. Think about it, what if the silver talent is awakened, or even the gold talent is awakened? The awakened talent is so strong, wouldn't everyone be flocking to it? Mu Xing said in surprise. The madman sipped the coconut juice. Of course, but there is only one way to get the awakened talent, and that is the Talent Awakening Key. Use the key to open a special space for the exclusive talent trial. If you successfully complete the trial, you can awaken the selected talent and evolve it into an awakened talent. There are still trials? What will happen if you fail? Not only will the awakening key be destroyed if you fail the challenge, but the talent for the trial will also be directly erased. The trial should be difficult, right? Mu Xing knew very well that any powerful power would require a great price to obtain. I heard that it is very difficult, so if you can get the awakening key, don't rush to use it, wait until you are strong enough before challenging it. The madman reminded. Mu Xing nodded, remembering the madman's reminder. At this time, the battle between the corpse and Billy was nearing its end. The psychiatric clones controlled by Billy were beaten back step by step. Even the most powerful female agent was defeated by the siege of 100 zombies led by the hunter. The zombie army swept across and completely swept away the entire giant mountain mental hospital. The twisted red mist emerged from the corpses again and turned into a red Billy. His face was full of hatred and anger, surrounded by dense zombies. Madman, how are you going to end this? Shoot them directly. Mu Xing has already raised the compound bow in his hand. Huh? Didn't Simon inform you? Simon? This? Mu Xing was stunned, looking embarrassed. He stepped on his phone to show off. Just then, the rumbling sound of helicopter blades came from a distance. A small private helicopter was flying towards the giant mountain mental hospital. The plane just flew through the void and flew into this box world, looking like it was refreshed. Simon? Mu Xing saw that the person driving the helicopter was Simon in a suit and sunglasses. Next to him sat a woman with red lips dressed in a particularly sexy way. As the helicopter landed, the madman took the initiative to greet him. Simon, you are finally here. Simon was also shocked by the tragic scene in the mental hospital. What's going on down there? It's not important. Has the person you asked me to find come? Simon pointed to the woman in the co-pilot seat. Isn't this here? He patted the cabin door and woke up the woman who was still in a daze. Tiffany, we are here. The woman climbed down from the helicopter nervously. Simon, you said you would give me $1 million if I could bring my son back. You didn't lie to me, did you? Of course. Mu Xing heard the conversation and looked at the madman with a puzzled look. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. The lady is Billy's mother, Tiffany. She sold Billy to the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital a year ago to pay off her gambling debts. Chapter 141. Hi. The woman was wearing a black suspender and greeted the two men as she came over. She couldn't help but flirt with the muscular lunatic. Tiffany, Simon urged from behind. Okay, got it. She picked up a megaphone and started shouting, Billy, come out. Mu Xing was wondering what she wanted to do when he saw a red figure falling from the sky and solidified into the shape of Billy. Tall and thin, a typical American high school student, with freckles on his face and a somewhat shy expression. The moment he saw Tiffany, Billy immediately regained consciousness. Mom, what are you doing here? Stinky boy, when I called you last time, didn't you say you were doing well in the hospital? She strode towards Billy, and Mu Xing subconsciously wanted to stop her, but was held back by the madman behind him. Don't worry. Then, a scene that surprised him appeared in front of him. The woman grabbed Billy's arm and pulled him back. You little brat, did you do something bad again? Didn't I tell you to stay well and take you home soon? Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't do anything bad, they bullied me. At this moment, Billy no longer looked like a murderer in the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. He was completely a wrong teenager. Shut up. Tiffany slapped him on the back of his head. Good news, your damn dad was finally killed in a car accident, and we mother and son got $1 million inheritance. I will take you home now. Billy showed a surprised expression. Mom, really? Are you going to take me home, Mom? Of course. Do you see the driver over there? Mom, I flew here to pick you up. You can't be so mad, do you hear me? Billy nodded happily with a good boy expression. Come, Mom, hug me. Looking at the mother and son hugging each other, Mu Xing looked at the madman in astonishment. Don't worry, not all bosses have to be killed. For example, this kind of power of love, isn't it also very useful? Mu Xing felt that the scene before him overturned his cognition. The madman walked to Simon's side. Tiffany's matter is left to you. Find a safe place for them, and we will organize the evidence and upload it. Simon still looked serious. I feel relieved to have you here, but I didn't expect you to turn this hell hospital upside down. It's better to hide away for the next few months. The people from Mukfu Company will not give up. Madman patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Simon waved at Madman and Mu Xing, climbed onto the helicopter flexibly, and shouted to the mother and son, "Hey, you two, come on up." Tiffany quickly pulled Billy onto the plane. At this time, Billy only had his mother in his eyes, and even ignored Mu Xing and the others. Mu Xing didn't come back to his senses until the helicopter slowly took off and gradually went away. Is this the end? Below, the mother of the corpse was leisurely climbing out of the ward observation area building and began to collect these corpses. Wherever he passed, the corpses melted and merged with the mother body. Mu Xing contacted the God Seal. "What's the situation over there?" "Master, 80% of the body generator has been devoured." "I have a question. Is there any way to take the complete hunter and the corpse mother body out?" The God Seal was silent for a moment, as if calculating something. "Master, it should be unlikely at this stage. Unless you consume a lot of blood moon essence, it is estimated that there is a chance to take the hunter out. According to my calculations, it will require about 180% of the upper limit of blood moon essence. If it is a corpse mother, more blood moon essence is needed." "So?" Mu Xing waved his hand. "So at this stage, it is more cost-effective to fight seeds." Shining said, "Master, it is not a complete loss. After all, the evolution progress, combat consciousness, and memory of the corpse can be stored in the seeds. The next time it hatches, the hunter's initial starting point will be higher." This is a comforting news for Mu Xing. For example, the ability of the corpse mother to create special corpses, and the high-temperature hot blade skills evolved by the hunter, are all worth preserving. When he came to his senses, the madman was ready. "There is one last step." "What?" The madman pointed at the computer on the table. He had already opened the leak website. This is the leak website created by Simon. Although it is simple, the number of visitors is not low at all. Every day, there are millions of visitors from all over the world, including many authoritative media, who will extract first-hand leak information here. At this time, the madman has uploaded all the evidence he collected and is waiting for Mu Xing. Mu Xing's silver watch lit up, and the projection of Red Queen appeared. "Red Queen? Is that the one I understand?" He was a little surprised. "Well, this is an avatar. I get you one later." Mu Xing showed him the silver watch in his hand. "Haha, that's great." The madman already treated Mu Xing as his own, and was not polite at all. Red Queen directly connected to the computer, and began to upload all the evidence and information that Mu Xing had taken along the way. "The uploaded information has been confirmed. Do you want to publish it?" A pop-up window appeared on the desktop. The two looked at each other, and the madman made a gesture of invitation. Mu Xing tapped the enter key without hesitation. The data was quickly transmitted to the major sections of the website. In less than a minute, the number of visitors quickly exceeded hundreds of thousands. Success? At the same time, the two heard the prompt sound of the survival system. "Congratulations to the survivor, you have completed the main storyline. All enemies in this world have been eliminated, and after system evaluation, you can return to the real world in advance. You will get a countdown of 30 minutes of stay time. Do you want to calculate the score in advance and return to the real world?" "Okay." The two answered in unison. Return countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The echo of the survival system gradually faded in his mind, and Mu Xing's hanging heart was slightly relieved. "Crazy, can you really get full marks this time?" "The probability is 99%. "What about the other 1%? "It depends on luck. The performance score of newcomers will fluctuate by 1 to 3 points. If you are lucky, you can get more." This made Mu Xing's heart hang in the air again, and he couldn't help scratching his head. "By the way, hurry down to pick up the props. If you are lucky, you may be able to pick up a purple weapon." "What purple weapon?" The madman jumped down the stairs and explained. Although there is no strict level division of props in the survival world, generally speaking, there are only equipment that can be taken out and equipment that cannot be taken out. Among the props that can be taken out, there is also a special prop. Because the props are born by absorbing the special rules of the survival world, they have more powerful effects and power than ordinary props. The first type of props have unique special properties and are unique. And because this special prop will emit purple light when used, it is also called purple weapon. Mu Xing looked up. Then are there stronger props above purple weapons? Of course there are. Chapter 142. At 20 minutes on the countdown, the divine seal completely devoured the body generator. At 10 minutes on the countdown, Mu Xing and his team had finished looting all the items on the map. At 5 minutes on the countdown, the corpse mother and the hunter condensed the essence seed. At 1 minute on the countdown, both of them were ready to return. At 10 seconds on the countdown, a transparent beam of light began to fall, covering the two of them separately. The vortex took shape, everything around it stopped, and time and space stopped at this moment. The blue screen appears in front of Mu Xing Survivor. Mu Xing. Survival Scenario. Escape 1. Score, 100. Note. Full score is 100. Obtain items that cannot be taken out of this world. Dr. Traeger's scalpel, Grumity's brooch, the twin sharp blades, Fat Chris Walker's red underwear, Paul's ID card, 42 M16 rifles, for 1,232 bullets. Obtain items that can be taken out of this world. Bone saw, mental patient suit, Flying Star compound bow, body generator data hard disk, original Val Reed, Pauline Glick fighting skills, Dr. Wernick's wheelchair. Note, if the score is over 60, you can choose one item to leave this world. If the score is over 90, you can add one more item. If the score is over 95, you can add one more item. If the score is over 100, you can add one more item. Please select the 4 items you want to take out of this world. Mu Xing has never figured out the rules of the item system in the survival world. What can be taken out of this world, and what cannot be taken out of this world are full of randomness. Mu Xing quickly scanned the items in front of him that can be taken out of this world. The bone saw can be taken with you. This thing is practical, and does not belong to the weapon props. It can still be used in some worlds that restrict technological weapons. Mu Xing gave up the mental patient suit. Although it can temporarily increase attributes, he tried it once, and found that it seriously reduced sanity, and the cooling time was too long. The Flying Star compound bow is of course a must-have, as he is in need of a powerful long-range weapon. Although the firing rate and shooting distance are not as good as firearms, it is widely used, and can be used in all types of worlds. There is no need to take the data hard disk of the body generator, because all the data has long been perfectly copied by the Divine Seal. The original Val Red is also a must-have item. This thing has now shrunk into a ball, and it is the result of many years of hard work by Dr. Wernick. As long as the Divine Seal rebuilds the body generator, Val Red can be reactivated, adding a powerful fighting force. For the last item, Mu Xing chose Agent Pauline's fighting skills, which can be used to improve his close combat ability. Although he is positioned as a long-range shooter and a mental power controller, if he encounters an enemy close to him, he must also have the ability to fight. As for Dr. Wernick's wheelchair, Mu Xing directly ignored it. Although this thing can increase the mental power bonus, it can only move in a wheelchair. Whose good guy is fighting in a wheelchair? Are you sure you want to select 4 items to take out of this world? Cannot be changed after confirmation. Are you sure? Confirm. Mu Xing pressed the confirm button, and the item selection was completed. Then, the subtitles popped up on the screen again. Survivor, because you got a full score in this world, you will get the following rewards. You can choose an additional item already obtained. 100% of the gold singularities in this world are converted into special gold singularities. Obtain a talent awakening key. Obtain a special achievement title, Perfect Clearer. The subtitles disappeared, and a brilliant dark golden key appeared in Mu Xing's hand, the size of a palm. Talent awakening key. Select a talent to bind this key. You can activate the exclusive talent trial space. Successfully pass the trial, the talent will be upgraded to awakened talent. If you fail, the talent will disappear completely. Note, one-time soul binding item, please use with caution. Is this the talent awakening key? Mu Xing stared at the key in his hand with shining eyes. The madman defined it as a stepping stone for the strong, and it really lived up to its reputation. Then, he clicked on the title he had just obtained. Perfect Clearer, a special achievement title that only those who have completed a perfect clearance and received a full score are eligible to receive. Wearing effect, when the scores of all the cleared worlds are below 95 points, you will get a 1-point score bonus. Wow, what a good thing! Mu Xing was in a good mood. Don't underestimate this 1-point bonus. Usually 89 points are easy to get, but 90 points is a hurdle. 94 points can be reached with hard work, but 95 points is not so easy to get. 1 point less means missing an important item. The extra point for the title was like timely help, which greatly reduced the pressure on him to get the score. Mu Xing couldn't wait to put on the title, and immediately felt refreshed, and walked 3 points faster than others. When all the settlements were in place, the speed of the vortex suddenly increased. As the light column continued to rise, he saw the frozen giant mountain psychiatric hospital, the adjacent Bluebird psychiatric hospital, and even the Simon helicopter flying in the void. Looking at the distant world again, he saw a strange scene. There were a large number of suspended box garden worlds in the distant void, which were like replicas of the escape world. Then, he saw a huge eye. Under the eye was a rolling black fog, swallowing up the suspended boxes bit by bit. As if sensing Mu Xing's gaze, the scary eye looked towards him. But fortunately, the translucent beam of light suddenly accelerated and teleported him away completely. On the sofa, Mu Xing suddenly opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling came into view. I'm back. He didn't get up, but slumped on the sofa in a daze, not wanting to move at all. This survival journey was exhausting, and I was cautious at every step, fearing that I would make a wrong move. If I didn't get full marks in the last novice world, I probably wouldn't have the chance to get full marks again. Now I relaxed, and a drowsy sleep came over me. But at the same time, the survival system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the survivor for completing 3 novice survival worlds and becoming a formal survivor. The next survival world will start in 15 days. Please be prepared for survival. Note: starting from the next survival world, you will automatically get a survivor terminal. The survivor singularity is expected to be formed in 72 hours, and the map coordinates have been sent. With a ding, Mu Xing took out his mobile phone, and a coordinate point was located in New Mexico, USA. Not only that, he found that nearly 4 days had passed since he returned to the real world. In other words, the time in the real world and the survival world began to synchronize. He remembered that the madman had said this: as he experienced more and more worlds, the time would gradually synchronize with the real world. It was just that this result came faster than he thought. He resisted the sleepiness, took out the newly bought satellite phone, and called the madman. After only 3 seconds of waiting, the call was connected. Are you crazy? Hello, Mu Xing? I'm Gula Gula Gula. What's going on over there? Swimming. Swimming, damn. I'm soaking in the Pacific Ocean. Wait for me for a few hours. I'm almost in Australia. Mu Xing, Then you swim first. You should know the location. We see you in the United States in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Mu Xing tried to hold back his laughter and called Yi Fei. However, this time he used a satellite phone, but it said the phone was turned off. What's going on? Are you in class? Mu Xing sent a text message to reply after seeing it. Unable to suppress the sleepiness any longer, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 143. I woke up again because of a phone call from a courier. Mr. Fat Cat loves fish? Oh, it's me. You have a courier. I put it in the community courier cabinet. Mu Xing was a little confused. He didn't remember buying a courier before entering the survival world. Moreover, the address of the package was still his previous address. Okay, I got it, thank you. Mu Xing hung up the phone and looked at the time. He slept from yesterday to 8 o'clock this morning. After stretching, Mu Xing felt full of energy and in great shape. He picked up his phone and took a look at the information. On WeChat, Fatty sent him pictures of sugar beans every day. He was either complaining about sugar beans pooping too much or complaining about damaging his curtains. But it can be seen that Fatty likes sugar beans very much, and he can rest assured that he is taking care of him. At this moment, a bank message popped up on his phone. 200 million was credited to the bank card. He looked at his balance from 200 million to 400 million, and he didn't feel anything at all. Maybe the happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. So he decided to add 2 more tea eggs and 2 bowls of tofu pudding for breakfast today, drinking 1 bowl and pouring 1 bowl. At this time, Mu Xing felt his spiritual consciousness vibrate. With a grab of his right hand, the divine seal appeared in his palm. Master, good morning. Oh, is there any good news? Mu Xing asked while brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Master, good news. After my efforts, the original honeycomb can finally expand to the 2nd layer. Mu Xing spit out the foam in his mouth. Didn't you say you couldn't expand before? How come you can now? The divine seal floated above Mu Xing's head and circled, then projected a virtual projection. Before, I didn't understand the mechanism of the original hive. It turns out that if you want to expand the hive, you must absorb the rules of different worlds. Before, the master escaped from the world, and the original hive absorbed the rules from the escape world. So now our 2nd layer can be expanded into a new level that conforms to the rules of the escape world. Mu Xing was stunned while brushing his teeth. Is there such a saying? How else can it be called a world prop? Now I plan to build the body generator on the 2nd floor, and wait for the master to go there and expand the 2nd floor. Also, the construction materials also need to be purchased by the master and sent in. Mu Xing nodded. All the research facilities on the 1st floor, including the Red Queen host, were first swallowed by the divine seal, and then made with its own energy and the materials sent in by Mu Xing. That's why they are not affected by the rules of the survival system. Of course, it's not without cost. First, these special facilities cannot be taken out to the real world or the survival world. Second, construction is not just imagination, but also requires the consumption of various materials. Steel, rubber, wood, semiconductor chips, displays, and other materials and equipment all need to be purchased by Mu Xing himself. Last time, I got those materials in Toronto, and it took a lot of effort. This time, Mu Xing plans to go to the domestic market before going to the United States to buy all the materials he needs. After all, the advantages of an industrial country with a full industrial chain are here, so there is no need to go far away. Maybe I have to find an assistant to help me with procurement in the future, Mu Xing muttered. He was busy with training and collecting various materials, and had no time to deal with these trivial matters. Shanine, make a list for me, and I will purchase what you need. No problem, master. As he said that, Shanine disappeared in front of him, obviously going to count the materials needed. Crazy also sent him a text message, saying that he had arrived in Australia, and would wait for him in the United States. Mu Xing confirmed today's schedule. He first went to pick up the express delivery, then went to Fatty's house. Finally, he wanted to buy the house directly. Back to the old community, Mu Xing went straight to the Community Express cabinet. While thinking about who would send him the express delivery, he entered the pickup code and took out an international express delivery from the express cabinet. There was no signature on it, only a garbled code, and the address was sent from the United States. He didn't remember that he had a friend in the United States. He quickly scanned with his mental power to confirm that there were no dangerous goods in the express delivery, and then opened the express delivery. The next second, Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. In the carefully packaged box, there was only a cylinder, and a card with 13 digits written on it. The numbers looked like they should be in the format of U.S. phone numbers. To make an international call to the U.S., the number usually consists of 3 digits of the country code, 3 digits of the city area code, and 7 digits of the phone number. Mu Xing handed over a sealed cylinder, and from it poured out a scroll sealed with a lacquer seal. The moment he got it, Mu Xing saw the information on the scroll. Survival team contract. Use it to form a primary survival team with a maximum of 5 people. Contract members cannot attack each other, obtain the initial team public space, cannot quit in the survival world, and quitting requires the consent of more than half of the teammates. Forced quitting, the team will permanently lose 30% of all attributes and receive the quit debuff, and cannot join other team contracts in the next world. Note: go find a truly trustworthy partner. Mu Xing looked at the team scroll in his hand with a serious face. He thought of Yifei. Who else would send him this thing except this kid? But how could the express delivery be sent from the United States? He subconsciously wanted to dial the number on the card, but stopped himself. Before he was sure of the other party's identity, Mu Xing didn't want to alert the enemy. He called the madman and explained what had just happened. Someone sent you a team contract? Let me go to the University of Toronto to check? No problem, then I fly to Toronto first. I have to remind you. Don't touch the scroll yet, don't make any calls, let's meet in the United States first. Okay, wait for your news. After hanging up the phone, Mu Xing had a bad feeling for some reason. Next, Mu Xing went to Fatty's house. As soon as he opened the door, the familiar Tondo came over with a meow. Did Tondo miss me? Mu Xing was about to kiss her, but was rejected by 2 fat paws on her face. Wow, you have changed so much after going abroad? The fat man stood at the door, looking at Mu Xing in amazement. Compared to his previous self, after being transformed by the G virus, Mu Xing's temperament has changed a lot. Then, the fat man went to take the bag on the ground in a mean way. You said you come here? What else do you want to bring? He said this, but his hands were not polite at all. He took all the things and took them into the house. Mu Xing finally succeeded, rubbed Tang Do for a while, and walked into the room with Tang Do in his arms. Where's Cece? Did she go to school? Brother, you are really forgetful. Today is Monday. Mu Xing scratched his head awkwardly. The fat man looked back at Mu Xing. What would you like to drink? Whatever. My house is a bit shabby because it's not renovated yet. I make you a cup of tea. Where's your sister-in-law? At work. He came over, handed the cup to Mu Xing, and touched his forehead. You don't have a fever? Why do you keep asking weird questions? Go away, I'm jet-lagged, my mind is a bit confused. Chapter 144. Mu Xing looked around. You haven't finished decorating this house yet? Oh, don't mention it, you know your sister-in-law likes to mess around. It was almost finished, and she wants to change it. What can I do? As he said, he sat down opposite Mu Xing. How long will you stay this time? I leave tomorrow, or maybe tonight. So soon? Where are you going? The United States? The two of them suddenly fell silent. By the way, how is your work going? Mu Xing suddenly asked. I quit. Isn't your job good? Why did you quit? According to reason, with your ability, you should be promoted next year, right? The fat man waved his hand. What's the use of strong ability? It depends on the boss's mood. My two nephews just graduated and are ready to take my place immediately. Do you think I have a chance to be promoted at the end of the year? I was so angry that I made a scene. In the end, I couldn't stay in the company and quit. Mu Xing was silent. He knew Fatty's personality. He was not like himself. He had a wife and children, and his personality was gentle. He would never resign easily. If he had not been forced into a corner, he would not have left easily. Does sister-in-law know? Fatty wiped his cheek. Not yet. I said I would take a break for a while, just in time to finish the decoration of the house. When the family is done, I will look for a job. If I can't find one, I will deliver food, be a driver, and if that doesn't work, I will open a small stall. A living person can't be suffocated to death by urine. It's just that it will take some time for you to get the money. Mu Xing stopped him. Okay, I'm not in a hurry, let's talk about it later. The fat man covered his face. You don't know, I'm under a lot of pressure. I'm 10 years older than you. What can I do in the future if I'm unemployed at this age? Don't you always want to start a company? Mu Xing suddenly said. The fat man spread his hands. Start a company? Start with your head? You know my situation. Cece has to go to school, and your sister-in-law's job is not easy. Where can I get money? Mu Xing touched his nose and took out his cell phone. Only a ding-dong sound was heard. Ji Fu Bao arrived. 5 million yuan. The fat man only felt the phone vibrate, and a notification sounded. Hey, what kind of prank are you doing? The fat man took out his cell phone and looked at the balance, and was stunned. Where did the money come from? Tens, hundreds of millions. Damn, 5 million? Mu Xing put away his cell phone. This money is my investment in you. I will be the major shareholder in the future, and you will be the general manager. Let's start a small company. With your technology, I believe there will be no problem. Fuck, you robbed a bank? What the hell? Didn't I tell you last time? I won 100 million. Really won 100 million? Didn't you see I sold my house? It was just to avoid unnecessary trouble. Why did I go to find you, but no one opened the door? The fat man muttered. This money is considered as the initial investment. If you do well, there will be follow-up investment. The fat man almost knelt down with a plop. God has eyes. Mu Xing, no Mu Yi, you are my savior. Get lost. I don't have a grandson as old as you. I won't interfere in the following matters. But if you make me lose money, I will hold you responsible. The fat man stood up excitedly and patted his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. He ran into the room. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to print a contract. No need, I trust you. The fat man shook his head. Brothers are brothers, and brothers have to settle accounts clearly. You must sign a contract for your 5 million investment. If you lose money, I will pay you back even if I lose everything. Mu Xing hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. He knew the fat man's character. He had his own principles, and he respected him. Okay, but there's no need to be so anxious. I'm still here, aren't I? The fat man scratched his head awkwardly. That's true. By the way, you've won 100 million, why do you still go abroad every day? Mu Xing glanced at him. Of course it's for investment, doing business, otherwise you just eat up all the money? This money should be put to good use? Haha, you're smart. I thought you were floating around and traveling around the world. By the way, have any strangers approached you recently? Mu Xing asked. Strangers? What do you mean? Someone I've never seen before, the kind that says strange things. The fat man shook his head. No. His face changed slightly. Are you being targeted by someone? Mu Xing nodded. After all, I suddenly have a lot of money. I'm afraid that because of me, you will be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Don't worry, if someone comes, I can beat him so hard that even his own mother won't recognize him. The fat man laughed. Don't, you have a wife and children now. Don't fight all the time. Mu Xing looked around the old house. Hurry up and tidy up the house first, and then talk about the company's affairs. Prepare 5 million first, open a company account, and I will give you another 10 million later. The fat man opened his mouth wide. There is no need to make such a big deal at the beginning, right? I will go to the United States this time. It may take 10 days or half a month, and you may not be able to contact me. You? Seeing that Mu Xing didn't say anything, He also covered his mouth. I understand. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I take Tondo away. After all, I've troubled you for so long. Mu Xing waved at Tondo, and the fat cat jumped into his arms. Actually, I like this fat cat very much. If you take it away this time, Cece will probably cry. You can buy him one to keep. Mu Xing stroked the cat's head comfortably. By the way, there is one more thing. Qing Yan has been looking for you recently, and said that she couldn't get through to you on the phone. What's her problem? Who knows? That little girl has too many weird ideas all day long. She said she wants your help to shoot a video. Okay, I got it. I call her back later. The fat man came over. You haven't eaten yet? Come on, I take you to eat downstairs. There's a restaurant that serves good crayfish, and their frogs are delicious too. I just had breakfast. Mu Xing said. The same old bean paste buns and tea eggs? It's almost noon anyway, I treat you. As he said that, he pushed Mu Xing out. It was already afternoon when he got home. He went to many places and bought all the things he needed and sent them to the original hive. Then, Mu Xing received a call from the madman and rushed to the airport. The news brought by the madman echoed in his mind. Yi Fei disappeared, the school has reported to the police, and he is on the list of missing international students. Does this situation mean that the survivor died in the survival world? Not necessarily. If the survivor died, it would not be missing, but accidental death. The survival system will disguise it as a car accident, heart attack, sudden death, etc. You mean it's not necessarily death, but why did he disappear? Two possibilities. First, this kid hasn't left the survival world yet. Second, he's in trouble. Mu Xing thought of the American sender, who sent him a courier. Was it a night flight in the United States? The other party obviously used a special express delivery service, directly transported it from the United States to China, and then used express delivery to deliver it to his residence as soon as possible. He must rush to the United States to find the sender, and find out what happened. At the same time, he asked the madman to rush to the United States first. Chapter 145. Mu Xing threw the sugar beans into the primitive beehive. Before he could put his luggage in, a car drove towards him outside the yard. Then the car window was lowered and a little head popped out. Brother-in-law, are you going out? Do you want a ride? Mu Xing was stunned. How did you know I live here? Hee, a secret. Mu Xing said expressionlessly. Are you looking for your fat uncle again? I'm afraid I can't find you. I heard from fat uncle that you went abroad a while ago. Humph, you didn't even call me when you came back. The girl waved her fist in the car window. Mu Xing frowned. No, do I have to report to you when I go out? The little girl got out of the car with a sly look on her face, and then helped him put the luggage in the trunk. Brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law. Mu Xing pulled away the little girl's hands that were shaking his arms. He watched this little snot grow up, and he didn't know what she was thinking. She must be asking for help. He sat in the driver's seat and pointed to the back seat. What kind of car is this little brat who doesn't even have a driver's license? Also, whose car is this? The little girl sat in the passenger seat with a grin. My friend's car. Let me drive it for 2 days. I finally found out from Uncle Fatty that you were going to the United States, so I hurried over. You're going to the United States? Mu Xing guessed what the little girl wanted to do. Qing Yan, who was in the passenger seat, nodded repeatedly. Originally, my plan was to go to Canada or the United States to complete my graduation season photography plan. Uncle Fatty said that you, brother-in-law, were going on a business trip to the United States, so it would be a good opportunity to take me with you. Mu Xing glanced at him. Do your parents know? I told them I'm going to Shanghai. No. Mu Xing refused decisively. He wasn't really going on a business trip, so why would he bring a burden with him? Brother-in-law, I swear, as long as you take me, I won't go west if you tell me to go east, and I won't chase chickens if you tell me to beat a dog. As she said that, she took out a plane ticket. Mu Xing frowned. Where did you get the ticket? I bought it. I already got my visa. Mu Xing closed her eyes helplessly, knowing that even if he didn't take her, she would run over by herself, so it would be safer for her to follow him. Sighed. Okay, I can take you there, but you have to listen to me along the way, and you have to listen to me when you get to the United States. The little girl shouted in surprise. Brother-in-law, do you agree? If I don't agree, you won't go? Hee. Mu Xing stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out like an arrow from a bow. When she arrived at the airport, the little girl's friend was already waiting at the airport with her luggage. Are you not alone? Of course, let me introduce you. This is my friend Yi Ling. Yi Ling? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. This name is the same as Yi Fei's? Hello, my name is Yi Ling, Qin Qingyan's friend. The girl stretched out her right hand to Mu Xing. She was about 1.65 meters tall, without makeup, and dressed very simply, wearing a large black-rimmed frame. She looked like a quiet girl. Master, I sensed a special energy fluctuation from this woman. At this moment, the voice of the divine seal sounded in his mind. Energy fluctuations? Are you sure? It's like some kind of super energy fluctuations awakening the body. Hearing this, Mu Xing's heart trembled. Who is this Yi Ling? A survivor? At this time, Qin Yan waved her right hand in front of Mu Xing's eyes. Brother-in-law, are you stunned? Although my Linger is pretty, you shouldn't stare at others, right? She took a step back, hugged the girl's arm intimately, and stuck out her tongue at him. Mu Xing rolled his eyes at her. What are you talking about, little girl? As he spoke, he reached out and shook hands with Yi Ling gently. Mu Xing, you can call me Brother Mu like Qin Yan. The girl opposite immediately showed a bright smile. Her eyes curved like crescents. Brother Mu. Mu Xing let go. Are you with Qin Yan this time? Yes, I have never been abroad, so Brother Mu, please take care of me. Mu Xing nodded, but didn't say much. He didn't use mental scanning directly, but used passive mental perception, and indeed found a faint energy fluctuation on her body. The fluctuation was very weak. If it weren't for the reminder from the divine seal, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Qin Yan, what about your car? Don't worry, just park it in the airport parking lot. My friend will drive it back. You have so many friends. Of course not. As she said that, she took Yi Ling's hand and ran into the airport. Hey, no. You dead girl boxes. Mu Xing looked at the two boxes in front of him speechlessly, and there was another one in the car. Forget it, I am destined to be a nanny. Divine Seal, keep an eye on Yi Ling. If there is anything wrong with her, notify me immediately. Don't worry, Master. Because we arrived in time, it didn't take much time to go through security check, wait, check tickets, and get on the plane. Mu Xing had the spiritual interference of the divine seal, and he had neither a passport nor a visa, but he passed through the checkpoints easily, as if he didn't exist. When the plane took off, the two girls sitting behind Mu Xing had already started their filming trip excitedly. I hope everything goes well. Mu Xing muttered to himself. He had asked the divine seal to check everyone on the plane. Except for the girl Yi Ling, who was a little strange, everyone else was an ordinary person. It would take quite some time to fly to the United States, so Mu Xing took the opportunity to close his eyes and rest, while his consciousness entered the original beehive. At this time, the divine seal was counting all the materials, which were used to build the body generator, and were neatly arranged. Master, you are here. Mu Xing floated in the original beehive in the form of a spirit body. He could only leave his body here and maintain it for about 3 hours. Let's talk business. How to expand the second layer of the original beehive. The divine seal said, this requires you, the master, to authorize the Red Queen system and determine the area, shape, functional structure, etc. of the second layer. You've been ready for a long time, right? Mu Xing walked to the big screen display of the Red Queen host. The preset structure diagram of the second layer has been displayed on the big screen. Why is it smaller than the first layer? Mu Xing was puzzled. Master, the expansion level cannot be fully expanded at one time. It needs to be done little by little, and filled with materials little by little. It demonstrated the entire expansion process with a demonstration animation. Mu Xing suddenly realized that he thought he could generate it automatically by pressing a button with an idea. However, in reality, it is just like building a house in reality. You need to draw blueprints, lay foundations, tie steel bars, lay bricks, pour concrete. No process can be missed. First determine the central body of the second floor, and then expand it outwards little by little. The only advantage is that he has the operation of the divine seal, so he doesn't have to do it himself. When the second floor is completed, you have to build a body generator, establish a laboratory, and a series of supporting facilities. Mu Xing estimated that it would take at least 10 days, and half a month to complete. Fortunately, he had plenty of time this time, so he could build and train at the same time. Master, I must remind you to pay attention to the formation time of the singularity, and don't delay the absorption node because of Yi Fei's matter. Of course, I know the importance. Mu Xing nodded. Chapter 146. It was already the next morning when the plane landed in the United States. Mu Xing looked back at the two girls, who were already excited to get off the plane, and had to send them to their accommodation quickly. Mu Xing had already booked a hotel online in advance. As soon as he got off the plane, he found a taxi, and went straight to the hotel. You can take a day off first, and you can walk around the hotel, but don't run around, okay? Just as Mu Xing was about to leave, he was stopped by Qin Yin. What's going on? When will you come over, brother-in-law? I'm here on a business trip, not for tourism. If I can make it in the evening, I come back to take you out for dinner. If I can't make it, I call you. Go, don't worry about us. With that, Mu Xing was pushed out of the room. Hey, why are you chasing people away? Hey, it's just me and my best sister's world from now on. Don't worry about it. Mu Xing shook her head speechlessly. Why is this character so different from her sister? When she came out of the hotel, the phone rang. It was a madman. Mu Xing, have you arrived yet? Just arrived at the hotel. Wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll be there soon. Mu Xing waited on the roadside for less than 10 minutes, and a black off-road vehicle stopped in front of him. You have a car in the United States? Mu Xing greeted and got on the passenger seat directly. Because there are many survival worlds involved here, it is more convenient to collect nodes. Mu Xing nodded and began to let Shen Yin and Hong Ho prepare for tracking. Then he took out the card with the number on it. That person said something and left a phone number. Wasn't he waiting for me to contact him? Mu Xing called, and the call was answered after a while. Who? Is it your courier? The other party didn't say anything. After just 3 seconds, the call was hung up. How is it? The madman in casual clothes next to him asked. He hung up, but I have tracked his location. Although the call was only connected for about 10 seconds, the God Seal and the Red Queen still tracked his location together. When he tried to call again, the phone was turned off. Mu Xing first handed the madman a silver watch. Is this the Red Queen's clone? Yes, it retains some intelligent functions, and the most important thing is that it has built-in short-distance communication and positioning, with an effective distance of 30 kilometers. The madman clicked on another watch on his arm, and the watch suddenly turned into a mobile phone. Is this the survival terminal? Mu Xing noticed this strange device. Yes, this is the survival terminal, which can be transformed into any daily personal items we are familiar with, such as mobile phones, watches, rings, necklaces, etc. We can accept various tasks, check personal information, manage personal space equipment, etc. in the survival terminal. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the survival terminal comes with a 2 cubic meter personal space, and the size of the space can be upgraded through tasks. Can I check the next survival world in advance? Mu Xing asked. Of course not, the survival world is random. If you know in advance and prepare in advance, it will not be survival, but a dungeon. As he spoke, the madman had already put the Red Queen clone watch on his wrist, and a miniature version of the madman was projected on the dial. Hello, master. I am glad to serve you. Can I change my image? The madman had a strange expression. Mu Xing smiled unkindly. You customize it yourself. I thought you would like it. The madman randomly found the simplest faceless image among the preset images. Mu Xing said, the location has been sent to you. You can use the navigation function. As soon as the voice fell, a virtual map was projected on the madman's watch. This place? What? Is there a problem? It's a gang area, full of people, and it takes about an hour to drive there. On the way, Mu Xing took out his hacker computer. He wanted to check the surveillance of the target area, but found that the area was blank. He had no choice but to take back the computer. There can't be any surveillance facilities in that place. These guys who shout about freedom all day long will not allow the police to take pictures of their faces when they are shopping for free. You seem to be familiar with this place? The madman drove calmly. When I first became a survivor, I joined the local gang to home myself, so I am familiar with these places. Mu Xing nodded, so that's it. By the way, how many points did you get this time? He suddenly asked. 80 points. Why only 80? Mu Xing looked puzzled. It's normal. I entered the new world. Even if I pass it perfectly, the limit is only 80 points. But these are not important. At least the biggest problem has been solved, right? He pointed at his head. The madman smiled and looked at Mu Xing. Did you get the key? I got it. The dark golden key appeared in Mu Xing's hand. TSK. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen the real thing. I've only heard about it before, and I've also seen it in the survival store of the survival competition. It's so expensive that not everyone can get it. Can I still buy the Talent Awakening key? You can buy it with points. You can buy it with points earned in the Awakening competition. But last year, there were tens of thousands of participants in the competition, and the number of people who could buy the Awakening key in the end can be counted on one hand. This is the only chance to get the Awakening key besides the perfect score. He glanced at the key again. Keep the key first, don't start the trial without confidence. It's best to choose your best talent to upgrade after you are fully prepared. Yes, I know. Mu Xing was not in a hurry. While the two were chatting and laughing, the car had already entered the positioning area. The madman glanced at the time. The singularity will be formed in less than 20 hours. We still have time to hurry. It's best not to waste too much time here. Don't worry, we make it in time. I calculated the time on the way. The two walked into the mixed neighborhood. Unlike the rich area, it was normal during the day, but at night, the public security here was almost zero. Various gangs were entrenched here, and every night, they would start the real-life CS mode. Even during the day, the sound of police cars and ambulances could be heard from time to time. I go in first, madman, you stay behind? Since he was looking for someone, Mu Xing didn't want to scare people because of the madman. Looking for someone was a troublesome thing, but fortunately the positioning of the divine seal was accurate enough, so he soon found the positioning point in the intricate neighborhood. As soon as he approached, he heard the sound of fierce gunfire. The pedestrians on the street and the drug addicts lying in the corners seemed to have been accustomed to it, and thought it was firecrackers. Mu Xing was keenly aware that something was wrong. The gunshots were obviously not from weapons used by ordinary people. He quickly contacted the madman. There is a fight inside. I heard it. Let's take a look at the situation first. If it is a survivor, don't take action easily. Don't worry, I know. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the silver revolver appeared in his hand. Just as the people nearby fled outside, he went upstream and quickly moved towards the firefighting area. Chapter 147. Mu Xing had just entered an old residential area when he saw a nimble figure rolling down the corridor to the lower floor. He raised his gun and shot quickly, killing several gunmen. He kicked the can away, and the can spun rapidly and hit the face of the person rushing up the stairs. He let out a strange cry and rolled down the stairs. He turned around and raised his middle finger to show respect, and then continued to evacuate from other corridors. 5 or 6 gunmen rushed up behind him and opened fire. The man was so scared that he ran away at full speed. But at the next corner, he took out a submachine gun from the flower pot next to him. He pulled the trigger to the bottom and fired quickly, and 5 or 6 gunmen fell to the ground. After the bullets were used up, he threw the submachine gun away and loaded the Desert Eagle in his hand while running. Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. Wasn't that the Desert Eagle flying at night? When he left the world of Resident Evil, he boasted to himself that he had picked up a bargain and got a special prop that could be taken out of the survival world. Because the gun had been modified, Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. How could the gun appear in this man's hand? Could it be the Yi Fei? Mu Xing frowned and chased him directly. On the way, this man killed gods and Buddhas, and killed more than a dozen gunmen along the way. Those gang members were finally scared and evacuated. He also rushed into the old alley, and prepared to leave here in the chaos. Hey! Mu Xing suddenly shouted at the guy. The other party immediately drew his gun and shot. The Desert Eagle roared, and the bullets were fired at Mu Xing. However, the bullets did not fly far, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, embedded in the invisible telekinesis. The bullets lost kinetic energy 3 meters away from Mu Xing and fell down. The opponent was startled at first, and then quickly retreated. At this time, the madman blocked the other end of the alley. He directly drew his gun and shot at the madman. However, the madman was more exaggerated than Mu Xing. He caught the bullets with his palm as big as a palm fan, and caught all the bullets in his hand. This scene made the other party stop and be alert. Then he suddenly climbed up and tried to escape from the alley. Mu Xing's eyes condensed, and the mental shock whistled out. The guy screamed and fell from a height of 5 meters, and then was pulled in front of Mu Xing by invisible telekinesis. When he woke up, the silver Desert Eagle flew in front of him. Where did this gun come from? Mu Xing's face was neither sad nor happy, and his telekinesis was squeezing from all directions bit by bit, but people could clearly feel his anger. It's you? The other party suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, the voice of the divine seal sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Master, according to the voice print comparison, it was him who answered the phone. Where is Yi Fei? Mu Xing got straight to the point. At the end of the alley, the madman walked step by step, and every step was like a huge bell hitting his heart. Wait, we are not enemies. He spoke in difficult and poor Chinese. Mu Xing's thoughts changed, and the other party's sunglasses and mask were lifted, revealing a young face. With messy blonde hair and brown pupils, he looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. However, with his skills, Mu Xing was sure that this young man was a survivor. Is this thing yours? The card with the number on it appeared beside Mu Xing. The other party nodded quickly, looking at Mu Xing with awe. Who asked you to send it? A Fei. What's your relationship? Friends. Friend. Mu Xing pushed with his right hand, and he hit the wall with a painful expression on his face. Say it again. Teammate, temporary teammate, he saved me. I promised to do something for him. Where is he? He was captured. Who? I don't know. Those people are very powerful. Are you a newcomer? The dull voice of the madman suddenly sounded from behind him. I have cleared 2 survival worlds, so I should be considered a newcomer, right? Mu Xing continued to ask, what happened? In the last survival world, a team of seniors, who called themselves the Moon Team, said they were willing to lead us through the game. We didn't think much about it at the time, and just followed the Moon Team all the way. Who knew that at the end, they set a trap and blocked the save point of 7 or 8 of us, forcing us to sign an unequal treaty and force us to submit to them. Brother A Fei saw through their conspiracy, but it was too late to escape. Brother A Fei gave me his props to cover my departure. In exchange, he asked me to send the team contract to the target address for him. You are lying. Mu Xing's eyes were filled with spiritual power, which was breathtaking. I didn't lie, everything I said was true. Of course, I admit that I thought about taking the things for myself, but I didn't think those guys would chase me into the real world. I had to send the things to Dragon Country to seek help in order to survive. You are Blood Moon, right? The young man looked at Mu Xing with fear. He heard from Ah Fei that he knew a powerful brother named Blood Moon. But he didn't expect that the other party was so powerful that he could easily crush him under the suppression of the rules of reality. The tall man behind him made people feel like they were falling into hell. Shanine, did he lie? Master, this person did not lie. His mental strength is weak. Do you need me to read his memory? Read. Mu Xing nodded without hesitation. He put one hand on the man's head, and a red thread stretched out from Mu Xing's palm and began to read his memory. After a while, Master, you can only read his memory in the real world. The memory in the survival world cannot be read because of the protection of the survival system. How is the memory of the real world? He didn't lie, he was indeed chased. Are they seniors chasing them? They don't look weaker than those node hunters. When Mu Xing let go of his hand, the young man's eyes rolled back to normal. What about those people chasing you? I don't know. I haven't seen them since I got rid of them yesterday. What about those gang gunmen just now? Just an ordinary person. I used to be a gang member, and now I'm a survivor. My strength has improved, so I came back for revenge. Mu Xing understood that he was back to grab territory. At this moment, the Divine Seal sent a warning. Master, an unidentified person broke into the block. The madman next to him seemed to sense something. Mu Xing, there are survivors coming, retreat first. Mu Xing immediately used mental scanning, and found that 2 people were approaching. And these 2 people were extraordinary, and they were not ordinary people at first glance. Let's go! Mu Xing grabbed the young man. What's your name? Cole. Okay, Cole, do you want to live? The other party nodded quickly. I give you a chance to live. Help us take down these 2 people, and you can live. Cole's face immediately turned bitter. Didn't you hear clearly? Then let me say it again. I heard clearly. What do you want me to do? Mu Xing looked at the madman, only to see that he nodded, indicating that he had no problem. You do this. Chapter 148. In the old streets, Cole, who was running hard, was suddenly kicked over by someone. He rolled 5 or 6 meters and stared at the 2 people with fear. Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Cole supported himself to stand up, but dared not move. You took something you shouldn't have taken. Hand it over, otherwise. Die! A man with a poisonous tongue tattooed on his forehead moved his wrist. He had a mohawk hairstyle, thick black eyeshadow, and wore a sequin leather jacket. With a flick of his right hand, crackling electricity flowed on the baton. The other person was dressed equally strangely, a woman, 1.76 meters tall, with 2 Scorpion submachine guns hanging on her waist. One of the arms was transformed into a mechanical arm. Usually hidden in the sleeve, now in combat mode, the punk-flavored mechanical arm was exposed. Lox, don't talk nonsense with him. I sense that the thing is not on him. Kill him, and go back to report, the woman said unhappily. The man named Lox rushed forward quickly, as fast as lightning, and the current on the baton in his hand doubled. It hit Cole's head directly. Bang. A dull collision sound was heard. Rox's face changed. His electric baton was blocked by the transparent barrier. A semicircular transparent barrier was vaguely visible in front of Cole, blocking his electric baton. No, there is an ambush, retreat. The woman was extremely sensitive and retreated without any hesitation. At this moment, a strong shadow rushed out of the darkness. The woman quickly stood still and opened her mouth to make a sharp explosion. The explosion formed a circle of sound waves that spread and blasted towards the shadow. Puff! The casual clothes on the madman were instantly shattered, but the sound waves could not do anything to the madman. The battle pattern on his body lit up red, breaking the sound waves like a cannonball, and pressed one hand on the woman's face. With a bang, the terrifying brute force smashed the woman's head into the concrete. Ah! The more terrifying sound waves spread, and all the glass in the alley exploded. When Rox turned around, he saw his companion whose head was smashed into the concrete. Just when he was about to help, he felt a mental shock coming. The skull emblem on his chest immediately formed a curtain to block the mental impact. Then, a black arrow attacked. He was shocked and swung the electric baton in his hand tightly, but who knew that the arrow deflected to the side, suddenly turned a corner and flew back. No! He quickly held the electric baton across his chest, and the huge impact of the black arrow made it hit the wall hard. Even if it was blocked, the arrow was still spinning wildly. He roared and pushed hard, and only then did he barely shake the arrow away. However, the next second, a whistling sound of breaking through the air came. The sound cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. This time, it was 3 arrows. He ran and rushed to the alley on the left. However, the arrows turned and flew after him. Rox was so scared that he took out the props from the space equipment to resist. A green wooden shield grew larger in the wind, blocking one arrow, but was cracked by the second arrow. The third arrow directly penetrated the crack and shattered the wooden shield. Rox was shocked and threw a grenade with gritted teeth. The explosion finally stopped the third arrow. However, when he looked up, he saw a faceless figure standing on the rooftop under the cold moonlight, holding an exaggerated compound bow. He heard the sound of the bowstring rubbing against the pulley, the bow was tense, and saw a faint red light on the arrow, like lightning. Before he could react, the arrow had pierced his shoulder blade and nailed him to the wall behind him. The arrow appeared in his body, as if it had teleported. Then, another arrow pierced his other shoulder blade. The invisible airflow surged, and the man slowly fell with the help of some telekinetic ability. Although Mu Xing could not fly yet, he could still use telekinesis to slow down his landing speed. At this moment, not far away, heavy footsteps sounded. Rox looked back and saw a horrifying scene. His teammate was dragged by a shirtless man by the ankle. His face was already bloody, and he had lost consciousness. At this moment, he regretted coming to perform this mission. Is this what you are looking for? The survival team contract scroll appeared in Mu Xing's hand. Yes. Is it yours? We found the supply point, so it is ours. A dirty kid took the opportunity to steal the contract, so of course we have to get it back. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the hand of telekinesis pinched his neck. Tell me, where is he? Lox could sense the terrifying murderous intent emanating from the Oriental man in front of him. He is now a vassal of our moon team. Vassal? The madman's deep voice came from the side. He is a slave who signed an unequal treaty. It seems that the boy ran into a breeding team. Although Mu Xing didn't know what unequal treaty he signed, he understood the word breeding team. The madman explained. Some senior people with bad intentions forced the newcomers to sign an unequal treaty and serve as their free workers, squeezing their surplus value. Those newcomers are like the livestock they raise, they can be slaughtered at will. This notorious team is called a breeding team. Mu Xing slowly closed his right hand, and Rox felt that his head was about to be crushed by the invisible telekinesis. Don't kill me, Oriental, I can tell you the information about that kid. After saying this, Mu Xing attacked without hesitation, and his neck immediately turned 3 times, and he died. The madman came over. Why kill him? Mu Xing pointed at Rox, who was about to detonate the bomb on his body. This group of people don't care about other people's lives, nor do they care about their own lives. Madness is their only essence. The madman lifted the guy's leather jacket, revealing a high-explosive bomb tied around the leather jacket. If Mu Xing hadn't controlled it with telekinesis in advance, he would have detonated the bomb immediately. This clue is broken. The madman shook his head. No, not yet. Mu Xing grabbed the body of Rox on the ground, and then pointed at the female corpse that the man had dragged over. Have you forgotten my old business? I see, you want to turn them into zombies? Mu Xing snapped his fingers. This is called waste utilization, and then use them to track down the rest of the moon team. Maybe we can find Yi Fei. It's a good idea, but I have reservations. Mu Xing looked up at him. I think that even if you find the Moon team, you won't find Yi Fei. Why? I suspect they are a group of sheep catchers. What do you mean? They caught these newcomers to prepare for the upcoming survival competition. A high-level team needs a large number of survivors to find loopholes and clearance opportunities for the survival competition, but they will not catch people themselves, but look for sheep catchers. Mu Xing frowned. Doesn't the survival system care? So they will sign an unequal treaty with the newcomers in advance, and under the constraints of the treaty, the survival system can only act according to the rules. Don't forget that this world is ultimately a world of the survival of the fittest. Chapter 149. Even so, do you still want to investigate? The madman looked at him. Investigate? Mu Xing looked up at the moon in the sky. Although I am only friends with Yi Fei from the same world. The team contract scroll appeared in his hand, and he said seriously, but I said that as long as he finds the team contract, I am willing to team up with him. This is my promise. The madman patted his shoulder. Do you know why I am willing to team up with you? Why? Mu Xing asked back. Didn't you give me the answer? Mu Xing was stunned, and the two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brother, take me with you. I want to save Brother Fei. If it weren't for him, I would have died in the last world. Cole, who staggered over, wiped the dust mixed with tears on his face in a panic. He was scared after the battle just now. After all, he was only a young man of 17 or 18 years old. You want to go? You will die, Mu Xing said. He quickly shook his head. I have been in the neighborhood gang since I was a child. I am not afraid of death. No one cares about me since I was a child, and no one is willing to protect me, but Brother Fei is different. Now he is in trouble, I must save him, Cole said seriously. Mu Xing finally nodded. Follow me. But if you act on your own, don't blame me for being rude. Cole immediately showed an excited expression. Thank you, Brother Blood Moon. He had already seen the strength of the two seniors, who had just chased him in the survival world. However, he didn't last 3 rounds in front of the two big brothers. He still knows how to cling to someone. After leaving the alley, several people got into the car. Mu Xing's consciousness penetrated into the original beehive. The two people had been transformed into special corpses. However, due to the constraints of the rules of reality, they could only stay in the original beehive, a world prop, and cannot appear in the real world. However, Mu Xing used a tricky method to let the divine seal create a spiritual world and simulate the real world in their minds. Using the feedback from the spiritual world, guide them back to the Moon Team's lair. A moment. Mu Xing opened his eyes in the car. Madman looked at him. Have you found it? Mu Xing pointed with his right hand. The coordinate navigation has been transmitted to your watch. The watch on Madman's wrist projected a map. He glanced at the navigation. It takes about 5 hours to drive from here, and it takes 11 hours to drive from the coordinate point to the singularity. There are still 18 hours for the singularity to condense, and 1 hour must be reserved in the middle. That means we only have 1 hour to act. Are you sure you want to rush like this? No problem for me. Mu Xing said. What about you? Of course I have no problem. The madman stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the engine of the off-road vehicle roared, and it took off instantly. Too fast. Cole shouted in broken Chinese, holding the window handle with both hands, and almost fell on the back seat. Red Queen is connected to the internet, helping to plan the best route, Mu Xing said. Okay, master. Red Queen quickly connected to the in-vehicle network, connected the road system and the traffic system with powerful artificial intelligence, and quickly planned the most suitable road. Red Queen, let's play a song, the madman said. Okay, I recommend classic DJ dance music for you. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, a hippie hurried in with a mobile phone. Boss Jesse, the situation is not good. Rox and Cena have lost contact. In the room, a 2-meter-tall strongman, who was enjoying a massage from 2 hot beauties, raised his head. His face was seriously congested because of the flying leaves. What? Speak louder. Lox and Cena have lost contact, and no one answered the phone. What? Jesse stood up, pushed away the 2 hot beauties, who were entangled like snakes, waved his hand, and the beauty next to him quickly brought him a glass of whiskey. He drank it in one gulp, stood up, stretched his muscles a little, and his terrible tendon muscles trembled. Crackling, bones creaking like firecrackers. Jesse waved, and the man across from him quickly handed him the phone, which was like a miniature version in his hand. His fingers were extremely flexible, and his control of strength was very precise. When he called, there was only a busy tone on the other side, and no one answered. But at this moment, The phone was suddenly connected, and Rock's voice came. "Boss, is there something wrong? Why don't you answer the phone?" "Boss Jesse, we are catching the kid who ran away, and we just finished. Have you got the scroll back?" "Don't worry, boss, it's back. Cena and I will be back soon." "Okay, I got it." After saying that, he was about to hang up the phone. The other side suddenly said, "Boss, this guy is a little dishonest. Why don't you just kill him?" Jesse's face suddenly changed. "Rocks, we are still short of 2-legged sheep quotas. If you kill him, I will send you over." "Yes, yes, yes." The phone was hung up directly. He casually threw the phone to the hippie on the other side. "Don't be surprised. Get out. Don't let me see you again tonight." "Yes, yes, yes." The visitor quickly left and closed the door. Jesse sat back on the sofa, put his arm around a hot beauty, and began to move his hand up and down. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. The solid vacuum glass window was suddenly pierced, and a rotating 3-edged dart was spinning at high speed. The palm fan's big hand suddenly lifted the heavy marble coffee table in front of him. With a bang, the dart exploded violently, and the blue electric light instantly spread throughout the room. When the explosion ended, the whole room was in a mess. 2 hot beauties huddled together in fear. At this moment, a man smashed the glass and attacked the strong man, who was covering his head like a nimble cat. 2 translucent blades in his hands. Some kind of high-speed vibration energy was trembling on the blades. Jesse was furious, picked up the sofa, and threw it at the other party. The nimble figure twisted his body in midair and avoided the sofa. As soon as he landed, Jesse's monster-like body rushed over and crushed everything in his way. He grabbed a beautiful woman's leg and used it as a weapon to hit the assassin. The assassin dodged instantly when he landed on the ground, and a layer of faint blue light wrapped around his body surface, which increased his speed. The beautiful woman fell to the ground and was smashed into a pulp by Jesse on the spot. Then, he slammed the floor with both hands. Landmine shock. Boom. The whole villa trembled. The movement in the room suddenly alarmed the teammates outside. "There is an assassin." 3 teammates hurried to support. At this time, the whole room continued to shake under the attack of the landmine shock, and the assassin's feet were unstable, and his body was instantly unbalanced. Jesse took the opportunity to pounce, charging like a bull. When he got close, his arms, thicker than his thighs, fiercely performed a grab. If he was grabbed, he would be skinned alive. The assassin was more flexible than expected, cutting with the double blades in his hands, blue energy bursting out, and Jesse's grabbing arms were swung away. At the same time, he jumped up and avoided the shaking ground. At this moment, Jesse's mouth curled up a sinister smile. One of his arms suddenly stretched several times longer and grabbed the assassin's ankle. Chapter 150. Obviously, the assassin didn't expect Jesse's arm to be able to stretch like rubber. He couldn't dodge in time and was grabbed by the ankle. However, the assassin was also very experienced in combat, and the 2 transparent double blades in his hands were instantly spliced into one. Before he could stretch his arm to pull it back, the sharp blade pierced his arm, and Jesse quickly retracted his hand in pain. At the same time, he punched with his left hand, and his arm bounced out like rubber. With a snap, the assassin was knocked out along with the glass window. After rolling 4 or 5 meters on the ground, she managed to stabilize herself. Under the light, she could see the assassin clearly. She was about 1.6 meters tall, a woman, wearing a dark and smooth leather coat that highlighted her curvy figure, like a night cat in the dark. The mask covered her eyes and nose, revealing only a pair of sexy red lips. On her hips was a steel whip like a tail, with a sharp blade and barbs at the tip. She lay on the ground, ready to attack at any time. With a loud bang, a big hole was knocked out of the wall of the room, and Jesse rushed out, his eyes red and murderous. The 3 teammates who came over attacked the assassin immediately. One of them wore a magician's robe and released a burning fireball at the assassin. The rolling fireball was extremely fast and burst into high temperature. The assassin rolled to the left suddenly, and the fireball fell into the swimming pool behind him, causing a violent explosion. With a bang, a column of water rushed into the sky and water vapor filled the air. Seeing that he had lost the opportunity to assassinate, the assassin retreated with the help of water vapor. "Want to run? Catch her for me." Jesse licked his cracked lips and stared at the direction where the assassin fled. "You can't run away." The man in a suit who came over threw out a scroll. The scroll flew out and unfolded instantly, with magic power surging and expanding rapidly. Just as the assassin jumped towards the fence of the yard, a blue barrier suddenly blocked her. The dark magic circle kept spinning, and she waved the sharp blade in her hand to cut it, but she couldn't do anything to the barrier. She shouted, and blue light surged on her body, and some kind of energy quickly concentrated on the sharp blade in her hand. Waving it in an instant, she actually tore the barrier apart. Just as she jumped out of the barrier, the last interceptor appeared in midair. He was dressed like a hippie. He wore a clown mask on his face, and held a sharp butcher knife in his hand. Ha 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 ha. The clown laughed strangely, and slashed at the assassin with the butcher knife in his hand. Ding ding ding. Continuous collision sounded. The clown suddenly took out a box. Try my scare box. The moment the box was opened, a scary zombie head jumped out. The head made a sharp explosion. The assassin was instantly possessed, covering his head, with only panic and fear in his eyes. Jesse rushed over and punched out, his arm stretched out more than 10 meters, directly knocking the assassin away, and hitting him hard on the barrier that was erected again. The clown rushed forward with a smile, holding the butcher knife high in his hand, ready to stab. Suddenly, a black arrow broke through the air, and the butcher knife flew out of his hand. Be careful, there are still assassins. The man in the suit took out a few more scrolls, and activated them instantly. At the same time, the magician behind him, with magic power surging in his hands, threw a scorching fireball. The arrow attacked, directly blasting the fireball, and continued to fly, targeting the big guy Jesse. Jesse had no expression on his face, letting the arrow fly, and was finally blocked by the barrier erected in front of him. Buzz! The engine roared, and it directly smashed the outer wall and rushed in. Mu Xing jumped down from the roof of the car, and supported the assassin, who was about to fall to the ground. The sharp blade in the assassin's hand instantly burst into blue light, and stabbed into Mu Xing's eyes. Obviously, she had just gotten rid of the state of fear, and didn't know what happened. The invisible telekinesis fixed the sharp blade, preventing it from advancing an inch. After seeing Mu Xing's appearance clearly, the assassin quickly withdrew his strength. At the same time, he did a backflip and moved away from Mu Xing. Have we met before? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and looked at the female assassin. The smell on her body, and the special super energy fluctuations made Mu Xing confirm her identity. The other party was about to flee, but stopped after Mu Xing called out a name. Yi Ling. The other party turned back suddenly. You? Don't worry, we are not enemies. Are you here to find Yi Fei? Her pupils shrank sharply, and her eyes became dangerous. I am here to find him too. Let me introduce myself. You can also call me Shuiyu. Are you the big brother Shuiyu that my brother mentioned? She explained, and then covered her mouth subconsciously. Sure enough. Mu Xing's mind sank. As early as the first time he saw her, he realized that she was very similar to Yi Fei. However, Mu Xing was still not sure whether it was a coincidence that she came to the United States with Qin Yin, or the result of Yi Ling's deliberate approach. Mu Xing, stop chatting. Now is not the time to chat. Let's deal with these guys first. The madman's steady voice sounded. Their sudden appearance made Jesse, and the other four nervous. Cole jumped out of the car. Jesse, where is my brother Yi Fei? Where did you take him? Hearing this, Jesse became more alert, his muscles tensed, and he stood with several teammates. It's you, kid? He narrowed his eyes. He looked around, but didn't see the other two teammates, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Hand over my brother Yi Fei. Where are Rox and Cena? Jesse asked. At this moment, the madman got off the SUV and walked into the light step by step. Moon Squad, you dare to be the sheep catcher? When the madman's figure was completely exposed under the light, the magician next to him obviously changed color. Captain Madman. What madman? Jesse frowned. That madman. The others also subconsciously became nervous after hearing this name. Obviously, they have all heard of the madman's reputation. Where are the people you arrested? The madman asked. Sent them away. Where did they go? Sorry, this is our trade secret. Although Jesse remained calm, he began to look for a way out. The madman stepped forward. I advise you to confess quickly, otherwise I'm not sure you can leave here alive today. Madman, you threaten me, you think? Before he finished speaking, the madman had already rushed over like a bull. Several teammates attacked directly. One person released the barrier, one threw a fireball, and Jesse clenched his fist, stretched out his arm in an instant, and hit the madman. The madman was shirtless, with the battle pattern lit up. He smashed the barrier with one punch, blasted the fireball with one punch, and then punched the outstretched fist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from a long distance. The terrifying violence hit Jesse's outstretched fist. His arm suddenly shrank, his skin turned red, and his bones shattered inch by inch. The violent force tore the flesh and exploded from the inside out, blasting out terrifying blood holes inch by inch. Ah! Jesse screamed and retracted his arm. His right arm was completely disabled. This is not a threat, the madman said coldly. Run separately and pass the message. The three people around him fled in different directions without hesitation. Here, Mu Xing and Yi Ling, who looked at each other, almost reached a cooperation intention in an instant. The two of them chased the target on the left and right. Don't run. Cole also chased after him with a gun. Chapter 151. The madman walked towards Jesse step by step. You really don't seem to be afraid of death. He twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. Then let's have some fun. Jesse realized something was wrong. This madman didn't even chase his teammates? Or was he not worried about his teammates escaping at all? He growled and injected several injections into his body. His arms recovered quickly, veins on his body bulged instantly, and his eyes were bloodshot. His muscles trembled, and he was forcibly raised by dozens of centimeters. Madman, don't meddle in other people's business. The employer behind me is not someone you can afford to offend. While he was speaking, his words were already slurred, and his brain was being eroded and occupied by the violence that destroyed everything. I'll kill you! The irritable muscular man rushed towards the madman. At the same time, Mu Xing was on his side. He was chasing the magician. The man's feet were full of wind, which should be some kind of accelerated wind magic. He kept releasing fireballs backwards while running. Mu Xing didn't need to shoot arrows at all. He only needed to control the branches and stones around him with telekinesis to detonate these fireballs. Mental shock. Mu Xing whistled out a mental shock, instantly disintegrating the wind magic under the magician's feet. He almost fell to the ground. At the same time, a strong mental shock also hit the opposite side. Mu Xing did not hesitate and released the mental shock again. The silent collision stirred in the air and finally disintegrated. As expected of a magician, his mental power is also quite amazing. But the other party is not a professional mental controller after all, and is not inferior to Mu Xing in mental control ability. You should know that Mu Xing has received various mental attack and defense training from the Divine Seal. After his mental shock shattered the magician's mental shock, it instantly filled his brain with magic sound, causing the fireball that was about to form in front of the magician to explode. He screamed. He was hit by the magic backlash. At the same time, because of the mental shock, his mind was blank. When he woke up, he saw a blue arrow coming. He quickly tore up the magic scroll and released the magic shield. Before the arrow arrived, the mental power of the arrowhead exploded directly, and the turbulent mental flow made the magic particles flowing on the magic shield extremely unstable. The arrow easily penetrated the magic shield and pierced his chest. However, Mu Xing did not stop drawing the bow, but instantly shot an arrow to the left. The arrow was as fast as lightning, and at the same time, he took the initiative to release a moment of bullet time for attack. The arrow arrived almost instantly. With a cry of awe, the magician rolled out in the darkness and fell to the ground. As for the magician, who was just pierced by the arrow, he had turned into a scarecrow. It was indeed some kind of substitute method, which was similar to the effect of the death talisman that Yi Fei gave him before. If it weren't for his sharp mental perception, he would have let this guy run away. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the invisible telekinesis pulled him over. This man had already died, and the arrow tore his heart apart. Why can't your heart grow on the right side? Mu Xing shook his head, and continued to chase the others. Yi Lingfang didn't have to worry about himself. He had just seen the fighting power of this woman. She was quite strong and should have become a survivor earlier than Yi Fei. Dared to break into the villa alone to assassinate Jesse, and almost escape unscathed. He chased after Cole's target. The target was the barrier master in a suit. That guy had not revealed his fighting skills in the previous battle. Either he was a pure auxiliary staff, or he was very well hidden. Mu Xing accelerated violently, and his speed increased by another 3 points. Don't run, stop right there. Cole chased and shot at the same time, but the figure in front of him was like a ghost, and he couldn't hit him at all. Come back to me. Cole threw out a lasso in his hand, which was extremely accurate, and caught the neck of the man in the suit. Looking for death. His face turned extremely ugly, and he turned around and killed Cole the moment he cut off the lasso. Cole was also frightened and fled quickly. Want to run? A scroll turned into light and became a pentagonal barrier that trapped Cole. Then, he pulled out an RPG rocket launcher. This rocket launcher was obviously not a special prop, but a weapon in the real world. Pull the trigger, and the RPG sprayed flames. Cole was frightened, and the bullets he fired were blocked by the barrier that trapped him. Look down. Suddenly, a reassuring voice sounded. Cole quickly squatted down, and then an arrow hit him. Boom. The arrow detonated the RPG. At this time, the barrier became a protective shield to protect Cole from injury, and all the power of the explosion was blocked by the barrier. Boss, you are here! Cole shouted in surprise. Stay away. Mu Xing looked directly at the barrier master, and the barrier master grabbed with his right hand, and 5 cards appeared in his hand. Each card had a skull printed on it. The card flew out, and 5 skeletons holding swords were summoned, surrounding Mu Xing. These skeletons were wearing tattered armor, and the long swords in their hands were also rusty. But they were not slow at all. A sword slashed across. Mu Xing ducked his head to avoid the attack, pushed his right hand, and deflected a skeleton with his telekinesis. Then he swept the compound bow in his hand, and blocked the skeleton sword behind him. He pulled the bow, and shot the skull at close range. The skull was blown up instantly. But even without a head, the skeleton could still continue to attack. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed, and he locked onto the barrier master who was controlling the skeletons. His telekinesis exploded, and after repelling the skeletons, he rushed out of the encirclement. He pulled the compound bow in his hand. He poured his mental power. With a bang, the bowstring vibrated, and the power of the pulley was converted, giving the arrow a faster and stronger thrust. The arrow flew out and attacked the barrier master. The barrier master tore open a barrier scroll and released a 3-meter-wide barrier in front of him. However, Mu Xing's arrow turned instantly, bypassed the barrier, and continued to attack the target after turning a corner. The barrier master was startled and quickly rolled to avoid it. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? His eyes focused, his mind surged, and he briefly controlled the barrier master for a moment. Puff! The arrow pierced his head, entering from the center of his eyebrows, and exiting from the back of his head. Blood Moon Master is awesome. Cole ran over and shouted in broken Chinese. Mu Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. This Chinese must have been taught by Yi Fei. Take his body, and we go back. Cole ran over, picked up the body of the barrier master, and followed Mu Xing happily. Boss, there are 2 more. Aren't you going to chase them? One has been dealt with, and someone will deal with the last one. Mu Xing was not worried that the hippie clown could escape Yiling's pursuit. As expected, when they returned to the villa, Yiling was carrying a corpse back, but the guy died tragically, as if he had been cut into pieces. TSK, what a cruel method. Mu Xing couldn't help muttering. Although the target was killed, Yiling's face was not very good. When he came back, the madman had also completely dealt with Jesse. He was beaten black and blue, and his hands and feet were tied up with chains and hung in the air. As for the madman, he was leisurely lying on a sun lounger by the swimming pool drinking coconut juice. Apparently, after he dealt with Jesse, he still had time to open a coconut. I kill you! Yiling saw Jesse tied up and rushed over to kill him, but was stopped by Mu Xing. How can I ask about your brother if I kill him? Yiling held the translucent blade in his hand and gritted his teeth and said, My brother has been sold to the Iron Legion by him. Chapter 152. Iron Legion? What is that? Mu Xing was just wondering. Then he heard Jesse, who was hanging upside down in the air, burst into laughter. You don't even know about the Iron Legion, and you still want to save people. How ignorant and ridiculous. I beat you to death. As soon as these words came out, Cole rushed up and punched and kicked Jesse. He stopped panting after his teeth fell out. He grabbed his head with a dejected look on his face. It's over, it's over, it's over now. Brother Yi Fei was actually sold to the Iron Legion. Yiling's face beside him was also very ugly. Mu Xing looked at the madman, who had a serious expression. Sensing Mu Xing's puzzled look, the madman explained, The Iron Corps is a large survival corps with more than 500 members. They have their own core base, which has dozens of survival teams under their jurisdiction, and they are very powerful. I saw them in the survival competition last year. The corps leader is a very powerful and ruthless person. Mu Xing was also silent. Anyone who could be considered very powerful by the madman must be extraordinary. He knew that with their strength, it was impossible to forcefully take back Yi Fei. There is another way, Madman suddenly said. Mu Xing, Cole, and Yiling beside him all looked up at the same time, looking at him expectantly. I have a friend who is engaged in the survival equipment trade and has connections with many war groups. I can ask her if she has any way. Then you contact her. Madman nodded and made a phone call directly. I don't know what they said. After a while, Madman turned around. One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news. The bad news is that the Iron Legion has recently received a batch of sheep, and Yifei may be among them. What's the good news? The good news is that the Iron Legion can also be traded. You mean? Yes, as long as there are enough chips, we can buy Yifei back, but I may need to ask my friend for the detailed price first. How long will it take? Tomorrow at the earliest, the day after tomorrow at the latest. Mu Xing nodded. It is better to have hope than no hope. At this time, Yiling walked up to Mu Xing and bowed to him. Thank you for worrying about my brother's affairs. Don't worry, no matter what chips the other party wants, I am willing to pay. Don't worry, this matter still needs long-term consideration. I hope you can stay calm, and don't be impulsive. Yes. She nodded seriously. By the way, I have another question. Mu Xing said. Are you asking about Qin Yan? Yes. Don't worry, she and I are really just classmates and friends. As for the relationship between you and my brother Xueyue, I really don't know. At this moment, the voice of the divine seal sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Master, she didn't lie. Mu Xing was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in the world. But for some reason, he always felt that it was not a coincidence. It was as if there was a force in the dark that turned it into a coincidence. Recalling the scary big eyes he saw when he looked back in the escape world, Mu Xing couldn't help but frown. I only have one request, don't mix Qin Yan in. You are a survivor, you should understand what I mean. Yiling on the other side immediately said, don't worry, I will stay away from her after my brother comes back. Mu Xing was very satisfied with her statement. Okay, go back first. If Qin Yan can't find you, she will be anxious. Okay. Yiling turned over and disappeared in the dark night, like a flexible night cat. Mu Xing walked to Cole, who was scratching his head, and said, Go back, this is my phone number, you can call me if you have anything. Mu Xing handed him a piece of paper. Blood Moon Boss, can Brother Yifei come back? Don't worry, it's okay. He also quickly wrote down his number and handed it to Mu Xing. Boss, if there is any situation, remember to tell me as soon as possible. Soon, there were only 3 people left in the huge villa yard. Mu Xing, the madman, and Jesse, who was hanging upside down. He is useless. Why don't you kill him? The madman said. Mu Xing walked in front of Jesse and looked into Jesse's swollen eyes. This guy was as unruly as ever, even though he had fallen to such a point. Kill me if you have the guts. When I decided to be a sheep catcher in a breeding team, I had already realized this. Mu Xing pinched his chin. Want to die? I grant you your wish, but before that, I want all your memories. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual erosion of the divine seal had already begun, pulling his consciousness into the spiritual world to dig deep. But in just 3 minutes, Jesse felt like he had experienced 3 centuries. When his consciousness returned, Mu Xing had already got all the answers he wanted. Just after taking 2 steps, with a bang, Jesse's head exploded like a watermelon. Then, the madman dropped the gasoline barrel, a flame flew out, and the flames began to spread rapidly. Madman drove. Mu Xing sat in the passenger seat in silence. He understood that their strength did not allow them to do so. If they were strong enough, they would have gone directly to the Iron Legion to get people like they were doing now. Who cares what Iron Legion it is? They would have turned them all into scrap metal. But now, they were not qualified to clash with such a large legion, so they could only ask for help and be humble. Find a way to rescue the people first. What are you thinking about? Madman asked. Thinking about how to become stronger. Madman shook his head. Don't think too much, you just passed the 3 newcomer survival world, but you have already surpassed many seniors. The more pressure you put on yourself, the more counterproductive it will be. Mu Xing leaned back and lay on the backrest. Yes, you are right. It is true that my mind is confused and I need more training. He sighed. Then sit tight. Let's go collect the singularity first. The madman stepped on the accelerator and accelerated. The car was already on the interstate highway. Mu Xing's mind sank into the primitive honeycomb. The God Seal and Red Queen were controlling the mechanical equipment to expand the second layer. The central area of the second layer had just been built, and there was no time to expand outwards. Master, do you have any instructions? Alyssa's projection appeared in front of Mu Xing. How is your research on the G virus variant going? Master, I have been experimenting with Alice and Matt's clones, but the progress of the experiment has not been smooth. Why? Because we don't have the original strain of the G virus and the experimental data of the G virus. We can only rely on human experiments step by step. Mu Xing knew that genetic research was like this. There was no shortcut, and it could only be advanced step by step through experiments. Mu Xing put on a chemical protective suit and walked to the gate of the experimental area. From today on, I will come in and assist you in your research whenever I have time. It's time for my talent as a genetic researcher to come in handy. Master, I have a way to speed it up, Shanine said. You mean mental simulation? Mu Xing immediately understood what Shanine meant. Yes, this way the research speed can be increased by at least 10 times, and with your talent as a genetic researcher, the speed can be further increased. However, if you want to research the most suitable G virus variant for your master, you can only use your brain to conduct simulation experiments, so... I agree. Mu Xing spoke without hesitation. Chapter 153. Before the experiment began, Mu Xing activated his gene researcher talent to make the research faster. At the same time, the human body experiment was also synchronized. In the original hive, there were many clones of Matt and Alice, all cloned by the Divine Seal, and used as materials for the experiment. First, use Mu Xing's brain as the host for the construction of the spiritual world, and then conduct simulation research. When the simulation research yields results, put it into the experimental body for physical experiments. This process is destined to be boring and tedious. The direction that Mu Xing wants to study is the extreme spiritual mutation. The G virus needs to evolve in this direction. Beep beep. Just then, the alarm rang. Mu Xing looked up. This was the 4th time he had entered the original hive with his spirit, and 10 hours had passed. At the same time, the Divine Seal had injected today's research results into 10 Mac clones. How is it going? Mu Xing knew that his research time for today was up. Master, 8 of them are mental mutations, with a growth rate between 5% and 10%. The only one with the highest growth is the 9th one, with a growth rate of about 14%. Mu Xing nodded. Then let's use the G virus number 9 as the experimental subject next. Just then, there was a click. The experimental subject number 10 next to it suddenly expanded violently, and the culture chamber could not hold it. Crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the glass chamber. What's going on? Master, number 10 has an abnormality, and the G virus has caused a terrible physical mutation, and the experimental subject can't hold on. The voice of Shanine had just fallen. With a bang, the incubator exploded. At the same time, the lab was full of broken flesh. Master, the flesh mutation of this number 10 virus is unprecedented, and it can be regarded as a new breakthrough? Mu Xing looked at the broken flesh that still had strong vitality even after the explosion. God Seal, do you think it is possible to combine the mutation of the corpse variant with this? Master, this may be difficult. The formation of the corpse variant is not instantaneous, but the seed sown by the Black God Seal 65 million years ago. Although I am also a Divine Seal, I am only a replica. Although I have the ability to create corpse variants, I do not have the ability to transform the original genes of corpse variants. The original corpse variant seeds are only possessed by the Black Divine Seal. Just like the Hunter, although it has also merged with the T virus, it is only used as an auxiliary. The Hunter's genes have not mutated because of the T virus, but have begun to slowly devour the T virus. If you force the fusion, it is estimated that there will be problems. Mu Xing sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Let's leave it at that today. I think this number 10 can continue to be studied. We need to catch both the extreme physical mutation and the extreme mental mutation, and work hard to develop the ultimate G virus that combines the two. With that, Mu Xing was about to leave the original hive. By the way, clean up the lab, it's full of broken meat. Yes, master. Just after Mu Xing's consciousness left, a fat golden cat walked into the lab. Mu Xing opened his eyes, and it was already dawn. Because his brain was used as the host, his head hurt a little. But there are benefits. It can make his brain's computing power stronger and stronger. He glanced at the madman who was still driving meticulously next to him. Are you awake? Mu Xing nodded his head. I didn't sleep at all. I went into the primitive hive to study viruses all night. Primitive hive? The madman looked puzzled. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have a world prop. ZZ. The brake sounded, and then the car started moving again. You said you have a world prop? The madman looked at him in bewilderment. Ah, what's wrong? Why are you still so startled? You said you have a world item? No, this thing is very rare? What do you mean by very rare? It's super rare, okay? Not many people in those big battle groups have it. How do you have it? Mu Xing stretched out his hand with a strange expression, and showed the ring with the umbrella logo. The madman pointed at the ring, his. Really? And it's a space-related item that is extremely rare among world items. What is the space department? It's just a research institute. How big is it? Only 10,000 square meters on the first floor. Madman, eh? The car also stopped suddenly. What are you doing? Are you going to kill people for treasure? Mu Xing covered his chest with an exaggerated expression. Madman looked around, then checked the car. What are you doing? See if anyone is monitoring. Mu Xing knocked his head speechlessly. I am a mind controller. I have already checked it. Why are you so nervous? The madman said seriously. This thing must not be shown to anyone in the future. But it is soulbound. World props. Props that many people dream of. And there are always some guys who have the means to remove soul binding. Hearing the madman's warning, Mu Xing nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will be careful. Mu Xing was not worried because he had the mental interference of the divine seal to help cover it up. The car started moving again. Tell me about the function of this world prop. Then Mu Xing started to talk about the first level of the research institute that had just been built. That is to say, the original beehive can be brought to the survival world, and people can even enter it. Ah, is it strange? Crazy, eh? Then can I survive in it? Mu Xing shook his head. That's not possible. I usually enter with my spirit. If I enter with my body, the time outside is stagnant, and I can only enter in a non-combat state. Hearing this, Crazy felt a little more balanced. But when Mu Xing said to start expanding the second floor, he became uneasy again. Are you saying that the props in this world can absorb the rules of the survival world? Of course, otherwise how can we build a body generator? It would be strange if the survival system does not reject it. So, you really moved the body generator out? That's impossible. I just copied its technology and rebuilt it. I bought all the materials myself and spent a lot of money. Crazy, eh? He felt that his worldview had begun to collapse. Destination reached. Navigation has ended. Just then, the navigation system prompted that navigation had ended. This time, without the reminder of the divine seal, Mu Xing sensed a strong energy fluctuation, which was more intense than the previous 2 times. He knew that his singularity was about to take shape. By the way, Crazy, you should have a singularity after clearing the level, right? Yes, but at most silver, not gold. He began to slow down and drove into the town in front of him. Mu Xing observed the surroundings. Crazy, do you feel? There are node hunters who arrived before us, and there are quite a few of them. Mu Xing's mental power extended out, and he sensed a strange aura surging around him. These auras are obviously survivors. After a little sensing, there are 5 or 6 people. And the closer to the center of the town, the more people there are. In this small town, there are more than 20 node hunters. Mu Xing was a little nervous, and then looked at the madman, who was still expressionless. It seemed that he didn't take these node hunters seriously at all. Chapter 154. When getting off the car, the madman handed over a mask. His was a rabbit mask, and the madman's was a lion mask. Why are you a lion? It makes me look more fierce. Mu Xing, eh? What a cold joke. As soon as they got off the car, a wave of heat hit them, and the wind was mixed with the fresh and salty smell of blood. Obviously, this place had experienced more than one fight before they came. The madman was used to it. Some popular node areas are very lively every day, and this place is nothing. Mu Xing looked around, and he could sense the vague gazes coming towards them. Some were sitting on the rooftops, staring at them. Like the guy on the rooftop on the left. He was wearing a clown mask, and kept throwing a machete in his hand. He looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Before Mu Xing could make any move, the madman moved first, uprooting the billboard next to him and throwing it over. Where's your mother? The man no longer dared to pretend to be calm, and quickly dodged to the side. With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed in the roof. The guy wearing the clown mask looked at the big hole in the roof with some fear, jumped off the roof, and disappeared into the darkness. In an instant, Mu Xing felt that there were fewer prying eyes around him. The first lesson of taking the node in the future is to scare these guys with bad intentions first. These guys are like hyenas on the African savannah. If you show a little fatigue and weakness, they will rush over and eat you without leaving any bones. You have to behave like a lion, so that you won't be coveted by others. Mu Xing nodded, and he learned something. By the way, will I have a guardian to help me this time? He asked. The madman looked up at the sky. Don't worry, there will be. It's not easy to get a perfect score. Not many newcomers can get a perfect score. For newcomers like you, the survival system often takes care of you. The two continued to move towards the target point. Madman, you used your guardian qualification to exchange for the opportunity to enter the escape world. Will you no longer be a guardian in the future? The madman didn't care. It doesn't matter, I'm tired of it anyway. My qualification was given by others, so I just give it back now. If I want it in the future, I find a way to get the qualification. Mu Xing couldn't help but sigh. Is this the boss's awareness? Finally, the two climbed the hillside and stopped in front of a large granary. After the grain from the nearby farms is harvested, it will be gathered here and then transported to other places by trucks. Mu Xing looked at the same terrain in front of him, except that it had changed from the notorious mental hospital to a quiet granary. The strong sense of separation between the two worlds made him feel dazed. At this moment, inside the granary, as they approached, a small vortex was forming. The airflow in the granary gradually became stronger, and in the blink of an eye, a strong wind was set off. It really deserves to be a perfect node. It is so powerful just after it was formed. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the Feishing compound bow appeared in his hand. The matching quiver on his waist was full of 50 arrows. At this moment, some people began to gather at the door behind him. They were all attracted by the movement of the node forming. Those who don't want to die, get out of here. The madman roared, and immediately shocked many people. Some people immediately recognized the madman. Quickly retreat, it's that madman. Others also retreated when they heard the madman's name. But there were also those who were not afraid of death, and said in a low voice, today's madman is not a guardian. He is probably here to grab the node. Why are you afraid of him? The madman responded to them with a bull charge, knocking several people away on the spot. Behind him, Mu Xing bent his bow and drew his arrow, and the sound of shooting arrows rang out. With the blessing of mental power, the arrows can have the ability to track within a certain range. These node hunters showed their means to intercept the arrows. However, they were blown away by the wild beast-like madman in the next second. Mu Xing wanted to give the madman AEG virus serum, but was rejected by the madman, saying that he didn't need it. It can be seen that the madman's trump card is far more than that. He even looked down on the G-virus serum. Brother Crazy, no, Uncle Crazy, I was wrong, don't kill me. The node hunter who had just mocked and shouted at the madman was afraid after being caught by the madman, and began to beg for mercy. Faced with a plea for mercy, the madman just sneered, exerted his strength with his arms, and actually tore the man in half. The next second, an ice crystal escaped from the man's torn body, and the ice crystal contained his soul. Madman, wait for me. At this moment, a black arrow attacked, and the mental shock on the arrowhead exploded. The soul in the ice crystal screamed, and then was caught up by the arrow and shot directly through. The ice crystal shattered, and the soul melted instantly. This scene frightened many node hunters in the distance. They all knew the madman's reputation. After all, the madman had been a node hunter for so long, and had dealt with them more or less. In the past, he could escape if he couldn't win, because the madman's long-range combat ability was weak. But now, the mysterious archer made up for the madman's shortcomings. As long as he was restrained for a moment, the madman could kill him in an instant. The existence of this person greatly increased the madman's threat. Many people had the idea of retreating and quietly withdrew from the node competition. Of course, there were also many speculators waiting for a possible opportunity. The node is about to take shape. Mu Xing suddenly spoke, and the nodes in the warehouse behind him rotated faster and faster, and the range of space-time distortion became larger and larger. The madman looked back at the movement. Not good, this time it is estimated that it will attract a real node hunter master. Mu Xing looked down at the time. 3 minutes left. At the same time, he contacted the Divine Seal. How is the manufacturing of the body generator going? Master, the main body has been completed by 80%. Can it be used now? The situation is urgent. If it is opened by force, it can last about 3 minutes. Enough, prepare to release Valrid. Understood. The Divine Seal began to quickly debug the equipment. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and a black metal box fell to the ground. Boom. This box weighed more than 100 kilograms, plus the original Valrid weighed 500 kilograms, and the cement floor was smashed with several cracks. At this moment, several black shadows rushed out of the darkness, and quickly approached the warehouse. These people were obviously not afraid of the madman's threats, and there were even active provocateurs. You don't want to drink a toast, so you have to drink a forfeit, right? Get out of here! He roared, and his clothes burst open, revealing his strong muscles. The red battle pattern on his body glowed red, and the red light became brighter and brighter, as if there was a flame burning. Some people were eyeing Mu Xing, who was holding a bow. In their opinion, they should cut the back row first in a team fight. Mu Xing was a long-range output, so he was naturally targeted. A shadow pierced the roof of the warehouse and attacked Mu Xing. The madman was about to come back to help, but heard Mu Xing's voice. "Don't worry about me." Just as the sharp blade in the shadow's hand attacked Mu Xing, the box next to him bounced open. The big hand condensed by the black mist particles of Valred grabbed the sharp blade and prevented it from moving forward. Chapter 155. The node hunter who attacked Mu Xing obviously didn't expect that there was another person in the box next to him. The black mist in the box surged and quickly formed the shape of Valred. The node hunter quickly shook the knife, and some energy on the blade vibrated, deflecting the Valred particles, and then slashed with a swift knife. The knife was swift and sharp, but it was useless against Valred. It was invisible and intangible, and could be gathered and dispersed at will, and physical attacks could hardly cause damage to it. After slashing out with this knife, Valred directly spread into black mist, instantly wrapping and binding the node hunter. Just as he was about to struggle and escape, his head suddenly seemed to be hit hard, and everything went blank. In his last sight, he saw the cold eyes under Mu Xing's mask, and the compound bow that was fully drawn. Puff! The arrow pierced his head, flew more than 10 meters with his body, and nailed it to the wall of the warehouse. The pendant on the opponent's neck suddenly lit up, wrapped the body, and turned into a vortex and disappeared. Death replay? Mu Xing sensed the fluctuations of death replay. Apparently, the pendant on his neck had the ability to let him replay his death in the real world. However, after being killed once, the node hunter gave up completely and fled at high speed. Valred? The madman was also shocked by Valred, who was suspended beside Mu Xing as a bodyguard. How long had it been since he rebuilt the body generator? Faced with the sudden appearance of Valred, some node hunters, who were about to attack Mu Xing also subconsciously became alert. At this time, the singularity has taken shape, and in the center of the vortex, Mu Xing can already vaguely see the beautiful star cluster condensing. But the more it is at this time, the more careless you can be. Destroy the roof. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the divine seal immediately controlled Valred to rush to the roof and began to destroy the steel structure of the warehouse roof. As the black fog particles eroded, the heavy roof began to tilt to the left. Creaky. The huge warehouse roof began to slide to the other side under the delicate calculation. With a loud bang, the roof of the huge warehouse was lifted, revealing the dazzling stars in the sky. It also made those node hunters hiding on the roof preparing for a sneak attack nowhere to hide, and they were forced to attack from the front. The madman blocked the gate, one man guarding the pass. 10,000 men could not open it. Who dares to steal my nodes? Just come on, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you continue to entangle, I will fight you to the death. These words really shocked many people. Many people began to evacuate the town due to the deterrent power of the madman. In their opinion, the madman is a guardian after all. If they rob his node this time, they will not be able to have a good ending next time. Of course, there are also people who are not afraid of the madman's threats. For example, the figure who is walking in the spacewalk and dancing the robot dance while approaching the warehouse. He wears a cowboy hat very low on his head, with a pale face, eyes emitting red light in the dark, and fangs exposed. He is a vampire. He is just a guardian who has been removed from the list. Don't use your former power to scare people. He tilted his head, stared at the madman, and sniffed the air. I smell the smell of cowardice, madman. You have solved the problem of split personality, but you have also become weaker. Although his true identity was exposed, the madman remained calm. Old ghost, you are really a two-faced person, a guardian during the day, and a node hunter at night. Come and try if you have the ability, and see if my fist still has strength, and whether I can beat you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Ha 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 ha. The man laughed weirdly. Madman, this is a perfect special node. Do you want to take it all by yourself? We in the light and dark society won't allow that. As soon as the words fell, 3 more people appeared beside the vampire. On the left was a man wearing black armor, holding a heavy shield and carrying a long spear. On the right was a female archer dressed like an elf. Behind him was a cyborg holding a long knife. Within 2 minutes of the node being formed, several people came as the finale. Be careful, these people are all senior members of the Light and Dark Society. The madman reminded in a deep voice. Light and Dark Society. A small group of guys who appear to be righteous, but like to do dirty things together. Not many people, they all have 2 identities, guardians and node hunters. Mu Xing's expression became solemn. Those who can become guardians are not ordinary survivors. Try to delay them, and don't let them get close to the node. When the node is formed, I will create an opportunity for you, and you can collect the node as soon as possible. Mu Xing said, "Isn't my guardian coming?" The madman shook his head. "We can't count on the guardians. We have to rely on our own strength." Mu Xing understood what the madman meant. As a former guardian, he knew the ins and outs of it too well. Mu Xing prepared for battle, and fought with all his strength. "Leave the madman to me and Thomas. The two of you go deal with that kid, and find the third person who controls Valrid." As soon as the words fell, the vampire took the lead in attacking, with a pair of bat wings spread out from behind, and flew over. The guy who rushed faster than him was the one who charged with a heavy shield and a spear. His body was wrapped in a layer of glittering golden light. During the charge, the violent airflow flowed backwards, with the tip of his spear as the center, quickly crossing 100 meters, and appearing in front of the madman. The madman took the initiative to meet him, with the flames of the battle pattern on his body burning, and the endless anger brought him a terrible bonus. "Sparta battle pattern, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Let me meet you today." The heavy lance in Thomas's hand thrust violently, with the potential energy of the charge. The airflow formed a spiral drill, which was indestructible. The madman did not choose to take it head-on. At the moment when the spiral drill came, he jumped up suddenly to avoid the sharp edge. With his hands burning with flames, he punched downwards. The rotating drill was smashed into the ground, and all the force was transferred to the ground. The lance pierced through, plowing a 5 or 6 meter long gully in the ground. Thomas looked up and saw the madman punching him. He didn't expect that the madman who used to only fight head-on had learned to dodge and avoid his edge. He raised his heavy shield to block the madman's iron fist. The flames burned the shield red. Thomas growled, "Shield wall." The golden translucent shield wall instantly expanded to a 3-meter shield, which sent the madman flying. In midair, the vampire just arrived, and the two collided in midair. The old ghost was so angry that he wanted to curse. He opened his mouth and released a terrifying ultrasonic wave. However, before the ultrasonic wave was fully released, he was punched on the chin by the madman. The ultrasonic wave was held back. He was hit dozens of meters away, and fluttered in the air for a while, before he stabilized his body. "Thomas, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" The old ghost roared. Thomas was embarrassed under his helmet on the ground. He didn't expect that the madman would use his shield wall to jump into the air to intercept the old ghost. The madman landed, appeared behind Thomas, and continued to swing his fist. With a clang, the shield blocked the madman's heavy punch, and the old ghost immediately seized the opportunity and attacked with a compressed blood ray. Chapter 156. The bloodline looked thin, but it was actually powerful. With a loud bang, the explosion raised a violent smoke. "Madman!" Mu Xing shouted, then raised the bow in his hand, and shot an arrow towards the gate. Before the arrow flew out of the warehouse, it was intercepted by an emerald green arrow. The two arrows broke at the same time in midair. At the same time, Mu Xing felt a danger coming from the side. The flimsy iron wall of the granary was pierced by the spinning steel drill. The gears on the mechanical arm of the man flew and spun, bringing terrifying driving force to the sharp long knife. Mu Xing quickly jumped back, and Valred took the initiative to meet him, and the black mist condensed into an arm, trying to grab the knife. With a puff, the arm that had just condensed into a solid body was cut off by the knife. The arm turned into mist, and spun to fight back, and the semi-mechanical cyborg's chest gathered electric light, and suddenly burst out a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Mu Xing quickly blessed Valred with a mental shield, and at the same time Valred quickly condensed into a sphere. However, the severed arm was not retracted in time, and the black nanorobot particles fell to the ground. "Shanine, you deal with the archer, leave this guy to me." Mu Xing knew very well that this guy's electromagnetic pulse restrained Valrid, so he had to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. The two instantly exchanged positions, and Valrid condensed into a physical entity to actively meet the archer. "Your opponent is me." Mu Xing quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. This time it was an armor-piercing arrow. The arrows were swift and fierce, and they were shot at close range, so there was no reason to dodge them. At the same time, the mental shock and telekinesis suppression, the opponent did not think of dodging, and the long sword in his hand quickly cut out a phantom under the push of the mechanical arm, shooting down all those arrows. Mu Xing looked solemn. This guy was still so strong after being suppressed by the rules of reality. If he was in the survival world, he would be killed in 3 rounds in his prime. Even in the real world, the opponent's strength was higher than his. Mental shock was ineffective against this guy. He was facing an electronically controlled robot. And the fact was that before the mental shock came, the opponent handed over the control of the mechanical body to the computer control system in the body. In this way, the mental shock will naturally be ineffective. The powerful force crushed his telekinesis, and his own telekinesis could not even take shape within 2 meters of him. All Mu Xing could do now was to delay time and wait for the singularity to take shape. The node hunter on the opposite side rushed forward quickly, wanting to fight in close combat. Mu Xing did not hesitate, retracted the compound bow, held a bone saw cutter in his left hand, and the monarch blade in his right hand. Activated a part of the G-virus, and converted it into physical enhancement. The cutter and the monarch blade blocked the opponent's knife. As a result, the drill in his left hand hit his chest directly. Mu Xing took a deep breath and kicked the drill with his foot, coordinating with telekinesis. After swinging the drill away, he kicked his chest with his right foot. Agent Bao Lin's fighting skills mainly rely on leg attacks. Her hands are 2 doors, and she relies entirely on her legs to hit people. Step. This kick hit the opponent's chest fiercely, and Mu Xing's face changed. He felt like he was kicking a mountain. That cold face showed a cruel smile, and a dazzling light shone on his chest. Not good. Mu Xing retreated violently, but it was too late. A violent lightning burst out. His left leg burst instantly, turning into blood mist, and the whole person was blown away. The opponent rushed over with a sneer on his face. Mu Xing's eyes condensed, and the surging mental power roared out. Then he took out a G-virus serum without hesitation and inserted it into his heart. His body released the restraints and began to mutate towards the direction of the tyrant at a high speed. The broken left leg grew out rapidly. The body rose to more than 2 meters in just a few seconds. The bulge on the shoulder squirmed, and 2 giant claws emerged with a puff. Muscles were transformed, and more turbulent mental power emerged. Mu Xing's transformed form, the G-virus tyrant, descended. Interesting. Seeing Mu Xing's transformation, the cyborg raised his head and seemed to be interested. Mu Xing growled and set a 1-minute limit. In the tyrant form, his strength, speed, reaction were all improved. Abnormal stasis module, full on. Mu Xing's body twitched wildly, and then flashed 3 meters away in an instant. It looks like teleportation, but it is actually short-distance ultra-high-speed movement. When the abnormal stasis module is fully turned on, the body undergoes quantum leaps in the atomic state and can instantly cross to another place. Seeing this scene, the mechanical cyborg also became nervous. With a buzz, he felt the danger coming from behind. He swung the knife back fiercely. With a ding, the giant claw collided with the blade. The next second, Mu Xing disappeared and appeared on his left. A claw blasted out. The opponent's left arm blocked with a drill. However, Mu Xing had 4 claws. With one hand, he released telekinesis, and with the other hand, he held a cutter towards his neck. Z. The other party lowered his head and used his face to catch the cutter. The cutter cut through his skin, but inside was a titanium alloy skull. Blood splattered, and a large gash was cut on his face. However, the bones reflecting metallic luster in the flesh and blood made people wonder if this guy was a robot. Once again, there was a flash of light on his chest. Mu Xing instantly moved 5 or 6 meters away, allowing the electric shock to spread out 3 or 4 meters. 4 meters is the limit of this close-range burst ability. Maybe in the survival world, this distance will be expanded 10 times, but this is the real world. Good, very good, you can hurt me. His mechanical arm touched his torn cheek, and his eyes became colder. At this moment, the singularity vortex was about to be completely formed. In the distance, the vampire yelled, "Stop playing, solve him, and take the node." In the distance, a green light lit up, and the longbow in the hands of the elf archer lit up a magic circle, completed the charging, and shot an arrow at Mu Xing. The arrow was like a green rainbow, releasing terrifying penetrating power. Wared wanted to intercept, but was pierced on the spot. Here, the mechanical structure of the mechanical cyborg was entangled by electric light, and entered a state of rapid explosion. At this moment, there was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. The madman was also dragged by 2 masters. Mu Xing's body trembled and moved at high speed. However, the green arrow actually chased him and attacked. This thing is much more powerful than his tracking arrows, and it will not stop until it achieves its goal. Not only that, it can track itself even when the abnormal stasis module is accelerating. Mu Xing looked down and found that he had been marked with a green mark at some point. It was at that time. He remembered that when his left leg was blown off, it was at that moment that he was marked with a special mark by the mechanical man. The arrow followed the mark, and the power of the arrow was frightening. He knew very well that he must not be hit. At this time, The dark golden cover at the vortex was clearly visible. Mu Xing accelerated violently and rushed towards the singularity. However, the mechanical man turned into lightning, faster than him, and blocked the singularity. Behind him, the green arrow had arrived. It's over. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and started to activate the bullet time. If the bullet time didn't work, he could only go back. However, at this moment, everything around him seemed to stop, with countless green runes flowing, and the sound of swords could be heard faintly around. What's going on? He was sure that this was not his bullet time. Enough, the boys of the Light and Dark Society, show mercy when you can. At the same time, a dazzling meteor fell from the sky. It crashed into the warehouse with a bang, and the green arrow was annihilated, and half of the warehouse was overturned. Chapter 157. In the burning flames, a tall figure slowly stood up. Like the madman, he was shirtless, with a ferocious dragon head tattooed on his chest. His muscles were spliced on his body like steel blocks. When he walked out of the flame pit, he grabbed with his right hand, and the exaggerated giant axe in the pit flew into his hand. The axe was burning with flames, like a magma axe just fished out of volcanic magma. The appearance of that man instantly raised the temperature of the entire warehouse by dozens of degrees. Mu Xing couldn't stand the terrible heat, and couldn't help but retreat, while releasing the tyrant form. His tyrant form was not perfect, it was the result of his deliberate suppression, and it couldn't be maintained for a long time, otherwise it would completely turn into a monster, which was its biggest disadvantage. At the same time, Mu Xing put away his weapons, because he knew that reinforcements were coming. And there were two of them. One was a strong man who fell freely from a high altitude and directly collapsed half of the warehouse. Looking up, a plane with flashing signal lights was quickly crossing the sky. This person just jumped from the plane, and it is hard to imagine his terrifying physical fitness. As for the other one, he was standing quietly on the broken wall of the warehouse. He had long hair and beard, and looked like an immortal. A green bamboo sword was suspended behind him, which was very mysterious. When Lao Gui saw these two people, his face changed drastically. The other three members of the Light and Dark Society quickly retreated and gathered together, looking at the two people who suddenly appeared vigilantly. Lao Gui, it's not good. It's Manshan and Qingju Taoist. How can survivors of their level appear here? The man holding the shield beside him exclaimed. I saw Manshan holding the flaming axe and slashing it fiercely at the gate, and a 10-meter long and 1-meter deep flaming gully blocked the four people. As a guardian, you do such dirty things at night, and come here to stop you scumbags, which really dirty my hands. At the same time, Manshan looked at the old man in green clothes standing out from the crowd on the wall. Hey, old man Qingju, long time no see, you are also here to steal my business? Being called old man Qingju, Taoist Qingju was not angry. I just accepted the task and did it. At this time, Captain Manshan, it's all a misunderstanding. Old Ghost came out, put on a smiling face, and tried to smooth things over. Get lost, do you have the right to speak here? Just as Old Ghost was about to speak, the green bamboo sword behind the Taoist attacked him instantly. Frightened, Old Ghost quickly released his blood shield to resist. With a puff, the blood shield didn't even block for a moment, and was pierced, and the whole person rolled 7 or 8 meters. When he raised his head, cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, and the green bamboo sword was spinning in front of him. The green sword light flickered, and it was only 10 centimeters away from the center of his eyebrows. He quickly took out several high-level props that were obviously extraordinary from the space props. Among them, there was even a long sword emitting purple light. The other three members of the Light and Dark Society also quickly took out several high-level props of extraordinary value. It was not until then that Manshan yelled, "Get lost." They immediately ran away, as if they had been pardoned, and did not dare to look back. As for those high-level props, Taoist Qingju waved his right hand, half flew to Manshan, and the other half was collected by himself. The madman protected Mu Xing behind him, and used some kind of voice transmission method. Mu Xing, be careful of these two guys. Both of them are ranked in the top 500 guardians. Ranking? Aren't there no rankings for guardians? There are no rankings outside the top 500, only within the top 500. That's why I was able to get the number 0576 before. What about these two people? Yes, they are both real masters. After seeing what happened just now, Mu Xing would never think that the guardians were good people, so he was secretly alert. The appearance of these two people completely shocked the whole scene, and all the node hunters in the town fled in panic. I saw that the giant axe in the hand of Manshan was raised high, and the surrounding flames were instantly swallowed up. The tall figure was a head taller than the madman, and more robust, like a small mountain. It's been a long time since I saw a newcomer with a perfect score. Boy, are you interested in joining my Manshan regiment? The Manshan had a loud voice, and did things without dragging his feet. Ah? Mu Xing was a little confused. Before Manshan could continue to win over, the Taoist Qingju said coldly, Manshan, have you forgotten the rules of the survival system? You are not allowed to try to win over new people. Manshan's face was ugly. Old Qingju, will you die if you don't speak? As he spoke, the bracelet on Manshan's arm began to flash red. It was obvious that he had received some warning, and his expression became extremely impatient. Boy, absorb it quickly, I will withdraw after absorbing it. It's so unlucky. What kind of matching mechanism is the survival system? Matching with an old Qingju. He walked aside with a curse, but didn't say a word. Mu Xing clasped his fists to thank Manshan, and then thanked the Taoist Qingju. Just when Mu Xing was going to collect the singularity, Taoist Qingju called out to Crazy, Bailey, come here, I have something to tell you. The Crazy had a strange expression, but he finally took the initiative to meet him. The Taoist Qingju flew 100 meters away. Don't worry, it's just a little private matter, just absorb the nodes with peace of mind. The Crazy left this sentence to make Mu Xing feel at ease. Mu Xing passed through the dark golden barrier with one hand, and began to absorb the singularity inside. Survivor Mu Xing has discovered the exclusive singularity. Do you want to consume the singularity for baptism? Mu Xing heard the prompt, and confirmed it without hesitation. The star cluster quickly melted in his hand, and then a dark golden light fell. Mu Xing noticed that Manshan, who was watching the scene not far away, had an indignant look on his face, and was obviously very unhappy with the previous behavior of Qingju Taoist. Mu Xing was too lazy to pay attention to these, because the talent had already popped up. Please choose a baptism talent. Golden Talent 1 Mental Hypnotist. Get the Hypnotist talent, can confuse, hypnotize the enemy, control their mind or body, and open the Hypnotist talent skill tree. Golden Talent 2 Senior Agent. Get the Senior Agent talent, get the agent's exclusive ability, and open the agent's professional skill tree. Golden Talent 3 Mutant. Get the Mutant talent, the body and mind are greatly increased, and the Mutant talent ability tree is opened. Then, the fourth talent popped up. Special Gold Talent, Valrid Manipulator. Valrid Manipulator. Obtain the Valrid Manipulator talent, and open the Valrid Manipulator exclusive talent tree. The talent that appeared this time is more like a profession than a talent. Whether it is the 3 gold professions or the special gold profession, they can open an exclusive strengthening route. Compared with the Blood Moon Air talent, which is still completely unknown, and the purely auxiliary gene researcher talent, these professions can improve his strength and foundation faster. As for the choice, just look at the 3 gold professions. Don't even think about it. Just choose the special one. I choose the special gold talent. The voice fell. Do you choose the special gold talent, Valrider Controller? Okay. Then, the survival system sounded again. The special gold talent is enhanced by the dark gold singularity, and evolves into the Valrider Awakener. Chapter 158. Valrider Awakener? Mu Xing was just wondering when he felt the Blood Moon successor talent in his body start to activate. Just like last time, he began to steal the power of time and space. I saw that his consumed Blood Moon origin quickly recovered to the upper limit of 120%. Then, as the talent continued to absorb the power of time and space, the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin increased again. 121%, 122%, 123%. This time, the upper limit was raised to 150%, and the Blood Moon successor talent suddenly stopped absorbing. And the dark gold singularity also completely dissipated and turned into nothingness. Mu Xing secretly glanced at Manshan, who was leaning on the giant axe, and yawning not far away. The other party did not seem to see the Blood Moon Inheritor's talent to absorb the power of time and space. Until the singularity dissipated, Manshan waved to Mu Xing, and disappeared quickly in the darkness without any delay. This singularity baptism, as always, gained 30% of the body's original attributes, but the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin was 10% higher than last time. Seeing that the madman had not returned yet, Mu Xing began to check the Valrid Awakener talent he had just obtained. Valrid Awakener Career. Activate to enter the Valrid Awakening state. You can use the exclusive skills of the Valrid Awakener, and you can open new skills in the skill tree by improving your proficiency. Mu Xing tried to activate this Valrid Awakener Career. You will see a gray skill tree displayed. The skill tree is divided into left and right, and you can choose to open the left or right. After activating any skill in the upper layer, you can continue to activate the next layer of skills. The skill tree is not high, with a total of 5 layers. At this time, only the top icon lights up. The first skill, Valrid Awakening. Valrid Awakening. Activate to enter the Valrid Awakening state, greatly improving physical fitness, lasting for 3 minutes, and the cooling time is 10 minutes. Proficiency 0/100. Mu Xing clicked the icon and immediately felt that something seemed to have changed in his body. Strength began to surge from his body, his skin became tough, and his muscles became strong. The most important thing is that there are black mist particles floating around him. Mu Xing thought of the groom Eddie. Wasn't Eddie in this special state? His fighting power increased dramatically. He and the hunters fired at full power to suppress Eddie and successfully killed him. So this is the awakening of Valred. Mu Xing is very satisfied with this profession. Although the attributes of the gray skills below the skill tree cannot be seen, it is estimated that the final form is the state of the Red Mist Madman, maybe even stronger. Mu Xing is looking forward to the Valrid Awakener class. After using the Valrid Awakener skill for the first time, he noticed that his proficiency had changed. 1/100. In other words, as long as his proficiency is raised to 100, he can unlock the next level of new skills. Based on a 10-minute cooldown, if he keeps on pace, he can reach full proficiency in about 16 hours. Just as he was immersed in adapting to the Valrid Awakener's abilities, the madman came back. Are you back? Yeah, we just talked about some things. The madman's expression was calm, and it was hard to tell what was going on. If he didn't say anything, Mu Xing wouldn't ask. After all, everyone has their own privacy. Have you finished absorbing the singularity? The madman asked. Not bad, I was given a profession, Valred Awakener. TSK, you got a profession at the rookie level. I wonder how many people will envy you to death with this start. By the way, madman, do you have a profession? Yes, but I can't use it for the time being. Is it another personality that is activated? Yes, to be exact, it is the profession activated by the crazy personality, profession, Spartan Warrior. It matches the Spartan battle pattern on my body. The more angry, the stronger the combat power. By accumulating anger, various Spartan warrior skills can be released. The crazy personality is most likely to accumulate anger. I may not be able to do it now. What I need to do now is to perfectly control various emotions, and be able to control them at will. He took a deep breath. The split personality was not a bad thing for me before. At least it made me understand the limit of each emotion. If I can perfectly absorb and integrate, and control the abilities of those secondary personalities, I will be stronger in the future. Mu Xing gave him a thumbs up, expressing her expectation. When the two came out of the warehouse, they saw the madman's singularity, which was on the hillside, wrapped in a silver-white shield. Madman, your singularity. Wait for me a minute, I absorb it. The madman ran to his singularity in 3 or 2 steps, stretched out his hand to absorb the singularity. After a while, the singularity was absorbed. The madman smiled. I'm lucky. I got a body generator enhancer talent, which enhanced my previous body generator transformer talent several times. After the key point, it can be further enhanced twice. Mu Xing understood what he meant. You mean, your talent can be enhanced by the body generator? The madman nodded. Theoretically, I need to enter the escape world again and use the body generator for enhancement, but now. He looked at Mu Xing. Mu Xing understood what he meant in seconds. Don't worry, the body generator will be built in the next few days at most, and then I can enhance you first. It can be seen that after the battle just now, the madman is eager to regain the strength he once lost. When leaving the town, the node hunters here had already run away. At this moment, a long green rainbow in the sky passed over their heads and disappeared in the distance. There was also a black feathered robe floating beside him. Mu Xing recognized that it was the Taoist Qin Zhu. I drive. Mu Xing climbed directly into the driver's seat, and the madman also sat quietly in the co-pilot, not knowing what he was thinking. Until the car drove dozens of kilometers, he suddenly spoke. Aren't you curious about the relationship between Taoist Qin Zhu and me? It's not your grandfather, is it? The madman chuckled. What are you thinking about? He looked at the reflections that kept passing by on both sides of the interstate highway. The wasteland, the strange rocks, the cactus. The Taoist Qin Zhu is her grandfather, but I failed to protect her. Is the old man here to ask for punishment? No, the old man came here for 2 things. First, to take back the black feather clothes, and second, to let me stay away from her in the future. Huh? Mu Xing looked puzzled. The madman had a complicated expression. She was resurrected by the old man, but she also lost all her memories. Mu Xing's heart trembled. Can all the dead survivors be resurrected? The survival world is really a magical place. So what do you think? Mu Xing asked. The madman put his hands on the backrest. This is a good thing. Without me, she will have a better future in the future. At least she will not be dragged down by me. This is not like you, madman. Mu Xing joked. People always change, don't they? The madman looked as if it was a matter of course. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't think too much. Focus on the present. Work hard to improve yourself. And when you are strong enough, all troubles will no longer be troubles. The madman turned his head and saw Mu Xing's extremely determined eyes. Chapter 159. It was already the second day when I returned to the hotel. Before Mu Xing knocked on the door, he heard the chattering of two little girls in the room. He knocked on the door and heard footsteps approaching quickly, and then suddenly opened the door. Brother-in-law, where have you been these 2 days? You didn't answer the phone. Do you know how worried I am about you? Mu Xing looked at the little girl in front of him with red eyes, and couldn't help covering his forehead. He handed over a bag with his right hand, and the pitiful expression on the opposite side was immediately replaced by smug joy. Mu Xing had already predicted what this little girl was going to do. She just wanted a gift. According to her age, she would be eager to see him even if she didn't see him for a week, let alone 2 days. After all, who likes to be watched by their parents when traveling abroad? In her eyes, Mu Xing's image was probably between a nagging mother and a strict father. Hee, thank you brother-in-law for the gift you bought me. Mu Xing poked her forehead with a finger. Eat less snacks. Look at the junk food in your room. I know. I don't eat it every day. Why are you like my mom? The little girl ran into the house with the bag. Mu Xing looked at Yi Ling, who just looked up. Yi Ling, someone is looking for you. Mu Xing suddenly shouted. Qing Yan beside her hurriedly asked, Shaolinger, who is it? It should be my aunt in the United States. You could edit the video you took yesterday. I go out and visit her. Yi Ling casually gave a reason and walked out. Give your aunt my regards. Qing Yan shouted when they were almost at the door. I know. The two went downstairs. The madman's car had been waiting downstairs in the hotel. We have news. Let's go over there and talk. It will take about an hour to drive there, the madman said. Yi Ling's face was full of worry, and there were dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he had not rested well since he came back yesterday. Mu Xing was too lazy to say anything more. He closed his eyes and rested while practicing the proficiency of the Vow Red Awakener. The black mist that drifted from his body from time to time also surprised Yi Ling. Mu Xing did not have this ability before, but he had it after returning last night. Apparently, they left for a day to get the singularity. Can you tell me about my brother's performance in the survival world? She suddenly asked. You are his sister. Don't you know his situation? Yi Ling sighed. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have become a survivor. I killed him. Because of you? You pulled him into the survival world? Mu Xing asked in surprise. Yes, I ran into my brother in Toronto. I was collecting singularities at the time, but he just happened to break in and was seriously injured. To save him, I used the survivor invitation. What is that? The madman driving explained. An invitation that can invite ordinary people to become survivors. It is a special item, and only if the person agrees will he be pulled into the survival world. Mu Xing finally understood that Yi Fei entered the survival world in this way. Yi Ling used the special mechanism of the survival system to save Yi Fei, which was also a last resort. Maybe if I hadn't used that invitation letter, he wouldn't have to suffer so much pain and suffering. Will you watch him die? Mu Xing asked back. Yi Ling shook her head. Of course not. Even if it happens again, I will still save him. Her eyes were firm. Mu Xing was not stingy either, and along the way he roughly talked about Yi Fei's performance in the world of Resident Evil. This made Yi Ling's mood change several times, and finally she quietly turned her head away and wiped her tears. Just then, the car suddenly stopped in front of a coffee shop with a very retro decoration style. Pushing the door open, there were not many people inside. Guests were enjoying coffee quietly in groups of 3 or 2. Dingling. Pushing the door rang the doorbell, attracting the attention of the bartender. The door curtain next to it was lifted, as if she had known that the madman would come at this time, and a woman dressed as a medieval European noblewoman walked out. Wearing a gauze hat with white feathers, she was beautiful and elegant. Bailey, long time no see. She should be the owner of this coffee shop and the middleman they are looking for today. Long time no see, Aelina. The woman kissed the madman enthusiastically, and the two looked very familiar. She seemed to have sensed something. Oh my God, Bailey, has your split personality problem been solved? Yes, it was just a fluke. Then I want to congratulate you. The woman took the madman's arm. Let me introduce you. This is Aelina I told you about. Hello, Miss Aelina. Mu Xing gentlemanly extended his right hand. Hello, Mr. Shuiyue. Bailey mentioned you to me. Thank you for helping him get rid of years of troubles. She sniffed the air, and then her eyes lit up. I haven't seen such a promising newcomer for a long time. Mu Xing was puzzled. The madman next to him explained, Don't worry, this is Aelina's talent. She can smell a person's unique temperament. Mu Xing just smiled and didn't say much. As for Yiling next to her, Aelina just shook hands with her in a very formal manner. Then she invited them to the back room of the coffee shop. What would you like to drink? No, Yiling said. Mu Xing also said that he didn't want it. After all, he was not here to drink coffee. However, the madman said, Aelina is a senior barista, you will like it. Mu Xing said, then the guests follow the host's wishes. Boss lady, you can do whatever you want. Yiling also said, me too. Alina looked at the madman expectantly, as if waiting for his speech. My words, same as always. I be there soon. Alina stood up gracefully, and went to prepare coffee. TSK, madman, this isn't your mistress, is it? Don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with her. The madman said seriously. Mu Xing and Yiling next to him looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. The madman was speechless. Whatever you think, if it weren't for this, I would never come to her. Mu Xing shook his head. It sounds like a story. Get lost. The madman threw the cup awkwardly, and Mu Xing caught it lightly, and put it back on the table. The two of them were relaxed, but Yiling next to them was not relaxed at all, and even had some speculation and uneasiness. Madman, ask about the situation quickly, time is urgent. Yes. Just then, the door was opened, and Aelina came in elegantly with a tray. There was also a list of information on the tray. Several people were attracted by the list at first sight. After putting it on the table, the madman didn't even take the coffee, but directly picked up the list. Olina, what is this? The recent transaction list. Although not all, it also covers about 80% of the transactions. Mu Xing and Yiling also hurried over to search for the iron core. Found it, here. Yiling was the first to find it. Then he searched for the name, and indeed found Yifei's name in it. What price did the iron core offer? The madman asked. An invitation to the survival competition. Chapter 160. Haha, they really dared to ask for such a high price. The madman slapped the table. Bailey, don't worry, I will try to mediate, and see if I can lower the price of the chips. Forget it, no need, the Iron Legion is the kind of people who will not release the eagle until they see the rabbit. It's useless to negotiate with them. The madman stood up and paced back and forth. Mu Xing sent him a telepathic message, Madman, don't be impulsive. Next to him, Yiling's face turned pale, and extremely ugly after hearing that saving people required an invitation to the survival competition. This is a problem. The survival competition is not far away. We will have to go through one more survival world competition before it starts. It is not easy to get a 100% chance of getting an invitation to the survival competition. Beside her, Orina leaned elegantly on the sofa. I can look for channels to see if I can buy an invitation letter, but as you know, the survival competition is about to start, and the price is also rising. Before, one purple weapon could buy an invitation letter, but now it is estimated that 2 are enough. Everyone was silent. They knew the value of purple weapons. Mu Xing cleared 3 rookie levels with scores above 95. Even so, he still hadn't seen a single purple weapon. Now the invitation letter was sold for 2 purple weapons, which shows its value. It's a big loss to use purple weapons to buy such inflated prices, and I don't have any purple weapons now, the madman said. Aelina still smiled. Bailey, in fact, it's not only purple weapons that can be bought, such as the black feather coat in your hand, and your qualification number. At this moment, Mu Xing already felt that the woman in front of him had suddenly turned into a cold businessman. No wonder the madman was reluctant to deal with this woman. Although she looked kind, she was not polite at all when asking for a price. In her opinion, everything was business. Aelina spoke again. Of course, there is another choice, Bailey. As long as you agree to my original condition, I can help you exchange the person back at my own expense. Just as the madman was about to speak, Mu Xing sent him a message. Agree to her the price of an invitation letter first. I have a way to get the invitation letter. Really? The madman was obviously hesitant just now, because the 2 things that Arena mentioned were no longer available. Mu Xing didn't want to sacrifice the madman just to save Yifei. He saved people for a promise he would do his best, but not at the expense of others. Don't worry, I didn't lie to you. After getting Mu Xing's promise, the madman looked up. Sorry, those two things are no longer available. I have consumed the qualification number, and I gave the black feathered robe to Taoist Qing Zhu. However, I will think of other ways. The price of an invitation letter remains unchanged. Give us half a month. Olina's expression froze when she heard this. It was obvious that she didn't expect the madman to choose the most expensive price. Ms. Olina, don't get me wrong. This is what I mean. After all, I want to save people. It has nothing to do with Bailey. It's unreasonable for you to ask him for bargaining chips. Olina on the opposite side narrowed her eyes and stared at Mu Xing. Mu Xing was calm and looked at her calmly. The next second, Olina showed a professional smile on her face. Of course, I will wait for your good news. As she said that, she picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. But I have to remind you that you don't have much time. 25 days later, the survival competition will start. If you can't get the invitation letter for the survival competition by then, I'm sorry I can't do anything. Of course. Mu Xing nodded and said goodbye to Orina. Mu Xing pulled Yiling, who was still a little at a loss, and woke her up from her trance. The madman also stood up. Olina, I trouble you with the Iron Legion, he said, and was about to leave without looking back. Bai Li, she suddenly called the madman. The madman stopped. I just want a chance, you know how I feel about you. The madman was silent, without looking back. Olina, you know, some things have happened. It's hard to go back. Besides, you are doing so well now. You are already a successful survival businessman. You don't need my protection, right? Olina hesitated to speak, watching the door being slowly closed by the madman. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, and fell to the ground with a click. On the way back, Mu Xing drove, and the madman sat alone in the back seat. His eyes were sluggish, as if he was lost in the world of memories. Yiling, who was sitting in the passenger seat, did not speak, and was tangled in pinching the corner of his clothes. I will find a way to get Ziwu. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't mess around. I have a way to get the invitation letter. Don't wait for me to rescue Yi Fei, and then you get into trouble. How can I explain to him? But, don't say buts. Just leave this to us. You don't trust me, and you don't trust the famous madman behind you? Yiling lowered his head. What can I do? Try to improve yourself, help me protect Qingyan, and send her back to China safely. This is a deal between you and me. Yiling pursed her lips and nodded heavily. Mu Xing observed the madman in the rearview mirror. Madman, what are your plans next? The madman pulled himself out of his memories. There are still more than 10 days left. During this time, I will take you to a place for special training. Special training? You have good abilities, but you don't know how to use them. Your combat experience is a little rough, and needs to be polished. Are you going to Black Mountain Canyon? Yiling suddenly said beside him. Hey Ling girl, do you know Black Mountain Canyon? I've heard about it from others, but I haven't been there. I heard that it is a secret communication area established by survivors, and there is also a trading market. The madman snapped his fingers. Yes, Black Mountain Canyon is the largest survivor exchange area in the United States. It not only has a trading area, but also a training area and a fighting area. It is a good place. After hearing this, Mu Xing immediately became interested. So, it is indeed a place worth visiting. He turned to look at Yiling. Next, I ask you to bring Qingyan back to the country. I will not go back for the time being. Don't worry, Qingyan is left to me. Anyway, I will enter the survival world soon. If I can get more information about the invitation letter, I will come to Black Mountain Canyon to find you. Mu Xing nodded and handed her a card with his number on it, which was carefully kept by Yiling. At the fork in the interstate highway ahead, Yiling got off the car, and the few people went their separate ways. They went west, while Yiling went east. This girl is pretty, she's pretty, and has a nice personality. The madman suddenly commented. Mu Xing looked at him and analyzed. What's going on? Is the old man thinking about love? Why don't you tell me about your affair with the sexy boss lady Orina? Get lost, kid, don't ask around, this is my privacy. Hey, will you die if you tell me? I'm talking shit. The black SUV drove westward, gradually moving away on the long interstate highway. The road was filled with the two people's teasing words. Chapter 161. The Black Mountain Canyon is located in a deep canyon in the Rocky Mountains in the western United States. That area that is difficult for ordinary people to reach has been opened up by the truly powerful survivors to form a mysterious area underground. Most of the survivors in the United States, Canada, and Mexico gathered here to communicate. At this time, Their car was close to the edge of the magnificent mountains. Madman, is the Black Mountain Canyon in the canyon or underground? In the canyon, and also underground. To be precise, it is an alien space opened up underground in the Grand Canyon. This is a super large world prop that merges with the real world to form a permanent special space that cannot be moved. To enter the Black Mountain Canyon, only survivors can find the real entrance. Ordinary people can't enter. Mu Xing nodded. No wonder it can't be found by ordinary people or satellites in the sky, but with so many survivors, won't the upper echelons notice it? Hearing this, the madman chuckled. How do you know that those rulers who control the upper echelons of humanity are ordinary people? Mu Xing was stunned. You mean? It's enough to know. This world is deeper than you think. Don't explore it blindly. Mu Xing sighed and changed the subject. Does our dragon country have a place similar to the Black Mountain Canyon in the United States? Of course there are, such as Kowloon City in our dragon country, Lurenburg in Europe, etc., which are the largest gathering points for survivors in various continents. When we return to China, I will take you to Kowloon City to see it. That place is much more spacious and grand than the Black Mountain Canyon. As the two were talking, the madman suddenly reminded them, we are about to enter the barrier. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xing clearly felt that he was driving through a bubble-like film. What is this? Don't worry, it's just a special barrier that ordinary people can't sense. When survivors pass through it, it's like entering another world. When Mu Xing continued to drive forward, the road that had originally ended at the bottom of the mountain suddenly continued to extend forward, until he saw a deep canyon lying between two huge mountains. Mu Xing was sure that this canyon did not exist in the real world. Will there be any checkpoints? Mu Xing asked. Don't worry, the Black Mountain Canyon is the same as all large gathering points. No identity checks are done. The barrier outside has filtered out ordinary people and survivors. As long as you enter the barrier, you can enter the Black Mountain Canyon. At this moment, Mu Xing felt as if the space around him was distorted, and more cars drove into the canyon. These cars seemed to appear out of thin air. Mu Xing even saw tanks, and even people driving chariots pulled by two golden lions. A small aircraft suddenly appeared from mid-air, and flew into this mysterious Black Mountain Canyon. Stop in the parking lot in front. You can only walk further in. Mu Xing parked the car safely, just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. It was the first time he saw so many survivors. This is a safe zone. Under the unique rules of the Black Mountain Canyon, a superworld item, all survivors are not allowed to harm other survivors. Of course, except for the special training area and fighting area. Mu Xing followed the madman into the canyon. Unlike what he imagined, the canyon was brightly lit, and there seemed to be a huge prismatic city inside. The streets were crisscrossed and very lively. Are all the people inside survivors? No, there are also many ordinary people. Ordinary people? Don't get me wrong, they are all androids. They are limited by the rules of the Black Mountain Canyon, and can only live here forever. They are responsible for taking care of the store, serving as service staff, etc. There are quite a few of them, accounting for more than 70% of the total population here. After all, survivors are still a minority population in the real world. In addition to androids, there are also various robots and intelligent systems, which together make up the huge Black Mountain Canyon. Mu Xing looked ahead in amazement. They were all world props. The area of the Black Mountain Canyon directly killed his original hive. Let's go, I take you to register first. After you get the Black Mountain Canyon pass, you can go to most areas in the canyon. Are there any places you can't go? Mu Xing asked. The madman pointed upwards. Mu Xing looked up and saw a floating island floating on the circular city. Not everyone is qualified to go there. Mu Xing looked at the floating island with a mysterious castle, floating thousands of meters high, with bright lights on it, but it was not clear and hazy. The madman is very familiar with this place. He has been here many times, so he is familiar with all the areas. The registration hall is located at the entrance of this city. Registration is also very simple, just a code number, and you can handle it. People who come here pay attention to privacy, so they basically disguise themselves in various ways. A registration card. The madman handed in 10,000 US dollars. The front desk at the window is a sweet-looking American girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Mu Xing noticed that there was a code on her neck. Obviously, this is a man-made person. The receptionist handed over a registration form with a smile. The madman pointed at the form. Just write down your code name. Nothing else is needed. Mu Xing did not hesitate and directly wrote down the two words Blood Moon. Please wait. The beautiful receptionist smiled formally and quickly printed out a card with a chip, on which the two Chinese characters Blood Moon were printed. Don't worry, this thing is automatically translated. Then he handed over another 200,000 US dollars, 2 realistic masks. The beautiful receptionist handed over the money and 2 masks. Do you use real money to buy things here? Mu Xing was a little confused. Of course not, only some official equipment and materials purchased from the real world can be bought with US dollars, and everything in the trading area is barter. Is there no universal currency? Yes, each large gathering point has its own unique currency, such as the Black Mountain coin of the Black Mountain Canyon, which can be used here. Credit guaranteed by the Black Mountain Canyon. There has been no problem for many years. Mu Xing nodded and picked up the box. What is this? Nanotechnology, simulation mask. You can imagine any appearance by yourself. Because of the blessing of the Black Mountain Canyon rules, it can block any detection means. As he said, he had already put on the mask and suddenly turned into a very typical American image. Mu Xing put on the mask and imagined it, and he felt that the mask on his face that was close to his skin turned into Cole's appearance. Another thought, it turned into the appearance of a madman. It's quite interesting. Okay, stop playing. I take you to the training area, where there is a spiritual time house with a maximum difference of 10 times. Mu Xing suddenly became interested. Can it be used to practice skill proficiency? But soon the madman poured a bucket of cold water on him. Don't even think about it. The spiritual time house cannot practice skill proficiency because it is not real-time acceleration. At most, you can only practice the use of skills in it, simulate training or something. Chapter 162. The training area is located in the southeast corner of the Black Mountain Canyon, covering a large area. Passing by the training area on the way, Mu Xing was dazzled by the dazzling array of props. As a result, he touched his pocket and couldn't take out a single cent. Some special medicines, gene serums are very popular here, and the price is also very high, and the supply is almost in short supply. The madman reminded. Mu Xing immediately understood what he meant. He could mass-produce T-virus and G-virus serums, and he could make a lot of money. By the way, can I buy an invitation here? Mu Xing asked expectantly. Yes, but very few. I just asked, and they only accept purple weapons. And purple weapons are rare. People won't sell them if you give them Black Mountain coins. They will exchange them for the purple weapons they need. Only those big battle groups with extra purple weapons will exchange them for invitations. Mu Xing looked disappointed. He was originally thinking about whether he could use a lot of serum to buy an invitation. Obviously, no one is a fool. High-value things will only circulate among the top. But he also wanted to buy things, such as the universal repair kit he saw at a stall. He also wanted to repair the particle gun he seized from Fei Ying as soon as possible. By the way, Mu Xing, we have to find a way to get some magic and spell-like protective props. Many world technology props don't work. We have to take precautions before they happen. Mu Xing said, I will make more G-virus and T-virus serums to sell, and then I can get what I want easily, right? The madman glanced at him. A small amount is fine, but too much will easily attract attention. The people in this Black Mountain Canyon are not good people. Moreover, similar consumables are all monopolized by big forces. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. We have no backers, so it's better to keep a low profile. Mu Xing nodded seriously. He was new here and had no experience. He didn't know the rules here. For the next 10 days, we will act according to our previous plan. Your main goal is training, and I will be responsible for sales and props. Okay. By the way, we have to take some time to memorize the information. We have to write down all the popular knowledge points of the survival world. Mu Xing said, can't you use a portable computer to record it? The madman asked back, do you think the survival system will erase the information when you enter the survival world? The most terrifying thing is that the information may be distorted by the rules of the other world. He pointed to his brain. Remember, only the things you remember in your brain will not be affected by the survival world. And even if you remember it in your brain, the real survival world will be very different from the information you are familiar with. So don't be superstitious about that information. It can be seen that the madman has suffered a great loss in this regard. So the madman's theory is to strive to improve oneself and increase the tolerance rate, so that you can be at ease in the face of any changes. After all, the survival world is not about reading from the book and passing the level according to the information. If you really believe in these things, you will die more ugly than anyone else. In the next few days, Mu Xing did only 2 things. During the day, he conducted simulated training and simulated confrontation in the training ground. At night, he entered the primitive hive to conduct G-virus research. He also had to find time to watch various games and movies. He wished he could split one day into 10 days. As for the madman, besides training every day, he would go to the trading area to sell the virus serum made by Mu Xing. He didn't sell much at a time, trying not to attract attention. 10 days passed quickly. At this time, in the simulated confrontation training ground of the Black Mountain Canyon. Be careful. Mu Xing shot a sharp arrow at the madman without hesitation. Before the arrow got within 2 meters of the madman, it was disturbed by the invisible airflow, and the palm fan hand grabbed the arrow directly. At this moment, Mu Xing gave up shooting, launched a mental shock, and the invisible telekinesis turned into a big hand to wrap the madman and control him instantly. At the same time, the G-virus tyrant transformed, and the abnormal stagnation module was fully activated. At this moment, the speed and power reached the limit, rushing towards the madman. Well done! The Spartan battle pattern on the madman's body lit up red, and the whole person's momentum suddenly changed. He stepped hard with his right foot, and cracks spread out on the ground. Then he punched back without hesitation, colliding with the alienated giant claws swung by Mu Xing. Break! Above the battle pattern, red light surged, flowing to his arm like blood, and solidified on his fist. The red light directly shattered Mu Xing's big claw under the instantaneous force of the fist. Mu Xing's second big claw attacked. At the same time, it moved to the right side of the madman at high speed. Active bullet time was launched. If it were an ordinary opponent, it would be impossible to block the attack launched in the bullet time state. However, the madman's fist seemed to break through the perception and appeared on his right side, blocking the attack again. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Your bullet time is equivalent to making more moves in a limited time. However, even if you accelerate, your killing intent remains unchanged. I don't need to know when you will attack. I just need to attack or defend in the direction of the danger. Your bullet time attack can only hit my fist. As he said this, he smashed Mu Xing's big claw with his second punch, and then a red light wrapped around his left fist, as if it had condensed into a blood-red gun head. The punch was as fast as lightning. Mu Xing activated the instant bullet time without hesitation, and moved to the left under the push of the stasis module. However, the punch seemed to be locked on him. Although it had moved sideways, it still accurately smashed through his chest after Mu Xing appeared. It's over. The madman looked up. However, this time he felt something was wrong. He saw black mist lingering around Mu Xing's chest, and half of his chest was completely misted. While the madman was surprised, Mu Xing launched a counterattack. The big claws that had grown again stabbed at the madman fiercely. The madman quickly retracted his fist to defend himself, and at this moment, an illusory black mist hand rushed out from Mu Xing's chest, which had regained its physical form, and hit the madman's chest. The black mist pierced into the madman's chest like a drill. Ha! The madman shouted, the battle pattern lit up, the red flames burned, and the terrifying shock wave exploded with him as the center. The black mist drill was shattered, and Mu Xing was directly knocked back 5 or 6 meters. Is this your new ability? It was a bit unexpected that the madman was injured by this attack. I have fully mastered the first level of the Valorant Awakener's skills, and successfully opened the second level of skills, atomization and hardening. I chose the atomization ability, which can not only instantly decompose a part of the body into atomization, but also form a black mist hand. And this thing is like a nanorobot. Give it an instruction, and it will automatically execute the command. The madman understood. No wonder I couldn't sense the murderous intent of the black mist hand. That's why. What is hardening? Hardening is to attach Valorant particles to the skin to form a strong defense layer. You can only choose one form of the two skills at a time. If you want to switch, you need to be in the non-state. Chapter 163. The madman nodded in understanding. It can be seen that your Valorant Awakener profession has great potential and is worth exploring. Then Mu Xing turned bitter. Don't mention it. Although the second stage skills have no cooldown time, the proficiency requires 10,000 points. It takes me 1 minute to practice once to fully perform it. It takes 7 days without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting. But 7 days is impossible. Both atomization and tempering require physical strength. With my recovery ability, I can only practice once every 2 minutes at best. Madman came over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, persevere. My Spartan warrior class has not yet unlocked the ultimate skill. You too. Thing spread his hands. Proficiency is something that can't be rushed. Although Madman didn't say what his proficiency requirement was, Mu Xing estimated it was an astronomical figure. By the way, is there anything that can speed up proficiency? Yes, proficiency potions, mastery gems, etc. can increase skill proficiency, but the price is. Mu Xing sighed. He understood. Okay, let's stop here today. Prepare to relax for a day, and prepare to face the survival world tomorrow. As soon as the voice fell, the madman disappeared, and then the surrounding grassland turned into a pure white space. Exit! Mu Xing's voice sounded, and his body gradually turned into nothingness. Early the next morning, Yi Ling sent me a message saying that she was about to reach the Black Mountain Canyon. Huh? It seems that the little girl still has some strength. The two left the hotel, and went to the entrance to pick up someone. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw a staggering figure. The girl looked very haggard, not physically, but mentally. I ran into the sheep-catching team. Has that group of people been so blatant? Mu Xing frowned. It's almost the same every year at this time, but it has become more and more serious in recent years. The madman said. Does the survival system not care? Maybe in the eyes of the survival system, this is also a kind of screening. We survivors have always been helpless, fighting against the sky, the earth, and people. That's why so many people want to get out of the survival system. Even becoming an ordinary person is better than living in fear all day long. The madman's words made the two of them silent at the same time. Mu Xing looked at Yi Ling. How did you escape the pursuit? I killed them all. Mu Xing was choked with words, not knowing how to respond. This little girl is really good. Okay, let's go back to the rest area first. We have booked a room for you here. Yi Ling's eyes were red. In the future, I will kill all these guys. Mu Xing released his soothing mental power to relax the girl's mind. Mu Xing found that her mind was tense, as if she would explode at any time. He had experienced the mental control trial, and under great pressure, it was easy to have mental problems, just like a madman. Don't think too much, you are under too much pressure. Mu Xing's voice was like a hypnotic magic. The girl's eyelids began to sink, and the madman stretched out his right hand, held the girl, and carried her directly on his shoulders. The mental hypnosis was done in time. If she continues to be anxious, her spirit will probably not be able to bear it. Mu Xing looked up. So this time when you enter the survival world, you must get an invitation letter. Survivors, please note that there is a 1-hour countdown to enter the new survival world. Please be prepared to enter. Just then, the reminder sound of the survival system sounded. Crazy, did you receive the message? Yes, 1 hour. After returning to the hotel and settling Yi Ling, Mu Xing took out the survival team scroll. The madman took out a silver card. Contract upgrade card, used to upgrade various contracts to a certain extent. After choosing to use, the card will quickly merge into the team contract. Survival team contract modified. After use, you can form a primary survival team with a maximum of 5 people. Contract members cannot attack each other, obtain the initial team public space, obtain the team communication function, and obtain the team marking function. Unable to quit in the survival world, quitting the team requires the consent of more than half of the teammates. Forced exit from the team will permanently lose 40% of all attributes and receive the exit debuff, and you will not be able to join other team contracts in the next 2 worlds. Note: go find a truly trustworthy partner. This wave of contract enhancement mainly increases the public space from the original 5 cubic meters to 10 cubic meters. Not only that, it also adds teammate communication within a 50-kilometer range, as well as a marking function. Marking can mark teammates or team targets, making them appear special in the eyes of team members. Other functions remained the same, but the penalty for forced withdrawal was increased, although it was meaningless to Mu Xing and Crazy. Even without the contractual constraints, they would not betray each other. So, are you ready to become real teammates? Mu Xing spread out the team contract and said, I'm a little uncomfortable with your formality. Crazy didn't hesitate at all, and directly signed his name and pressed his handprint. In an instant, 2 rays of light flew out of the scroll and fell into their bodies. Even if the contract is completed. If you want to join other teammates, just sign the contract. A team emblem appeared on the arms of the two at the same time, and then faded into the skin. After the contract was completed, it was as if there was an invisible link between them, and they could even vaguely sense the location of their teammates. This is probably one of the benefits of the team contract. I finally have a real teammate. The madman couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that he couldn't do it before, but he didn't dare. Now Mu Xing's appearance has given him a new choice. By the way, this is for you. The madman handed over some props he had collected in the past few days. There were quite a few things, including a few amulets, exorcism potions, talismans, all of which were props for defending against spiritual damage. In addition to protective props, there were also some consumables. Healing potions, antidotes, bullets, special arrows, and even food and water were purchased, filling several large boxes. It must be said that the madman was indeed an experienced veteran. He had thought of many things that Mu Xing had not thought of, and he had prepared them one by one. Finally, the madman took out a small box that looked like a metal Rubik's Cube. Universal repair item. Can repair various special items below the purple grade, providing 10% to 90% repair rate according to the degree of damage. Note: super repair box that transcends materialism and idealism, not affected by rules. What a good thing! Mu Xing's eyes lit up. It's a good thing, but it's too expensive. It's almost as expensive as half a purple weapon. I've been selling serum these days, and most of my income has been used to buy it. The madman couldn't help but say. Mu Xing felt that it was worth it. If he wasn't afraid of selling too much serum and being targeted, and worried about disrupting the market price, he would have wanted to wholesale the G-virus serum by the truckload. Mu Xing excitedly took out the silver particle weapon, and carefully opened the universal repair box. The white light instantly enveloped. Chapter 164. There is a quiet and peaceful place near the northeast coast of Maine, USA. In the early 16th century, a group of Indians, who believed in the gods of nature, gathered here. They could feel the mysterious power hidden in this land. They called it the birthplace of gods, and the resting place of souls. They lived and multiplied here in harmony with nature. In the 17th century, driven by the great wave of exploration, colonists from Europe discovered the beautiful and rich American continent and began greedy colonization. The arrival of colonists disturbed this peaceful and tranquil land. Different cultures and beliefs intensified the conflict. In the end, the colonists drove away the kind Indians, and took this land for themselves. In the 18th century, the colony was completely established. The cultural beliefs of the colonies of various countries were mixed, and because of the influence of the mysterious power of this land, a mysterious church called the Order was born. They mixed the doctrines of various sects, and even added the ancient Indian natural beliefs to form a new fusion sect, which was extremely xenophobic. They believe that a goddess born from the sun, and wearing a red dress, is the creator god. They believe that it is this main god who divided time, created order, and laid the foundation of the world. After creating these orders, the goddess died of exhaustion and promised to return to this world one day. The cult believes that their purpose is to protect the order set by the guardian god, and protect the normal operation of the world order. But now, the world has reached the dividing line of order, full of wars, diseases, famine. The order is about to collapse, and they believe that the only way to save is to revive the main god they believe in, let the great god set things right, and establish a new order for this world. For centuries, these hidden sects have been working to achieve this goal. However, due to the turbulent times, this peaceful place has never been peaceful again. In the early 19th century, the American War of Independence broke out. This became the place where the first wave of conflicts broke out. The federal government once again paid attention to this peaceful place, and officially named it Silent Hill. They built a field hospital here to treat the wounded. In 1820, Maine officially announced its separation from Massachusetts and joined the United States as an independent state, becoming the 23rd state. Afterwards, the war ended, the military personnel withdrew, and this place was forgotten again. 10 years later, in 1830, it prospered again due to the discovery of a large coal mine. Various speculators and businessmen joined in, established gathering points and towns here, and made Silent Hill prosperous again. Time came to the 20th century. As the coal resources in Silent Hill began to dry up, the Great Depression arrived. People began to move away from Silent Hill, but in just a few decades, it fell into decline again. However, some people took advantage of the unique geographical environment and natural scenery of Silent Hill to promote its ability to purify the mind and soothe the spirit. They established various mental sanatoriums and developed it into a large tourist resort. As a result, Silent Hill has leapt from a depressed mining town to a beautiful tourist destination. Every year, there are endless people who want to seek spiritual comfort and mental healing here. However, under this seemingly quiet and prosperous world, the cult that has been silent for centuries is expanding and growing again. Monopoly controls every aspect of Silent Hill. A new descent ceremony quietly started in the dark and gloomy place that ordinary people cannot see. When the whispering voice in his ear gradually faded away, Mu Xing slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely heard the roar of the engine under his feet, the vibration of the car window, and the north wind whistling outside the window. Crackling raindrops kept hitting the roof window of the bus. The rain and fog outside the window were hazy, and could not see clearly. Awake? Mu Xing turned around suddenly, and saw the madman sitting next to him. He folded his hands in front of his chest, but his eyes were fixed on the entire car. Mu Xing quickly looked around, and there were more than just the two of them on this quiet bus. 1, 2, 3. No need to count. There are 11 of us in total, except for the driver. The others are survivors. Madman said in a deep voice. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. So many? He noticed that Madman was the first to wake up, and he was the second. The bodies of the other 8 people swayed slightly, with the ups and downs of the car. I really don't know whether it's lucky or unfortunate that your first official world is a full-scale 10-player world. The madman joked, but he didn't feel nervous at all. It was obvious that he had already gotten used to it. Just then, Mu Xing heard a prompt from the survival system. Survivor Mu Xing, congratulations on becoming an official survivor. Survivor terminals are now issued. After the voice fell, a round stamp appeared in his hand. There was no pattern on the stamp, only 4 big characters, Survival Terminal. He clicked on the Survivor Terminal, and the Survivor Terminal interface was projected directly in his eyes. It is roughly divided into 3 columns. Personal information, storage management, and tasks. Personal information, needless to say, can display various physical information, skills, occupations, talents, etc. in detail. Even the skill proficiency can be clearly displayed. Storage management gives a personal portable space. Although it is small, it can store and retrieve items in combat. The task column is mainly responsible for accepting tasks and task tracking. Mu Xing opened the task bar, which is divided into main tasks, side tasks, and special tasks. Main tasks do not need to be accepted, they are directly issued by the survival system. Side tasks can be accepted according to one's ability. If you successfully complete the task, you can get side rewards. Generally, it is various equipment, props, skills, etc. In addition to the main and side tasks, there are also special tasks. The special task column will not be displayed directly, but needs to be triggered by oneself or opened with task props. Mu Xing glanced casually, and all the task bars were blank, and the prompt was loading. At this time, the others also slowly woke up. After the initial observation and confusion, they quickly calmed down. It looks like they are all official survivors. Mu Xing whispered. Zizi. At this time, the bus suddenly stopped. The driver stood up from the driver's seat. Dear passengers, the road ahead has collapsed. The road ahead has collapsed, and vehicles cannot pass. It is still 5 kilometers away from Silent Hill. Dear passengers, you can choose to go by yourself, or wait for the road to be cleared and follow the bus. Hearing this, Mu Xing frowned. Before he could say anything, a tall blond man stood up and grabbed the driver by the collar. It's raining so hard, you want us to walk there, drive for me. Although it was in English, it was automatically translated into Chinese when it reached Mu Xing's ears. This is also one of the special functions of the survival terminal. I'm very sorry, I don't want to, but I received a warning broadcast from the Silent Hill Road Management. The road ahead is buried by rocks and vehicles cannot pass. Bullshit, why didn't I see the landslide? Keep driving. Just as he was about to take action, the blond man was pulled by a strong right hand next to him. The two looked at each other, as if sparks were instantly struck. Don't block me, I want to get off the car. Chapter 165. The speaker was a tall man with an East Asian face. He was 1.95 meters tall, wearing a black suit, with an inverted triangle body and particularly broad shoulders. Bangladesh? The blond man's hand that was pinching the driver's collar slightly relaxed, and a disdainful expression appeared on his face. English, want to fight? The two of them confronted each other, and the atmosphere in the car froze. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the car. Stop it! An old hunter, who was nearly 70 years old, turned the revolver in his hand and slowly inserted it into the holster. Didn't you see that it's a full-match 10-man team? Are you going to start a fight right now? Mu Xing looked to the side. The old hunter had curly black dyed hair and wore a cowhide tricorn hat. He was dressed like a hunter. In addition to the revolver that had just been inserted into the holster, he also had a hunting rifle and a shotgun slung across his back. He had a red nose and a red neck, which was a typical redneck farm hunter in the United States. Although he was old, his muscles were not inferior to that of the blond Englishman. At the same time, the eyes of the entire carriage were fixed on the blond man. As if he felt that he had offended everyone, the blond man quickly raised his hands and said, "Don't be nervous, it's just a joke, just to liven up the atmosphere." As he said that, he reached out to adjust the suit of the Korean in front of him, with an expression as if nothing had just happened. The Korean obviously didn't appreciate it, snorted, and got out of the car directly. The others also got out of the car. Mu Xing and the madman exchanged glances, and the two people sitting in the back seat got out of the car last. Just as they stepped on the asphalt road, the rain that had just been pouring suddenly stopped. The surrounding humidity began to rise, and fog formed behind them. "It's not good, it's foggy." A middle-aged man wearing suspenders and a big belly frowned and said, "Hey driver, the road ahead." He knocked on the door and exclaimed, "Where's the driver?" The other survivors hurried back into the car to search, but found that the driver had disappeared so suddenly. It was as if the person driving their bus just now was a ghost. "Madman, did you see the driver just now? He disappeared into the fog." Mu Xing was stunned, but he didn't say anything more. He planned to wait and see what would happen. "Hey, get off quickly, the survival system has issued a task." A clear female voice sounded outside the bus, attracting everyone's attention, and they hurried to get off again. Mu Xing looked up and saw that the entire bus was rusting rapidly, and rusty words began to appear on the window glass. "Survivors, welcome to the survival world, Silent Hill Origin. This world is a multi-dimensional surreal survival world, and the survivors' attributes have world bonuses. Magic, witchcraft, spells and other magical equipment, skill effects increased by 30%. Firearms, explosives, and other technological equipment, skill effects increased by 20%. Physical strength increased by 15%, running speed increased by 10%, abnormal mental resistance increased by 20%, and sanity increased by 30%. The death backtracking penalty is different at different time stages in this world. Please check the survival terminal yourself. Killing monsters has a chance to get special equipment, and successfully clearing the level has a chance to get a singularity. Although the prompt texts on the full window are all positive attributes, it makes everyone outside look particularly ugly. "No, why are you all so sad?" A young man from Longwa with a sunny look asked puzzledly. The middle-aged man next to him shook his head. "Young man, you are still too young. You just became a formal survivor?" "Yes," the young man said without hiding anything. "Have you ever played a horror game?" "Yes." When a horror game doesn't give you any props, it means there are always many props and ways to survive waiting for you ahead. And when the game gives you guns and cannons at the beginning, and gives you status buffs, what does it mean? The young man scratched his head. "Does it mean we have to fight the boss?" "It means the danger we are about to face has exceeded our average strength, so the survival system will give a buff bonus." When the young man heard this, his expression instantly turned bitter. "Oh my god, I haven't married yet." This look instantly made many people laugh. "Everyone, since we are all in the same car, we are all colleagues. Please introduce yourselves." The redneck hunter with a gun on his back stood up and said. He pointed at himself first. "Caddis, an American, a hunter." The blond man next to him said, "Just call me William, a swordsman." Then he poked the Korean next to him, who had just had a conflict with him. Although he was very unhappy with the Englishman, he still said, "Jin Yongjin, Taekwondo is good." The New Year man with the big belly said, "Li Hongwei, you can call me Viagra, I know a little bit of Taoism he. If you want to read your face, fortune, or seek marriage, you can come to me." Mu Xing glanced sideways. This way good should be from Longwa, and the young man next to him should be too. As expected, the young man said, "Hello Zhou Chung." He patted the sniper rifle on his back, shooting enthusiast. Then, the girl next to him spoke. She was the one who discovered the words on the car window just now. "Hello, my name is Wu Qian, and I know a little magic." She raised the staff inlaid with blue gems in her hand. Next to her, there were two other girls. They looked a little shy, wearing a veil that only showed a pair of eyes, and they looked like they were from Baixiang. Molia, who knows hypnosis. Next to her, there was also an East Asian face, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his nationality was exposed. He nodded to everyone. "Narita man, from Sakura, he is good at spear and sword, please take care of him." Finally, everyone's eyes focused on Mu Xing and Feng. Mu Xing spoke directly, "Blood Moon, summoner." He must be training hunters, so he directly gave himself a position as a summoner. The madman looked around and said lightly, "Biley fighter." Obviously, he did not use the name of madman this time. The redneck old hunter Caddis walked to the center of the crowd. "Everyone, we all know each other. I just want to say one thing. Since we are in the same world, I hope everyone will put the overall situation first. Fighting between survivors is meaningless." Some people nodded in agreement, while others had no expression on their faces. Obviously, such polite words have no binding force on the old hands in front of them. Suddenly, Mu Xing noticed that the fog at the end of the road behind him was spreading rapidly and extending rapidly. At the same time, a white box truck was driving towards them quickly. The logo of Federal Logistics was printed on the body of the truck. I don't know if it was because the driver was tired and the driving was crooked, plus the road was slippery. The huge truck suddenly overturned and fell in front of them with a bang. The body of the truck rubbed against the ground and slid dozens of meters before it stopped. The 10 people on the road looked at each other, expressing that they were all a little confused. Chapter 166. Just then, the rusty words on the car window changed again. The main mission of the survivor has been released. Surviving in this world for 72 hours, you can return to the real world. Survival in this world is divided into 3 stages, and the prologue mission is now open. Please check the survival terminal for specific tasks. After seeing the prompt, everyone lowered their heads to check their survival terminals. Mu Xing turned the survival terminal into a pendant and hung it around his neck. He clicked on the survival terminal and saw the detailed instructions for the first stage of survival in the main mission. Prologue: protect the protagonist Travis and return to Silent Hill. If the protagonist dies, everyone fails the mission, the score is reduced by 5%, and a debuff of reduced income is obtained, which lasts for 1 day. Mu Xing was a little shocked. Is this the treatment of an official survivor? The score is reduced right from the start? No wonder the madman said that it is difficult for an official survivor to get a high score. No wonder many survivors have to become node hunters and compete with newcomers for nodes. At this time, the old hunter Caddis has climbed onto the overturned truck, opened the door, and pulled out a man with a bloody face. Mu Xing recognized the man, the protagonist of The Origin of Silent Hill, Travis. A driver of Federal Logistics. A heavy rain suddenly hit when passing through Silent Hill, and a mudslide occurred on the interstate highway ahead. In order to save time and deliver the goods to the destination within the specified time, Travis took a risk and planned to take a shortcut through Silent Hill. However, he didn't know that the mysterious power from Silent Hill had quietly chosen him. The mysterious power brought him to Silent Hill. What's going on? Shouldn't the protagonist drive directly into Silent Hill? How could it flip over here? William asked in confusion. It was obvious that it was not a coincidence that their bus stopped here. Don't worry about it. Isn't it common for the survival system to change the plot? I think the fog behind us is a bit dangerous. Li Hongwei, who claimed to be a Taoist priest, reminded him. Damn, they won't pull us directly into the surface world, right? William's face turned ugly. Hey, did you notice? The fog is a bit strange. The female mage Wu Qian exclaimed. Everyone looked back and noticed the strangeness of the white fog. The fog rolled, and wherever it passed, it was like a brush, brushing away the world behind the fog, and then continued to move forward. Damn, it's so exciting right after entering. Do you have to be so outrageous? Is this the difficulty of a full match of 10 people? The wind is strong and it's a pity. The Taoist Li Hongwei screamed and ran first with the rag backpack on his back. The old hunter directly carried the unconscious protagonist on his shoulders, and the others protected the protagonist in the middle like a star holding the moon. Crazy, what's going on? Mu Xing asked Crazy about his experience while running. Do you know the worldview of The Origin of Silent Hill? I remember a little. Silent Hill is a superimposed world composed of 3 different dimensions, divided into the real world, the surface world, and the inner world. The real world is the normal world, and it has now been developed into a sanatorium and tourist resort. The surface world is a world wrapped in white fog. This world is condensed and manifested by the mysterious power contained in Silent Hill. This world reflects the real world 1-to-1, showing a slightly dilapidated abandoned world. The inner world is a dark world of bloody collapse and corruption. It is a spiritual world condensed by dark spirits and evil wills. Although it is also a reflection of the real world, there are countless dark monsters. The madman nodded. Yes, this is the worldview of Silent Hill. From the current situation, we may be at the junction of the real world and the surface world. Mu Xing looked up, and the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds was shrouded in fog. Coupled with the rolling fog behind him, he realized that this was not a normal plot development. He hesitated whether to start the special mission here. At this time, the madman said, a blessing in disguise. High difficulty means high risk and high return. If you start the survival contest invitation mission at this difficulty, you should be able to get a 100% reward. Hearing this, Mu Xing felt relieved. He took out a scroll from the storage space and handed it to the madman. When we enter Silent Hill, we will start it at the same time, increase the regional difficulty to the highest difficulty in this world, and then apply to the survival system, which should trigger the survival contest invitation mission. The madman reminded, "Don't worry, check the situation first. Once this scroll that increases the difficulty is used, it cannot be changed." Mu Xing nodded. "Of course, this thing must be used just right. Triggering the task is one thing, but it cannot create a situation where death is inevitable." This is the method that Mu Xing got from Feiing about opening the invitation task for the survival competition. This method is simple and crude, but effective. In simple terms, when performing a survival task in the survival world, use a difficulty-enhancing scroll or prop to increase the difficulty of a certain area to the limit of this world. Extremely high difficulty will be noticed by the survival system, and there is a chance to trigger the survival contest invitation task. The survival contest is a contest used by the survival system to select elites, and the purpose is to select those seeds with excellent growth potential. And those survivors who have excellent performance in the survival world will naturally be noticed by the survival system. The survival system will be willing to provide these excellent seeds with an opportunity to continue to move forward. At this time, applying for the survival contest invitation task to the survival system will have a much higher chance of triggering. In the past, some experts would choose a simple world to use this method to get invitations. Mu Xing and his friends didn't have time to slowly choose. Getting an invitation in Silent Hill was their only chance. Moreover, their goal this time was not one invitation, but two. "Be careful, there are monsters." A cry of surprise brought Mu Xing back to reality. Looking up, strange shadows began to appear in the rice fields on both sides of the road. Something was approaching in the faint mist. Suddenly, those things emerged from the diffuse mist. One after another, hideous-looking scarecrows resurrected from the fields. These scarecrows grew broken flesh and twisted their limbs, turning into jumping monsters, pouncing on the people on the road with their claws and teeth bared. The terrifying round face opened its mouth, and the sharp teeth bit together, making a clicking sound. The claws were made of rusty scissors. It had no legs, but it could use the supporting sticks under its body to bounce forward. "Stop these monsters!" The old hunter Caddis, who was carrying the protagonist, shouted. He noticed that the monsters were heading towards the protagonist Travis. "Fire!" At that moment, the sound of gunfire like gunfire rang out. Mu Xing also took out the silver revolver and shot at the scarecrow. The moment the bullet hit the scarecrow, he obtained the scarecrow's information. Resentful scarecrow. The evil scarecrow attached with the power of resentment transformed into a monster under the influence of the power of Silent Hill. Mu Xing noticed that although these scarecrows grew flesh and blood, their defense was average, and ordinary revolver bullets could easily penetrate them. "I have never seen such a monster in the Silent Hill game," someone shouted. Chapter 167. The monsters in Silent Hill are all mental projections. I advise you not to let your imagination run wild. These monsters may be imagined by someone among us. The Sakura countryman Narita, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other, and the team that had been fighting the enemy together was suddenly filled with suspicion. Mu Xing shot at the scarecrow, and the madman next to him also held a shotgun and blasted all the scarecrows that tried to get close into pieces. This little devil is really good at causing trouble. Li Hongwei cursed inwardly with disdain, then retreated closer to Mu Xing and the madman. "Hey, two brothers, are you from Longhua? What's the matter?" Mu Xing shot the scarecrow in the head and glanced at him. Li Hongwei waved to a man and a woman in the team, and the two understood, slowed down, and came to them. Archer Zhou Cheng, and female mage Wu Qian. Li Hongwei whispered, "Since everyone is from Longhua, I will get straight to the point. Half of this team of 10 people are from Longhua. Why don't we form an alliance and control the right to speak for the entire team? Yes, there is strength in numbers. We have the advantage in numbers," Zhou Cheng said. "I agree too," the female mage Wu Qian also whispered. A ray of ice crystal burst out from the sapphire staff in her hand, and the ice crystal instantly pierced through the forehead of a scarecrow. The frost spread and froze its entire head into an ice sculpture. Mu Xing looked at the madman. "Brother Bailey, what do you think?" The madman deliberately frowned. "Brother Wei, are you sure that the strength of the 5 of us can suppress those people? What if there is an accidental discharge of the gun, and we don't get the right to speak, but are defeated by others? What will happen to the survival mission later?" He pointed at Mu Xing next to him. "To be honest, my strength is average, and my brother Shuyu next to me is a newcomer who has just become an official survivor." Mu Xing immediately took over the conversation. "Brother Bailey, what are you worried about? Brother Wei must have the strength and confidence to control the overall situation." He looked at Li Hongwei. "Brother Wei, if you don't mind, we will follow you, and you have to protect us." Hearing this, Li Hongwei scanned Mu Xing up and down, counting something with his fingers. He muttered, "You are really a newcomer." His expression changed immediately. "Ahem, I was just joking about taking the team's voice. Don't take it seriously." Obviously, he also realized that it was no wonder that 5 of the 10 people in the team were from Longhua. This is a balance of power, which means that the average strength of the other 5 people is higher than him. Then Wei Ge, the matter of forming a team. Mu Xing looked at him expectantly. "Haha, well, I think Brother Bailey is right. It is easy to be envied if we form cliques at this time. Let's go to Silent Hill to discuss this matter first." This guy left a message and walked away from them with his peachwood sword. How could he still want to form a team? Wu Qian and Zhou Cheng were also confused by Li Hongwei's Sichuan opera face changing. Mu Xing no longer paid attention to the two and focused on killing the scarecrows around him. "You get a special item, Scarecrow Mask." "Huh? Did you drop the item?" Mu Xing ran over and picked up the mask. It was ugly, and it looked like 2 eye holes dug out of the bark. Scarecrow Mask. Wearing it can increase fear resistance and slightly increase mental strength. An ordinary item with average effect, Mu Xing casually wore it on his head. He estimated that it increased his mental power by about 3%, which was better than nothing. Not only did he drop items, but others also got some dropped items. Is the drop rate so high? Mu Xing was a little surprised. This is the official survival world. The increase in difficulty brings an increase in the drop rate of various items. The madman also got a scarecrow sickle. He looked around. When everyone saw the item dropped, they worked harder to kill the scarecrow. Even the old hunter carrying the protagonist Travis couldn't help but stop and shoot. The prologue should be part of the system compensation, and it is also the last wave of supply reinforcement before we enter Silent Hill, the madman said. Mu Xing nodded in approval. Although there are many scarecrows, their combat effectiveness is average. Facing these official survivors, it is difficult to get close to them, let alone cause any damage to them. The thick fog behind them was advancing slowly, as if giving them time to kill the monsters. Now, everyone let go completely and began to actively hunt these scarecrows. In an instant, straw and rotten meat flew everywhere, and the explosion rate of various props was quite high. Mu Xing took out the bone saw cutter, with the revolver in the right hand, and the cutter in the left hand, and rushed to kill the scarecrows. You get a special prop, antibiotics. You get a special prop, redemption potion. You get a special prop, compressed biscuits. The things dropped by the scarecrows were extremely messy, with everything. Mu Xing just regarded these scarecrows as supply packs. At the same time, others also speeded up the killing. The old hunter was not only good at shooting, but also good at close combat. He used the protagonist Travis as bait to attract the most scarecrows. The tall Korean Jin Yongjin stood with him. He was really good at taekwondo. With his continuous kicks, the scarecrows could not get close to him at all. William held 2 sharp rapiers and cut back and forth. His body was extremely flexible. The more low-key one was the Sakura Country Narita man. He just hid behind the crowd and shot. Only when the props fell, he would rush out carefully to pick up the props, and then quickly return to the safe zone. The 2 girls also took out their guns and shot. Compared to magic, guns, which are low-cost props, are a must-have for everyone. Zhou Cheng, a young man next to him, has good marksmanship. He uses a sniper rifle to kill from a distance, and almost every shot hits the head. This guy is really a newcomer, showing his strength without any scruples, while those old-timers hide their strength as much as possible, and none of them show their true ability. Master, I have completed the adaptation of the rules of this world. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the God Seal sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Great, help me scan these survivors, record their battles, analyze their abilities, use mental erosion and brain wave reading when necessary, and don't be discovered. Don't worry, Master, leave it to me. The God Seal has grown very fast, and now he can handle Mu Xing's various requests with ease. This time he came to get the invitation letter for the survival competition. For these temporary teammates, he must know himself and the enemy to prevent them from ruining his plan. But at this moment, the God Seal suddenly trembled as if he had a seizure. What's wrong? Master, is this a multi-dimensional worldview? Yes, to be exact, it should be a 3-dimensional world, but it should not be considered a high-dimensional world, just an intertwined and superimposed reality dimension and spiritual dimension. Shanin said, No, Master, I can sense that there is a high-dimensional force surrounding Silent Hill, which is definitely higher than the reality dimension. If I can absorb this high-dimensional force, maybe I can evolve once. Mu Xing has heard a strong desire in Xinyan's voice. Don't mess around. Don't worry, Master, I won't act without your order. Chapter 168. The crowd rushed all the way, leaving behind a large number of scarecrow corpses. The white fog swept past, erasing all traces. Finally, half an hour later, they crossed the canyon bridge and entered a beautiful lakeside town. The plaque read that it was 2 kilometers away from the main city of Silent Hill. When they looked back, the chasing white fog suddenly stopped outside the boundary line. Someone returned to observe. The fog quickly dissipated, and everything around became clear again. The bridge they had just crossed had already collapsed, and looking down, there was a bottomless abyss. Obviously, the way they came was completely cut off, and they could only move forward. Ding ding ding. At this moment, all the survivors' terminals sounded a prompt. Mu Xing quickly sent the terminal interface. The prologue mission has been completed, and the supply reward has been obtained. Within 3 days, it will be refreshed every day in the form of airdrops. Please obtain the supplies yourself. Everyone looked at each other. There are still supplies, which means that there are many challenges waiting for them. Silent Hill survival mission officially started. Countdown. 72 hours. The first stage of the survival world begins. Punishment Day. There is only a short sentence of prompts, and nothing else. Mu Xing glanced at the time. 8 o'clock in the morning. That is to say, until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, it is the stage called Punishment Day. Just then, they noticed that Travis' figure began to fade away, and disappeared abruptly from everyone's sight. Where is the protagonist? Everyone looked at each other. It should be back to the plot. Didn't you notice that our mission is to send Travis back to Silent Hill, not to reach Silent Hill? William reminded them, and everyone suddenly remembered the mission description they had ignored. That is to say, the plot had already begun before we came to Silent Hill. Old Hunter Caddis said. Have you noticed that this doesn't seem to be the real world, but... Caddis pointed to the foggy sky. The surface world. Jin Yongjin took over. The word surface world made everyone nervous all of a sudden. Caddis stood up. The plot node is not right, but we are all veterans. I suggest that you enter Silent Hill and search for clues everywhere. Everyone will finally gather at Ikamira Hospital. Okay. I agree. Everyone nodded. Those who come here are not rookies. When the plot is unclear, collecting clues and intelligence is the most correct choice. In addition, in the survival world, in addition to survival, completing tasks, finding props, and improving strength are also the top priorities. In this case, let's set a time. In 6 hours, everyone will gather at Ikamira Hospital. Let's act on our own. Caddis clapped his hands. Is there a team? Li Hongwei started looking for a team again, but this time, he didn't look for Mu Xing and the others, but aimed at the Englishman. Mr. William, I am a Taoist priest, mastering the mysterious secrets from the ancient East, and I can exorcise ghosts and demons. Are you interested in cooperating? William glanced at him. Oriental. Sorry, I'm not interested in teaming up with you, or anyone else. I like to act alone. As he said that, he put the rapier back into the scabbard in his hand, ignored Li Hongwei's solicitation, and left first. Li Hongwei quickly approached the Korean next to him. Mr. Jin, are you interested in forming a team? I see that you are quite skilled. If we work together, we will definitely be able to. Before he finished speaking, Jin Yongjin lit a cigarette for himself, and chose a different path from William. No, why are you running so fast? Don't you know that it is safer to form a team? It was not only him who wanted to form a team, but also the little Narita man. He approached the 2 female survivors directly. Ladies, let me introduce myself. You can call me Narita-kun. I would like to invite you to act together. Do you want to? Moria subconsciously dodged to the side, and Wu Qian also leaned behind Zhou Cheng. You should find someone else. I already have a teammate. As the only 2 girls in the team, the 2 naturally chose to huddle together for warmth. Don't rush to refuse, ladies. I can not only provide you with security, but also share props. To be honest, this is not my first time to enter the Silent Hill world. We can have a good exchange. As he spoke, he got closer, with a somewhat obscene expression. At this moment, Zhou Cheng stood in front of him. What a disgusting guy, stay away from them, get out of here. He aimed the gun directly at the Chung Tian man in front of him. The rest of the people around him also looked over here. The Chung Tian man could only give up in disappointment. It's just a misunderstanding. He turned and left without hesitation, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Young people should not be the first to stand out, otherwise it is easy to be hated by others. Li Hongwei came back again, with a hand on Zhou Cheng's shoulder. Are you afraid of him? Zhou Cheng glanced at him, and pushed Li Hongwei's hand away. He walked up to the 2 girls and said, Let's form a team. The two girls nodded quickly, obviously approving Zhou Cheng's performance. Hey, add me in. Add me in the team. Just as the few people chose a direction to leave, Li Hongwei hurriedly chased after them. In just a few minutes, there were only 3 people left here. Mu Xing, Crazy, and Caddis. He shrank down, as if observing something on the ground. He wiped his finger on the shallow break mark, then put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. New break marks should have been here no more than 2 days. It looks like it should be the protagonist's truck. As he said, he stood up and looked at the madman behind him. Long time no see, madman. The madman nodded at him. Indeed, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to join the same team. It was obvious that they knew each other. The madman introduced to Mu Xing. We have cooperated in 2 worlds by chance before. Hello. Mu Xing nodded to the old hunter. The other party also nodded slightly, politely. But his attention was on the madman. You seem different. Really? The madman smiled and opened his hands. Congratulations, it seems that you have successfully solved those split personalities, otherwise, our trip to Silent Hill would probably be wiped out. The old hunter patted the dust on his hands and joked. Okay, let's talk business. What have you found? The madman got straight to the point. I'm not sure yet, but it's estimated that someone discovered us after we entered this world and trapped us, a group of uncertain factors, directly in the surface world. Someone? You mean the cult? Apart from these guys who control the mysterious power of Silent Hill, I can't think of anyone else. Of course, it is not ruled out that the power of this land is rejecting survivors from outside the world like us. Mu Xing, who was standing next to him, was shocked when he heard this. No way, isn't the survival world under the control of the survival system? How could the local power reject us? The madman said solemnly, there is only one possibility. This is the native world that has not yet been fully controlled by the survival system. Chapter 169. Silent Hill is a huge basin surrounded by mountains, and the beautiful Toluca Lake is located in the center of this basin. Even in the cold winter in Maine, this peaceful lake will not freeze. The faint lake mist rises, and most of the time of the year, this place is ethereal like a fairyland. This environment allows many people to find peace of mind here, so rafting on Toluca Lake has become the most famous tourist attraction in Silent Hill. Even in the surface world, Toluca Lake is still beautiful, and does not look like a human world. A light mist lingered, calm and peaceful, without a single wave. Just then, a small kayak came out of the mist and docked smoothly at the port. How is it? Any gains? Mu Xing asked expectantly, standing on the shore. Crazy and Caddis stood on the kayak and stared at the lake. We tried several times, but the lake is bottomless. Caddis shook his head. What do you mean? It means that if it is a world controlled by the survival system, even this surface world superimposed on the real world will follow certain physical rules. But the native world is different. The native world has its own set of operating rules, which are illogical. The madman explained. Caddis frowned on his old face, and the wrinkles on his forehead became deeper. This is troublesome. We may have entered the world struggle. What is the world struggle? The world struggle refers to the struggle between the survival system and the world's local forces for control of the world. This struggle is fierce and dangerous. We unlucky people are used as pawns. At this moment, Mu Xing noticed burning ashes floating in the sky. The ashes fell from the distant sky, scattered like catkins. He stretched out his hand, and the ashes fell into his palm. With a gentle rub, the ashes turned into black coal ash. He didn't remember similar ashes in the world where Silent Hill originated. He played this game when he was a student, a classic horror game on the PSP platform. But there was a similar ashes scene in the movie adapted from Silent Hill. Oh no, the intrusion of the survival system may have caused a counterattack from this world. Danger is coming. Woo! At this time, a sharp air raid alarm sounded on the other side of the lake. The piercing alarm sounded from low to high, and the volume kept increasing. The volume became louder and louder, penetrating the layers of fog and spreading to the entire Silent Hill. Caddis shouted fiercely, "Remember, we will gather at Ikamira Hospital. This is not a world that can be easily passed by one person." Mu Xing turned around suddenly, and he saw Caddis, who was close at hand, disappearing in the thick fog. He rushed towards the kayak. Crazy, come on. However, no matter how loudly he shouted, the madman remained indifferent, as if the whole world was blocking the two of them. The kayak was getting farther and farther away, and quickly disappeared in the lake. Then, Mu Xing saw that Toluca Lake seemed to begin to change color, and the originally clear lake surface turned into a dark rust lake. The lake water was like sticky, dirty blood, and the rust on the steel dock under his feet spread rapidly. The solid steel seemed to have experienced dozens or hundreds of years of erosion in an instant, and it decayed rapidly. Looking back, the entire Silent Hill was darkening, and in the decaying darkness, he saw a catfish-like monster emerging from the lake. Those catfish, which were as tall as a man, had human hands and feet. When they opened their mouths, there was a human face without pupils. Eyes were squeezed out of their heads like pustules. The catfish climbed onto the dock and rushed towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing's eyes condensed and his mental power swept over. Entity? That's right, these terrible catfish were not hallucinations, but monsters with entities. The mental shock swept out, sweeping all the catfish monsters that rushed over back into the smelly rust lake. Mu Xing covered his head fiercely, feeling a stinging pain in his mind. He saw that the mental shock and mental detection he had swept out were both materialized. The mental shock was like black ink swept out, and the mental detection was like rolling ripples of black fog. He knew that the mental power he had released was polluted. He chose to cut off the mental power he had released without hesitation. At the same time, he emptied his mind and downplayed his thoughts. Those who understand the setting of Silent Hill know that these strange changes are signs of the advent of the other world. The other world is a dark world created by the sins and evil thoughts in people's hearts. After receiving the mysterious power of Silent Hill, the invisible spirit and thinking turn everything into real things. All kinds of evil thoughts, sins, and fears will turn into materialized monsters. Mu Xing had the experience of being affected by the spirit of the divine seal on the Ishimura. The best way to deal with it is not to think, and try to keep your mind peaceful, so that the chaotic thoughts will not be materialized by the power of Silent Hill. However, when he ran all the way to the shore, he found that it was useless. He grabbed with his right hand, and the divine seal appeared in his palm. At this time, the runes on the divine seal were flashing wildly. Divine seal, what's going on? Can you find the source? Alyssa's projection appeared next to Mu Xing. She wanted to say something, but it was extremely vague, as if the signal was not good. With a sizzling sound, the projection disappeared directly. His eyebrows were hot, and a sense of crisis came over him. He turned around suddenly, and the cutter in his hand began to spin wildly. A cutter that appeared in a dark corner was rushing towards him. It just hit the saw blade of his cutter. Zombie? Mu Xing was no longer the incompetent rookie who encountered the cutter for the first time in the Ishimura. The cutter in his hand spun, directly cut off its head, and then kicked it away. Flying Star compound bow was taken out, and an armor-piercing arrow directly nailed it to the rusty wall behind him. Then, he saw more zombies appear in the alley. These zombies have one common feature, twisted, especially twisted. There was no hideous face that zombies should have on their faces, like dough, and their facial features were twisted together. Boom boom boom. There was a violent knock on the door in the room, and with a loud bang, the rusty door was smashed by a huge force. A sturdy blood-red hunter broke out of the door. The moment it saw Mu Xing, it rushed towards him. Mu Xing did not dare to use his mental power, so he pulled the longbow in his hand and shot an arrow into its face. The twisted dough face was pierced, and it continued to rush towards him. These corpses are similar in appearance, but not in spirit, he murmured. When the hunter rushed over, Mu Xing kicked the wall with his legs and did a backflip, easily avoiding the collision. Now there is a bad news and a good news. The bad news is that it seems to have the same immortality, and the good news is that this thing has extremely low intelligence. At this moment, Mu Xing felt that his silly second-generation hunter seemed to be extremely smart. Before Mu Xing could be happy, he saw dense corpses appearing in the streets and alleys, stepping on the rusty road, rushing like a tide. The wind was strong. Mu Xing threw a few Molotov cocktails back fiercely, and the rising fire was not to burn those monsters to death, but to create chaos and buy himself a chance to escape. Chapter 170. The flames ignited the wooden houses, and the raging fire blocked the pursuit of the zombies. Mu Xing took the opportunity to run out of the gathering place. He moved along the lakeshore towards the predetermined gathering point. The inner world, the outer world, and the real world are three parallel worlds. In the game plot, the protagonist Travis can rely on the mirror in the hospital to travel between the inner world and the outer world. Maybe he can find a way to leave the inner world when he arrives at Ikamira Hospital. He had just escaped the pursuit of the zombies, but before he could be happy, countless zombies began to emerge from the road and the lake. Still coming? There were so many zombies that it was impossible to count them, and they surrounded him from both sides. Mu Xing noticed that these zombies looked like pasted copies, and most of them looked the same. These seemed to be zombies I killed myself. Mu Xing recalled the zombies, and hunters he had just seen. They were all monsters he had fought against or killed before. It seemed that his killing of monsters was also regarded as a sin by the mysterious power of Silent Hill, and it was reunited. Punishment Day, is that what it means? But Mu Xing always felt something was wrong. He shouted and accelerated directly. Vard's awakening state was activated, and then the abnormal stagnation module was activated at the lowest gear. His speed increased tenfold in an instant. In Vard's awakening state, his body strength was able to adapt to the lowest gear of the abnormal stagnation module, and he could continue to accelerate for 1 minute. Then, he would enter the cooling state. Of course, it was not his body that needed to be cooled, but the abnormal stagnation module that needed to be cooled. He rushed all the way, trying to get out before the zombies on the left and right closed up. But there were too many zombies, and when he ran halfway, the zombies in front of him had already started to close up. He could only kill his way out. The silver-white particle weapon fell into his hand, and he held the gun with both hands. The surging energy gathered in the gun body, and dazzling high-energy particles jumped at the muzzle. The moment the power was completed, he pulled the trigger, and a dazzling blue light illuminated the dark inner world. Buzz! The surging particles turned into rays, piercing and burning everything in front of the path. The zombies' mortal bodies could not resist the penetration of high-energy particles, and exploded into blood mist in an instant. The zombies that closed in the road ahead were plowed into a channel for evaporation. Awesome! This was the first time Mu Xing tested this weapon. After using the universal repair box, the energy crystal that exploded on the gun head was repaired and restored to its former glory. But this thing consumed too much energy. After only one shot, Mu Xing saw that the energy scale disappeared by 1/10. Feeling distressed, he quickly put away the weapon. Before finding a way to recharge, he had to use it sparingly. With the help of the passage created by the particle beam, Mu Xing accelerated rapidly, rushed through the encirclement of zombies, and left them behind. Unable to form an encirclement, these zombies were basically no threat to him. What will happen next? The cold-blooded killer in the mental hospital. After getting rid of the zombies, Mu Xing observed the surroundings, alert to the danger that might appear again. At this time, the divine seal appeared next to Mu Xing. Master, I'm back. Back? Where did you just go? Master, I just dispersed into the three-dimensional world. Did you find anything? Mu Xing asked. I found that some people entered the real world, some people still stayed in the surface world, and some people were pulled into the inner world like the Master. What do you mean? The space-time of the entire Silent Hill is in chaos. The power of the higher dimension has lost complete control of Silent Hill. It feels like an outsider is fighting for control. Hearing this, Mu Xing thought of the world war that Caddis mentioned. The survival system is competing with the local control power for world control. Mu Xing said, it should be that the survival system is competing with Silent Hill for world control. This is the native world that the survival world has not yet completely controlled. The runes on the divine seal flickered, and the calculation ended after a moment. So that's how it is. No wonder I can't calculate the outsiders. It turns out to be the survival system. By the way, what else did you find? Master, I just tried to contact the high-dimensional power of Silent Hill. Mu Xing's face changed. Are you crazy? I'm sorry, Master. I couldn't find your location just now, so I had to take risks to seek new breakthroughs. Mu Xing heard that it was not the fault of the divine seal acting on its own. After all, it was also for itself. What was the result? I couldn't get in touch with it, but I sent it some requests and got a response. Response? I requested the ability to locate different worlds. It gave it? Yes, that's why I was able to find the Master so quickly. Mu Xing pondered, what does that power want to do? He knew that there is no love without reason in this world, and that power cannot help Shen-Yi without reason, unless it has other intentions. Seemingly seeing Mu Xing's worry, Shen-Yi said, don't worry, Master, I communicated with that power using the concept clone. Even if that power wants to harm me, it can't find the real me. Hearing this, Mu Xing was relieved. It seems that you have mastered this power, right? Yes, its response allowed me to find a way to connect the three clones to each other. Although we can't travel back and forth between each other now, instant messaging can do it. Mu Xing's face lit up. You mean, you can contact other people in the surface world and the real world? In theory, Master. Can you find where the madman is? Master, we have found Mr. Madman's location. Do you want to locate him? Quickly locate him. After a moment, the divine seal gave a reply. Master, Mr. Madman is on his way to the hospital. He is still in the surface world. Well, you turned your clone in the outer world into a communicator. Got it. At the same time, The madman who was moving forward in the white world and searching for Mu Xing suddenly felt a faint light flashing at the intersection ahead. What is that? He quickened his pace and saw a smartphone on a bench by the roadside. You have to know that the origin of Silent Hill is the timeline of the 1960s. Where did the smartphone come from? Faced with the weird thing, he subconsciously stepped back. However, at this moment, Mu Xing's voice suddenly rang out from the smartphone. Crazy, it's me! Hearing the familiar voice coming from the phone, Crazy rushed over and grabbed the phone. Mu Xing? It's me! Answer me a question, have you had breakfast? No, I'm waiting for dinner. Hearing the code match, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Where have you been? What's the matter with this phone? He asked quickly. I was pulled into the other world. This phone is my backup, and I can make calls across 3 parallel dimensional worlds. Crazy was stunned. He didn't expect Mu Xing to have such a method. Subconsciously, he wanted to doubt the authenticity of Mu Xing on the other side. Don't guess, I'm real. We came in to get the invitation letter for the competition, right? Mu Xing seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and quickly added a sentence. Chapter 171. Now, the madman was completely convinced. Even if the mysterious power of Silent Hill could imitate Mu Xing's tone, it would never be able to imitate the relevant information about the survival system. How is the situation over there? Not good. The monsters in this world are created by reading my heart. I'm rushing to the hospital. No, the longer you stay in the inner world, the more dangerous it will be. You have to find a place to leave quickly. How to leave? Mirror, I will find a mirror in front, and then guide you out of the inner world. Okay, I wait for your good news. I hang up first. There are more monsters coming. After hanging up the phone, the madman looked around and took out a map of Silent Hill that he had torn off the bulletin board. He had already obtained Mu Xing's location information. If it was in the same dimension, it was only 1 kilometer away from him. He rushed into the street ahead, looking for a room that could be entered. At the same time, Mu Xing found a room that had not been eroded by the other world, and prepared to train the hunter. More combat power, more safety. The zombie summoning scroll summoned 10 zombies first, and then took out the hunter seeds. The 10 zombies were devoured in an instant, and turned into meat cocoons. As his strength increased, the seeds he could bring out became more powerful. The more energy a seed can store, the faster it develops and grows. It was only a few minutes. The meat cocoon had expanded to nearly 1.8 meters. With a puff, the hunter bone blade cut through the meat cocoon and drilled out. When the body stood upright, the bones began to extend with a crackling sound, and at the same time, the shriveled muscles quickly became plump, and the body rose to 2 meters. This is the hunter seed that has been improved many times. The energy contained in it is enough for it to grow into an adult in a short time. The zombies are used only because they need materials for rebirth. When the hunter is completely grown, the bone spurs on his body will also grow. He dare not use the monsters in the other world as culture medium for the time being. Although these monsters have entities, their essence is the dark power from Silent Hill. Mu Xing is worried that he will accidentally cultivate a terrible monster. Looking at the silly hunter, Mu Xing felt quite friendly. Just then, the ground was cracked, and the wall was rotten. He knew that a new round of danger was coming. The hunter was the first to sense the danger, and smashed the rusty iron door in front of him, knocking all the crazy and twisted mental patients behind the door out. Then the bone blade swept across, cutting all the mental patients with twisted faces in half. The smelly blood splattered, and the broken limbs flew. After Mu Xing saw the mental patients, a terrifying shadow appeared, with rust particles floating on his body, sometimes turning into rust clouds, and sometimes condensing into entities. As expected, it came. Mu Xing knew that how could the escape world be without Valrid? Valrid in the other world is also very unique, and his body is made of rusty particles. Mu Xing took out his particle gun without hesitation and fired a shot. The azure high-energy particle beam illuminated the darkness, and the particle impact instantly blasted Valrid into pieces. It is indeed similar in appearance, but not in spirit. Although it looks similar to Valrid, it cannot imitate the essence of Valrid. It collapsed instantly under the impact of high-energy particles. However, before Mu Xing could be happy, he felt the ground shaking, and something was approaching him. Run! Mu Xing ran out with the hunter. With a loud bang, the whole building was smashed by something rushing out from the ground. Mu Xing looked up, and saw a terrible worm with bared fangs and claws. The master of the nest. Mu Xing recognized that thing, the huge corpse-transformed mother monster lying on the Ishimura spacecraft. The mentally ill, zombies, and corpse-transformed people around him all gathered over as if they were inspired. The body turned into a viscous liquid and quickly merged into the body of the huge Nest Master. As countless monsters merged, the body of the Nest Master became larger and larger. One after another, the eyes like light bulbs locked on Mu Xing and rushed towards him. Run this way. Mu Xing led the hunters to other streets. The huge body of the Nest Master swept across from behind, and the abandoned cars on half of the street flew high and fell like flowers from the sky. Mu Xing couldn't help but wonder, was this thing really created by Silent Hill? Divine Seal, is this thing really a corpse? Master, that thing may be created by the power of Silent Hill reading my runes. You? After calculation, although the Nest Master is imperfect, it retains the most basic functions. What do you mean? It means that we will face a huge aggregate, even. Mu Xing looked grim. He understood what aggregate meant. I just want to know if there is a way to solve it. Mu Xing ran all the way, and the giant behind him was like a dragon crossing the river, destroying everything in front of it. Master, the formation of the aggregate requires a large number of zombies. Even in the world view of Ishimura, it takes time to turn everyone in the world into zombies. But it is not necessary here. The power of Silent Hill can almost generate zombies infinitely, and the zombie mother can grow at an extraordinary speed. However, nothing is absolute. Energy is always limited, and cannot be released infinitely. Mu Xing understood what he meant. I understand. The solution lies in the inner world itself. By the way, I have a question. Are all the people who are pulled into the inner world in the same inner world? The runes on the divine seal flickered. Master, according to my observation and calculation, the inner world is different from the outer world. It is smaller in scope, and is divided into parts. Each part is an independent individual. I understand. Now I can only bet that the inner world I am in will collapse before I am killed by the Nest Master. At the same time, the madman called and brought good news. Mu Xing, I found a mirror that can travel through. The coordinates have been sent to you. I wait for you there. Okay. After the call was hung up, the red watch on Mu Xing's wrist lit up with a map projection. Mu Xing estimated the distance. It was not far, only about 400 meters away from here. At the same time, he completely let go of his thoughts and released the fear in his heart. In an instant, Mu Xing saw dense corpses, zombies, and mental patients appearing and frantically integrating into the mother body. The mother body could no longer maintain its worm-like appearance, and turned into a giant tumor that was getting bigger and bigger. The tentacle-like rotten tissue grew rapidly, constantly eroding everything around it. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that this inner world had begun to crumble, and black cracks spread in the sky. Obviously, this inner world could no longer bear it. Not only that, the runes on the divine seal beside him flickered, helping the huge aggregate, forcing its powerful desires to grow more wildly in this dark world. And Mu Xing ran towards the target point at a high speed. Closer, closer. He saw the house in front of him constantly decomposing, and everything was attracted by the huge aggregate. A mirror covered with blood stood quietly in it. Chapter 172. The entire dark inner world was collapsing. The huge tumor had grown to a terrifying height of 100 meters, and it was still expanding. Countless tentacles spread to the sky and the depths of the earth. It was no longer satisfied with absorbing corpses, and even began to devour the entire inner world. The huge tumor was beating, as if it was bred with some indescribable and terrible monster. Mu Xing covered his chest with one hand, and he felt his heart beating violently. The blood moon origin hidden in his body began to beat. What's going on? Mu Xing felt something was wrong. He felt something was calling him, sensing him. Looking back, was it the aggregate that looked like a god but not a god? How could this be possible? It was clearly just an alien created by the power of Silent Hill. How could it have the potential of a blood moon? Master, leave here quickly. This thing is wrong. Obviously, the divine seal also sensed something. It slowly floated up. The runes on the surface flashed quickly, and suddenly a dazzling red light burst out. The red light turned into a barrier, covering the space of 30 meters in radius. The moment the barrier was formed, Mu Xing saw countless cracks on the tumor, and Mu Xing saw terrifying big eyes through the cracks. It's that thing. When Mu Xing used the blood moon to go back to the last world, he saw those terrifying big eyes in the void. Could it be that some kind of power from them followed me, and came here, and then reborn with the power of the other world? Or is it that something in my heart was reflected and materialized? Mu Xing, come here and gather with me. A voice that sounded like a baby, and an old man reached his ears. Mu Xing was horrified, and fear rose and rolled in his heart. At this moment, he felt unprecedented fear, and a force was forcing his body to move towards the huge tumor involuntarily. Master, control the body with the mind. The divine seal reminded loudly. Mu Xing suddenly woke up, and quickly used his mental power to force his body to turn around and rush towards the mirror. Next to him, the hunter struggled to scratch the ground to prevent himself from being sucked away. Even with the barrier of the divine seal, the attraction was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, he saw a figure appear in the mirror. It was a madman. In the mirror, he was wrapped in white mist, and only a face could be seen. He yelled at himself inside, but all the sounds could not be transmitted. Master, leave here. What are you going to do? Don't worry, although I am just a replica, it is also a divine seal after all. I think there is something wrong with this thing. It may be related to the blood moon, Master. This clone of mine must stay here to find out the truth. Mu Xing nodded. He believed in the divine seal. Without hesitation, he grabbed the hunter with one hand and pressed the blood-stained mirror with the other. In the distance, the huge tumor saw Mu Xing was about to leave and suddenly became anxious. Swish! The huge tumor cracked open a big hole, and the scary eyeball was exposed. Mu Xing looked back and saw his own shadow reflected in the eyeball. Gather, gather, gather. The strange roar continued to sound. At this time, the madman opposite also pressed one hand on the mirror. Mu Xing felt the space around him begin to tremble violently, and the mirror vibrated. He seemed to hear the background sound of microwave radiation from the universe billions of light years away, and the sound of calling for aggregation gradually faded away. When everything around him turned into white light, Mu Xing instantly lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took. Wake up! Wake up! In the familiar call, Mu Xing felt that his consciousness was returning quickly. This feeling was like he used the origin of the blood moon to retrace his death, and woke up suddenly. What happened to me? He raised his hands, trying to recover his memory. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and saw the madman's concerned eyes. Are you feeling better? Mu Xing nodded. I almost died in the other world. It's too dangerous. Mu Xing turned his head to look at the mirror. The mirror reflecting his own appearance was shattered into countless cracks. On the mirror, a bright red bloody handprint was clearly audible. Looking around, this is the bathroom of a hotel. How did you pull me out? The madman pointed to his head. Intention. In the world of Silent Hill, intention is a physical thing. Imagine a rope, pull it, and it will become a physical thing. I think I understand what you mean. The madman touched the mirror. This mirror was broken from the inside, and the passage was cut off. I don't know what happened inside, but the other side of the mirror makes me feel very dangerous. As expected of a madman, his perception is very sharp. Mu Xing thought of the divine seal. He secretly communicated with the divine seal in his heart, and that part of the divine seal was indeed left in the inner world. However, there is also a clone in the outer world. He grabbed with his right hand, and the smartphone that was originally placed on the bathroom counter turned into a red light and disappeared into his body. Master, I have lost contact with myself in the inner world. The voice of the divine seal sounded. By the way, who is the main body? Who is the clone? Master, to be precise, they are all the main body and the clone. The three-dimensional me are all the main body. As a high-dimensional product, I exist in the three-dimensional world of Silent Hill at the same time. Mu Xing suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder the seal could communicate across different worlds. Can you still communicate with the high-dimensional power of Silent Hill? No, it disappeared. Disappeared? What do you mean? Sorry, Master. The existence of the survival system has limited my perception. Mu Xing took a long breath. Forget it. Let's do this for now. There are too many mysteries. Even the omnipotent seal can't see clearly, so he can only move forward and find a new breakthrough. In the eyes of the madman, Mu Xing was dazed, frowned, and relaxed. In his opinion, Mu Xing was adjusting his emotions. Until the other party raised his head, he knew that Mu Xing had fully recovered. Pushing open the door, Mu Xing looked at the wall that was beaten to pieces along the way with a strange expression. The madman smiled awkwardly. It's mainly because I was too anxious and hit too hard. Did you see anyone else? No, I was the only one who came all the way here. You suddenly disappeared. I waited by the lake for a long time, but no one came back. I could only rush to the hospital, and then I saw your phone. Mu Xing nodded, thankful for having a teammate like Crazy, and also thankful that Crazy was not pulled into the inner world, otherwise it would be basically impossible for him to escape from the inner world just now. Thank you for pulling me out. Thank you for what? We are teammates. Let's go. We have to hurry and meet up with others as soon as possible. I always feel that this place is very strange. Obviously, Crazy's keen perception made him aware of the strangeness of Silent Hill. Mu Xing nodded and followed Crazy out. Suddenly, he turned back as if he sensed something. He saw a blurry shadow of a girl reflected in the broken mirror. When he focused his eyes and looked over again, the shadow disappeared, leaving only the broken lens. Crazy, I may have seen Alessa. Chapter 173. Alessa? The madman turned his head and looked at him solemnly. I'm not sure. It was just a girl shadow that flashed by. If it was really her, it means that the descent ceremony is about to begin. Mu Xing said seriously. Could it be that Alessa pulled you into the other world? The madman asked back. Mu Xing shook his head. No, Alessa doesn't have such power now. At most, she can only serve as a guide to guide ordinary people like Travis into the other world. As for the anomaly just now, I am more inclined to the world struggle you mentioned. If that's the case, what does the survival system want to do? The madman touched his chin and thought for a moment, then he seemed a little irritated. Forget it, I'm still not suitable for thinking and decryption. Let's go to the hospital to meet up with others. Mu Xing patted the hunter who was guarding the gate like a doorman. Let's go. The hunter said nothing and followed Mu Xing silently. The rest of the journey was relatively peaceful. Except for the fog that made it difficult to tell the direction, there was basically no danger. The outer world is different from the inner world. Although there are supernatural monsters in the outer world, the number is relatively small. When they arrived at Akamira Hospital, they found that other people had already arrived here in advance. William from England and Jean Youngjin from South Korea. The two still didn't get along. William found a table from somewhere and boiled black tea with an alcohol stove. Jean Youngjin supported himself with one hand and did push-ups. Seeing the two people walk into the hospital gate, their eyes converged at the same time. Why you? Has the rest of the people not arrived yet? The madman walked over and looked around, and indeed found no one else. Hey you two, would you like a cup of black tea? William raised the cup in his hand towards Mu Xing and the madman. Do you English people like tea so much? Mu Xing was not polite, and pointed at William's tea table towards the madman. Of course, since the mysterious leaves from the East were introduced to England in the 17th century, it has become a necessity in our lives. As he said this, he did not forget to pick up the crystal teacup from the table, and pour a cup for Mu Xing and the madman. How long have you been here? Not long, about an hour. William looked at the two dusty people. It seems that the two Oriental friends seemed to have encountered some troubles. I was pulled into the other world, and so was Caddis. Oh damn, today is only the first day. How could you be pulled into the other world? William obviously felt a little incredible. Not only him, Jean Youngjin, who was wearing a suit, sat directly and unceremoniously at the round table, opposite William. Then he poured himself a cup of black tea. Hey you guy, I didn't say I wanted to buy you tea. William shouted. Jean Youngjin looked at Mu Xing, as if he didn't hear his complaints, and said seriously, you entered the inner world. Is there a problem? Mu Xing asked back. Today is the punishment day. Even though the word punishment is in the name, at most some monsters will appear in the surface world. They are not difficult to deal with. It is reasonable that the inner world should not appear so early. Mu Xing glanced at William, and then at Jean Youngjin in front of him. Didn't you hear the air raid alarm? I didn't. Me neither. The two shook their heads. Is it random? Mu Xing muttered to himself. Jean Youngjin was about to speak. Li Hongwei's complaints came from the hospital gate. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Why are there so many monsters in the surface world? Behind him, two girls also entered the gate sweating. The sapphire staff in the hands of the female mage Wu Qian had dimmed, and the blue magic inside was almost exhausted. Maria's face towel had been thrown away for a long time, and she was covered in dust. Bang! Bang! Just then, gunshots rang out. Then the fourth person ran into the hospital with a sniper rifle. It was Zhou Cheng. Is everything done? Li Hongwei asked. Don't worry, the last two biters have been killed, and there will be no trouble for the time being. Li Hongwei raised the gun in his hand, with a sunny smile on his face. It was not until then that they noticed that there were already 4 other people waiting for them in the hospital yard. Wow, how come you guys are so fast? When Li Hongwei saw William's pot of black tea, he rushed over impatiently and poured it into his mouth. Then he spurted it out in the next second, fanning his tongue with his hand. Hot, hot, hot. Hey, you ruined my black tea. William grabbed Li Hongwei's collar with an unhappy look on his face. Li Hongwei still fanned his tongue. Water, water. Mu Xing handed over a bottle of mineral water and opened it. Li Hongwei quickly drank most of the bottle in one gulp, and then he recovered his breath. You are asking for a fight. William raised his fist and was about to punch him. Oh, it's just a pot of black tea. I give you this as compensation. When William's fist fell, he had already handed over 2 red potions, and his fist stopped in midair. You're smart. William spoke in stiff Chinese, but the accent sounded weird. He grabbed the 2 potions. Mu Xing was a little shocked. He had seen this kind of fast healing potion in the Black Mountain Canyon trading area, and the price was not cheap. He didn't expect that Li Hongwei would give 2 potions to compensate for a pot of tea. As if he had achieved the desired effect, Li Hongwei grabbed 5 potions with his right hand. Everyone, self-produced, highly effective treatment potion, large quantity, preferential prices. If you are interested, I can sell it at cost price. Mu Xing was stunned. So this is your real purpose. However, the 4 people in front of him didn't seem to be very interested in his treatment potion. Everyone, don't be so cold. You can ask my teammates who are traveling with me whether the effect is good. The madman ignored him, stood up, and walked to the door of the hospital. Cottis hasn't come back yet. And that Narita man hasn't arrived yet? Has anyone seen him? Mu Xing asked. We've seen the guy before. He was following us at first, but then the monsters attacked, and he suddenly disappeared. Zhou Chun at the door said. Did you encounter monsters? Yes, there were quite a few. All of them emerged from the fog. Not only did they not drop any props, but they also cost us a lot of props. Li Hongwei sat down on the stairs without any image. Maybe he was eaten by those monsters? That little Japanese soldier is so despicable. I have seen him spying on Qianqian and Malia more than once. As they were talking, a disheveled figure was walking out of the thick fog step by step in the distance. Before he got close to the hospital gate, he fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Is the monster coming? Look, I'm in a hurry. Li Hongwei took out the 7-star peachwood sword and made an exaggerated gesture. But the man rushed over first, followed by Mu Xing. After getting close, Mu Xing's eyes condensed. It was Cottis. But he was in a very bad state. A rusty steel bar pierced his abdomen, and there were several deep scars on his body that could see the bones. Cottis, how are you? The madman helped Cottis up. Chapter 174. Others gathered around quickly. The 2 girls couldn't help but cover their mouths when they saw Cottis's miserable state. Cottis was in such a miserable state at this time, dying, with only half a breath left. William stretched out his hand to pull out the rusted steel bars on Cottis's stomach, but Li Hongwei slapped his hand away. If you pull it out like this, he will die. He explained. Look at the wounds on his body. Only when everyone heard this did they realize that Cottis's wounds were also rusty, and the blood that flowed out was pus like rusty juice. Obviously, the steel bar that penetrated Cottis's abdomen was not an ordinary steel bar. Some force had eroded his body, inhibiting his ability to repair himself. Mu Xing squatted down, checked his wound, and wiped a little of the thick rusty blood with his right hand. He calmly sent the rusty blood into the original beehive. Divine seal, study it. Okay, master. At this moment, the seriously injured Cottis slowly opened his eyes. Hey Cottis, how are you? The madman asked anxiously. Don't worry, he won't die, but if he delays any longer, he will die. Beside him, Li Hongwei took out 2 quick healing potions. Old Kaitu, do you want to buy 2? The price is excellent. The medicine will cure the disease. You will be satisfied, just the cost price. Cottis shook his head. It's useless. This is an injury from the original world. Our treatment drugs are ineffective. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at the nearby hospital gate. Take me to the hospital. There can save me. The madman next to him waved his hand and shouted, Disperse, everyone disperse. Carry him to the hospital first. The madman and William worked together, carrying Cottis and running to the hospital. Open the door. Zhou Chun, who was standing next to him, shot directly at the lock of the hospital door. With a bang, the door lock was broken, and then he kicked the hospital door open. A gust of wind whistled out from the long corridor of the hospital, carrying white ashes. The hospital seemed to have experienced a fire. The surrounding walls were burned black, and the counter was even more charred. The residue left after the fire was twisted into a ball. However, the moment they stepped into the hospital, the surroundings suddenly became noisy. The hospital was clean and tidy, the lights were bright, and the evening sun was shining through the glass into the hospital. Facing these strangely dressed guys who suddenly broke in, the eyes of the entire hospital hall were focused on them. Does anyone know what's going on? Have we traveled through time? Wu Qian asked weakly, holding the staff in her hand. Everyone looked at the changes around them in shock, and the world wrapped in gray and white mist behind them had completely disappeared. We have entered the real world of Silent Hill. Li Hongwei looked around and said solemnly. The madman had already started shouting for doctors to save people. Soon, a group of doctors and nurses came with a cart. Seeing Caddis with a steel bar stuck in his stomach, they said, "Quick, prepare the number 3 operating room, prepare for surgery." Several professional doctors worked together to lift Caddis onto the emergency cart. "Get out of the way, everyone!" They hurriedly pushed Caddis to the operating room. Mu Xing noticed that after entering the real world, the steel bar on Caddis's stomach became normal, and the rust in the blood of the wound also disappeared. At this moment, the voice of the divine seal came from his mind. "Master, the blood sample you sent in is just ordinary blood, nothing special." "Huh? Didn't you detect the corrosive power of the other world?" "No, Master." "Are you sure?" "Of course." Mu Xing looked at the operating room door that was closed with a clang. His eyes narrowed slightly. The most nervous person here was the madman, who stared at the door of the operating room. He didn't come back to his senses until Mu Xing patted him on the shoulder. "Are you okay?" Mu Xing asked. Crazy shook his head. "Maybe I'm too nervous. After all, there aren't many old friends left." "Crazy, do you feel something strange?" Mu Xing whispered. Crazy turned around and said he didn't quite understand what Mu Xing meant. Among so many people, it seems that only Caddis and I were pulled into the inner world, and everyone else just stayed in the outer world. "Do you suspect Silent Hill is targeting you?" "Not against us, but against me." "You?" "I don't know, I just feel something is wrong." Mu Xing thought about his experience in that weird world again. The madman said, "Don't be too nervous. In Silent Hill, anxiety can be materialized. Maybe a bunch of anxiety monsters will come out soon, haha." Mu Xing looked at the madman speechlessly. "Your joke is not funny at all." "Okay, take a rest for a while, I go check on Caddis." As he said that, he walked directly to the operating room. Mu Xing shook his head. Maybe he was too nervous. After all, it was his first time entering the real survival world. There was a lot of tension when he first came in, so it was inevitable that he was a little nervous. Mu Xing walked to the hospital door and took a step with his right leg. He wondered if he would step into the surface world. After all, they switched directly from the surface world to the real world after entering the hospital. However, when he took a step and stood in the hospital yard, everything around him was the same as before, and there was no change. The dim sunlight shone on his shoulders. There was no thick fog around. This was not the surface world. However, this real world made him feel extremely unreal, as if he was in a lifeless and dilapidated town. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure coming in from the hospital gate. "Isn't this the missing Narita man? So he came to the real world?" "Hey!" Mu Xing was going to call him to ask about the situation. However, just as he reached out his hand, something surprising happened. The Narita man who was looking around just passed through his body and crossed his path. What happened? He turned his head suddenly, and the Narita man didn't seem to see him. He walked into the hospital like a phantom. Mu Xing hurriedly turned back to chase him. But the moment he chased into the hospital again, the sunlight disappeared, the doctors and patients around him also disappeared, and even the survivors disappeared without a trace. All he saw was the burnt hospital. Mu Xing shook his head, closed his eyes, and opened them again, and it was still the burnt hospital. Mu Xing did not continue to step into it, but slowly stepped back. Then, everything around him changed again. He saw a new scene. The foggy sky was filled with floating ashes, and a thick layer of ashes had already accumulated inside and outside the yard and on the roofs. Walking out of the hospital yard, he saw a silent hill that had been burned by a fire in the thick fog. Mu Xing was completely confused. What is going on? Mu Xing looked at the hospital gate and walked towards the gate step by step. He saw the operating room number 3 at the end of the corridor. The red light was still on, and the 3 big characters of operating room were particularly conspicuous in the dark hospital. He was about to step in. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind. "Don't go in." Mu Xing's raised right foot was suspended in the air. He turned around and saw a small figure standing on the road outside the hospital compound. She was wearing a blue school uniform dress, and her pair of dark eyes stared straight at him. Chapter 175. Alessa? Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Alessa in the plot? Alessa is the absolute protagonist in the Silent Hill worldview. In the Silent Hill worldview, at the beginning of the world, the first humans had eternal life, but they had nothing. Their bodies were filled with pain all day long, and their hearts were filled with hatred. They fought endlessly, wanting to seek death and tranquility, but there was no god of death to take their souls away. Desperate humans were forced to sink deeper and deeper into eternal chaos. Until one day, a man offered a poisonous snake to the sun, praying for salvation from the gods. And a woman offered a reed to the sun, praying for joy from the gods. The gods accepted the reed's sacrifice, and she had pity on the earth shrouded in sorrow and pain, so she was born from the sun into the world. The gods created time, divided day and night, delineated the path of salvation, and laid the order for the operation of the world. She also promised to create a paradise where only happiness and enjoyment exist to lead those believers who are willing to believe in her. However, the power of God was exhausted before creating heaven and turned into dust. But she promised her believers that she would return. The cult inherited the will of God, maintained God's path of salvation, and waited for God to come again. However, as time passed, the God they were waiting for did not return after all. Today, the world order has collapsed, sin and pain have come to the world again, and the order created by the goddess is about to collapse. The cult no longer sits and waits for death, but takes the initiative to launch a plan to resurrect the gods. Due to the conflict of ideas, the cult was divided into three major factions: the saints, the mothers, and the messengers. Among them, the saints are the most radical and the most powerful. They believe that performing the ritual of the birth of the saint is a suitable way to welcome the return of the goddess. They summon the power of God sprinkled on this land through a special summoning ritual, allowing the consciousness of God to reside in the body of a qualified woman in the form of a fetus, and finally be born in the sacrifice of fire. The vessel they chose for the descent of God is Alessa. Alessa, a baby girl born through a special ritual, is born with strong mental power and mysterious superpowers. In the Silent Hill Origins game plot, the Saint Bishop Dahlia performed a fire sacrifice on Alessa. However, the summoning ceremony was interrupted by the appearance of the protagonist Travis, who passed by. Travis rescued Alessa from the burning house while she was being sacrificed in the fire, interrupting the summoning ceremony. Alessa, who was burned beyond recognition by the fire, did not die because of the power of God in her body. In a panic, Travis sent the burned Alessa to a Chimera hospital. However, this is not the end, but a new beginning. The cult, unwilling to accept defeat, imprisoned the burned Alessa and prepared to perform the summoning ceremony again. After the initial struggle, Alessa began her plan of self-rescue and revenge. So far, the game plot officially unfolds. In the game, it was Alessa who guided the protagonist Travis step by step to complete redemption and prevented the cult's conspiracy to descend the gods. However, the situation has changed now. It seems that the addition of the survival system and the appearance of survivors have changed the plot a lot. Not only that, Mu Xing discovered that the plot of the Silent Hill movie was inserted into the plot of the game world. The terrifying other world and the irregular world switching in the hospital made Mu Xing feel that this world was very strange. And now, Alessa, wearing a blue school uniform, stood quietly in front of him. What did she want to do? Guide him? Mu Xing turned around and looked at the dark hospital after the fire. The operating room sign at the end of the corridor was still bright. In the end, he still didn't step into the hospital gate again. Because when he approached, he felt the danger between his eyebrows for the first time in a long time. The experience gained from the world of escape told Mu Xing that memory, perception, seeing and hearing could all become means to deceive you. Only your sixth sense will not lie. When he looked back, Alessa had gone far away. Mu Xing hurriedly chased after her, and the hospital gate behind him was getting farther and farther away from him. With a clang, the hospital gate suddenly closed. Hey! Mu Xing tried to catch up with Alessa. His speed was not slow, but the small shadow was always stable in front of him and could not be surpassed. He tried to contact the God Seal. However, this time, he did not get a response from the God Seal. He thought about it and stopped chasing Alessa and flashed into the original hive. The moment he entered the original hive, the confusion that had always shrouded his mind disappeared without a trace. However, he did not see the God Seal in the hive, only the Red Queen host was running. Welcome back, Master. Red Queen held up her skirt and made a welcoming gesture. Mu Xing looked around. Where is the seal? Red Queen shook her head. Master, you can go to the second floor to find it. There is an area that my system cannot penetrate. Mu Xing nodded. Go directly to the second floor through the elevator. The rules of the second floor come from escape, and the area is much smaller than the first floor. Now the main building is only 1/3 of the size of the first floor. The 3-story body generator stands quietly in the center of the laboratory. Suddenly, a black shadow attacked from behind. Mu Xing turned his head subconsciously, and saw a furry thing pounced on him. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he jumped into his arms. Tondo? Mu Xing touched the cat's head. Tondo meowed and began to roll around in his arms. Wait, how can this fat guy be so fast? Mu Xing realized that Tondo's speed seemed not something that an ordinary cat could have. He scanned with his mental power and immediately found a clue. He actually sensed the existence of the G virus in Tondo. The divine seal wouldn't use sugar beans for experiments, would it? Mu Xing shook his head. The divine seal couldn't do that. The only possibility was that the sugar beans were somehow contaminated with the G virus. The amazing thing was that the fat cat didn't turn into a monster, but was successfully fused. It licked its paws and stared at Mu Xing with some resentment, as if it was hungry. Mu Xing stroked the cat's head and searched the entire second floor. Finally, the divine seal was found in the body generator. The divine seal was now completely white, as if its soul had been taken away. What's going on? Mu Xing used his watch to contact the Red Queen on the first floor. Where are we now? We should be 1,000 meters underground in Silent Hill. Which world? Sorry, Master, I don't understand what you mean. Can you send me outside the hive? Mu Xing asked tentatively. Yes. Mu Xing felt a trance in front of his eyes. He appeared out of thin air on the sunny street. Looking at the scorching sun at noon overhead, the Toluca Lake in the distance was rippling with waves, and there were boats sailing. Everything was filled with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. This is the real world, Mu Xing murmured. Send me back. Mu Xing communicated with the ring. The next second, he returned to the original hive. Then he thought about it, and this time he didn't need Red Queen to send him out, but used his authority to send himself out. He opened his eyes. This world was wrapped in fog, and the flying ashes kept falling. His expression became solemn. Sure enough, there is not just one Silent Hill here, but two. Chapter 176. Mu Xing held the pale divine seal in his hand, and began to inject the blood moon essence into the divine seal. Now his blood moon essence has been raised to the upper limit of 150%. This time, he did not hesitate to inject 20% of the blood moon essence into the divine seal. With the injection of the blood moon essence, the pale divine seal gradually became full, and red light shone from the divine seal. Those lifeless runes also began to light up. The function of the divine seal began to recover, but the self-awareness gained by the divine seal in the Ishimura did not return. At this time, the red divine seal in Mu Xing's hand was completely a machine that operated according to the set program. However, because of his fusion with the divine seal, he now became the controller of the divine seal. Mu Xing's mind moved, and his consciousness was projected into the divine seal. In an instant, everything in his eyes changed. He saw the layered world, and the primitive honeycomb embedded in the underground of the world. When he carefully observed the layered world, he saw an extremely chaotic scene. He saw 2 3-layered sandwiches twisting together. The 2 sandwiches showed signs of merging with each other, but were full of repulsion. Mu Xing knew that the 2 sandwiches represented 2 different Silent Hill worlds. Compared with the game, the movie version of Silent Hill has a relatively different worldview. It also experienced the foreign colonization in the 17th century, and the War of Independence in the 18th century. At the beginning of the 20th century, the mining business of Silent Hill came to an end. The gradually depleted mining industry began to be unable to sustain the development of Silent Hill, and a serious mining accident completely buried the entire mining industry of Silent Hill. This incident dealt a severe blow to the economy of Silent Hill. The mines were closed, and the workers were unemployed. The Silent Hill here was not transformed into a tourist destination by investors with unique vision as in the game. The once prosperous Silent Hill was now full of disappointment and ruin. In such an environment, some extreme religious organizations began to grow. They are extreme and dangerous, worshipping a fallen angel named Samuel. The church believes that burning the witch who represents evil can purify the town and bring hope to the town. In a depressed environment, the thoughts of people who are desperate for life also become extreme. The church uses such means to control people's hearts. Later, a female bishop named Crispella took control of the entire church organization, and the church became more and more extreme. She claimed to be an apostle of Samuel, intending to summon the fallen angel Samuel to come and completely purify the town of filth and uncleanness. In her plan, her sister Dahlia Gillespie became her target. She gathered the power of faith of the believers to hold a special ceremony, and use her sister as a vessel for the devil to summon. However, the ceremony was not perfect. A few years later, a girl carrying half of the power of the Samuel devil was born. Her name was Alessa. The girl grew up day by day, but had an unfortunate childhood. Crispella declared everywhere that Alessa, who had strange powers, had no father, and was a natural witch. So Alessa has been bullied and ridiculed since she was a child, and even encountered molestation by the cleaner Colin during one of her escapes. Everything was in Crisabella's plan. She saw that the time was ripe, and it was time to summon the complete power of Samuel. She held a grand fire sacrifice ceremony, intending to burn Alessa alive to summon the complete demon Samuel. However, an accident occurred during the fire sacrifice. The falling lamp smashed the fire sacrifice basin, which not only interrupted the sacrifice, but also ignited the coal mine deep underground under the action of some force. The fire burned the entire Silent Hill, and many innocent people were burned to death. However, Alessa was not burned to death by the fire, but was rescued by a policeman named Gucci and sent to the hospital. Alessa, who was in great pain, was completely split. She released the evil Alessa and the kind Alessa. In order to punish those evil people, the power of the evil Alessa extended to create the surface world, trapping Crisabella and those evil believers in that gray and foggy surface world. Her true self is hiding in the dark and deep inner world, accumulating strength for revenge. The kind-hearted Alessa is adopted by the protagonists, Mr. and Mrs. Ross, and is named Sharon. A few years later, under the inspiration of her true self, Sharon's health has problems as she grows up, and she keeps repeating the name of Silent Hill. For the sake of her daughter's health, Mother Ross resolutely decides to take her daughter to Silent Hill to find out. This is the beginning of the plot of the movie version of Silent Hill. Next, Mother Ross will gradually uncover the dusty darkness of Silent Hill while searching for her daughter Sharon in Silent Hill. In general, the plot of the Silent Hill movie version will be greatly changed compared to the game. The power that dominates Silent Hill has also changed from the high-dimensional power contained in Silent Hill to the power of Samuel summoned by the church and Alessa, who controls this dark demonic power. Mu Xing used the high-dimensional perspective brought to him by the divine seal to see the two worlds that are now entangled. In these two entangled worlds, he saw some special light spots. In the game plot world, Mu Xing saw a special red dot. In the movie plot world, there is a deep dark black dot and a pure and flawless white dot. And between the white dot and the black dot, there is a special gray dot. The gray dot flickers, sometimes existing and sometimes disappearing. When Mu Xing wanted to get closer to observe, he found that an invisible film blocked him and stirred up layers of counterattack ripples. Fortunately, Mu Xing quickly cut off the special perspective of the divine seal, so he was not caught by the counterattack ripples. What are those light spots? What are the counterattack ripples? Mu Xing was full of doubts. After waiting for a while, when the mysterious film calmed down again, he began to try other functions of the seal. He found that the seal could be used to make special marks in different dimensions. When he finished marking, he only needed to consume 1% of the blood moon essence to shuttle between the mark points. This was like the protagonist Travis using a mirror to shuttle between the inner and outer worlds, but he was more advanced, and used the seal to shuttle directly. He tried to search for the consciousness of the seal, but found that the consciousness of the seal was not in the same Silent Hill world as himself. According to observation, the consciousness of the God Seal is in the movie version of Silent Hill, while he is in the game version of Silent Hill. He suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he felt that Silent Hill was strange before. Why was the mission to send Travis back instead of arriving? And why did he suddenly disappear after sending Travis into Silent Hill? That was because the place they entered at the beginning was not the real destination of this trip. It was because the two Silent Hills intertwined and blended with each other, and they were teleported into the movie version of Silent Hill by the survival system. So, they entered the wrong world from the beginning. Chapter 177. In order to verify his guess, Mu Xing asked Red Queen to send him to the real world of Silent Hill in the game version. In a trance, Mu Xing appeared again on the sunny streets of Silent Hill. At this time, the timeline of Silent Hill was the 1960s, and all the street buildings were very much in the style of that time. Looking up, there was no ashes falling from the sky, the sun was shining, and Toluca Lake was next to it. He mentally controlled, unlocked a motorcycle, and headed towards the street in his memory. The development of Silent Hill's tourism industry has attracted a constant stream of tourists from all over the world, including many wealthy people. Casinos, nightclubs, bars, and various consumer places are also very lively. On both sides of the road, there are many shops under the banner of spiritual healing. Through the glass windows, you can see guests meditating. The thick soundproof glass blocks the hustle and bustle of the street, allowing them to meditate without distraction. Continuing forward, Mu Xing saw the very famous Cedar Forest Mental Sanatorium on the hillside by the lake. This sanatorium plays a very important role in many Silent Hill games. He has confirmed that everything here is not fake. Mu Xing's spiritual power penetrated into Toluca Lake. The lake is 1,000 feet deep, but it is not bottomless. The water of Toluca Lake is very strange. It is divided into 2 layers. The upper layer is cold water, and the bottom layer is higher than the upper layer all year round due to geothermal reasons. So even in winter, Toluca Lake will never freeze, but emit mist all year round. In the game setting, people with strong spiritual power can sense the mysterious power of Silent Hill. However, Mu Xing is not very willing to sense that mysterious power. From the beginning, the power of Silent Hill was pure and flawless, and it was the place where the souls of the Indians returned to. However, with the arrival of colonists, this sacred place of Indians became the grave of Indians. The colonists massacred them, and the blood dyed the land red. Then, the colonists experienced war and famine on this land, established concentration camps and prisons, gave birth to cults, and performed various evil sacrifices. Sin and evil thoughts further polluted the pure power. By this generation, the power of Silent Hill is no longer pure. Perhaps the birth of Alessa is not only a baptism of evil on this land, but also a purification of Silent Hill itself. He did not dare to bet whether he was in contact with the pure side or the dark side of this land. Mu Xing accelerated suddenly and finally reached the other side of the lake, a Chimera hospital. Before, I saw the phantom of Narita Man here. It should be the moment when the 2 Silent Hills intersected, and the phantoms in different worlds projected each other. But Mu Xing didn't understand why the hospital kept switching worlds at that time, and why Alessa warned him not to go in. At this time, his confusion was like the thick fog in the outer world, which could not be dispersed for a long time. To be honest, he would rather fight monsters in the inner world than continue to fall into this confusing and chaotic mystery world. But the reality is like this, and he has no choice. With a sound of Z, Mu Xing slammed the brakes and the motorcycle stopped at the door of a Chimera hospital. He was not in a hurry to enter the hospital, but first used the divine seal to make a special punctuation here. Then he contacted the Red Queen. Take me back to the original hive. In a trance, he returned to the original hive. Meow meow meow. Tondo pounced over in suspense, and lay on Mu Xing's legs, seeming a little angry. He slapped his head. I almost forgot. He quickly took out a bag of cat food and poured a full bowl. Forget it, I give it all to you. Mu Xing poured the bag of cat food directly to Tondo. Then, Mu Xing's mind moved and he disappeared into the hive. This time he returned to the movie version of Silent Hill, which was full of ashes. This was the surface world. He had just taken out the seal when suddenly, a red light approached at a very fast speed and sank into the seal. Master, I just couldn't sense my true body. Mu Xing heard the long-lost voice of the seal. Did you just realize it? Your true body has always been in another world. Ah? Even the seal was a little confused. Mu Xing pointed to his head. You will know if you read it yourself. After a moment. So there are 2 Silent Hills. No wonder I feel so empty even though I am divided into 3 parts. Mu Xing did not speak, but directly marked a point in this surface world. Master, what are you doing? Don't come back with your consciousness yet. I will borrow your body for a while. He was about to leave, but thought for a moment. By the way, help me contact the madman. Master, the madman seems to be a little bit wrong. Shanine said. What's wrong? He seems confused. Mu Xing frowned and began to recall. He remembered that the madman was fine when he entered the plot world, and there was no problem when he pulled himself out of the inner world, but he seemed to have changed after entering the hospital. He seemed to care too much about his old friend Caddis. Before Shanine said this, he didn't feel anything wrong. He returned to the original hive several times, and the confusion in his head almost disappeared. Now the more he thinks about it, the more wrong it seems. Protagonist, I think there is something wrong with Caddis. What do you mean? Mu Xing also noticed it, and he wanted to hear what Shanine thought. That guy seems, how should I put it, a bit like my state just now. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Do you mean the state of no body? Not no body, but the state of feeling there, but not actually, and actually there. Mu Xing, You've got me confused. Does the owner know about phantom limb pain? Mu Xing nodded. Yes, the patient subjectively feels that the amputated limb still exists, accompanied by severe pain, which is mixed with the pain of amputation. The pain of the double perception of the mind, and the body is called phantom limb pain. Yes, that's about what I mean, but this feeling is more advanced than phantom limb pain. Although the limb is gone, you can imagine a limb, and it really exists, but this limb is not your original limb. Okay, stop it. Mu Xing asked Shanine to shut up. He was already having a headache. So what do you want to express? Shanine said, I think Caddis is a product of such a state. Product? Master, do you remember that drop of blood? The divine seal continued. From the performance characteristics, Caddis was hurt by the power of the other world, but there is no power from the other world in that blood. There are two possibilities for this situation. First, he did not enter the other world at all, and he deceived everyone. Second, the power of the other world cannot hurt him at all, because Caddis is not a real phantom limb. So, Master, do you understand? Mu Xing nodded. I probably understand. In this case, you can help me observe the situation of the madman and Caddis first, and I will talk to you when I come back. Master, where are you going? Another Silent Hill. Chapter 178. Teleport. Mu Xing shouted in a low voice, and under the gaze of the Divine Seal's consciousness, the rune representing space on the Divine Seal's body lit up. Wrapped in red light, the space twisted and disappeared directly into the air. TSK, my master is so arrogant that he directly uses the blood moon essence to teleport through time and space. Should I also learn to act cute like Tondo, so that I can ask for more blood moon essence? Mu Xing didn't hear the Divine Seal's mumbling. He had already returned to the real world of the game version of Silent Hill. In the game plot, the cult's plan to descend the spirit was forced to be interrupted due to the appearance of Travis. After Alessa, who was severely burned, was sent to the hospital, she was quickly controlled and transferred by the church behind the hospital. They secretly sent Alessa to the basement of the hospital, where Nurse Lisa was responsible for taking care of her, and then prepared for the second descent ceremony. Mu Xing was not sure about the current timeline, so he decided to enter the hospital first to find out. More importantly, he wanted to find the survivor Narita, who was pulled into this world. In the worldview of Silent Hill, he didn't dare to use his mental scanning ability, because the strange power could penetrate into his mind at any time and pollute his mind. So he could only search with his naked eyes. He quickly searched one ward after another, shuttling through the hospital with intertwined people. He saw many patients twitching in bed. All these patients had sequelae caused by excessive inhalation of flowers and leaves of special plants. This kind of thing is very popular among the upper class of Silent Hill. The God's Messenger sect, which controls the processing and cultivation methods of this special plant, has made a lot of money in recent years. The God's Messenger sect is different from the Saint and Mother sects of the cult. Although the latter two have different opinions, their goals are the same. Their ultimate goal is to descend the gods and welcome the return of the goddess through their own means. However, the God's Messenger sect is different. They are secular and utilitarian, and they don't even have much interest in resurrecting the goddess. As the mediator between the Saint and Mother sects, the God's Messenger sect took the opportunity to grow and become a vested interest. Naturally, they don't want the gods to come after the descent ceremony to change the current social order. The person behind this hospital, Dr. Kaufman, is the representative of the God's Messenger sect. He helps the Saints sect hide the existence of Alessa while secretly destroying the Saints' descent plan. In Mu Xing's opinion, this God's Messenger sect is an object that can be used. Mu Xing walked through the rooms of the hospital, quickly checking and eliminating one layer after another. No! After searching almost half of the hospital, Mu Xing still couldn't find the trace of Narita. Is it underground? If he were Narita, knowing the plot of Silent Hill, he might go to the basement to look for Alessa. Ordinary people can't find the secret entrance to the basement, but this doesn't bother Mu Xing. Relying on his memory of the game, he solved the puzzle quickly and easily. As soon as he got to the basement, a damp and strange smell of potion hit him in the face, and Mu Xing frowned as he walked through the narrow passage. The basement of the hospital covers a large area, like a maze. Before the ritual on Alessa, this was the secret research base of the cult. Over the years, many innocent subjects have died in the church's experiments. So as soon as he came down, Mu Xing felt an extremely cold breath. He placed the body of the Divine Seal in front of him and observed through it. It was almost as he thought. The time and space here were distorted and extremely chaotic. However, with the cheating device of the Divine Seal, he could observe the center point of the time and space distortion, and there should be Alessa's location. I don't know if it's since Mu Xing's approach, the space of the entire basement began to change. The entire corridor was stretched out suddenly, and he saw that the door in front of him was getting farther and farther away from him. Mu Xing knew that this was not Alessa's power, but some other power was preventing him from getting closer. He took a step forward and saw that the corridor was beginning to darken. Not good. If he went forward, he would definitely be pulled into the inner world. Mu Xing stopped his steps and looked at the essence through the Divine Seal. He saw that in the intertwined time and space, the deeper inner world was almost floating on the surface. But when he stepped back, the inner world began to sink. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and move forward, suddenly, a vague shadow ran past him. There was a panic on his face, as if he was avoiding something. Mu Xing recognized it. Wasn't it the Narita man? He was being hunted, but when Mu Xing reached out to grab him, his shadow passed through him and fled into the distance. Is it in the other world? Mu Xing decisively set a mark here. Then he rushed forward without hesitation. In an instant, the surrounding time and space became distorted, and darkness descended. The surrounding walls began to decay, and the wall's skin turned into rusty fragments that continued to rise. Various dark monsters began to breed. He saw a pair of red eyes glowing in the darkness ahead. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the Flying Star compound bow appeared in his hand. Woof woof. In the passage, a black dog that looked like a zombie dog bared its teeth at him. With a roar, it pounced on Mu Xing. Mu Xing quickly retreated and released the hunter before entering the combat state. Go! With the hunter as a tank blocking him, these hounds were nothing to be afraid of. The hunter rushed out like a bulldozer, piercing a zombie dog's chest with a bone blade, and piercing it with claws, tearing it into pieces. Dirty blood splashed, staining the corridor red. The zombie dog pounced on the hunter, and bit its body madly. However, after the hunter's defense was strengthened, the zombie dog could not bite its tough skin at all. The hunter wielded the bone blade madly, slashing the zombie dog in front of him, leaving a pile of corpses on the ground. Mu Xing continued to shoot arrows, killing those who took the opportunity to break through the hunter's attacks. He began to realize that this Silent Hill was not the original world, but the Silent Hill controlled by the survival system. Because the Silent Hill controlled by the survival system has one thing in common, that is, the real physical rules. Even if it is a fantasy world, as long as it is a world controlled by the survival system, it still retains the basic physical rules, and it can even be said to be a forcibly implanted control. So, these zombie dogs in front of him look ferocious, but they are much more reasonable than the dangerous world he entered before. At least these monsters in the other world will not suddenly pass through walls, fly into the sky, and multiply infinitely. Not only the physical rules that come with the rules of survival, he also felt a vague force of order. Even in the deep other world, this force of order still exists. Mu Xing relied on the hunters to rush all the way, and finally came to the end of this corridor. All the dark monsters along the way were crushed into meat paste by the hunters. Finally, only a whiteboard door was left standing quietly. Before he could knock on the door was opened from the inside. Mu Xing looked up, and looked at the nurse in red in front of him. Chapter 179. Sure enough, whether in the game or in the movie, Nurse Lisa is like a delicate flower blooming in the dark. Beautiful, delicate, and full of temptation. However, Mu Xing is not here to find her. The other party seemed to know that she was coming, so he opened the door in advance. Looking back, the dilapidated and decayed corridor of the other world behind her has disappeared, leaving only a quiet corridor of reality. Lisa looked at the hunter standing behind Mu Xing with some fear, lowered her head, and dodged outward with her body tilted. At this moment, the hunter's bone blade arm stretched out, pierced through the wall, and stopped Lisa. "It's none of my business. I know nothing," Lisa said in fear. "Let her go." Mu Xing waved his hand, and the hunter retracted his arm, and the pierced wall fell down. Nurse Lisa ran out without looking back. Mu Xing's eyes were fixed on the charred figure lying on the bed in the ward. If it were a normal person, this degree of burns would have killed him long ago, but Alessa was living in pain because of the divine fetus in her body. When Mu Xing was looking at her, she also opened her eyes, and looked at Mu Xing. Their eyes met, and fierce mental power intertwined in the entire ward. It was as violent as a strong wind, blowing the surrounding medical records, medicines, and syringes everywhere. "Who are you?" a hoarse voice sounded. Compared to Lisa's eyes, that always looked at her like a monster, the mysterious man in front of her looked at her in a much more normal way. Even with a hint of sympathy and pity. "Let me introduce myself, Mu Xing. I come from another world." To be honest, Mu Xing didn't expect that Alessa in front of him could actually communicate. "Another world? I don't understand." "You don't need to understand. You just need to know that I'm here to help you." "Help me? Revenge? Do you want revenge? Make those who made you what you are now pay the price?" Mu Xing knew that only hatred could arouse a person's fighting spirit the fastest. It was also the fastest way for them to reach cooperation. Alessa's eyes flashed with hesitation and confusion. Unlike the movie version of Alessa, the game version of Alessa at this stage was just a little girl after all. Even though she was sacrificed and burned to her current state, she still retains her childlike innocence. Suddenly, another Alessa suddenly appeared opposite the hospital bed. She was wearing a blue school uniform, and she reached out her hand and gently stroked the charred corpse of Alessa on the bed. After a moment of trance, Alessa on the bed gradually fell asleep. She then looked up at Mu Xing. You let Lisa go. The people from the cult are coming soon. You'd better leave here as soon as possible. Before Mu Xing could speak, he was pushed out of the ward by an invisible force. Mu Xing knew that this was another personality of Alessa, an Alessa manifested by the power of Silent Hill, and she was protecting the fragile Alessa. Unlike the dark Alessa split from the movie version of Alessa, Mu Xing's perception of her was more inclined to be a physical incarnation of the mysterious power of Silent Hill with Alessa's memory and personality. After all, even if a little girl of 8 or 9 years old turned evil, with her cognition and wisdom, it was impossible for her to guide Travis, an outsider, to redeem himself, or even guide him to destroy the cult's plan of descending the gods. Mu Xing believes that the wisdom behind her comes from Silent Hill. Saving Alessa is also saving Silent Hill. Alessa, or Silent Hill, I think we can cooperate. Instead of choosing a mortal as your revenge tool, wouldn't I, who has extraordinary abilities, be more suitable? Mu Xing said, as he stood at the door of the closed ward. Suddenly, Alessa in school uniform appeared behind Mu Xing. Tilting her head and looking at him, you are indeed extraordinary. You are the outsider brought by that order, right? That order? Mu Xing didn't know if she was talking about the survival system. At the same time, Alessa's words also verified Mu Xing's guess. Alessa in front of him was indeed the embodiment of the power of Silent Hill. No matter what, Mu Xing nodded first. So you agree to cooperate with me? I need to see your qualifications. Qualifications? Mu Xing didn't understand what this meant. Just now there was a man who said the same thing. Narita man? Yes, he is indeed called this name, but he was hunted down. Is it the power of the cult? No, that power should have penetrated from outside the world. Mu Xing was overwhelmed when he heard this. He came to find Narita, but now he is being hunted. Is he in the outer world? Alessa tilted her head in confusion. It's the world covered by fog. Mu Xing explained. That is the domain world of Silent Hill, but Silent Hill has lost control. Now order controls this world. Mu Xing was silent. Silent Hill, which was controlled by the survival system, was indeed much weaker. What kind of challenging environment to create for the survivors depends entirely on the settings of the survival system. As if seeing Mu Xing's slightly disappointed expression, Alessa said, but I sense that there is a loophole in the order. Another world is approaching. That world is very dangerous. If you want to cooperate with me, you must be prepared to fight against another world. Mu Xing nodded and agreed immediately. The mysterious power of Silent Hill has indeed detected the other Silent Hill. The reason why there is no direct contact should be that the survival system is blocking it in the middle. When I used the spirit of the divine seal to travel, I saw a transparent film, which should be the barrier used by the survival system to separate the two worlds. At that time, it was preventing me from traveling between the two worlds. Mu Xing was very confused. What happened to the two Silent Hill worlds? Why did they collide? Alessa in front of him seemed to be afraid of the other world. What was she afraid of? Just as Mu Xing was thinking, Alessa suddenly appeared in front of him, pointed her finger at his forehead, and a mysterious mark was directly imprinted on Mu Xing's forehead. What did you do? Don't worry, this mark allows me to contact you and send you into the surface world with it. She looked at Mu Xing. Are you ready? Come on. Mu Xing took back the hunter and got ready, only to see Alessa's right hand push hard at his chest. Mu Xing felt his body retreating at a high speed. He suddenly hit the wall behind him. However, this time he seemed to have lost his entity and passed through the wall. He saw that his body remained in place, and it was his consciousness that was pushed out of his body. Then the body flew up at high speed, constantly upward, crossing the confused boundary like clouds and mist. Mu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, and found himself sitting on a bench in the park. Looking down, he saw unfamiliar hands and bodies. He frowned slightly, and looked at the glass window next to him. A strange face was printed on the glass. Peaked cap, plaid shirt, yellow vest. I became Travis? Mu Xing looked at the self on the window, with a strange expression. Chapter 180. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ears. I'm sorry, the power of order prevents me from affecting the operation of the surface world. The help I can provide you is limited. I need you to find a special prop. This is Alessa's voice. The box of fluoros? You really know everything. Yes, it is the box of fluoros. Find it, and bring it to me, and I will recognize your qualifications. Mu Xing looked up at the foggy sky. It was his first time entering this surface world. Before, they had entered the surface world of the movie version of Silent Hill. As expected, the moment he entered this world, the voice of the survival system rang in his ears. Survivor, you have triggered a special mission, Box of Fluoros. Box of Fluoros. Find the Box of Fluoros for Alessa, complete the mission, and be rewarded with a special item of Silent Hill. Countdown, 6 hours. Sure enough, this is the mission site. This is the survival world we should enter. Mu Xing clenched his fists, and he felt that he was one step closer to the truth. He began to check his equipment, because now he was possessed by the protagonist Travis. He temporarily lost his strong body, so the props on his body were extremely important. An M1911 police pistol, a Remington shotgun, some bullets, and finally a folding knife for outdoor survival. What rubbish! Mu Xing directly threw away these weapons that were older than his grandfather. With a thought, the primitive honeycomb ring fell into his hand. He took out a fully equipped M4A1, a Flying Star compound bow, and a silver particle gun. Hey Alessa, I have only one request. Can you recharge my gun and add bullets? Yes, you can use the mark to draw the power of Silent Hill and transform the spirit into a physical body. Just then, a strange-looking twisted monster found him and rushed towards him. The face was distorted, and rusty wires seemed to grow out of the body. The monster was baring its fangs and claws, and its posture was weird. Swoosh! The dazzling blue light flashed and evaporated along with the monster and the convenience store behind it. Sure enough, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Mu Xing raised the particle gun in his hand and blew on the energy crystal that was cooling rapidly. The mark between his eyebrows lit up, and he imagined charging the particle gun. The energy that was originally left with 7 rounds was instantly full. TSK, isn't it too cheating? Mu Xing released his mental scan and began to scan everything around him in a large area. Although his body was weak, his strong mental strength still existed. Just when he was struggling to decide whether to find the Box of Fluoros or Narita first, the explosion in the distance caught his attention. I fight you. Amid the roar, Mu Xing saw the dazzling lightning flash in the dust, and Narita's body quickly rose, and soon turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. Giant? Mu Xing recognized that it was the transformation of the giant in Attack on Titan. I didn't expect that this little devil had such a trump card. However, this 10-meter-tall, slightly wretched giant seemed to have average combat power, and should be the lowest level giant in the world of giants. He picked up a car on the road and threw it into the smoke and dust. However, before the car landed, it was cut in half by a large knife that flew out of the smoke and dust. The exaggerated large knife continued to rotate and cut, nailing the giant's chest. The giant body that Narita transformed into leaned back uncontrollably. A heavy figure jumped high, bare-chested, revealing a body full of scars, and wearing a huge rusty triangular iron helmet. The cannonball kicked the handle of the knife nailed to the giant's chest accurately. Puff! The knife completely penetrated the giant's chest. The giant screamed and smashed the building behind him. Mu Xing knew that the giant's weak spot was at the back of the neck, where the giant's body was. So even if the chest was pierced, Narita did not lose his fighting power, and grabbed the triangle head standing on his chest with both hands. The triangle head did not retreat or dodge, but pulled out the knife and waved it wildly, and several fingers of the hand that grabbed him were cut off immediately. In terms of power comparison, the 2-meter-tall triangle head suppressed the 10-meter-tall giant. Swinging away the giant's grasping hands, he slashed the giant's neck with the sword in his hand. At this moment, Mu Xing made a decisive move. The blue particle beam illuminated the gray Silent Hill street. The triangle head reacted amazingly, holding the sword across his chest, trying to block the bombardment of the particle beam. However, the triangle head overestimated the strength of the sword, and the high-energy particles instantly melted and penetrated the sword, and then almost evaporated his chest, burning a terrible big hole. Mu Xing rushed over and fired another shot, vaporizing the head of the triangle head. At the same time, the severely injured Narita also canceled his giant transformation and fell on the road in a mess. Mu Xing rushed over and grabbed the guy, but found that his body was covered with knife marks. The power of rust eroded his wounds, like a maggot attached to his bones, and he was about to die. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that the triangle head, whose chest was pierced by him, and whose head was blown up, was recovering quickly, and the rusty ashes gathered towards the wound like catkins. Die for me! Mu Xing fired 3 shots in a row, and he was relieved when he blasted the triangular head into pieces. Chung Tianan grabbed Mu Xing's collar. Save me, you can't kill him. There was a strong desire to survive in his eyes. Mu Xing didn't expect that the triangular head that only appeared in the inner world would appear in the foggy outer world. Chung Tian vomited blood. Save me. Mu Xing frowned and quickly took out the healing potion from the primitive honeycomb and poured it into his mouth. At least this guy can't die now, and the information he wants has not been obtained. However, after drinking the healing potion, Narita's body showed no signs of recovery, and the rusty power eroded his body even faster. Hey, where is your save point? Mu Xing asked loudly. The save point is useless. I can't rewind after death, I can't. Mu Xing sensed something, and he turned his head sharply. The triangle head that he had just blasted into pieces was resurrected quickly in the gathering of countless rust particles. Hey, tell me, who is chasing you? I just followed orders, I don't know anything, Narita's pupils quickly dilated, his head tilted, and he died completely. At the same time, the resurrected triangle head seemed to have completed his mission and instantly collapsed. Mu Xing waited for dozens of seconds, but Narita's body did not rewind after all. A haze shrouded Mu Xing's heart. Is the rewinding ineffective? Or is it because he rewinded multiple times in a short period of time and was punished by debuff, so he can no longer rewind? If it was the latter, it would be fine, but if it was the former... Madman. Mu Xing began to worry about the safety of the madman. If the replay really failed, the madman would definitely be in danger. He didn't have his own Blood Moon replay ability, only a special item that could replay 1 hour. No, I have to finish the task and rush back.